Paradiso. I lift mine eyes, and all the windows blaze with forms of saints and holy men who died, here martyred and hereafter glorified. And the great rose upon its leaves displays Christ's triumph, and the angelic roundelays, with splendor upon splendor multiplied. And Beatrice again at Dante's side. No more rebukes, but smiles her words of praise. And then the organ sounds, and unseen choirs sing the old Latin hymns of peace and love, and benedictions of the Holy Ghost, and the melodious bells among the spires, o'er all the housetops and through heaven above, proclaim the elevation of the host. O star of morning and of liberty! O bringer of the light, whose splendor shines above the darkness of the Apennines, forerunner of the day that is to be, the voices of the city and the sea, the voices of the mountains and the pines, repeat thy song, till the familiar lines are footpaths for the thought of Italy. Thy fame is blown abroad from all the heights, through all the nations, and a sound is heard, as of a mighty wind, and men devout, strangers of Rome, and the new proselytes, in their own language hear thy wondrous word. And many are amazed and many doubt. Canto. Chapter 1. The Ascent to the First Heaven. The glory of him who moveth everything 1196. Doth penetrate the universe, and shine 1197. In one part more and in another less. Within that heaven which most his light receives 1198. Was I, and things beheld which to repeat 1199. Nor knows, nor can, who from above descends. Because in drawing near to its desire 1200. Our intellect engulfs itself so far, that after it the memory cannot go. Truly whatever of the holy realm I had the power to treasure in my mind, shall now become the subject of my song. O good Apollo, for this last emprise 1201. Make of me such a vessel of thy power, as giving the beloved laurel asks. One summit of Parnassus hitherto has been enough for me, but now with both I needs must enter the arena left. Enter into my bosom, thou, and breathe 1202. As at the time when Marsyas thou didst draw 1203. Out of the scabbard of those limbs of his. O power divine, lend'st thou thyself to me, so that the shadow of the blessed realm, stamped in my brain I can make manifest. Thou lt see me come unto thy darling tree, and crown myself thereafter with those leaves, of which the theme and thou shall make me worthy. So seldom, Father, do we gather them, for triumph or of Caesar or of poet, the fault and shame of human inclinations, that the Paeanian foliage should bring forth joy to the joyous Delphic deity. When anyone it makes to thirst for it, a little spark is followed by great flame. Perchance with better voices after me shall prayer be made that Syrah may respond. 1204. To mortal men by passages diverse uprises the world's lamp, but by that one which circles four uniteth with three crosses 1205. With better course and with a better star conjoined it issues, and the mundane wax 1206. Tempers and stamps more after its own fashion. Almost that passage had made morning there, and evening here, and there was holy white 1207. That hemisphere, and black the other part. When Beatrice towards the left-hand side I saw turned round, and gazing at the sun, never did eagle fasten so upon it. And even as a second ray is wont to issue from the first and reascend, like to a pilgrim who would fain return, thus of her action, through the eyes infused, in my imagination, mine I made, and sunward fixed mine eyes beyond our wont. There much is lawful which is here unlawful, unto our powers, by virtue of the place. Made for the human species as its own. Not long I bore it, nor so little while. But I beheld it sparkle round about, like iron that comes molten from the fire. 1208. And suddenly it seemed that day to day 1209 was added, as if he who has the power had with another sun the heaven adorned. With eyes upon the everlasting wheels stood Beatrice all intent, and I, on her, fixing my vision from above removed. Such at her aspect inwardly became, as Glaucus, tasting of the herb that made him 1210, peer of the other gods beneath the sea. To represent transhumanize in words impossible were, the example, then, suffice him for whom grace the experience reserves. If I was merely what of me thou newly 1211 createdst, love who governest the heaven. Thou knowest, who didst lift me with thy light. When now the wheel, which thou dost make eternal 1212, desiring thee, made me attentive to it. By harmony thou dost modulate and measure. 1213. Then seemed to me so much of heaven enkindled by the sun's flame, that neither rain nor river e'er made a lake so widely spread abroad. The newness of the sound and the great light kindled in me a longing for their cause, never before with such acuteness felt. Whence she, who saw me as I saw myself, to quiet in me my perturbed mind, opened her mouth, ere I did mine to ask. And she began, Thou makest thyself so dull with false imagining, that thou sayest not what thou wouldst see if thou hadst shaken it off. Thou art not upon earth, as thou believest, but lightning, fleeing its appropriate site 1214. Ne'er ran as thou, who thitherward returnest. If of my former doubt I was divested, by these brief little words more smiled than spoken, I in a new one was the more ensnared, and said, already did I rest content from great amazement, but am now amazed in what way I transcend these bodies' light. Whereupon she, after a pitying sigh, her eyes directed towards me with that look a mother casts on a delirious child. And she began, all things whatever they be have order among themselves, and this is form that makes the universe resemble God. Here do the higher creatures see the footprints of the eternal power, which is the end, whereto is made the law already mentioned. In the order that I speak of are inclined 1215. All natures, by their destinies diverse, more or less near unto their origin. Hence they move onward unto ports diverse, o'er the great sea of being, and each one with instinct given it which bears it on. This bears away the fire towards the moon. This is in mortal hearts the motive power. This binds together and unites the earth. Nor only the created things that are. Without intelligence this bow shoots forth, but those that have both intellect and love. The providence that regulates all this 1216 makes with its light the heaven forever quiet 1217. Wherein that turns which has the greatest haste. And thither now, as to a sight decreed, bears us away the virtue of that cord, which aims its arrows at a joyous mark. True is it, that as oftentimes the form accords not with the intention of the art, because in answering is matter deaf. So likewise from this course doth deviate sometimes the creature, who the power possesses, though thus impelled, to swerve some other way. In the same wise as one may see the fire fall from a cloud, if the first impetus earthward is wrested by some false delight. Thou shouldst not wonder more, if well I judge, at thine ascent, than at a rivulet from some high mount descending to the lowland. Marvel it would be in thee, if deprived of hindrance, thou wert seated down below, as if on earth the living fire were quiet 1218. Thereat she heavenward turned again her face. Canto. Chapter 2. The first heaven, or that of the moon, in which are seen the spirits of those who, having taken monastic vows, were forced to violate them. O ye, who in some pretty little boat 1219. Eager to listen, have been following. Behind my ship, that singing sails along. Turn back to look again upon your shores. Do not put out to sea, lest peradventure, in losing me, you might yourselves be lost. The sea I sail has never yet been passed. Minerva breathes, and pilots me Apollo 1220. And Muses 9 point out to me the bears. Ye other few who have the neck uplifted. Betimes to th bread of angels upon which 1221. One liveth here and grows not sated by it. Well may you launch upon the deep salt sea. Your vessel, keeping still my wake before you. Upon the water that grows smooth again. Those glorious ones who unto Colchos passed 1222. Were not so wonderstruck as you shall be. When Jason they beheld a ploughman made. The concreated and perpetual thirst 1223. For the realm deiform did bear us on. As swift almost as ye the heavens behold. Upward gazed Beatrice, and I at her. And in such space perchance as strikes a bolt 1224. And flies, and from the notch unlocks itself. Arrived I saw me where a wondrous thing drew to itself my sight. And therefore she, from whom no care of mine could be concealed, towards me turning, blithe as beautiful, said unto me, fix gratefully thy mind on God, who unto the first star has brought us. It seemed to me a cloud encompassed us, luminous, dense, consolidate and bright, as adamant on which the sun is striking. Into itself did the eternal pearl receive us, even as water doth receive a ray of light, remaining still unbroken. If I was body, and we here conceive not how one dimension tolerates another, which needs must be if body enter body, more the desire should be enkindled in us, that essence to behold, wherein is seen how God and our own nature were united. There will be seen what we receive by faith, not demonstrated, but self-evident, in guise of the first truth that man believes. I made reply, Madonna, as devoutly as most I can do I give thanks to him who has removed me from the mortal world. But tell me what the dusky spots may be upon this body, which below on earth make people tell that fabulous tale of Cain, 1225. Somewhat she smiled. And then, if the opinion of mortals be erroneous, she said, where'er the key of sense doth not unlock, certes, the shafts of wonder should not pierce thee. Now, forasmuch as, following the senses, thou sayest that the reason has short wings. But tell me what thou thinkst of it thyself. And I, what seems to us up here diverse 1226. Is caused, I think, by bodies rare and dense. And she, right truly shalt thou see immersed in error thy belief, if well thou hearest the argument that I shall make against it. Lights many the eighth sphere displays to you 1227. Which in their quality and quantity may noted be of aspects different. If this were caused by rare and dense alone, one only virtue would there be in all, or more or less diffused, or equally. Virtues diverse must be perforce the fruits of formal principles, and these, save one, of course would by thy reasoning be destroyed. Besides, if rarity were of this dimness 1228, the cause thou askest, either through and through this planet thus attenuate were of matter, or else, as in a body is apportioned the fat and lean, so in like manner this would in its volume interchange the leaves. Were it the former, in the sun's eclipse, it would be manifest by the shining through of light, as through aught tenuous interfused. This is not so. Hence we must scan the other. And if it chance the other I demolish, then falsified will thy opinion be. But if this rarity go not through and through, there needs must be a limit, beyond which its contrary prevents the further passing. And thence the foreign radiance is reflected, even as a colour cometh back from glass, the which behind itself concealeth lead. 1229. Now thou wilt say the sunbeam shows itself more dimly there than in the other parts, by being there reflected farther back. From this reply experiment will free thee, if e'er thou try it, which is wont to be the fountain to the rivers of your arts. 3 mirrors shalt thou take, and 2 remove, alike from thee, the other more remote. Between the former 2 shall meet thine eyes. Turn towards these, 'cause that behind thy back be placed a light, illuming the 3 mirrors, and coming back to thee by all reflected, though in its quantity be not so ample. The image most remote, there shalt thou see how it perforce is equally resplendent. Now, as beneath the touches of warm rays, naked the subject of the snow remains 1230, both of its former colour and its cold. Thee thus remaining in thy intellect, will I inform with such a living light, that it shall tremble in its aspect to thee. 1231. Within the heaven of the divine repose 1232. Revolves a body, in whose virtue lies the being of whatever it contains. The following heaven, that has so many eyes 1233. Divides this being by essences diverse, distinguished from it, and by it contained. The other spheres, by various differences, all the distinctions which they have within them, dispose unto their ends and their effects. Thus do these organs of the world proceed, as thou perceivest now, from grade to grade, since from above they take, and act beneath. Observe me well, how through this place I come unto the truth thou wishest, that hereafter thou mayst alone know how to keep the ford, the power and motion of the holy spheres, as from the artisan the hammer's craft, forth from the blessed motors must proceed. The heaven, which lights so manifold make fair, from the intelligence profound, which turns it, 1234. The image takes, and makes of it a seal. And even as the soul within your dust, through members different and accommodated, to faculties diverse expands itself, so likewise this intelligence diffuses its virtue multiplied among the stars, itself revolving on its unity. Virtue diverse doth a diverse alloyage make with the precious body that it quickens, in which, as life in you, it is combined from the glad nature whence it is derived. The mingled virtue through the body shines, even as gladness through the living pupil. From this proceeds whatever from light to light appeareth different, not from dense and rare. This is the formal principle that produces 1235. According to its goodness, dark and bright. Canto. Chapter 3. Picarda and Constance. That sun, which erst with love my bosom warmed 1236. Of beauteous truth had unto me discovered, by proving and reproving, the sweet aspect. And, that I might confess myself convinced and confident, so far as was befitting, I lifted more erect my head to speak. But there appeared a vision, which withdrew me so close to it, in order to be seen, that my confession I remembered not, such as through polished and transparent glass, or waters crystalline and undisturbed, but not so deep as that their bed be lost. Come back again the outlines of our faces, so feeble, that a pearl on forehead white comes not less speedily unto our eyes. Such saw I many faces prompt to speak, so that I ran in error opposite. To that which kindled love, twixt man and fountain. 1237. As soon as I became aware of them, esteeming them as mirrored semblances, to see of whom they were, mine eyes I turned, and nothing saw, and once more turned them forward, direct into the light of my sweet guide, whose smiling kindled in her holy eyes. Marvel thou not, she said to me, because I smile at this thy pure ill conceit, since on the truth it trusts not yet its foot, but turns thee, as 'tis wont, on emptiness. True substances are these which thou beholdest. Here relegate for breaking of some vow. Therefore speak with them, listen and believe. For the true light, which giveth peace to them, permits them not to turn from it their feet. And I unto the shade that seemed most wishful to speak directed me, and I began, as one whom too great eagerness bewilders. O well-created spirit, who in the rays of life eternal dost the sweetness taste, which being untasted ne'er is comprehended. Grateful 'twill be to me, if thou content me, both with thy name and with your destiny. 1238. Whereat she promptly and with laughing eyes. Our charity doth never shut the doors against a just desire, except as 1239. Who wills that all her court be like herself? I was a virgin sister in the world. And if thy mind doth contemplate me well, the being more fair will not conceal me from thee. But thou shalt recognize I am Picarda, who, stationed here among these other blessed, myself am blessed in the slowest sphere. All our affections, that alone inflamed, are in the pleasure of the Holy Ghost. Rejoice at being of his order formed. And this allotment, which appears so low, therefore is given us, because our vows have been neglected and in some part void. Whence I to her, in your miraculous aspects, there shines I know not what of the divine, which doth transform you from our first conceptions. Therefore I was not swift in my remembrance. But what thou tellest me now aids me so, that the refiguring is easier to me. But tell me, ye who in this place are happy, are you desirous of a higher place? To see more or to make yourselves more friends? First with those other shades she smiled a little. Thereafter answered me so full of gladness. She seemed to burn in the first fire of love. Brother, our will is quieted by virtue 1240. Of charity. That makes us wish alone for what we have, nor gives us thirst for more. If to be more exalted we aspired, discordant would our aspirations be unto the will of him who here secludes us, which thou shalt see finds no place in these circles. If being in charity is needful here, and if thou lookest well into its nature, nay, 'tis essential to this blessed existence, to keep itself within the will divine, whereby our very wishes are made one. So that, as we are station above station, throughout this realm, to all the realm 'tis pleasing. As to the king, who makes his will our will, and his will is our peace. This is the sea, to which is moving onward whatsoever it doth create, and all that nature makes. Then it was clear to me how everywhere in heaven is paradise, although the grace of good supreme there reign not in one measure, but as it comes to pass, if one food sates, and for another still remains the longing. We ask for this, and that decline with thanks. E'en thus did I, with gesture and with word, to learn from her what was the web wherein she did not ply the shuttle to the end. A perfect life and merit high in heaven a lady o'er us, said she, by whose rule down in your world they vest and veil themselves, that until death they may both watch and sleep beside that spouse who every vow accepts, which charity conformeth to his pleasure. To follow her, in girlhood from the world. I fled, and in her habit shut myself. And pledged me to the pathway of her sect. Then men accustomed unto evil more than unto good, from the sweet cloister tore me. God knows what afterward my life became. This other splendor, which to thee reveals itself on my right side, and is enkindled with all the illumination of our sphere. What of myself I say applies to her. A nun was she, and likewise from her head was ta'en the shadow of the sacred wimple. But when she too was to the world returned, against her wishes and against good usage, of the heart's veil she never was divested. Of great Costanza this is the effulgence 1241. Who from the second wind of Swabia brought forth the third and latest puissance. Thus unto me she spake, and then began Ave Maria, singing, and in singing vanished, as through deep water something heavy. My sight, that followed her as long a time as it was possible, when it had lost her, turned round unto the mark of more desire, and wholly unto Beatrice reverted. But she such lightnings flashed into mine eyes, that at the first my sight endured it not. And this in questioning more backward made me. Canto. Chapter 4. Questionings of the soul and of broken vows. Between two viands, equally removed 1242. And tempting, a free man would die of hunger 1243. Ere either he could bring unto his teeth. So would a lamb between the ravenings of two fierce wolves stand fearing both alike. And so would stand a dog between two does. 1244. Hence, if I held my peace, myself I blame not. Impelled in equal measure by my doubts. Since it must be so, nor do I commend. 1245. I held my peace. But my desire was painted upon my face, and questioning with that, more fervent far than by articulate speech. Beatrice did as Daniel had done 1246. Relieving Nebuchadnezzar from the wrath which rendered him unjustly merciless. And said, Well see I how attracteth thee one and the other wish, so that thy care binds itself so that forth it does not breathe. Thou arguest, if good will be permanent, the violence of others, for what reason doth it decrease the measure of my merit? Again for doubting furnish the occasion. Souls seeming to return unto the stars, according to the sentiment of Plato. 1247. These are the questions which upon thy wish are thrusting equally, and therefore first 1248. Will I treat that which hath the most of gall? He of the seraphim most absorbed in God 1249. Moses, and Samuel, and whichever John thou mayst select, I say, and even Mary, have not in any other heaven their seats. Then have those spirits that just appeared to thee, nor of existence more or fewer years, but all make beautiful the primal circle, and have sweet life in different degrees, by feeling more or less the eternal breath. They showed themselves here, not because allotted. This sphere has been to them, but to give sign of the celestial which is least exalted. To speak thus is adapted to your mind, since only through the sense it apprehendeth. What then it worthy makes of intellect? 1250. On this account the Scripture condescends unto your faculties, and feet and hands. To God attributes, and means something else. And Holy Church under an aspect human. Gabriel and Michael represent to you, and him who made Tobias whole again. 1251. That which Timaeus argues of the soul 1252. Doth not resemble that which here is seen, because it seems that as he speaks he thinks. 1253. He says the soul unto its star returns, believing it to have been severed thence, whenever nature gave it as a form. 1254. Perhaps his doctrine is of other guise. Then the word sound, and possibly may be, with meaning that is not to be derided. If he doth mean that to these wills return the honor of their influence and the blame, perhaps his bow doth hit upon some truth. This principle ill understood once warped the whole world nearly, till it went astray, invoking Jove and Mercury and Mars. 1255. The other doubt which doth disquiet thee 1256. Less venom has, for its malevolence, could never lead thee otherwhere from me. That as unjust our justice should appear in eyes of mortals, is an argument of faith, and not of sin heretical. But still, that your perception may be able to thoroughly penetrate this verity, as thou desirest, I will satisfy thee. If it be violence when he who suffers cooperates not with him who uses force, these souls were not on that account excused. For will is never quenched unless it will, but operates as nature doth in fire, if violence 1,000 times distort it. Hence, if it yieldeth more or less, it seconds the force. And these have done so, having power of turning back unto the holy place. If their will had been perfect, like to that which Lawrence fast upon his gridiron held 1257, and Mutius made severe to his own hand 1258, it would have urged them back along the road whence they were dragged, as soon as they were free. But such a solid will is all too rare. And by these words, if thou hast gathered them, as thou shouldst do, the argument is refuted. That would have still annoyed thee many times. But now another passage runs across before thine eyes, and such that by thyself thou couldst not thread it ere thou wouldst be weary. I have for certain put into thy mind that soul beatified could never lie, for it is near the primal truth. And then thou from Picarda mightst have heard Costanza kept affection for the veil, so that she seemeth here to contradict me. Many times, brother, has it come to pass that, to escape from peril, with reluctance, that has been done it was not right to do. E'en as Alcmaeon, who, being by his father 1259, thereto entreated, his own mother slew. Not to lose pity pitiless became. At this point I desire thee to remember that force with will commingles, and they cause that the offences cannot be excused. Will absolute consenteth not to evil, but in so far consenteth as it fears, if it refrain, to fall into more harm. Hence when Picarda uses this expression, she meaneth the will absolute, and I the other, so that both of us speak truth. Such was the flowing of the holy river that issued from the fount whence springs all truth. This put to rest my wishes one and all. O love of the first lover, O divine, 1260. Said I forthwith, whose speech inundates me and warms me so, it more and more revives me. My own affection is not so profound as to suffice in rendering grace for grace. Let him, who sees and can, thereto respond. Well I perceive that never sated is our intellect unless the truth illume it, beyond which nothing true expands itself. It rests therein, as wild beast in his lair. When it attains it, and it can attain it. If not, then each desire would frustrate be. Therefore springs up, in fashion of a shoot, doubt at the foot of truth, and this is nature, 1261. Which to the top from height to height impels us. This doth invite me, this assurance give me. With reverence, lady, to inquire of you another truth, which is obscure to me. I wish to know if man can satisfy you. For broken vows with other good deeds, so that in your balance they will not be light. Beatrice gazed upon me with her eyes 1262. Full of the sparks of love, and so divine, that, overcome my power, I turned my back, and almost lost myself with eyes downcast. Canto. Chapter 5. Compensations. Ascent to the second heaven, or that of Mercury, where are seen the spirits of those who for the love of fame achieved great deeds. If in the heat of love I flame upon thee 1263. Beyond the measure that on earth is seen, so that the valor of thine eyes I vanquish, marvel thou not thereat. For this proceeds from perfect sight, which as it apprehends, to the good apprehended moves its feet. Well I perceive how is already shining into thine intellect the eternal light, that only seen enkindles always love. And if some other thing your love seduce 1264, 'tis nothing but a vestige of the same, ill understood, which there is shining through. Thou fain wouldst know if with another service, for broken vow can such return be made, as to secure the soul from further claim. This canto thus did Beatrice begin, and, as a man who breaks not off his speech, continued thus her holy argument. The greatest gift that in his largest God, creating made, and unto his own goodness, nearest conformed, and that which he doth prize most highly, is the freedom of the will, wherewith the creatures of intelligence, both all and only were and are endowed. 1265. Now wilt thou see, if thence thou reasonest, the high worth of a vow, if it he made, so that when thou consentest God consents. For, closing between God and man the compact, a sacrifice is of this treasure made, such as I say, and made by its own act. What can be rendered then as compensation? Think'st thou to make good use of what thou'st offered? With gains ill-gotten thou wouldst do good deed. 1266. Now art thou certain of the greater point. But because Holy Church in this dispenses, which seems against the truth which I have shown thee, behoves thee still to sit a while at table, because the solid food which thou hast taken requireth further aid for thy digestion. Open thy mind to that which I reveal, and fix it there within, for 'tis not knowledge, the having heard without retaining it. In the essence of this sacrifice two things convene together, and the one is that of which 'tis made, the other is the agreement. This last for evermore is cancelled not, unless complied with, and concerning this, with such precision has above been spoken. Therefore it was enjoined upon the Hebrews to offer still, though sometimes what was offered might be commuted, as thou oughtst to know. The other, which is known to thee as matter 1267, may well indeed be such that one errs not, if it for other matter be exchanged. But let none shift the burden on his shoulder, at his arbitrament, without the turning both of the white and of the yellow key. 1268. And every permutation deem as foolish, if in the substitute the thing relinquished, as the 4 is in 6, be not contained. 1269. Therefore whatever thing has so great weight in value that it drags down every balance, cannot be satisfied with other spending. Let mortals never take a vow in jest. Be faithful and not blind in doing that, as Jephthah was in his first offering 1270. Whom more beseemed to say, I have done wrong, than to do worse by keeping. And as foolish, thou the great leader of the Greeks wilt find 1271. Whence wept Iphigenia her fair face 1272. And made for her both wise and simple weep, who heard such kind of worship spoken of. Christians, be ye more serious in your movements. Be ye not like a feather at each wind, and think not every water washes you. Ye have the Old and the New Testament. and the pastor of the church who guideth you. Let this suffice you unto your salvation. If evil appetite cry aught else to you, be ye as men, and not as silly sheep. 1273. So that the Jew among you may not mock you. Be ye not as the lamb that doth abandon. 1274. Its mother's milk, and frolicsome and simple, combats at its own pleasure with itself. Thus Beatrice to me even as I write it. Then all desireful turned herself again to that part where the world is most alive. 1275. Her silence and her change of countenance. Silence imposed upon my eager mind, that had already in advance new questions. And as an arrow that upon the mark strikes ere the bowstring quiet hath become, so did we speed into the second realm. My lady there so joyful I beheld, as into the brightness of that heaven she entered. 1276. More luminous thereat the planet grew, and if the star itself was changed and smiled. 1277. What became I, who by my nature am exceeding mutable in every guise? As, in a fish-pond which is pure and tranquil, the fishes draw to that which from without comes in such fashion that their food they deem it, so I beheld more than 1,000 splendors drawing towards us, and in each was heard, Lo, this is she who shall increase our love. And as each one was coming unto us, full of beatitude the shade was seen, by the effulgence clear that issued from it. 1278. Think, reader, if what here is just beginning, no farther should proceed, how thou wouldst have an agonizing need of knowing more. And of thyself thou lt see how I from these was in desire of hearing their conditions, as they unto mine eyes were manifest. O thou wellborn, unto whom grace concedes to see the thrones of the eternal triumph, or ever yet the warfare be abandoned, with light that through the whole of heaven is spread. Kindled are we, and hence if thou desirest to know of us, at thine own pleasure sate thee thus by someone among those holy spirits. 1279. Was spoken, and by Beatrice, speak, speak securely, and believe them even as gods. Well I perceive how thou dost nest thyself in thine own light, and drawest it from thine eyes, because they coruscate when thou dost smile, but know not who thou art, nor why thou hast spirit august, thy station in the sphere that veils itself to men in alien rays. 1280. This said I in direction of the light, which first had spoken to me, whence it became by far more lucent than it was before, even as the sun, that doth conceal himself. 1281. By too much light, when heat has worn away the tempering influence of the vapors dense, by greater rapture thus concealed itself in its own radiance the figure saintly, and thus close, close enfolded answered me, in fashion as the following canto sings. Canto. Chapter 6. Justinian, the Roman eagle, Romeo. After that Constantine the eagle turned. 1282. Against the course of heaven, which it had followed, behind the ancient who Lavinia took 200 years and more the bird of God. 1283. In the extreme of Europe held itself. 1284. Near to the mountains whence it issued first, and under shadow of the sacred plumes, it governed there the world from hand to hand, and, changing thus, upon mine own alighted. Caesar I was, and am Justinian. 1285. Who, by the will of primal love I feel, took from the laws the useless and redundant. 1286. And ere unto the work I was attent, one nature to exist in Christ, not more. 1287. Believed, and with such faith was I contented. But blessed Agapetus, he who was. 1288. The supreme pastor, to the faith sincere, pointed me out the way by words of his. Him I believed, and what was his assertion? I now see clearly, even as thou sayest. Each contradiction to be false and true. As soon as with the church I moved my feet, God in his grace it pleased with this high task to inspire me, and I gave me wholly to it. And to my Belisarius I commended 1289. The arms, to which was heaven's right hand so joined. It was a signal that I should repose. Now here to the first question terminates my answer. But the character thereof constrains me to continue with a sequel. In order that thou see with how great reason men move against the standard sacrosanct, both who appropriate and who oppose it. Behold how great a power has made it worthy of reverence, beginning from the hour when Pallas died to give it sovereignty. 1290. Thou knowest it made in Alba its abode 1291. 300 years and upward, till at last the 3 to 3 fought for it yet again. 1292. Thou knowest what it achieved from Sabine wrong 1293. Down to Lucretia's sorrow, in 7 Kings. Coming round about the neighboring nations. Thou knowest what it achieved, borne by the Romans. Illustrious against Brennus, against Pyrrhus 1294. Against the other princes and confederates. Torquatus thence and Quinctius, who from Locks 1295. Unkempt was named, Decii and Fabii 1296. Received the fame I willingly embalm. It struck to earth the pride of the Arabians, who, following Hannibal, had passed across the Alpine ridges, from which thou glidest. Beneath it triumphed while they yet were young. Pompey and Scipio, and to the hill 1297. Beneath which thou wast born it bitter seemed. Then, near unto the time when heaven had willed 1298. To bring the whole world to its mood serene. Did Caesar by the will of Rome assume it. What it achieved from Var unto the Rhine. Isar beheld and sown, beheld the Seine. And every valley whence the Rhone is filled. What it achieved when it had left Ravenna. And leaped the Rubicon, was such a flight that neither tongue nor pen could follow it. Round towards Spain it wheeled its legions. Then towards Durazzo, and Pharsalia smote 1299. That to the Khalid Nile was felt the pain. 1300. And Tandros and the Samois, whence it started, 1301. It saw again, and there where Hector lies. And ill for Ptolemy then roused itself. 1302. From thence it came like lightning upon Juba, 1303. Then wheeled itself again into your west, 1304. Where the Pompeian clarion it heard. From what it wrought with the next standard bearer 1305. Brutus and Cassius howl in hell together. And Medina and Perugia dolent were. 1306. Still doth the mournful Cleopatra weep. Because thereof, who, fleeing from before it, took from the adder sudden and black death. With him it ran even to the Red Sea shore. With him it placed the world in so great peace, that unto Janus was his temple closed. 1307. But what the standard that has made me speak achieved before, and after should achieve, throughout the mortal realm that lies beneath it, becometh in appearance mean and dim, if in the hand of the third Caesar seen 1308, with eye unclouded and affection pure, because the living justice that inspires me granted it, in the hand of him I speak of, the glory of doing vengeance for its wrath. 1309. Now here attend to what I answer thee. Later it ran with Titus to do vengeance 1310. Upon the vengeance of the ancient sin. And when the tooth of Lombardy had bitten 1311. The Holy Church, then underneath its wings, did Charlemagne victorious succor her. Now hast thou power to judge of such as those, whom I accused above, and of their crimes. 13:12. Which are the cause of all your miseries. To the public standard one the yellow lilies. 13:13. Opposes, the other claims it for a party. So that, 'tis hard to see which sins the most. Let the Ghibellines ply their handicraft beneath some other standard, for this ever ill follows he who it and justice parts. And let not this new Charles e'er strike it down. 13:14. He and his Guelphs, but let him fear the talons that from a nobler lion stripped the fell. Already oftentimes the sons have wept the father's crime, and let him not believe that God will change his scutcheon for the lilies. 1315. This little planet doth adorn itself. 1316. With the good spirits that have active been, that fame and honor might come after them. 1317. And whensoever the desires mount thither, thus deviating, must perforce the rays of the true love less vividly mount upward. But in commensuration of our wages, with our desert is portion of our joy, because we see them neither less nor greater. Herein doth living justice sweeten so. 1318. Affection in us, that for evermore it cannot warp to any iniquity. Voices diverse make up sweet melodies. So in this life of ours the seats diverse render sweet harmony among these spheres. And in the compass of this present pearl shineth the sheen of Romeo, of whom. 1319. The grand and beauteous work was ill rewarded. But the Provençals who against him wrought, they have not laughed, and therefore ill goes he who makes his hurt of the good deeds of others. For daughters, and each one of them a queen, had Raymond Berenger, and this for him did Romeo, a poor man and a pilgrim. And then malicious words incited him to summon to a reckoning this just man, who rendered to him 7 and 5 for 10. Then he departed poor and stricken in years. And if the world could know the heart he had, in begging bit by bit his livelihood, though much it laud him, it would laud him more. 1320. Canto. Chapter 7. Beatrice's discourse of the Incarnation, the immortality of the soul, and the resurrection of the body. Hosanna Sanctus Deus Sabaoth. 1321. Super illustrans claritate tua. Felices ignis horum malahath. In this wise, to his melody returning, this substance, upon which a double light. 1322. Doubles itself, was seen by me to sing. And to their dance this and the others moved. 1323. And in the manner of swift hurrying sparks, veiled themselves from me with a sudden distance. Doubting was I, and saying, Tell her, 1324. Within me, tell her, saying, Tell my lady, who slakes my thirst with her sweet effluences. And yet that reverence which doth lord it over the whole of me only by bee and ice. 1325. Bowed me again like unto one who drowses. Short while did Beatrice endure me thus. And she began, lighting me with a smile. 1326. Such as would make one happy in the fire, according to infallible advisement. After what manner a just vengeance justly. 1327. Could be avenged has put thee upon thinking. But I will speedily thy mind unloose. And do thou listen, for these words of mine of a great doctrine will a present make thee, by not enduring on the power that wills curb for his good, that man who ne'er was born, damning himself damned all his progeny. 1328. Whereby the human species down below lay sick for many centuries in great error, till to descend it pleased the word of God, to where the nature, which from its own maker estranged itself, he joined to him in person. by the sole act of his eternal love. Now unto what is said direct thy sight. This nature when united to its Maker, such as created, was sincere and good. 1329. But by itself alone was banished forth from paradise, because it turned aside out of the way of truth and of its life. Therefore the penalty the cross held out, if measured by the nature thus assumed, none ever yet with so great justice stung, and none was ever of so great injustice, considering who the person was that suffered, within whom such a nature was contracted. From one act therefore issued things diverse. To God and to the Jews one death was pleasing. Earth trembled at it and the heaven was opened. It should no longer now seem difficult to thee, when it is said that a just vengeance by a just court was afterward avenged. But now do I behold thy mind entangled from thought to thought within a knot, from which with great desire it waits to free itself. Thou sayest, well discern I what I hear. But it is hidden from me why God willed for our redemption only this one mode. Buried remaineth, brother, this decree unto the eyes of everyone whose nature is in the flame of love not yet adult. Verily, inasmuch as at this mark one gazes long and little is discerned. Wherefore this mode was worthiest will I say. Goodness divine, which from itself doth spurn all envy, burning in itself so sparkles 1330. That the eternal beauties it unfolds. Whatever from this immediately distills 1331. Has afterwards no end, for ne'er removed is its impression when it sets its seal. Whatever from this immediately rains down is wholly free, because it is not subject unto the influences of novel things. The more conformed thereto, the more it pleases. For the blessed ardor that irradiates all things, in that most like itself is most vivacious. With all of these things has advantaged been 1332. The human creature. And if one be wanting, from his nobility he needs must fall. 'Tis sin alone which doth disfranchise him, and render him unlike the good supreme, so that he little with its light is blanched, and to his dignity no more returns, unless he fill up where transgression empties, with righteous pains for criminal delights. Your nature when it sinned so utterly, in its own seed, out of these dignities, even as out of paradise was driven, nor could itself recover, if thou notest, with nicest subtlety, by any way, except by passing one of these two fords. Either that God through clemency alone had pardon granted, or that man himself had satisfaction for his folly made. Fix now thine eye deep into the abyss of the eternal counsel, to my speech, as far as may be fastened steadfastly. Man in his limitations had not power to satisfy, not having power to sink. In his humility obeying then, far as he disobeying thought to rise. And for this reason man has been from power of satisfying by himself excluded. Therefore it God behoved in his own ways man to restore unto his perfect life. I say in one, or else in both of them. But since the action of the doer is so much more grateful, as it more presents the goodness of the heart from which it issues, goodness divine, that doth imprint the world, has been contented to proceed by each and all its ways to lift you up again. Nor, twixt the first day and the final night, such high and such magnificent proceeding, by one or by the other was or shall be. For God more bounteous was himself to give, to make man able to uplift himself, than if he only of himself had pardoned. And all the other modes were insufficient. For justice, were it not the Son of God, himself had humbled to become incarnate. Now, to fill fully each desire of thine, return I to elucidate one place. In order that thou there mayst see as I do. Thou sayest, I see the air, I see the fire, the water, and the earth, and all their mixtures. Come to corruption, and short while endure. And these things notwithstanding were created. Therefore if that which I have said were true, they should have been secure against corruption. The angels, brother, and the land sincere 1333. In which thou art, created may be called. Just as they are in their entire existence. But all the elements which thou hast named, and all those things which out of them are made, by a created virtue are informed. Created was the matter which they have. Created was the informing influence. Within these stars that round about them go, the soul of every brute and of the plants, by its potential temperament attracts the ray and motion of the holy lights. But your own life immediately inspires 1334. Supreme beneficence, and enamors it. So with herself, it evermore desires her. And thou from this mayst argue furthermore. Your resurrection, if thou think again. How human flesh was fashioned at that time. When the first parents both of them were made. Canto. Chapter 8. Ascent to the third heaven, or that of Venus, where are seen the spirits of lovers, Charles Martel. The world used in its peril to believe 1335. That the fair Cypria delirious love 1336. Rayed out, in the third epicycle turning. 1337. Wherefore not only unto her paid honor of sacrifices and of votive cry, the ancient nations in the ancient error, but both Dion honored they and Cupid 1338. That as her mother, this one as her son, and said that he had sat in Dido's lap. 1339. And they from her, whence I beginning take 1340. Took the denomination of the star. That woos the sun, now following, now in front. 1341. I was not ware of our ascending to it, but of our being in it gave full faith. My lady whom I saw more beauteous grow. And as within a flame a spark is seen, and as within a voice discerned. When one is steadfast, and one comes and goes. Within that light beheld I other lamps move in a circle, speeding more and less, methinks in measure of their inward vision. 1342. From a cold cloud descended never winds, or visible or not, so rapidly 1343. They would not laggard and impeded seem to anyone who had those lights divine seen come towards us, leaving the gyration begun at first in the high seraphim. 1344. And behind those that most in front appeared, sounded Hosanna, so that never since to hear again was I without desire. Then unto us more nearly one approached, and it alone began, we all are ready unto thy pleasure, that thou joy in us. We turn around with the celestial princes 1345. One gyre and one gyration and one thirst. To whom thou in the world of old didst say, ye who, intelligent, the third heaven are moving. 1346. And are so full of love, to pleasure thee. A little quiet will not be less sweet. After these eyes of mine themselves had offered 1347. Unto my lady reverently, and she, content and certain of herself, had made them. Back to the light they turned, which so great promise made of itself, and, say, who art thou? Was my voice, imprinted with a great affection. Oh how and how much I beheld it grow 1348. With the new joy that superadded was unto its joys, as soon as I had spoken. Thus changed, it said to me, the world possessed me 1349. Short time below, and, if it had been more, Much evil will be which would not have been. My gladness keepeth me concealed from thee, which rayeth round about me, and doth hide me, like as a creature swathed in its own silk. Much didst thou love me, and thou hadst good reason. For had I been below, I should have shown thee, somewhat beyond the foliage of my love, that left-hand margin, which doth bathe itself 1350 in Rhone, when it is mingled with the Sorgue. Me for its lord awaited in due time. And that horn of Ausonia, which is town 1351. With Bari, with Gaeta and Catona, whence Tronto and Verde in the sea disgorge. Already flashed upon my brow the crown of that dominion which the Danube waters 1352. After the German borders it abandons. And beautiful Trinacria, that is murky 1353. Twixt Pacino and Peloro, on the Gulf 1354. Which greatest scath from Eurus doth receive, not through Typhoeus, but through nascent sulphur 1355. Would have awaited her own monarch still. Through me from Charles descended and from Rudolph 1356. If evil lordship, that exasperates ever, the subject populations, had not moved Palermo to the outcry of death. Death, 1357. And if my brother could but this foresee 1358. The greedy poverty of Catalonia, straight would he flee, that it might not molest him. For verily, 'tis needful to provide through him or other, so that on his bark 1359 already freighted no more freight be placed. His nature, which from liberal covetous 1360 descended, such a soldiery would need, as should not care for hoarding in a chest. 1361. Because I do believe the lofty joy thy speech infuses into me, my lord, where every good thing doth begin and end 1362. Thou sayest as I see it, the more grateful is it to me. And this too hold I dear, that gazing upon God thou dost discern it. Glad hast thou made me, so make clear to me, since speaking thou hast stirred me up to doubt, how from sweet seed can bitter issue forth. This I to him, and he to me, if I can show to thee a truth, to what thou askest. Thy face thou lt hold as thou dost hold thy back. The good which all the realm thou art ascending 1363. Turns and contents, mocketh its providence, to be a power within these bodies vast. And not alone the natures are foreseen within the mind that in itself is perfect, but they together with their preservation. For whatsoever thing this bough shoots forth, falls foreordained unto an end foreseen, even as a shaft directed to its mark. If that were not, the heaven which thou dost walk would in such manner its effects produce, that they no longer would be arts, but ruins. This cannot be, if the intelligences that keep these stars in motion are not maimed, and maimed the first that has not made them perfect. Wilt thou this truth have clearer made to thee? And I, not so, for 'tis impossible that nature tire, I see, in what is needful. Whence he again, now say, would it be worse? For men on earth were they not citizens, 1364. Yes, I replied, and here I ask no reason. And can they be so, if below they live not diversely unto offices diverse? No, if your master writeth well for you, 1365. So came he with deductions to this point. Then he concluded, therefore it behoves the roots of your effects to be diverse. Hence one is Solon born, another Xerxes, 1366. Another Melchizedek, and another he who, flying through the air, his son did lose. Revolving nature, which a signet is to mortal wax, doth practice well her art, but not one in distinguish from another. 1367. Thence happens it that Esau differeth 1368. In seed from Jacob, and Quirinus comes 1369. From sire so vile that he is given to Mars. A generated nature its own way would always make like its progenitors. If providence divine were not triumphant. Now that which was behind thee is before thee. But that thou know that I with thee am pleased. With a corollary will I mantle thee. Evermore nature, if it fortune find discordant to it, like each other seed, out of its region, mocketh evil thrift. 1370. And if the world below would fix its mind on the foundation which is laid by nature, pursuing that, 'twould have the people good. But you unto religion wrench aside 1371. Him who was born to gird him with the sword, and make a king of him who is for sermons. Therefore your footsteps wander from the road. Canto. Chapter 9. Cunizza, Falco of Marseilles, and Rahab. Beautiful Clemence, after that thy Charles 1372 had me enlightened, he narrated to me the treacheries his seed should undergo, 1373. But said, be still and let the years roll round. So I can only say, that lamentation legitimate shall follow on your wrongs. And of that holy light the life already had to the sun which fills it turned again. As to that good which for each thing sufficeth. Ah, souls deceived, and creatures impious, who from such good do turn away your hearts, directing upon vanity your foreheads. And now, behold, another of those splendors approached me, and its will to pleasure me. It signified by brightening outwardly the eyes of Beatrice, that fastened were upon me, as before, of dear assent. To my desire assurance gave to me. Ah, bring swift compensation to my wish. Thou blessed Spirit, I said, and give me proof that what I think in thee I can reflect. Whereat the light, that still was new to me, 1374. Out of its depths, whence it before was singing, as one delighted to do good, continued within that region of the land depraved 1375. Of Italy, that lies between Rialto and fountainheads of Brenta and of Piave, rises a hill, and mounts not very high. 1376. Wherefrom descended formerly a torch that made upon that region great assault. Out of one root were born both I and it. Cunizza was I called, and here I shine 1377. Because the splendor of this star o'ercame me. 1378. But gladly to myself the cause I pardon 1379. Of my allotment, and it does not grieve me. Which would perhaps seem strong unto your vulgar. Of this so luculent and precious jewel, 1380. Which of our heaven is nearest unto me? Great fame remained, and ere it die away, this 100th year shall yet quintupled be. See if man ought to make him excellent, so that another life the first may leave. And thus thinks not the present multitude. Shut in by Adige and Tagliamento 1381. Nor yet for being scourged is penitent. But soon 'twill be that Padua in the marsh 1382 will change the water that Vicenza bathes. Because the folk are stubborn against duty. And where the Sile and Cagnano join 1383. One lordeth it, and goes with lofty head 1384. For catching whom e'en now the net is making. Feltro moreover of her impious pastor shall weep the crime, which shall so monstrous be 1385. That for the like none ever entered Malta. 1386. Ample exceedingly would be the vat. That of the Ferraries could hold the blood. And weary who should weigh it ounce by ounce. Of which this courteous priest shall make a gift 1387. To show himself a partisan. And such gifts will to the living of the land conform. 1388. Above us there are mirrors, thrones you call them, 1389. From which shines out on us God judicant. So that this utterance seems good to us. Here it was silent, and it had the semblance of being turned elsewhither, by the wheel, on which it entered as it was before. The other joy, already known to me, became a thing transplendent in my sight, as a fine ruby smitten by the sun. 1390. Through joy effulgence is acquired above. 1391. As here a smile, but down below, the shade outwardly darkens, as the mind is sad. God seeth all things, and in him, blessed Spirit. 1392. Thy sight is, said I, so that never will of his can possibly from thee be hidden. Thy voice, then, that forever makes the heavens. 1393. Glad, with the singing of those holy fires. 1394. Which of their 6 wings make themselves a cowl. Wherefore does it not satisfy my longings? Indeed, I would not wait thy questioning, if I in thee were as thou art in me. 1395. The greatest of the valleys where the water. 1396. Expands itself, forth with its words began. That sea accepted which the earth engarlands between discordant shores against the sun. 1397. Extends so far, that it meridian makes, where it was wont before to make the horizon. I was a dweller on that valley's shore, twixt Ebro and Magra that with journey short. 1398. Doth from the Tuscan part the Genoese, with the same sunset and same sunrise nearly sit Buggia and the city whence I was. 1399. That with its blood once made the harbor hot. 1400. Falco that people called me unto whom 1401. My name was known, and now with me this heaven imprints itself, as I did once with it. For more the daughter of Belus never burned. 1402. Offending both Sychaeus and Creusa. Then I, so long as it became my locks. Nor yet that Rhodophian, who deluded. 1403. Was by Demophoon, nor yet Alcides. 1404. When Iole he in his heart had locked. Yet here is no repenting, but we smile. 1405. Not at the fault, which comes not back to mind, but at the power which ordered and foresaw. Here we behold the art that doth adorn. 1406. With such affection, and the good discover, whereby the world above turns that below. But that thou wholly satisfied mayst bear thy wishes hence which in this sphere are born. Still farther to proceed behoveth me. Thou fain wouldst know who is within this light, that here beside me thus is scintillating, even as a sunbeam in the limpid water. Then know thou, that within there is at rest Rahab, and being to our order joined. 1407. With her in its supremest grade, 'tis sealed into this heaven, where ends the shadowy cone. 1408. Cast by your world, before all other souls. First of Christ's triumph was she taken up. 1409. Full meet it was to leave her in some heaven, even as a palm of the high victory, which he acquired with one palm and the other. 1410. Because she favored the first glorious deed. 1411. Of Joshua upon the Holy Land. 1412. That little stirs the memory of the Pope. Thy city, which an offshoot is of him. 1413. Who first upon his Maker turned his back, and whose ambition is so sorely wept, brings forth and scatters the accursed flower. 1414. Which both the sheep and lambs hath led astray, since it has turned the shepherd to a wolf. For this the Evangel and the mighty doctors. 1415. Are derelict, and only the decretals so studied that it shows upon their margins. On this are Pope and Cardinals intent. Their meditations reach not Nazareth. There where his pinions Gabriel unfolded. 1416. But Vatican and the other parts elect of Rome, which have a cemetery been unto the soldiery that followed Peter, shall soon be free from this adultery. Canto. Chapter 10. The fourth heaven, or that of the Son, where are seen the spirits of theologians and fathers of the Church, St. Thomas Aquinas, looking into his Son with all the love 1417. Which each of them eternally breathes forth. 1418. The primal and unutterable power. Whatever before the mind or eye revolves, with so much order made, there can be none who this beholds without enjoying him. Lift up then, reader, to the lofty wheels, with me thy vision straight unto that part, where the one motion on the other strikes. 1419. And there begin to contemplate with joy that master's art, who in himself so loves it, that never doth his eye depart therefrom. Behold how from that point goes branching off the oblique circle, which conveys the planets, 1420. To satisfy the world that calls upon them. And if their pathway were not thus inflected, 1421. Much virtue in the heavens would be in vain. And almost every power below here dead. If from the straight line distant more or less were the departure, much would wanting be above and underneath of mundane order. Remain now, reader, still upon thy bench, in thought pursuing that which is foretaste. If thou wouldst jocund be instead of weary, I've set before thee. Henceforth feed thyself, for to itself diverteth all my care. That theme whereof I have been made the scribe, the greatest of the ministers of nature, 1422. Who with the power of heaven the world imprints, and measures with his light the time for us. With that part which above is called to mind, 1423. Conjoined, along the spirals was revolving, 1424. Where each time earlier he presents himself. And I was with him, but of the ascending I was not conscious, saving as a man. Of a first thought is conscious ere it come. And Beatrice, she who is seen to pass from good to better, and so suddenly, that not by time her action is expressed. How lucent in herself must she have been! And what was in the sun, wherein I entered? Apparent not by color but by light. Though I call on genius, art, and practice, cannot so tell that it could be imagined. Believe one can, and let him long to see it. And if our fantasies too lowly are, for altitude so great, it is no marvel. Since o'er the sun was never I could go. 1425. Such in this place was the fourth family of the High Father, who forever sates it, showing how he breathes forth and how begets. 1426. And Beatrice began, give thanks, unto the Son of Angels, who to this sensible one has raised thee by his grace. Never was heart of mortal so disposed to worship, nor to give itself to God. With all its gratitude was it so ready, as at those words did I myself become. And all my love was so absorbed in him, that in oblivion Beatrice was eclipsed. Nor this displeased her, but she smiled at it, so that the splendor of her laughing eyes my single mind on many things divided. Lights many saw I, vivid and triumphant, make us a center and themselves a circle, more sweet in voice than luminous in aspect. Thus girt about the daughter of Latona 1427. We sometimes see, when pregnant is the air, so that it holds the thread which makes her zone. Within the court of heaven, whence I return, are many jewels found, so fair and precious, they cannot be transported from the realm. And of them was the singing of those lights, Who takes not wings that he may fly up thither? The tidings thence may from the dumb await. As soon as singing thus those burning suns had round about us whirled themselves 3 times, like unto stars neighboring the steadfast poles. Ladies they seemed, not from the dance released, but who stop short, in silence listening, till they have gathered the new melody. And within one I heard beginning, when 1428, the radiance of grace, by which is kindled true love, and which thereafter grows by loving, within thee multiplied is so resplendent, that it conducts thee upward by that stair, where without reascending none descends. 1429. Who should deny the wine out of his vial? Unto thy thirst, in liberty were not 1430. Except as water which descends not seaward. Fain wouldst thou know with what plants is inflowered this garland that encircles with delight the lady fair who makes thee strong for heaven. Of the lambs was I of the holy flock, which Dominic conducteth by a road, where well one fattens if he strayeth not. He who is nearest to me on the right, my brother and master was. And he Albertus 1431. Is of Cologne, I Thomas of Aquinum. 1432. If thou of all the others wouldst be certain, follow behind my speaking with thy sight, upward along the blessed garland turning, that next effulgence issues from the smile of Gratian, who assisted both the courts 1433. In such wise that it pleased in paradise. The other which near by adorns our choir. That Peter was who, e'en as the poor widow, 1434. Offered his treasure unto holy church. The 5th light, that among us is the fairest 1435. Breathes forth from such a love, that all the world below is greedy to learn tidings of it. 1436. Within it is the lofty mind, where knowledge so deep was put, that, if the true be true, to see so much there never rose a second. Thou sayest next the lustre of that taper, 1437. Which in the flesh below looked most within. The angelic nature and its ministry. Within that other little light is smiling. The advocate of the Christian centuries, 1438. Out of whose rhetoric Augustine was furnished. Now if thou trainest thy mind's eye along, from light to light pursuant of my praise, with thirst already of the 8th thou waitest, by seeing every good therein exults. The sainted soul, which the fallacious world 1439 makes manifest to him who listeneth well. The body whence 'twas hunted forth is lying down in Ciildoro, and from martyrdom 1440. And banishment it came unto this peace. See farther onward flame the burning breath of Isidore, of Beda, and of Richard 1441. Who was in contemplation more than man. This, whence to me returneth thy regard. The light is of a spirit unto whom in his grave meditations death seemed slow. 1442. It is the light eternal of Sigier 1443. Who, reading lectures in the street of Straw 1444. Did syllogize invidious verities. 1445. Then, as a horologe that calleth us, what time the bride of God is rising up, with matins to her spouse that he may love her, wherein one part the other draws and urges. Ting! Ting! Resounding with so sweet a note, that swells with love the spirit well disposed. Thus I beheld the glorious will move round, and render voice to voice, in modulation and sweetness that cannot be comprehended. 1446. Excepting there where joy is made eternal. Canto. Chapter 11. Saint Thomas Aquinas recounts the life of Saint Francis. O thou insensate care of mortal men, 1447. How inconclusive are the syllogisms, that make thee beat thy wings in downward flight. One after laws and one to aphorisms 1448. Was going, and one following the priesthood. And one to reign by force or sophistry. And one in theft, and one in state affairs. One in the pleasures of the flesh involved. Wearied himself, one gave himself to ease. When I, from all these things emancipate. With Beatrice above there in the heavens. With such exceeding glory was received. When each one had returned unto that point. Within the circle where it was before. It stood as in a candlestick a candle. And from within the effulgence which at first 1449 had spoken unto me, I heard begin. Smiling while it more luminous became. Even as I am kindled in its ray. So. Looking into the eternal light 1450. The occasion of thy thoughts I apprehend. Thou doubtest, and wouldst have me to re-sift. In language so extended and so open. My speech, that to thy sense it may be plain. Where just before I said, where well one fattens. 1451. And where I said, there never rose a second. 1452. And here, 'tis needful we distinguish well. The providence, which governeth the world. With counsel, wherein all created vision is vanquished ere it reach unto the bottom. So that towards her own beloved might go. The bride of him who, uttering a loud cry 1453. Espoused her with his consecrated blood. Self-confident and unto him more faithful. 1454. Two princes did ordain in her behoof 1455. Which on this side and that might be her guide. The one was all seraphical in ardor, 1456. The other by his wisdom upon earth. A splendor was of light cherubical. One will I speak of, for of both is spoken 1457. In praising one, whichever may be taken. Because unto one end their labors were. Between Tupino and the stream that falls 1458. Down from the hill elect of blessed Ubald. A fertile slope of lofty mountain hangs. From which Perugia feels the cold and heat. Through Porta Sol, and behind it weep. Gualdo and Nocera their grievous yoke. From out that slope, there where it breaketh most. Its steepness, rose upon the world a sun 1459. As this one does sometimes from out the Ganges. 1460. Therefore let him who speaketh of that place say not Assisi, for he would say little 1461. But Orient, if he properly would speak. He was not yet far distant from his rising. Before he had begun to make the earth. Some comfort from his mighty virtue feel. For he in youth his father's wrath incurred. For certain dame, to whom, as unto death 1462. The gate of pleasure no one doth unlock. And was before his spiritual court 1463. E coram pater unto her united. Then day by day more fervently he loved her. She, reft of her first husband, scorned, obscure. 1100 years and more 1464. Waited without a suitor till he came. Naught it availed to hear, that with Amyclas 1465. Found her unmoved at sounding of his voice. He who struck terror into all the world. Naught it availed being constant and undaunted. So that, when Mary still remained below. She mounted up with Christ upon the cross. But that too darkly I may not proceed. Francis and poverty for these two lovers 1466. Take thou henceforward in my speech diffuse. Their concord and their joyous semblances. The love, the wonder, and the sweet regard. They made to be the cause of holy thoughts. So much so that the venerable Bernard 1467. First bared his feet, and after so great peace. Ran, and, in running, thought himself too slow. O wealth unknown! O veritable good! Giles bears his feet, and bears his feet Sylvester 1468. Behind the bridegroom, so doth please the bride. Then goes his way that father and that master. He and his lady and that family. Which now was girding on the humble cord. Nor cowardice of heart weighed down his brow. At being son of Peter Bernard 1469. Nor for appearing marvellously scorned. But regally his hard determination. To innocent he opened, and from him received the primal seal upon his order. 1470. After the people mendicant increased. Behind this man, whose admirable life, better and glory of the heavens were sung. 1471. Incoronated with a second crown. Was through Honorius by the eternal Spirit 1472. The holy purpose of this archimandrite. 1473. And when he had, through thirst of martyrdom, in the proud presence of the Sultan preached 1474. Christ and the others who came after him. And, finding for conversion too unripe, the folk, and not to tarry there in vain 1475. Returned to fruit of the italic grass. On the rude rock, twixt Tiber and the Arno 1476. From Christ did he receive the final seal, which during 2 whole years his members bore. When he, who chose him unto so much good, was pleased to draw him up to the reward that he had merited by being lowly unto his friars, as to the rightful heirs. His most dear lady did he recommend, and bade that they should love her faithfully. And from her bosom the illustrious soul wished to depart, returning to its realm, and for its body wished no other bier. 1477. Think now what man was he, who was a fit 1478. Companion over the high seas to keep the bark of Peter to its proper bearings. And this man was our patriarch. Hence whoever doth follow him as he commands can see that he is laden with good merchandise. But for new pasturage his flock has grown so greedy, that it is impossible they be not scattered over fields diverse, and in proportion as his sheep remote and vagabond go farther off from him, more void of milk return they to the fold. Verily some there are that fear a hurt, and keep close to the shepherd, but so few that little cloth doth furnish forth their hoods. Now if my utterance be not indistinct, if thine own hearing hath attentive been, if thou recall to mind what I have said, in part contented shall thy wishes be. For thou shalt see the plant that's chipped away, 1479. And the rebuke that lieth in the words, 1480. Where well one fattens, if he strayeth not. Canto. Chapter 12. St. Bonaventura recounts the life of Saint Dominic. Soon as the blessed flame had taken up 1481. The final word to give it utterance. Began the holy millstone to revolve 1482. And in its gyre had not turned wholly round, before another in a ring enclosed it. And motion joined to motion, song to song. Song that as greatly doth transcend our muses, our sirens, in those dulcet clarions. As primal splendor that which is reflected, and as are spanned athwart a tender cloud. 2 rainbows parallel and like in color, 1483. When Juno to her handmaid gives command, 1484. The one without born of the one within. Like to the speaking of that vagrant one 1485. Whom love consumed as doth the sun the vapors. And make the people hear, through covenant 1486. God set with Noah, presageful of the world, that shall no more be covered with a flood. In such wise of those sempiternal roses, the garlands twain encompassed us about. And thus the outer to the inner answered. After the dance, and other grand rejoicings, both of the singing, and the flaming forth, Effulgence with effulgence blithe and tender. Together, at once, with one accord had stopped. Even as the eyes, that, as volition moves them, must needs together shut and lift themselves. Out of the heart of one of the new lights there came a voice. That needle to the star made me appear in turning thitherward. And it began, the love that makes me fair 1487. Draws me to speak about the other leader 1488. By whom so well is spoken here of mine. 'Tis right, where one is, to bring in the other 1489. That, as they were united in their warfare, together likewise may their glory shine. The soldiery of Christ, which it had cost so dear to arm again, behind the standard 1490. Moved slow and doubtful and in numbers few. When the Emperor who reigneth evermore provided for the host that was in peril. Through grace alone and not that it was worthy. And, as was said, he to his bride brought succor 1491. With champions twain, at whose deed, at whose word, the straggling people were together drawn. Within that region where the sweet west wind 1492 rises to open the new leaves, wherewith Europe is seen to clothe herself afresh. Not far off from the beating of the waves, behind which in his long career the sun sometimes conceals himself from every man, is situate the fortunate Kalahora. 1493. Under protection of the mighty shield 1494. In which the lion subject is and sovereign. Therein was born the amorous paramour 1495. Of Christian faith, the athlete consecrate. Kind to his own and cruel to his foes. And when it was created was his mind 1496. Replete with such a living energy, that in his mother her it made prophetic. 1497. As soon as the espousals were complete, between him and the faith at holy font, where they with mutual safety dowered each other, the woman, who for him had given assent. 1498. Saw in a dream the admirable fruit, that issue would from him and from his heirs, and that he might be construed as he was. A spirit from this place went forth to name him, with his possessive whose he wholly was. 1499. Dominic was he called. And him I speak of 1500. Even as of the husbandman whom Christ elected to his garden to assist him. Envoy and servant sooth he seemed of Christ. For the first love made manifest in him was the first counsel that was given by Christ. 1501. Silent and wakeful many a time was he, discovered by his nurse upon the ground, as if he would have said, for this I came. O thou his father, Felix verily. 1502. O thou his mother, verily Joanna. If this, interpreted, means as is said, not for the world which people toil for now, in following Ostiance and Taddeo 1503, but through his longing after the true manna, he in short time became so great a teacher, that he began to go about the vineyard, which feedeth soon, if faithless be the dresser, and of the sea, that once was more benignant 1504. Unto the righteous poor, not through itself, but him who sits there and degenerates, 1505. Not to dispense or 2 or 3 for 6. 1506. Not any fortune of first vacancy. Non decimas quae sunt pauperum Dei. He asked for, but against the errant world, permission to do battle for the seed, of which these 24 plants surround thee. Then with the doctrine and the will together, with office apostolical he moved, like torrent which some lofty vein outpresses, and in among the shoots heretical, his impetus with greater fury smote, wherever the resistance was the greatest. Of him were made thereafter diverse runnels, whereby the garden Catholic is watered. So that more living its plantations stand. If such the one wheel of the Bygah was 1507. In which the Holy Church itself defended. And in the field its civic battle won. Truly full manifest should be to thee the excellence of the other, unto whom Thomas so courteous was before my coming. But still the orbit, which the highest part 1508 of its circumference made, is derelict. So that the mold is where was once the crust. 1509. His family, that had straightforward moved, with feet upon his footprints, are turned round, so that they set the point upon the heel. 1510. And soon aware they will be of the harvest of this bad husbandry, when shall the tares complain the granary is taken from them. 1511. Yet say I, he who searcheth leaf by leaf 1512. Our volume through, would still some page discover, where he could read, I am as I am wont. 'Twill not be from Casale nor Aquasparta 1513. From whence comes such unto the written word? That one avoids it, and the other narrows. Bonaventura of Bagnaregio's Life 1514. Am I, who always in great offices postponed consideration sinister. Here are Illuminato and Agostino 1515. Who of the first barefooted beggars were, that with the cord the friends of God became. Hugh of Saint Victor is among them here 1516. And Peter Mangiador, and Peter of Spain 1517. Who down below in volumes 12 is shining. Nathan the Seer, and Metropolitan 1518. Chrysostom, and Anselmus, and Donatus 1519. Who deigned to lay his hand to the first art. Here is Rabanus, and beside me here 1520. Shines the Calabrian abbot Joachim 1521. He with the spirit of prophecy endowed, to celebrate so great a paladin, have moved me the impassioned courtesy, and the discreet discourses of Friar Thomas. And with me they have moved this company. Canto. Chapter 13. Of the Wisdom of Solomon. Let him imagine, who would well conceive 1522. What now I saw, and let him while I speak retain the image as a steadfast rock. The 15 stars, that in their divers regions the sky enliven with a light so great, that it transcends all clusters of the air. Let him the wane imagine unto which 1523. Our vault of heaven sufficeth night and day, so that in turning of its pole it fails not. Let him the mouth imagine of the horn 1524. That in the point beginneth of the axis, round about which the primal will revolves. To have fashioned of themselves two signs in heaven, like unto that which Minos' daughter made 1525. The moment when she felt the frost of death, and one to have its rays within the other, and both to whirl themselves in such a manner, that one should forward go, the other backward. And he will have some shadowing forth of that true constellation and the double dance that circled round the point at which I was. Because it is as much beyond our wont, as swifter than the motion of the Chiana 1526. Moveth the heaven that all the rest outspeeds. 1527. There sang they neither Bacchus, nor Apollo, but in the divine nature persons three, and in one person the divine and human. The singing and the dance fulfilled their measure, and unto us those holy lights gave need, growing in happiness from care to care. Then broke the silence of those saints concordant, the light in which the admirable life 1528 of God's own mendicant was told to me, and said, now that one straw is trodden out 1529, now that its seed is garnered up already, sweet love invites me to thresh out the other. Into that bosom, thou believest, whence 1530 was drawn the rib to form the beauteous cheek, whose taste to all the world is costing dear. And into that which, by the lance transfixed. 1531. Before and since, such satisfaction made, that it weighs down the balance of all sin. Whatever of light it has to human nature been lawful to possess was all infused by the same power that both of them created. And hence at what I said above dost wonder, when I narrated that no second had the good which in the fifth light is enclosed. 1532. Now ope thine eyes to what I answer thee, and thou shalt see thy creed and my discourse fit in the truth as center in a circle. That which can die, and that which dieth not, 1533, are nothing but the splendor of the idea, which by his love our Lord brings into being. Because that living light, which from its fount 1534 effulgent flows, so that it disunites not from him nor from the love in them enshrined, through its own goodness reunites its rays 1535. In 9 subsistences, as in a mirror, itself eternally remaining one. Thence it descends to the last potencies 1536. Downward from act to act becoming such, that only brief contingencies it makes. And these contingencies I hold to be 1537. Things generated, which the heaven produces by its own motion, with seed and without. Neither their wax, nor that which tempers it, 1538. Remains immutable, and hence beneath the ideal signet more and less shines through. Therefore it happens, that the selfsame tree after its kind bears worse and better fruit. And ye are born with characters diverse. If in perfection tempered were the wax, 1539. And were the heaven in its supremest virtue, the brilliance of the seal would all appear. But nature gives it ever more deficient. In the like manner working as the artist, who has the skill of art and hand that trembles. If then the fervent love, the vision clear, 1540. Of primal virtue do dispose and seal, perfection absolute is there acquired. Thus was of old the earth created worthy of all and every animal perfection. And thus the Virgin was impregnate made. So that thine own opinion I commend, that human nature never yet has been, nor will be, what it was in those two persons. Now if no farther forth I should proceed, then in what way was he without a peer, 1541. Would be the first beginning of thy words. But, that may well appear what now appears not. Think who he was, and what occasion moved him to make request, when it was told him, ask. 1542. I've not so spoken that thou canst not see. Clearly he was a king who asked for wisdom, that he might be sufficiently a king. 'Twas not to know the number in which are the motors here above, or if necess 1543. With a contingent ere necess make 1544. Non si est der primum modum esse. 1545. Or if in semicircle can be made triangle so that it have no right angle. 1546. Whence, if thou notest this and what I said, 1547. A regal prudence is that peerless seeing 1548. In which the shaft of my intention strikes. And if on rose thou turnest thy clear eyes, thou lt see that it has reference alone to kings who are many, and the good are rare. With this distinction take thou what I said, and thus it can consist with thy belief of the first Father and of our delight. And lead shall this be always to thy feet, to make thee, like a weary man, move slowly, both to the yes and no thou sayest not. For very low among the fools is he who affirms without distinction, or denies, as well in one as in the other case. Because it happens that full often bends current opinion in the false direction, and then the feelings bind the intellect Far more than uselessly he leaves the shore. Since he returneth not the same he went. Who fishes for the truth, and has no skill. And in the world proofs manifest thereof. Parmenides, Melissus, Brisus are, 1549. And many who went on and knew not whither. Thus did Sibelius, Arius, and those fools 1550. Who have been even as swords unto the Scriptures 1551. In rendering distorted their straight faces. Nor yet shall people be too confident. In judging, even as he is who doth count. The corn in field or ever it be ripe. For I have seen all winter long the thorn. First show itself intractable and fierce. And after bear the rose upon its top. And I have seen a ship direct and swift. Run o'er the sea throughout its course entire. To perish at the harbor's mouth at last. Let not Dame Bertha nor Sir Martin think, 1552. Seeing one steal, another offering make. To see them in the arbitrament divine, 1553. For one may rise, and fall the other may. Canto. Chapter 14. The fifth heaven, or that of Mars, where are seen the spirits of martyrs, and of crusaders who died fighting for the true faith, the celestial cross. From center unto rim, from rim to center, 1554. In a round vase the water moves itself, 1555. As from without, 'tis struck or from within. Into my mind upon a sudden dropped. What I am saying, at the moment when silent became the glorious life of Thomas. 1556. Because of the resemblance that was born of his discourse and that of Beatrice. Whom, after him, it pleased thus to begin. This man has need, and does not tell you so. Nor with the voice, nor even in his thought. Of going to the root of one truth more. Declare unto him if the light wherewith blossoms your substance shall remain with you. Eternally the same that it is now. And if it do remain, say in what manner. After ye are again made visible. It can be that it injure not your sight. As by a greater gladness urged and drawn. They who are dancing in a ring sometimes uplift their voices and their motions quicken. So, at that orison devout and prompt, the holy circles a new joy displayed. In their revolving and their wondrous song. Whoso lamenteth him that here we die. That we may live above, has never there seen the refreshment of the eternal reign. The 1 and 2 and 3 whoever liveth, 1557. And reigneth ever in 3 and 2 and 1. Not circumscribed and all things circumscribing. 3 several times was chanted by each one. Among those spirits, with such melody. That for all merit it were just reward. And, in the lustre most divine of all. The lesser ring, I heard a modest voice, 1558. Such as perhaps the angels was to Mary. Answer, as long as the festivity of paradise shall be. So long our love shall radiate round about us such a vesture. Its brightness is proportioned to the ardor to the vision, and the vision equals what grace it has above its worth. When, glorious and sanctified, our flesh is reassumed, then shall our persons be more pleasing by their being all complete. For will increase whatever bestows on us of light gratuitous the good supreme. Light which enables us to look on him. Therefore the vision must perforce increase. Increase the ardor which from that is kindled. Increase the radiance which from this proceeds. But even as a coal that sends forth flame, and by its vivid whiteness overpowers it, so that its own appearance it maintains. Thus the effulgence that surrounds us now shall be o'erpowered in aspect by the flesh, which still today the earth doth cover up. Nor can so great a splendor weary us. For strong will be the organs of the body to everything which hath the power to please us. So sudden and alert appeared to me. Both one and the other choir to say Amen. That well they showed desire for their dead bodies. Nor soul for them perhaps, but for the mothers, the fathers, and the rest who had been dear. Or ever they became eternal flames. And lo! All round about of equal brightness arose a lustre over what was there, like an horizon that is clearing up. And as at rise of early eve begin along the welkin new appearances, so that the sight seems real and unreal. It seemed to me that new subsistences 1559 began there to be seen, and make a circle outside the other two circumferences. Oh, very sparkling of the Holy Spirit! How sudden and incandescent it became! Unto mine eyes, that vanquished bore it not. But Beatrice so beautiful and smiling appeared to me, that with the other sights that followed not my memory I must leave her. Then to uplift themselves mine eyes resumed the power, and I beheld myself translated to higher salvation with my lady only. Well was I aware that I was more uplifted by the enkindled smiling of the star 1560. That seemed to me more ruddy than its wont. 1561. With all my heart, and in that dialect 1562. Which is the same in all, such holocaust. To God I made as the new grace beseemed. And not yet from my bosom was exhausted the ardor of sacrifice, before I knew this offering was accepted and auspicious. For with so great a lustre and so red splendors appeared to me in twofold rays. I said, O Helios, who dost so adorn them. 1563. Even as distinct with less and greater lights glimmers between the two poles of the world. The galaxy that mocketh wise men doubt 1564. Thus constellated in the depths of Mars. Those rays described the venerable sign 1565. That quadrants joining in a circle make. Here doth my memory overcome my genius. For on that cross as leaven gleamed forth Christ 1566. So that I cannot find ensample worthy. But he who takes his cross and follows Christ again will pardon me what I omit. Seeing in that aurora lighten Christ from horn to horn, and, twixt the top and base 1567. Lights were in motion, brightly scintillating. As they together met and passed each other. Thus level and aslant and swift and slow 1568. We here behold, renewing still the sight. The particles of bodies long and short. Across the sunbeam move. Wherewith is listed. Sometimes the shade, which for their own defense people with cunning and with art contrive. And as a lute and harp, accordant strung. With many strings, a dulcet tinkling make. To him by whom the notes are not distinguished. So from the lights that there to me appeared. Upgathered through the cross a melody. Which rapt me, not distinguishing the hymn. Well was I where it was of lofty laud. Because there came to me, Arise and Conquer, 1569. As unto him who hears and comprehends not. So much enamored I became therewith. That until then there was not anything. That error had fettered me with such sweet bonds. Perhaps my word appears somewhat too bold. Postponing the delight of those fair eyes. Into which gazing my desire has rest. But who bethinks him that the living seals 1570 of every beauty grow in power ascending? And that I there had not turned round to those 1571. Can me excuse? If I myself accuse. To excuse myself, and see that I speak truly. For here the holy joy is not disclosed. Because ascending it becomes more pure. 1572. Canto. Chapter 15. Cacciaguida, Florence in the olden time. A will benign, in which reveals itself 1573. Ever the love that righteously inspires. As in the iniquitous cupidity. Silence imposed upon that dulcet lyre. And quieted the consecrated chords. That heaven's right hand doth tighten and relax. How unto just entreaty shall be deaf those substances, which, to give me desire of praying them, with one accord grew silent? 'Tis well that without end he should lament, who for the love of thing that doth not last, eternally despoils him of that love. As through the pure and tranquil evening air, there shoots from time to time a sudden fire, moving the eyes that steadfast were before, and seems to be a star that changeth place, except that in the part where it is kindled, nothing is missed, and this endureth little. So from the horn that to the right extends, unto that cross's foot there ran a star, out of the constellation shining there. Nor was the gem dissevered from its ribbon, 1574. But down the radiant fillet ran along, so that fire seemed it behind alabaster. 1575. Thus piteous did Anchises' shade reach forward, 1576. If any faith our greatest muse deserve, when in Elysium he his son perceived. O sanguis meus, O superinfusa 1577. Gratia Dei, sicit tibi, cui. Bis unquam celi janua reclusa. Thus that effulgence, whence I gave it heed. Then round unto my lady turned my sight, and on this side and that was stupefied. For in her eyes was burning such a smile, that with mine own methought I touched the bottom, both of my grace and of my paradise. Then, pleasant to the hearing and the sight, the spirit joined to its beginning things. I understood not, so profound it spake. Nor did it hide itself from me by choice, but by necessity, for its conception above the mark of mortal set itself. And when the bow of burning sympathy was so far slackened, that its speech descended towards the mark of our intelligence, the first thing that was understood by me was, Benedict be thou, O trine and one, who hast unto my seed so courteous been. And it continued, hunger long and grateful, 1578. Drawn from the reading of the mighty volume 1579. Wherein is never changed the white nor dark. Thou hast appeased, my son, within this light, in which I speak to thee, by grace of her, who to this lofty flight with plumage clothed thee. Thou thinkest that to me thy thought doth pass from him who is the first, as from the unit, 1580. If that be known, ray out the 5 and 6. And therefore who I am thou askest not, and why I seem more joyous unto thee than any other of this gladsome crowd. Thou think'st the truth, because the small and great 1581 of this existence look into the mirror, wherein, before thou think'st, thy thought thou showest, but that the sacred love, in which I watch, with sight perpetual, and which makes me thirst with sweet desire, may better be fulfilled. Now let thy voice secure and frank and glad proclaim the wishes, the desire proclaim, to which my answer is decreed already. To Beatrice I turned me, and she heard before I spake, and smiled to me a sign that made the wings of my desire increase. Then in this wise began I, love and knowledge. When on you dawned the first equality, 1582. Of the same weight for each of you became. For in the sun, which lighted you and burned with heat and radiance, they so equal are, that all similitudes are insufficient. But among mortals will and argument, 1583. For reason that to you is manifest, diversely feathered in their pinions are. Whence I, who mortal am, feel in myself this inequality. So give not thanks, save in my heart, for this paternal welcome. Truly do I entreat thee, living topaz, 1584. Set in this precious jewel as a gem, that thou wilt satisfy me with thy name. O leaf of mine, in whom I pleasure took. E'en while awaiting, I was thine own root. 1585. Such a beginning he in answer made me. Then said to me, that one from whom is named 1586. Thy race, and who 100 years and more has circled round the mount on the first cornice. A son of mine and thy great-grandsire was. Well it behoves thee that the long fatigue thou shouldst for him make shorter with thy works. Florence, within the ancient boundary 1587. From which she taketh still her tierce and nones 1588. Abode in quiet, temperate and chaste. 1589. No golden chain she had, nor coronal 1590. Nor ladies shod with sandal shoon, nor girdle that caught the eye more than the person did. 1591. Not yet the daughter at her birth struck fear into the father, for the time and dower did not o'er this side or that the measure. No houses had she void of families. Not yet had thither come Sardanapalus to show what in a chamber can be done. 1592. Not yet surpassed had Monte Malo been 1593. By your Uxalatojo, which surpassed 1594. Shall in its downfall be as in its rise. Belintian Berti saw I go begirt 1595. With leather and with bone, and from the mirror. His dame depart without a painted face. And him of Nerli saw, and him of Vecchio 1596. Contented with their simple suits of buff. And with the spindle and the flax their dames. O fortunate women! And each one was certain of her own burial place, and none as yet, for sake of France, was in her bed deserted. 1597. One o'er the cradle kept her studious watch. And in her lullaby the language used that first delights the fathers and the mothers. Another, drawing tresses from her distaff, told o'er among her family the tales of Trojans and of Fiesole and Rome. As great a marvel then would have been held. Aleppo Saltarello, a Cyangella 1598. As Cincinnatus or Cornelia now. 1599. To such a quiet, such a beautiful life of the citizen, to such a safe community, and to so sweet an inn, did Mary give me, with loud cries invoked. 1600. And in your ancient baptistry at once 1601. Christian and Cacciaguida I became. 1602. Morontu was my brother, and Eliseo. From Val di Paddo came to me my wife, 1603. And from that place thy surname was derived. I followed afterward the Emperor Conrad, 1604. And he begirt me of his chivalry, 1605. So much I pleased him with my noble deeds. I followed in his train against that law's iniquity, whose people doth usurp 1606. Your just possession, through your pastor's fault. Thereby that execrable race was I released from bonds of the fallacious world, the love of which defileth many souls, and came from martyrdom unto this peace. Canto. Chapter 16. Cacciaguida's Discourse of the Great Florentines. O thou our poor nobility of blood, 1607. If thou dost make the people glory in thee, down here where our affection languishes, a marvellous thing it ne'er will be to me. For there where appetite is not perverted, I say in heaven, of thee I made a boast. Truly thou art a cloak that quickly shortens, so that unless we piece thee day by day, time goeth round about thee with his shears. With you, which Rome was first to tolerate, 1608. Wherein her family less perseveres. Yet once again my words beginning made Whence Beatrice, who stood somewhat apart, smiling, appeared like unto her who coughed 1609. At the first failing writ of Guinevere. And I began, you are my ancestor. You give to me all hardihood to speak. You lift me so that I am more than I. So many rivulets with gladness fill my mind, that of itself it makes a joy 1610. Because it can endure this and not burst. Then tell me, my beloved root ancestral. Who were your ancestors, and what the years that in your boyhood chronicled themselves? Tell me about the sheepfold of St. John, 1611. How large it was, and who the people were. Within it worthy of the highest seats. As at the blowing of the winds a coal quickens to flame, so I beheld that light become resplendent at my blandishments. And as unto mine eyes it grew more fair, with voice more sweet and tender, but not in this modern dialect, it said to me, 1612. From uttering of the Ave till the birth 1613. In which my mother, who is now a saint, of me was lightened who had been her burden. Unto its lion had this fire returned 550 times and 30 more. To rain flame itself beneath his paw. My ancestors and I our birthplace had. Where first is found the last ward of the city 1614. By him who runneth in your annual game. 1615. Suffice it of my elders to hear this. But who they were, and whence they thither came. Silence is more considerate than speech. All those who at that time were there between Mars and the Baptist, fit for bearing arms, 1616. Were a fifth part of those who now are living. But the community, that now is mixed with Campi and Certaldo and Figheim, 1617. Pure in the lowest artisan was seen. Oh, how much better 'twere to have as neighbors the folk of whom I speak, and at Galuzzo 1618. And at Trespiano have your boundary. Then have them in the town. And bear the stench of a Guglione's churl, and him of Signa 1619. Who has sharp eyes for trickery already. Had not the folk, which most of all the world 1620. Degenerates, been a step-dame unto Caesar. But as a mother to her son benignant. Some who turn Florentines, and trade and discount. Would have gone back again to Cimofont 1621. There where their grandsires went about as beggars. At Montemerlo still would be the counts, 1622. The Cerci in the parish of Acone, 1623. Perhaps in Valdegrive the Buondelmonti. 1624. Ever the intermingling of the people has been the source of malady in cities. As in the body food it surfeits on. And a blind bull more headlong plunges down 1625. Than a blind lamb, and very often cuts. Better and more a single sword than 5. 1626. If Luni thou regard, and Urbisaglia, 1627. How they have passed away, and how are passing. Chiusi and Sinigaglia after them, 1628. To hear how races waste themselves away. 1629. Will seem to thee no novel thing nor hard. Seeing that even cities have an end. 1630. All things of yours have their mortality, 1631. Even as yourselves, but it is hidden in some. That a long while endure, and lives are short. 1632. And as the turning of the lunar heaven covers and bears the shores without a pause. In the like manner fortune does with Florence. Therefore should not appear a marvelous thing. What I shall say of the great Florentine 1633. Of whom the fame is hidden in the past. I saw the Uggi, saw the Catalini. Philippi, Grisi, Ormani, and Alberici. Even in their fall illustrious citizens. And saw, as mighty as they ancient were. With him of Lasanella him of Arca. And Soldanier, Ardingi, and Bostici. 1634. Near to the gate that is at present Leyden. With a new felony of so much weight 1635. That soon it shall be jetsam from the bark. The Ravignani were. From whom descended the County Guido, and who are the name 1636. Of the great Belintian since hath taken. 1637. He of La Presa knew the art of ruling. Already, and already Galligajo had hilt and pommel gilded in his house. 1638. Mighty already was the column-vare, 1639. Sacchetti, Giuochi, Fifant, and Barucci. And Galli, and they who for the bushel blush. 1640. The stock from which were the Calfucci born was great already, and already chosen. To curule chairs the Sitzii and Arrigucci. Oh, how beheld I those who are undone 1641. By their own pride. And how the balls of gold 1642. Florence inflowered in all their mighty deeds. So likewise did the ancestors of those 1643. Who evermore, when vacant is your church, fatten by staying in consistory. The insolent race, that like a dragon follows 1644. Whoever flees, and unto him that shows his teeth or purse is gentle as a lamb. Already rising was, but from low people. So that it pleased not Ubertin Donato 1645. That his wife's father should make him their kin. Already had Caponsacco to the market 1646. From Fiesole descended, and already Jutta and Infangato were good burghers. I'll tell a thing incredible, but true. 1647. One entered the small circuit by a gate, which from the Della Pera took its name. Each one that bears the beautiful escutcheon 1648. Of the great baron whose renown and name the festival of Thomas keepeth fresh. Knighthood and privilege from him received. 1649. Though with the populace unites himself. Today the man who binds it with a border. Already were Gualterati and Import Uni. And still more quiet would the Borgo be 1650. If with new neighbors it remained unfed. The house from which is born your lamentation, 1651. Through just disdain that death among you brought, and put an end unto your joyous life, was honored in itself and its companions. O Boindlemont, how in evil hour 1652. Thou fledst the bridle at another's promptings. Many would be rejoicing who are sad, 1653. If God had thee surrendered to the Emma, the first time that thou camest to the city. But it behoved the mutilated stone 1654. Which guards the bridge, that Florence should provide a victim in her latest hour of peace. With all these families, and others with them, Florence beheld I in so great repose, that no occasion had she whence to weep. With all these families beheld so just and glorious her people, that the lily never upon the spear was placed reversed, 1655. Nor by division was vermilion made. 1656. Canto. Chapter 17. Cacciaguida's prophecy of Dante's banishment. As came to Clymene, to be made certain 1657. Of that which he had heard against himself 1658. He who makes fathers cherry still to children 1659. Even such was I. And such was I perceived by Beatrice and by the holy light, that first on my account had changed its place. Therefore my lady said to me, send forth the flame of thy desire, so that it issue imprinted well with the internal stamp. Not that our knowledge may be greater made by speech of thine, but to accustom thee to tell thy thirst, that we may give thee drink. O my beloved tree, that so dost lift thee, that even as minds terrestrial perceive, no triangle conteneth too obtuse. So thou beholdest the contingent things 1660. Ere in themselves they are, fixing thine eyes upon the point in which all times are present. 1661. While I was with Virgilius conjoined upon the mountain that the souls doth heal. 1662. And when descending into the dead world. 1663. Were spoken to me of my future life some grievous words. Although I feel myself in sooth foursquare against the blows of chance. 1664. On this account my wish would be content to hear what fortune is approaching me, because foreseen an arrow comes more slowly. Thus did I say unto that selfsame light. 1665. That unto me had spoken before, and even as Beatrice willed was my own will confessed. Not in vague phrase, in which the foolish folk 1666 ensnared themselves of old, ere yet was slain the Lamb of God who taketh sins away, but with clear words and unambiguous language responded that paternal love. 1667. Hid and revealed by its own proper smile. Contingency. That outside of the volume 1668 of your materiality extends not, is all depicted in the eternal aspect. Necessity however thence it takes not. 1669. Except as from the eye, in which 'tis mirrored, a ship that with the current down descends. From thence, e'en as there cometh to the ear sweet harmony from an organ, comes in sight to me the time that is preparing for thee. As forth from Athens went Hippolytus. 1670. By reason of his stepdame false and cruel, so thou from Florence must perforce depart. Already this is willed, and this is sought for, and soon it shall be done by him who thinks it. 1671. Where every day the Christ is bought and sold, the blame shall follow the offended party. 1672. In outcry as is usual, but the vengeance. 1673. Shall witness to the truth that doth dispense it. Thou shalt abandon everything beloved most tenderly, and this the arrow is, which first the bow of banishment shoots forth. Thou shalt have proof how savoreth of salt. 1674. The bread of others, and how hard a road the going down and up another's stairs. And that which most shall weigh upon thy shoulders will be the bad and foolish company. 1675. With which into this valley thou shalt fall. For all ingrate, all mad and impious will they become against thee, but soon after they, and not thou, shall have the forehead scarlet. 1676. Of their bestiality their own proceedings shall furnish proof, so 'twill be well for thee, a party to have made thee by thyself thine earliest refuge and thine earliest inn, shall be the mighty Lombard's courtesy. 1677. Who on the ladder bears the holy bird, who such benign regard shall have for thee, that, twixt you twain, in doing and in asking, that shall be first which is with others last. With him shalt thou see one who at his birth. 1678. Has by this star of strength been so impressed, that notable shall his achievements be. Not yet the people are aware of him. Through his young age, since only 9 years yet, around about him have these wills revolved. But ere the Gascon cheat the noble Henry. 1679. Some sparkles of his virtue shall appear, in caring not for silver nor for toil. So recognized shall his magnificence become hereafter, that his enemies will not have power to keep mute tongues about it. On him rely, and on his benefits. By him shall many people be transformed, changing condition rich and mendicant. And written in thy mind thou hence shalt bear of him, but shalt not say it, and things said he. Incredible to those who shall be present. Then added, Son, these are the commentaries 1680. On what was said to thee, behold the snares that are concealed behind few revolutions. Yet would I not thy neighbors thou shouldst envy, because thy life into the future reaches beyond the punishment of their perfidies. When by its silence showed that sainted soul that it had finished putting in the woof, into that web which I had given it warped, began I, even as he who yearneth after, being in doubt, some counsel from a person who seeth, and uprightly wills, and loves. Well see I, Father mine, how spurreth on the time towards me such a blow to deal me, as heaviest is to him who most gives way. Therefore with foresight it is well I arm me, that, if the dearest place be taken from me, I may not lose the others by my songs. Down through the world of infinite bitterness, and o'er the mountain, from whose beauteous summit the eyes of my own lady lifted me, and afterward through heaven from light to light, I have learned that which, if I tell again, will be a savor of strong herbs to many. And if I am a timid friend to truth, I fear lest I may lose my life with those who will hereafter call this time the olden. The light in which was smiling my own treasure, which there I had discovered, flashed at first, as in the sunshine doth a golden mirror. Then made reply, a conscience overcast, or with its own or with another's shame, will taste forsooth the tartness of thy word. But any earthless, all falsehood laid aside, make manifest thy vision utterly, 1681. And let them scratch wherever is the itch. 1682. For if thine utterance shall offensive be, at the first taste, a vital nutriment, 'twill leave thereafter, when it is digested. This cry of thine shall do as doth the wind, which smitteth most the most exalted summits. And that is no slight argument of honor. Therefore are shown to thee within these wheels, upon the mount and in the dolorous valley, only the souls that unto fame are known, because the spirit of the hearer rests not, nor doth confirm its faith by an example, which has the root of it unknown and hidden, or other reason that is not apparent. Canto. Chapter 18. The sixth heaven, or that of Jupiter, where are seen the spirits of righteous kings and rulers, the celestial eagle, now was alone rejoicing in its word 1683. That soul beatified, and I was tasting 1684. My own, the bitter tempering with the sweet. And the lady who to God was leading me, said, change thy thought. Consider that I am near unto him who every wrong disburdens, unto the loving accents of my comfort. I turned me round, and then what love I saw within those holy eyes I here relinquish. 1685. Not only that my language I distrust, but that my mind cannot return so far 1686. Above itself, unless another guide it. Thus much upon that point can I repeat, that, her again beholding, my affection from every other longing was released, while the eternal pleasure, which direct rayed upon Beatrice, from her fair face, contented me with its reflected aspect, conquering me with the radiance of a smile. She said to me, turn thee about and listen. Not in mine eyes alone is paradise, even as sometimes here do we behold the affection in the look, if it be such, that all the soul is rapt away by it. So, by the flaming of the effulgence holy, to which I turned, I recognized therein the wish of speaking to me somewhat farther. And it began, in this fifth resting place, upon the tree that liveth by its summit, 1687. And I bears fruit, and never loses leaf, are blessed spirits that below, ere yet they came to heaven, were of such great renown, that every muse therewith would affluent be. Therefore look thou upon the cross's horns. He whom I now shall name will there enact what doth within a cloud its own swift fire. I saw athwart the cross a splendor drawn by naming Joshua, even as he did it, 1688. Nor noted I the word before the deed. And at the name of the great Maccabee 1689. I saw another move itself revolving. And gladness was the whip unto that top. 1690. Likewise for Charlemagne and for Orlando 1691. Two of them my regard attentive followed, as followeth the eye its falcon flying. William thereafterward, and Renouard 1692. And the Duke Godfrey, did attract my sight 1693. Along upon that cross, and Robert Guiscard. 1694. Then, moved and mingled with the other lights. The soul that had addressed me showed how great an artist 'twas among the heavenly singers. To my right side I turned myself around. My duty to behold in Beatrice, either by words or gesture signified. And so translucent I beheld her eyes, so full of pleasure, that her countenance surpassed its other and its latest wont. And as, by feeling greater delectation, a man in doing good from day to day becomes aware his virtue is increasing, so I became aware that my gyration with heaven together had increased its arc. That miracle beholding more adorned. 1695. And such as is the change, in little lapse of time, in a pale woman, when her face is from the load of bashfulness unladen. Such was it in mine eyes, when I had turned. 1696. Caused by the whiteness of the temperate star. The sixth, which to itself had gathered me. Within that jovial torch did I behold the sparkling of the love which was therein. Delineate our language to mine eyes. And even as birds uprisen from the shore, as in congratulation o'er their food, make squadrons of themselves, now round, now long. 1697. So from within those lights the holy creatures sang flying to and fro, and in their figures made of themselves now D, now I, now L. 1698. First singing they to their own music moved. Then one becoming of these characters. A little while they rested and were silent. O divine Pegasia, thou who genius 1699 dost glorious make, and render it long-lived. And this through thee the cities and the kingdoms. Illume me with thyself, that I may bring their figures out as I have them conceived. Apparent be thy power in these brief verses. Themselves then they displayed in 5 times 7 vowels and consonants, and I observed the parts as they seemed spoken unto me. Diligite justitium, these were first verb and noun of all that was depicted. Cajudicatus terram were the last. 1700. Thereafter in the M of the 5th word remained they so arranged, that Jupiter seemed to be silver there with gold inlaid. And other lights I saw descend where was the summit of the M, and pause their singing. The good, I think, that draws them to itself. Then, as in striking upon burning log 1701, upward there fly innumerable sparks, whence fools are wont to look for auguries. More than 1,000 lights seemed thence to rise. 1702. And to ascend, some more, and others less, even as the sun that lights them had allotted. And, each one being quiet in its place. The head and neck beheld I of an eagle 1703. Delineated by that inlaid fire. He who there paints has none to be his guide, but himself guides, and is from him remembered. That virtue which is form unto the nest. 1704. The other beatitude, that contented seemed 1705. At first to bloom a lily on the M. By a slight motion followed out the imprint. O gentle star! What and how many gems did demonstrate to me, that all our justice effect is of that heaven which thou ingemest. Wherefore I pray the mind, in which begin thy motion and thy virtue, to regard. Whence comes the smoke that vitiates thy rays? So that a second time it now be wroth with buying and with selling in the temple, whose walls were built with signs and martyrdoms. 1706. O soldiery of heaven, whom I contemplate, implore for those who are upon the earth, all gone astray after the bad example. 1707. Once 'twas the custom to make war with swords, but now 'tis made by taking here and there. 1708. The bread the pitying Father shuts from none. Yet thou, who writest but to cancel, think. 1709. That Peter and that Paul, who for this vineyard, which thou art spoiling died, are still alive. Well canst thou say, so steadfast my desire is unto him who willed to live alone, and for a dance was led to martyrdom. 1710. That I know not the fisherman nor Paul. Canto. Chapter 19. The eagle discourses of salvation by faith appeared before me with its wings outspread. 1711. The beautiful image that in sweet fruition made jubilant the interwoven souls. Appeared a little ruby each, wherein ray of the sun was burning so enkindled, that each into mine eyes refracted it. And what it now behoves me to retrace, nor voice has e'er reported, nor ink written, nor was by fantasy e'er comprehended. For speak I saw, and likewise heard, the beak, and utter with its voice both I and my, when in conception it was we and our. 1712. And it began, being just and merciful. Am I exalted here unto that glory, which cannot be exceeded by desire? And upon earth I left my memory, such, that the evil-minded people there commend it, but continue not the story. So doth a single heat from many embers make itself felt, even as from many loves issued a single sound from out that image. Whence I thereafter, O perpetual flowers of the eternal joy, that only one, make me perceive your odors manifold, exhaling, break within me the great fast, which a long season has in hunger held me, not finding for it any food on earth. Well do I know, that if in heaven its mirror. 1713. Justice divine another realm doth make, yours apprehends it not through any veil. You know how I attentively address me to listen, and you know what is the doubt. 1714. That is in me so very old a fast, even as a falcon, issuing from his hood, doth move his head, and with his wings applaud him, showing desire, and making himself fine. Saw I become that standard, which of laud. 1715. Was interwoven of the grace divine, with such songs as he knows who there rejoices. Then it began, he who a compass turned. 1716. On the world's outer verge, and who within it devised so much occult and manifest, could not the impress of his power so make on all the universe, as that his word. 1717. Should not remain in infinite excess. And this makes certain that the first proud being, who was the paragon of every creature, by not awaiting light fell immature. 1718. And hence appears it, that each minor nature. 1719. Is scant receptacle unto that good, which has no end, and by itself is measured. In consequence our vision, which perforce must be some ray of that intelligence, with which all things whatever are replete. 1720. cannot in its own nature be so potent. 1721. That it shall not its origin discern. Far beyond that which is apparent to it. Therefore into the justice sempiternal. The power of vision that your world receives. As I into the ocean, penetrates. Which, though it see the bottom near the shore. Upon the deep perceives it not, and yet. 'Tis there, but it is hidden by the depth. There is no light but comes from the serene. That never is o'ercast, nay, it is darkness 1722. Or shadow of the flesh, or else its poison. Amply to thee is open now the cavern. Which has concealed from thee the living justice. Of which thou madst such frequent questioning. For saidst thou, born a man is on the shore. Of Indus, and is none who there can speak. Of Christ, nor who can read, nor who can write. And all his inclinations and his actions are good, so far as human reason sees. Without a sin in life or in discourse. He dieth unbaptized and without faith. Where is this justice that condemneth him? Where is his fault, if he do not believe? Now who art thou, that on the bench wouldst sit? In judgment at 1,000 miles away. With the short vision of a single span? Truly to him who with me subtilizes. If so the scripture were not over you. For doubting there were marvelous occasion. O animals terrene, O stolid minds! The primal will, that in itself is good. Ne'er from itself, the good supreme, has moved. So much is just as is accordant with it. No good created draws it to itself. But it, by raying forth, occasions that. Even as above her nest goes circling round. The stork when she has fed her little ones. And he who has been fed looks up at her. So lifted I my brows. And even such became the blessed image, which its wings was moving, by so many counsels urged. Circling around it sang, and said, as are my notes to thee, who dost not comprehend them. Such is the eternal judgment to you mortals. Those lucent splendors of the Holy Spirit grew quiet then, but still within the standard that made the Romans reverend to the world. It recommenced, unto this kingdom never ascended one who had not faith in Christ 1723. Before or since he to the tree was nailed. But look thou, many crying are, Christ, Christ. 1724. Who at the judgment shall be far less near to him than some shall be who knew not Christ. 1725. Such Christians shall the Ethiop condemn, 1726. When the two companies shall be divided, 1727. The one forever rich, the other poor. What to your kings may not the Persians say? When they that volume opened shall behold 1728. In which are written down all their dispraises. There shall be seen, among the deeds of Albert, 1729. That which ere long shall set the pen in motion. For which the realm of Prague shall be deserted. There shall be seen the woe that on the Seine he brings by falsifying of the coin. Who by the blow of a wild boar shall die. 1730. There shall be seen the pride that causes thirst. Which makes the Scot and Englishman so mad 1731. That they within their boundaries cannot rest. Be seen the luxury and effeminate life. Of him of Spain, and the Bohemian 1732. Who valor never knew and never wished. Be seen the cripple of Jerusalem 1733. His goodness represented by an eye. While the reverse an M shall represent. Be seen the avarice and poltroonery of him who guards the island of the fire, 1734. Wherein Anchises finished his long life. 1735. And to declare how pitiful he is. Shall be his record in contracted letters 1736. Which shall make note of much in little space. And shall appear to each one the foul deeds of uncle and of brother who a nation 1737 so famous have dishonored, and 2 crowns. And he of Portugal and he of Norway 1738 shall there be known, and he of Russia too, 1739. Who saw in evil hour the coin of Venice. 1740. O happy Hungary, if she let herself 1741 be wronged no farther. And Navarre the happy, if with the hills that gird her she be armed. 1742. And each one may believe that now, as Hansel 1743. Thereof, do Nicosia and Famagosta 1744. Lament and rage because of their own beast, who from the other's flank departeth not. 1745. Canto. Chapter 20. The eagle praises the righteous kings of old, when he who all the world illuminates 1746. Out of our hemisphere so far descends, that on all sides the daylight is consumed, 1747. The heaven, that erst by him alone was kindled, doth suddenly reveal itself again 1748. By many lights, wherein is one resplendent. And came into my mind this act of heaven, when the ensign of the world and of its leaders had silent in the blessed beak become, because those living luminaries all, by far more luminous, did songs begin, lapsing and falling from my memory. O gentle love, that with a smile dost cloak thee, how ardent in those sparks didst thou appear, that had the breath alone of holy thoughts, after the precious and pellucid crystals, with which begemmed the 6th light I beheld. Silence imposed on the angelic bells. I seemed to hear the murmuring of a river, that clear descendeth down from rock to rock, showing the affluence of its mountain top. And as the sound upon the cithern's neck taketh its form, and as upon the vent of rustic pipe the wind that enters it, even thus, relieved from the delay of waiting, that murmuring of the eagle mounted up along its neck, as if it had been hollow. There it became a voice, and issued thence from out its beak, in such a form of words, as the heart waited for wherein I wrote them. The part in me which sees and bears the sun. In mortal eagles, it began to me. Now fixedly must needs be looked upon. For of the fires of which I make my figure, those whence the eye doth sparkle in my head, of all their orders the supremest are. He who is shining in the midst as pupil 1749, was once the singer of the Holy Spirit, who bore the ark from city unto city. Now knoweth he the merit of his song, in so far as effect of his own counsel, 1750. By the reward which is commensurate. Of 5, that make a circle for my brow. He that approacheth nearest to my beak 1751. Did the poor widow for her son console. Now knoweth he how dearly it doth cost, not following Christ, by the experience of this sweet life and of its opposite. He who comes next in the circumference 1752, of which I speak, upon its highest arc, did death postpone by penitence sincere. 1753. Now knoweth he that the eternal judgment suffers no change, albeit worthy prayer mocketh below tomorrow of today. The next who follows, with the laws and me, 1754. Under the good intent that bore bad fruit 1755. Became a Greek by ceding to the pastor. Now knoweth he how all the ill deduced from his good action is not harmful to him, although the world thereby may be destroyed. And he, whom in the downward arc thou sayest, Guglielmo was, whom the same land deplores 1756. That weepeth Charles and Frederick yet alive. Now knoweth he how heaven enamored is with a just king, and in the outward show of his effulgence he reveals it still. Who would believe, down in the errant world, that ere the Trojan Ripheus in this round 1757 could be the fifth one of the holy lights? Now knoweth he enough of what the world has not the power to see of grace divine, although his sight may not discern the bottom. Like as a lark that in the air expatiates, 1758. First singing and then silent with content of the last sweetness that doth satisfy her. Such seemed to me the image of the imprint of the eternal pleasure, by whose will doth everything become the thing it is. And notwithstanding to my doubt I was as glass is to the color that invests it. To wait the time in silence it endured not. But forth from out my mouth, what things are these? Extorted with the force of its own weight. Whereat I saw great joy of coruscation. Thereafterward with I still more enkindled. The blessed standard made to me reply, to keep me not in wonderment suspended. I see that thou believest in these things, because I say them, but thou sayest not how. So that, although believed in, they are hidden. Thou doest as he doth who a thing by name well apprehendeth, but its quiddity 1759 cannot perceive, unless another show it. Regnum celerum suffereth violence 1760. From fervent love, and from that living hope that overcometh the divine volition. Not in the guise that man o'ercometh man, but conquers it because it will be conquered. And conquered conquers by benignity. The first life of the eyebrow and the fifth 1761. 'Cause the astonishment, because with them thou sayest the region of the angels painted. They passed not from their bodies, as thou thinkest. Gentiles, but Christians in the steadfast faith of feet that were to suffer and had suffered. 1762. For one from hell, where no one e'er turns back 1763. Unto goodwill, returned unto his bones. And that of living hope was the reward. Of living hope. That placed its efficacy in prayers to God made to resuscitate him, so that 'twere possible to move his will. 1764. The glorious soul concerning which I speak, 1765. Returning to the flesh, where brief its stay, believed in him who had the power to aid it. And, in believing, kindled to such fire of genuine love, that at the second death, worthy it was to come unto this joy. The other one, through grace, that from so deep 1766. A fountain wells that never hath the eye of any creature reached its primal wave. Set all his love below on righteousness. Wherefore from grace to grace did God unclose his eye to our redemption yet to be. Whence he believed therein, and suffered not. From that day forth the stench of paganism. And he reproved therefore the folk perverse. Those maidens three, whom at the right hand will 1767. Thou didst behold, were unto him for baptism. More than 1,000 years before baptizing. O thou predestination, how remote 1768. Thy root is from the aspect of all those who the first cause do not behold entire. And you, O mortals, hold yourselves restrained in judging. For ourselves, who look on God, we do not know as yet all the elect. And sweet to us is such a deprivation, because our good in this good is made perfect, that whatsoever God wills, we also will. After this manner by that shape divine, to make clear in me my short-sightedness, was given to me a pleasant medicine. And as good singer a good lutenist accompanies with vibrations of the chords, whereby more pleasantness the song acquires. So, while it spake, do I remember me, that I beheld both of those blessed lights, even as the winking of the eyes concords, moving unto the words their little flames. Canto. Chapter 21. The seventh heaven, or that of Saturn, where are seen the spirits of the contemplative, the celestial stairway, St. Peter Damiano, his invectives against the luxury of the prelates. Already on my lady's face mine eyes 1769. Again were fastened, and with these my mind. And from all other purpose was withdrawn. And she smiled not. But, if I were to smile, she unto me began, thou wouldst become like Semele, when she was turned to ashes. 1770. Because my beauty, that along the stairs of the eternal palace more enkindles. As thou hast seen, the farther we ascend, if it were tempered not, is so resplendent, that all thy mortal power in its effulgence would seem a leaflet that the thunder crushes. We are uplifted to the seventh splendor, 1771. That underneath the burning lion's breast now radiates downward mingled with his power. Fix in direction of thine eyes the mind, and make of them a mirror for the figure, that in this mirror shall appear to thee. He who could know what was the pasturage my sight had in that blessed countenance, when I transferred me to another care, would recognize how grateful was to me obedience unto my celestial escort, by counterpoising one side with the other, within the crystal which, around the world revolving, bears the name of its dear leader, under whom every wickedness lay dead. 1772. Colored like gold, on which the sunshine gleams. A stairway I beheld to such a height. 1773. Uplifted, that mine I pursued it not. Likewise beheld I down the steps descending so many splendors, that I thought each light that in the heaven appears was there diffused, and as accordant with their natural custom, the rooks together at the break of day. 1774. Bestir themselves to warm their feathers cold. Then some of them fly off without return. Others come back to where they started from. And others, wheeling round, still keep at home. Such fashion it appeared to me was there, within the sparkling that together came, as soon as on a certain step it struck. And that which nearest unto us remained. 1775. Became so clear, that in my thought I said, well, I perceive the love thou showest me. But she, from whom I wait the how and when. 1776. Of speech and silence, standeth still, whence I against desire do well if I ask not. She thereupon, who saw my silentness in the sight of him who seeth everything, said unto me, let loose thy warm desire. And I began, no merit of my own renders me worthy of response from thee, but for her sake who granteth me the asking. Thou blessed life that dost remain concealed in thy beatitude, make known to me the cause which draweth thee so near my side, and tell me why is silent in this wheel the dulcet symphony of paradise, that through the rest below sounds so devoutly. Thou hast thy hearing mortal as thy sight. It answer made to me, they sing not here, for the same cause that Beatrice has not smiled. 1777. Thus far adown the holy stairway's steps have I descended but to give thee welcome, with words, and with the light that mantles me. Nor did more love cause me to be more ready, for love as much and more up there is burning, as doth the flaming manifest to thee. But the high charity, that makes us servants, prompt to the counsel which controls the world, allotteth here, even as thou dost observe. I see full well, said I, O sacred lamp, how love unfettered in this court sufficeth to follow the eternal providence. But this is what seems hard for me to see. Wherefore predestinate wast thou alone unto this office from among thy consorts. No sooner had I come to the last word, than of its middle made the light a center, whirling itself about like a swift millstone. 1778. When answer made the love that was therein, On me directed is a light divine, piercing through this in which I am embosomed, of which the virtue with my sight conjoined lifts me above myself so far, I see the supreme essence from which this is drawn. Hence comes the joyfulness with which I flame. For to my sight, as far as it is clear, the clearness of the flame I equal make. 1779. But that soul in the heaven which is most pure, that seraph which his eye on God most fixes, could this demand of thine not satisfy, because so deeply sinks in the abyss of the eternal statute what thou askest. From all created sight it is cut off, and to the mortal world, when thou returnest, this carry back, that it may not presume longer toward such a goal to move its feet. The mind, that shineth here, on earth doth smoke. From this observe how can it do below that which it cannot though the heaven assume it? Such limit did its words prescribe to me. The question I relinquished, and restricted myself to ask it humbly who it was. Between two shores of Italy rise cliffs, 1780. And not far distant from thy native place. So high, the thunders far below them sound, and form a ridge that Catria is called, neath which is consecrate a hermitage 1781. Wont to be dedicate to worship only. Thus unto me the third speech recommenced 1782. And then, continuing, it said, therein, unto God's service I became so steadfast, that feeding only on the juice of olives, lightly I passed away the heats and frosts, contented in my thoughts contemplative. That cloister used to render to these heavens abundantly, and now is empty grown, so that perforce it soon must be revealed. I in that place was Peter Damiano. 1783. And Peter the sinner was I in the house 1784. Of Our Lady on the Adriatic shore. Little of mortal life remained to me, when I was called and dragged forth to the hat 1785. Which shifteth evermore from bad to worse. Came Cephas, and the mighty vessel came 1786. Of the Holy Spirit, meager and barefooted, taking the food of any hostelry. 1787. Now someone to support them on each side 1788. The modern shepherds need, and some to lead them. So heavy are they, and to hold their trains, they cover up their palfreys with their cloaks, so that two beasts go underneath one skin. O patience, that dost tolerate so much. At this voice saw I many little flames, from step to step descending and revolving, and every revolution made them fairer. Round about this one came they and stood still, and a cry uttered of so loud a sound, it here could find no parallel, nor I distinguished it, the thunder so o'ercame me. 1789. Canto. Chapter 22. Saint Benedict, his lamentation over the corruption of the monks, the eighth heaven, or that of the fixed stars. Oppressed with stupor, I unto my guide 1790. Turned like a little child who always runs for refuge there where he confideth most. And she, even as a mother who straightway gives comfort to her pale and breathless boy, with voice whose wont it is to reassure him, said to me, knowest thou not thou art in heaven? And knowest thou not that heaven is holy all? And what is done here cometh from good zeal. After what wise the singing would have changed thee. And I by smiling, thou canst now imagine, since that the cry has startled thee so much, in which if thou hadst understood its prayers, already would be known to thee the vengeance, which thou shalt look upon before thou deest. The sword above here smitteth not in haste, nor tardily, howe'er it seem to him, who fearing or desiring waits for it. But turn thee round towards the others now, for very illustrious spirits shalt thou see, If thou thy sight directest as I say. As it seemed good to her mine eyes I turned, and saw 100 spherules that together with mutual rays each other more embellished. I stood as one who in himself represses the point of his desire, and ventures not to question, he so feareth the too much. And now the largest and most luculent among those pearls came forward, that it might make my desire concerning it content. Within it then I heard, if thou couldst see 1791. Even as myself the charity that burns among us, thy conceits would be expressed. But, that by waiting thou mayst not come late to the high end, I will make answer even unto the thought of which thou art so chary. That mountain on whose slope Casino stands 1792 was frequented of old upon its summit by a deluded folk and ill-disposed. And I am he who first up thither bore 1793 the name of him who brought upon the earth the truth that so much sublimateth us, and such abundant grace upon me shone, that all the neighboring towns I drew away from the impious worship that seduced the world. These other fires, each one of them, were men contemplative, enkindled by that heat which mocketh holy flowers and fruits spring up. Here is Macarius, here is Romualdus 1794. Here are my brethren, who within the cloisters their footsteps stayed and kept a steadfast heart. And I to him, the affection which thou showest, speaking with me, and the good countenance which I behold and note in all your ardors, in me have so my confidence dilated, as the sun doth the rose, when it becomes as far unfolded as it hath the power. Therefore I pray, and thou assure me, Father, if I may so much grace receive, that I may thee behold with countenance unveiled. He thereupon, brother, thy high desire in the remotest sphere shall be fulfilled, where are fulfilled all others and my own. There perfect is, and ripened, and complete every desire, within that one alone 1795 is every part where it has always been. For it is not in space, nor turns on poles. And unto it our stairway reaches up, whence thus from out thy sight it steals away. Up to that height the patriarch Jacob saw it 1796. Extending its supernal part, what time? So thronged with angels it appeared to him. But to ascend it now no one uplifts his feet from off the earth, and now my rule below remaineth for mere waste of paper. 1797. The walls that used of old to be an abbey are changed to dens of robbers, and the cowl 1798 are sacks filled full of miserable flour. But heavy usury is not taken up 1799. So much against God's pleasure as that fruit which mocketh so insane the heart of monks. For whatsoever hath the church in keeping is for the folk that ask it in God's name, not for one's kindred or for something worse. The flesh of mortals is so very soft that good beginnings down below suffice not. From springing of the oak to bearing acorns, Peter began with neither gold nor silver, and I with orison and abstinence, and Francis with humility his convent. And if thou lookest at each one's beginning, and then regardest whither he has run, thou shalt behold the white changed into brown. In verity the Jordan backward turned 1800. And the seas fleeing, when God willed were more a wonder to behold, than succor here. Thus unto me he said, and then withdrew to his own band, and the band closed together. Then like a whirlwind all was upward rapt. The gentle lady urged me on behind them, up o'er that stairway by a single sign. So did her virtue overcome my nature. Nor here below, where one goes up and down by natural law, was motion e'er so swift that it could be compared unto my wing. Reader, as I may unto that devout triumph return, on whose account I often 1801. For my transgressions weep and beat my breast. Thou hadst not thrust thy finger in the fire, and drawn it out again, before I saw the sign that follows Taurus, and was in it. 1802. O glorious stars, O light impregnated 1803. With mighty virtue, from which I acknowledge all of my genius, whatsoe'er it be. With you was born, and hid himself with you. 1804. He who is father of all mortal life. When first I tasted of the Tuscan air, and then when grace was freely given to me, to enter the high wheel which turns you round. 1805. Your region was allotted unto me. To you devoutly at this hour my soul is sighing, that it virtue may acquire. For the stern past that draws it to itself. Thou art so near unto the last salvation. Thus Beatrice began, thou oughtest now to have thine eyes unclouded and acute. And therefore, ere thou enter farther in, look down once more, and see how vast a world thou hast already put beneath thy feet. So that thy heart, as jocund as it may, present itself to the triumphant throng that comes rejoicing through this rounded ether. I with my sight returned through one and all the sevenfold spheres, and I beheld this globe, such that I smiled at its ignoble semblance. 1806. And that opinion I approve as best, which doth account at least, and he who thinks of something else may truly be called just. I saw the daughter of Latona shining 1807. Without that shadow, which to me was cause that once I had believed her rare and dense. 1808. The aspect of thy son, Hyperion, 1809. Here I sustained, and saw how move themselves around and near him Maia and Dion. 1810. Thence there appeared the temperateness of Jove 1811. Twixt son and father, and to me was clear the change that of their whereabout they make. And all the seven made manifest to me how great they are, and eke how swift they are. 1812. And how they are in distant habitations. The threshing floor that mocketh us so proud. 1813. To me revolving with the eternal twins, was all apparent made from hill to harbor. Then to the beauteous eyes mine eyes I turned. Canto. Chapter 23. The Triumph of Christ. Even as a bird, mid the beloved leaves. 1814. Quiet upon the nest of her sweet brood. Throughout the night, that hideth all things from us. 1815. Who? That she may behold their longed for looks, and find the food wherewith to nourish them. In which, to her, grave labors grateful are. Anticipates the time on open spray. And with an ardent longing waits the sun. Gazing intent as soon as breaks the dawn. Even thus my lady standing was, erect and vigilant, turned round towards the zone, underneath which the sun displays less haste. 1816. So that beholding her distraught and wistful, such I became as he is who desiring for something yearns, and hoping is appeased. But brief the space from one when to the other. Of my awaiting, say I, and the seeing, the well can grow resplendent more and more. And Beatrice exclaimed, behold the hosts of Christ's triumphal march, and all the fruit. 1817. Harvested by the rolling of these spheres. 1818. It seemed to me her face was all aflame, and eyes she had so full of ecstasy, that I must needs pass on without describing. As when in nights serene of the full moon, smiles Trivia among the nymphs eternal. 1819. Who paint the firmament through all its gulfs. Saw I, above the myriads of lamps, a sun that one and all of them enkindled. 1820. E'en as our own doth the supernal sights 1821. And through the living light transparent shone the lucent substance so intensely clear into my sight, that I sustained it not. O Beatrice, thou gentle guide and dear, to me she said, what overmasters thee? A virtue is from which naught shields itself. There are the wisdom and the omnipotence that opped the thoroughfares, twixt heaven and earth, for which there erst had been so long a yearning. As fire from out a cloud unlocks itself, dilating so it finds not room therein, and down, against its nature, falls to earth. So did my mind, among those elements, becoming larger, issue from itself, and that which it became cannot remember. Open thine eyes, and look at what I am. 1822. Thou hast beheld such things, that strong enough hast thou become to tolerate my smile. I was as one who still retains the feeling of a forgotten vision, and endeavors in vain to bring it back into his mind. When I this invitation heard, deserving of so much gratitude, it never fades out of the book that chronicles the past. If at this moment sounded all the tongues that Polyhymnia and her sisters made 1823 most lubrical with their delicious milk, to aid me to 1,000th of the truth, it would not reach, singing the holy smile, and how the holy aspect it illumed, and therefore, representing paradise, the sacred poem must perforce leap over, even as a man who finds his way cut off. But whoso thinketh of the ponderous theme, and of the mortal shoulder laden with it, should blame it not, if under this it tremble. It is no passage for a little boat, this which goes cleaving the audacious prow, nor for a pilot who would spare himself. Why doth my face so much enamour thee? 1824. That to the garden fair thou turnest not, which under the rays of Christ is blossoming. There is the rose in which the word divine 1825 became incarnate, there the lilies are 1826, by whose perfume the good way was discovered. Thus Beatrice, and I, who to her counsels was wholly ready, once again betook me unto the battle of the feeble brows. 1827. As in the sunshine, that unsullied streams through fractured cloud, ere now a meadow of flowers, mine eyes with shadow covered o'er have seen. So troops of splendors manifold I saw, illumined from above with burning rays, beholding not the source of the effulgence. O power benignant that dost so imprint them. 1828. Thou didst exalt thyself to give more scope there to mine eyes, that were not strong enough. The name of that fair flower I e'er invoke. 1829. Morning and evening utterly enthralled my soul to gaze upon the greater fire. 1830. And when in both mine eyes depicted were the glory and greatness of the living star. 1831. Which there excelleth, as it here excelled. Athwart the heavens a little torch descended. 1832. Formed in a circle like a coronal, and cinctured it, and whirled itself about it. Whatever melody most sweetly soundeth on earth, and to itself most draws the soul, would seem a cloud that, rent asunder, thunders, compared unto the sounding of that lyre, wherewith was crowned the sapphire beautiful. 1833. Which gives the clearest heaven its sapphire hue. I am angelic love, that circle round, the joy sublime which breathes from out the womb. That was the hostelry of our desire. 1834. And I shall circle, Lady of Heaven, while thou followest thy Son, and makest diviner the sphere supreme, because thou enterest there. Thus did the circulated melody seal itself up, and all the other lights were making to resound the name of Mary. The regal mantle of the volumes. All 1835. Of that world, which most fervid is and living. With breath of God and with his works and ways. Extended over us its inner border. 1836. So very distant, that the semblance of it, there where I was not yet appeared to me. Therefore mine eyes did not possess the power of following the incoronated flame, which mounted upward near to its own seed. 1837. And as a little child, that towards its mother stretches its arms, when it the milk has taken, through impulse kindled into outward flame, each of those gleams of whiteness upward reached. So with its summit, that the deep affection they had for Mary was revealed to me. Thereafter they remained there in my sight. Regina Caeli singing with such sweetness, 1838. That ne'er from me has the delight departed. Oh, what exuberance is garnered up within those richest coffers, which had been good husbandmen for sowing here below. There they enjoy and live upon the treasure, which was acquired while weeping in the exile of Babylon, wherein the gold was left. 1839. There triumpheth, beneath the exalted Son of God and Mary, in his victory, both with the ancient council and the new, he who doth keep the keys of such a glory. 1840. Canto. Chapter 24. Saint Peter examines Dante upon faith. O company elect to the great supper 1841. Of the Lamb Benedict, who feedeth you, so that forever full is your desire. If by the grace of God this man foretaste something of that which falleth from your table, or ever death prescribed to him the time, direct your mind to his immense desire, and him somewhat bedew. Ye drinking are forever at the fount whence comes his thought. Thus Beatrice and those souls beatified transformed themselves to spheres on steadfast poles, flaming intensely in the guise of comets. And as the wheels in works of horologes revolve so that the first to the beholder motionless seems, and the last one to fly, so in like manner did those carols dancing 1842. In different measure, of their affluence 1843. Give me the gauge, as they were swift or slow. From that one which I noted of most beauty 1844. Beheld I issue forth a fire so happy 1845. That none it left there of a greater brightness. And around Beatrice 3 several times 1846. It whirled itself with so divine a song. My fantasy repeats it not to me. Therefore the pen skips, and I write it not. Since our imagination for such folds, much more our speech, is of a tint too glaring. 1847. O holy sister mine, who us implorest 1848. With such devotion, by thine ardent love, thou dost unbind me from that beautiful sphere. Thereafter, having stopped, the blessed fire unto my lady did direct its breath, which spake in fashion as I here have said. And she, O light etern of the great man, to whom our Lord delivered up the keys, he carried down of this miraculous joy. This one examine on points light and grave, as good beseemeth thee, about the faith, by means of which thou on the sea didst walk. If he love well, and hope well, and believe, from thee 'tis hid not, for thou hast thy sight 1849. There where depicted everything is seen. But since this kingdom has made citizens, by means of the true faith, to glorify it, 'tis well he have the chance to speak thereof. As baccalaureate arms himself, and speaks not, until the master doth propose the question, to argue it, and not to terminate it. So did I arm myself with every reason, while she was speaking, that I might be ready for such a questioner and such profession. Say, thou good Christian, manifest thyself. What is the faith? Whereat I raised my brow. Unto that light wherefrom was this breathed forth. Then turned I round to Beatrice, and she prompt signals made to me that I should pour the water forth from my internal fountain. May grace, that suffers me to make confession, began I, to the great centurion 1850. 'Cause my conceptions all to be explicit. And I continued, as the truthful pen, Father, of thy dear brother wrote of it, 1851. Who put with thee Rome into the good way. Faith is the substance of the things we hope for. 1852. And evidence of those that are not seen. And this appears to me its quiddity 1853. Then heard I, very rightly thou perceivest. If well thou understandest why he placed it. With substances and then with evidences. And I thereafterward, the things profound. That here vouchsafe to me their apparition. Unto all eyes below are so concealed. That they exist there only in belief. Upon the which is founded the high hope. And hence it takes the nature of a substance. And it behoveth us from this belief to reason without having other sight. And hence it has the nature of evidence. 1854. Then heard I, if whatever is acquired below by doctrine were thus understood, no sophist's subtlety would there find place. Thus was breathed forth from that enkindled love. Then added, very well has been gone over already of this coin the alloy and weight. But tell me if thou hast it in thy purse? And I, yes, both so shining and so round, that in its stamp there is no peradventure. 1855. Thereafter issued from the light profound. That there resplendent was, this precious jewel. Upon the which is every virtue founded. Whence hadst thou it? And I, the large outpouring of Holy Spirit, which has been diffused upon the ancient parchments in the new, 1856. A syllogism is, which proved it to me with such acuteness, that, compared therewith, all demonstration seems to me obtuse. And then I heard, the ancient and the new postulates, that to thee are so conclusive. Why dost thou take them for the word divine? And I, the proofs, which show the truth to me, are the work subsequent, whereunto nature ne'er heated iron yet, nor anvil beat. 'Twas answered me, say, who assureth thee that those works ever were? The thing itself. That must be proved, naught else to thee affirms it. Were the world to Christianity converted, I said, withouten miracles, this one is such, the rest are not its 100th part. Because that poor and fasting thou didst enter into the field to sow there the good plant, which was a vine and has become a thorn. This being finished, the high, holy court resounded through the spheres, one God we praise. In melody that there above is chanted. And then that Baron, who from branch to branch 1857 examining, had thus conducted me till the extremest leaves we were approaching. Again began, the grace that dallying 1858 plays with thine intellect thy mouth has opened. Up to this point, as it should opened be. So that I do approve what forth emerged. But now thou must express what thou believest. And whence to thy belief it was presented. O Holy Father, Spirit who beholdest what thou believedst so that thou o'ercomest towards the sepulchre, more youthful feet, 1859. Began I. Thou dost wish me in this place the form to manifest of my prompt belief. And likewise thou the cause thereof demandest. And I respond, in one God I believe, sole and etern, who moveth all the heavens with love and with desire, himself unmoved. 1860. And of such faith not only have I proofs physical and metaphysical, but gives them likewise the truth that from this place rains down through Moses Through the prophets and the Psalms. Through the Evangel, and through you, who wrote 1861. After the fiery Spirit sanctified you. In persons three etern believe, and these. One essence I believe, so one and trine. They bear conjunction both with sunt and est. 1862. With the profound condition and divine. Which now I touch upon, doth stamp my mind. Ofttimes the doctrine evangelical. This the beginning is, this is the spark. Which afterwards dilates to vivid flame. And, like a star in heaven, is sparkling in me. Even as a lord who hears what pleaseth him. His servant straight embraces, gratulating. For the good news as soon as he is silent. So, giving me its benediction, singing. 3 times encircled me, when I was silent, 1863. The apostolic light, at whose command I spoken had, in speaking I so pleased him. Canto. Chapter 25. St. James examines Dante upon hope. If e'er it happen that the poem sacred 1864, to which both heaven and earth have set their hand, so that it many a year hath made me lean, come the cruelty that bars me out from the fair sheepfold, where a lamb I slumbered, 1865. An enemy to the wolves that war upon it. With other voice forthwith. With other fleece, 1866. Poet will I return, and at my font 1867. Baptismal will I take the laurel crown. Because into the faith that mocketh known. All souls to God there entered I, and then. Peter for her sake thus my brow encircled. 1868. Thereafterward towards us moved a light. Out of that band whence issued the first fruits 1869. Which of his vicars Christ behind him left. And then my lady, full of ecstasy, said unto me, Look, look. Behold the Baron 1870. For whom below Galicia is frequented. In the same way as, when a dove alights near his companion, both of them pour forth, circling about and murmuring, their affection. So one beheld I by the other grand Prince glorified to be with welcome greeted, lauding the food that there above is eaten. But when their gratulations were complete, silently coram me each one stood still, 1871. So incandescent it o'ercame my sight. Smiling thereafterwards, said Beatrice. Illustrious life, by whom the benefactions 1872 of our basilica have been described. Make hope resound within this altitude. Thou knowest as oft thou dost personify it 1873. As Jesus to the three gave greater clearness. Lift up thy head, and make thyself assured. 1874. For what comes hither from the mortal world must needs be ripened in our radiance, 1875. This comfort came to me from the second fire. Wherefore mine eyes I lifted to the hills, 1876. Which bent them down before with too great weight. Since, through his grace, our Emperor wills that thou shouldst find thee face to face, before thy death. In the most secret chamber, with his counts, 1877. So that the truth beholden of this court, hope, which below there rightfully enamors, thereby thou strengthen in thyself and others. Say what it is, and how is flowering with it thy mind. And say from whence it came to thee. Thus did the second light again continue. And the compassionate, who piloted 1878 the plumage of my wings in such high flight, did in reply anticipate me thus. No child whatever the church militant of greater hope possesses, as is written in that sun which irradiates all our band. 1879. Therefore it is conceded him from Egypt to come into Jerusalem to see, or ever yet his warfare be completed. The two remaining points, that not for knowledge 1880 have been demanded, but that he report how much this virtue unto thee is pleasing. To him I leave, for hard he will not find them, nor of self-praise, and let him answer them. 1881. And may the grace of God in this assist him, as a disciple, who his teacher follows, ready and willing, where he is expert, that his proficiency may be displayed. Hope, said I, is the certain expectation 1882 of future glory, which is the effect of grace divine and merit precedent. From many stars this light comes unto me, but he instilled it first into my heart, who was chief singer unto the chief captain. 1883. Sparent in te, in the high theody 1884. He saith, those who know thy name, and who knoweth it not, if he my faith possess. Thou didst instil me, then, with his instilling in the epistle, so that I am full, and upon others reign again your reign. 1885. While I was speaking, in the living bosom of that combustion quivered an effulgence, sudden and frequent, in the guise of lightning. Then breathed, the love wherewith I am inflamed, towards the virtue still which followed me, unto the palm and issue of the field. 1886. Wills that I breathe to thee that thou delight in her, and grateful to me is thy telling whatever things hope promises to thee. And I, the ancient scriptures and the new, the mark establish, and this shows it me. 1887. Of all the souls whom God hath made his friends. 1888. Isaiah saith, that each one garmented. 1889. In his own land shall be with twofold garments. And his own land is this delightful life. Thy brother, too, far more explicitly. There where he treateth of the robes of white. 1890. This revelation manifests to us. And first, and near the ending of these words, sparent in te, from over us was heard. To which responsive answered all the carols. Thereafterward a light among them brightened. 1891. So that, if Cancer one such crystal had. 1892. Winter would have a month of one sole day. And as uprises, goes, and enters the dance, a winsome maiden, only to do honor to the new bride, and not from any failing. 1893. Even thus did I behold the brightened splendor approach the two, who in a will revolved. 1894. As was beseeming to their ardent love. Into the song and music there it entered. And fixed on them my lady kept her look, even as a bride silent and motionless. This is the one who lay upon the breast of him our pelican, and this is he. 1895. To the great office from the cross elected. 1896. My lady thus, but therefore none the more, did move her sight from its attentive gaze. Before or afterward these words of hers, even as a man who gazes, and endeavors to see the eclipsing of the sun a little, and who, by seeing, sightless doth become. So I became before that latest fire. 1897. While it was said, why dost thou daze thyself to see a thing which here hath no existence? Earth and the earth my body is, and shall be, with all the others there, until our number with the eternal proposition tallies. 1898. With the two garments in the blessed cloister. 1899. Are the two lights alone that have ascended. 1900. And this shalt thou take back into your world. And at this utterance the flaming circle grew quiet, with the dulcet intermingling of sound that by the trinal breath was made. 1901. As to escape from danger or fatigue, the oars that erst were in the water beaten are all suspended at a whistle's sound. Ah, how much in my mind was I disturbed when I turned round to look on Beatrice. That her I could not see, although I was 1902. close at her side and in the happy world. Canto. Chapter 26. St. John examines Dante upon charity. While I was doubting for my vision quenched 1903. Out of the flame refulgent that had quenched it issued a breathing, that attentive made me, saying, while thou recoverest the sense of seeing which in me thou hast consumed, 'tis well that speaking thou shouldst compensate it. Begin then, and declare to what thy soul is aimed, and count it for a certainty. Sight is in thee bewildered and not dead, because the lady, who through this divine region conducteth thee, has in her look the power the hand of Ananias had. 1904. I said, as pleaseth her, or soon or late, let the cure come to eyes that portals were, when she with fire I ever burn with entered. The good, that gives contentment to this court. The Alpha and Omega is of all 1905. The writing that love reads me low or loud. The selfsame voice, that taken had from me the terror of the sudden dazzlement. To speak still farther put it in my thought, and said, in verity with finer sieve, behoveth thee to sift, thee it behoveth to say who aimed thy bow at such a target. And I, by philosophic arguments, and by authority that hence descends, such love must needs imprint itself in me. For good, so far as good, when comprehended, doth straight enkindle love, and so much greater, as more of goodness in itself it holds, than to that essence, whose is such advantage, that every good which out of it is found, is nothing but a ray of its own light. More than elsewhither must the mind be moved, of everyone, in loving, who discerns the truth in which this evidence is founded. Such truth he to my intellect reveals, who demonstrates to me the primal love 1906. Of all the sempiternal substances. 1907. The voice reveals it of the truthful author, who says to Moses, speaking of himself, I will make all my goodness pass before thee. 1908. Thou too revealest it to me, beginning the loud evangel, that proclaims the secret 1909. Of heaven to earth above all other edict. And I heard say, by human intellect 1910. And by authority concordant with it. Of all thy loves reserve for God the highest. But say again if other chords thou feelest, draw thee towards him, that thou mayst proclaim with how many teeth this love is biting thee. The holy purpose of the eagle of Christ 1911. Not latent was, nay, rather I perceived, whither he fain would my profession lead. Therefore I recommenced, all of those bites, which have the power to turn the heart to God, unto my charity have been concurrent. The being of the world, and my own being. The death which he endured that I may live. And that which all the faithful hope, as I do, with the forementioned vivid consciousness, have drawn me from the sea of love perverse, and of the right have placed me on the shore. The leaves, wherewith embowered is all the garden 1912. Of the eternal gardener, do I love, as much as he has granted them of good. As soon as I had ceased, a song most sweet throughout the heaven resounded, and my lady said with the others, Holy, holy, holy. 1913. And as at some keen light one wakes from sleep, by reason of the visual spirit that runs unto the splendor passed from coat to coat, and he who wakes abhorreth what he sees, so all unconscious is his sudden waking, until the judgment cometh to his aid. So from before mine eyes did Beatrice chase every mote with radiance of her own, that cast its light 1,000 miles and more, whence better after than before I saw. And in a kind of wonderment I asked about a fourth light that I saw with us. And said my lady, there within those rays Gazes upon its maker the first soul 1914. That ever the first virtue did create. Even as the bough that downward bends its top at transit of the wind, and then is lifted by its own virtue, which inclines it upward. Likewise did I, the while that she was speaking. Being amazed, and then I was made bold by a desire to speak wherewith I burned. And I began, O apple, that mature 1915. Alone hast been produced, O ancient father, to whom each wife is daughter and daughter-in-law. Devoutly as I can I supplicate thee, that thou wouldst speak to me. Thou sayest my wish, and I, to hear thee quickly, speak it not. Sometimes an animal, when covered, struggles, so that his impulse needs must be apparent, by reason of the rapage following it. And in like manner the primeval soul made clear to me athwart its covering how jubilant it was to give me pleasure. Then breathed, without thy uttering it to me, thine inclination better I discern than thou whatever thing is surest to thee. For I behold it in the truthful mirror, that of himself all things parhelion makes, 1916. And none makes him parhelion of itself. Thou fain wouldst hear how long ago God placed me within the lofty garden, where this lady unto so long a stairway thee disposed, and how long to mine eyes it was a pleasure, and of the great disdain the proper cause, and the language that I used and that I made. Now, son of mine, the tasting of the tree not in itself was cause of so great exile, but solely the o'erstepping of the bounds. There, whence thy lady moved Virgilius 1917. 4,302 circuits made by the sun, this counsel I desired. And him I saw return to all the lights of his highway 900 times and 30. Whilst I upon the earth was tarrying. The language that I spake was quite extinct 1918. Before that in the work interminable, the people under Nimrod were employed. For never more result of reasoning, because of human pleasure that doth change. Obedient to the heavens, was durable. 1919. A natural action is it that man speaks. But whether thus or thus, doth nature leave to your own art, as seemeth best to you. Ere I descended to the infernal anguish, was on earth the name of the chief good, 1920. From whom comes all the joy that wraps me round. Eli he then was called, and that is proper. 1921. Because the use of men is like a leaf. 1922. On bough, which goeth and another cometh. Upon the mount that highest o'er the wave. 1923. Rises was I, in life or pure or sinful. From the first hour to that which is the second. As the sun changes quadrant, to the sixth. 1924. Canto. Chapter 27. St. Peter's reproof of bad popes, the ascent to the ninth heaven, or the primum mobile. Glory be to the Father, to the Son. 1925. And Holy Ghost. All paradise began, so that the melody inebriate made me. What I beheld seemed unto me a smile of the universe, for my inebriation found entrance through the hearing and the sight. O joy! O gladness inexpressible! O perfect life of love and peacefulness! O riches without hankering secure! 1926. Before mine eyes were standing the four torches. 1927. Enkindled, and the one that first had come began to make itself more luminous. And even such in semblance it became as Jupiter would become, if he and Mars. 1928. Were birds, and they should interchange their feathers. That providence, which here distributeth season and service, in the blessed choir, had silence upon every side imposed. When I heard say, if I my color change, marvel not at it. For while I am speaking, thou shalt behold all these their color change. He who usurps upon the earth my place 1929. My place, which vacant has become before the presence of the Son of God, has of my cemetery made a sewer 1930. Of blood and stench, whereby the perverse one, who fell from here, below there is appeased, with the same color which, through sun adverse, painteth the clouds at evening or at morn. Beheld I then the whole of heaven suffused, and as a modest woman, who abides, sure of herself, and at another's failing, from listening only, timorous becomes. Even thus did Beatrice change countenance. And I believe in heaven was such eclipse, when suffered the supreme omnipotence. 1931. There afterward proceeded forth his words, with voice so much transmuted from itself, the very countenance was not more changed. The spouse of Christ has never nurtured been. On blood of mine, of Linus and of Cletus 1932. To be made use of in a quest of gold, but in a quest of this delightful life. Sixtus and Pius, Urban and Calixtus 1933. After much lamentation, shed their blood. Our purpose was not, that on the right hand of our successors should in part be seated 1934. The Christian folk, in part upon the other. Nor that the keys which were to me confided should e'er become the escutcheon on a banner 1935. That should wage war on those who are baptized. 1936. Nor I be made the figure of a seal to privileges venal and mendacious 1937. Whereat I often redden and flash with fire. In garb of shepherds the rapacious wolves 1938. Are seen from here above o'er all the pastures. O wrath of God, why dost thou slumber still? 1939. To drink our blood the Corsines and Gascons 1940. Are making ready. O thou good beginning! Unto how vile an end must thou needs fall? But the high providence, that with Scipio 1941. At Rome the glory of the world defended, will speedily bring aid, as I conceive. And thou, my son, who by thy mortal weight shalt down return again, open thy mouth. What I conceal not, do not thou conceal. As with its frozen vapors downward falls, inflakes our atmosphere, what time the horn 1942 of the celestial goat doth touch the sun. 1943. Upward in such array saw I the ether become, and flaked with the triumphant vapors, which there together with us had remained. 1944. My sight was following up their semblances, and followed till the medium, by excess 1945. The passing farther onward took from it. Whereat the lady, who beheld me freed from gazing upward, said to me, cast down thy sight, and see how far thou art turned round. Since the first time that I had downward looked 1946. I saw that I had moved through the whole arc, which the first climate makes from midst to end. 1947. So that I saw the mad track of Ulysses 1948. Past Gades, and this side, well nigh the shore 1949. Whereon became Europa a sweet burden. 1950. And of this threshing floor the sight to me 1951. Were more unveiled, but the sun was proceeding. Under my feet, a sign and more removed. 1952. My mind enamored, which is dallying 1953. At all times with my lady, to bring back to her mine eyes was more than ever ardent. And if or art or nature has made bait 1954. To catch the eyes and so possess the mind. In human flesh or in its portraiture. All joined together would appear as naught. To the divine delight which shone upon me, when to her smiling face I turned me round. The virtue that her look endowed me with From the fair nest of Leda tore me forth, 1955. And up into the swiftest heaven impelled me. Its parts exceeding full of life and lofty. Are all so uniform, I cannot say. Which Beatrice selected for my place. But she, who was aware of my desire, 1956. Began, the while she smiled so joyously, that God seemed in her countenance to rejoice. The nature of that motion, which keeps quiet, the center and all the rest about it moves. From hence begins as from its starting point. And in this heaven there is no other where 1957. Then in the mind divine, wherein is kindled the love that turns it, and the power it reigns. Within a circle light and love embrace it. Even as this doth the others, and that precinct 1958. He who encircles it alone controls. Its motion is not by another meted. But all the others measured are by this. As 10 is by the half and by the fifth. 1959. And in what manner time in such a pot may have its roots, and in the rest its leaves, now unto thee can manifest be made. O covetousness, that mortals dost ingulf beneath thee so, that no one hath the power of drawing back his eyes from out thy waves. Full fairly blossoms in mankind the will, but the uninterrupted rain converts into abortive wildings the true plums. Fidelity and innocence are found 1960. Only in children. Afterwards they both take flight or ere the cheeks with down are covered. One, while he prattles still, observes the fasts. Who, when his tongue is loosed, forthwith devours whatever food under whatever moon. Another, while he prattles, loves and listens unto his mother, who when speech is perfect, forthwith desires to see her in her grave. Even thus is swarthy made the skin so white. In its first aspect of the daughter fair 1961. Of him who brings the morn, and leaves the night. Thou, that it may not be a marvel to thee, think that on earth there is no one who governs, 1962. Whence goes astray the human family? Ere January be unwintered wholly. By the centesimal on earth neglected. 1963. Shall these supernal circles roar so loud? The tempest that has been so long awaited 1964. Shall whirl the poops about where are the prows? So that the fleet shall run its course direct. And the true fruit shall follow on the flower. Canto. Chapter 28. God and the Celestial Hierarchies. After the Truth Against the Present Life 1965. Of miserable mortals was unfolded. By her who doth imparadize my mind. 1966. As in a looking-glass a taper's flame. He sees who from behind is lighted by it. Before he has it in his sight or thought. And turns him round to see if so the glass tell him the truth, and sees that it accords therewith as doth a music with its meter. In similar wise my memory recollecteth that I did, looking into those fair eyes, of which love made the springes to ensnare me. And as I turned me round, and mine were touched by that which is apparent in that volume 1967. Whenever on its gyre we gaze intent, a point beheld I. That was raying out 1968. Light so acute, the sight which it enkindles must close perforce before such great acuteness. And whatsoever star seems smallest here would seem to be a moon, if placed beside it. As one star with another star is placed. Perhaps at such a distance as appears. A halo cincturing the light that paints it. When densest is the vapor that sustains it. Thus distant round the point a circle of fire. So swiftly whirled, that it would have surpassed whatever motion soonest girds the world. And this was by another circumsynct. That by a third, the third then by a fourth. By a fifth the fourth, and then by a sixth the fifth. The seventh followed thereupon in width. So ample now, that Juno's messenger 1969. Entire would be too narrow to contain it. Even so the eighth and ninth. And everyone 1970. More slowly moved, according as it was. In number distant farther from the first. And that one had its flame most crystalline. From which less distant was the stainless spark. I think because more with its truth imbued. My lady, who in my anxiety beheld me much perplexed, said, from that point dependent is the heaven and nature all. Behold that circle most conjoined to it. And know thou, that its motion is so swift. Through burning love whereby it is spurred on. And I to her, if the world were arranged in the order which I see in yonder wheels, what set before me would have satisfied me. But in the world of sense we can perceive that evermore the circles are diviner, as they are from the center more remote. Wherefore if my desire is to be ended in this miraculous and angelic temple, that has for confines only love and light, to hear behoves me still how the example 1971. And the exemplar go not in one fashion. Since for myself in vain I contemplate it. If thine own fingers unto such a knot be insufficient, it is no great wonder. So hard hath it become for want of trying. 1972. My lady thus. Then said she, do thou take what I shall tell thee, if thou wouldst be sated, and exercise on that thy subtlety. The circles corporal are wide and narrow. 1973. According to the more or less of virtue, which is distributed through all their parts. The greater goodness works the greater wheel. The greater wheel the greater body holds. If perfect equally are all its parts. Therefore this one which sweeps along with it. 1974. The universe sublime, doth correspond unto the circle which most loves and knows. On which account, if thou unto the virtue apply thy measure, not to the appearance of substances that unto thee seem round, thou wilt behold a marvelous agreement of more to greater, and of less to smaller. 1975. In every heaven, with its intelligence, even as remaineth splendid and serene the hemisphere of air, when Boreas 1976 is blowing from that cheek where he is mildest, because is purified and resolved the rack that erst disturbed it, till the welkin laughs with all the beauties of its pageantry. Thus did I likewise, after that my lady had me provided with her clear response. And like a star in heaven the truth was seen. And soon as to a stop her words had come. Not otherwise does iron scintillate when molten, than those circles scintillated. 1977. Their coruscation all the sparks repeated. And they so many were, their number makes more millions than the doubling of the chess. 1978. I heard them sing Hosanna choir by choir to the fixed point which holds them at the ubi. 1979. And ever will, where they have ever been. And she, who saw the dubious meditations within my mind, the primal circles, said, have shown thee seraphim and cherubim. 1980. Thus rapidly they follow their own bonds. 1981. To be as like the point as most they can. And can as far as they are high in vision. Those other loves, that round about them go. Thrones of the countenance divine are called 1982. Because they terminate the primal triad. And thou shouldst know that they all have delight. As much as their own vision penetrates. The truth, in which all intellect finds rest. From this it may be seen how blessedness is founded in the faculty which sees. 1983. And not in that which loves, and follows next. And of this seeing merit is the measure, which is brought forth by grace, and by good will. 1984. Thus on from grade to grade doth it proceed. the second triad, which is germinating. In such wise in this sempiternal spring, 1985. That no nocturnal Aries despoils. Perpetually Hosanna warbles forth. With threefold melody. That sounds in three orders of joy, with which it is entwined. The three divine are in this hierarchy. First the dominions, and the virtues next, 1986. And the third order is that of the powers. Then in the dances twain penultimate. The principalities and archangels wheel. The last is wholly of angelic sports. These orders upward all of them are gazing. And downward so prevail, that unto God they all attracted are and all attract. And Dionysius with so great desire 1987. To contemplate these orders set himself. He named them and distinguished them as I do. But Gregory afterwards dissented from him. 1988. Wherefore, as soon as he unclosed his eyes, within this heaven, he at himself did smile. And if so much of secret truth immortal proffered on earth, I would not have thee marvel. For he who saw it here revealed it to him. 1989. With much more of the truth about these circles. Canto. Chapter 29. Beatrice's discourse of the creation of the angels, and of the fall of Lucifer, her reproof of the ignorance and avarice of preachers, and the sale of indulgences. At what time both the children of Latona 1990. Surmounted by the ram and by the scales 1991. Together make a zone of the horizon. 1992. As long as from the time the zenith holds them in equipoise, till from that girdle both changing their hemisphere disturb the balance. So long, her face depicted with a smile. Did Beatrice keep silence while she gazed fixedly at the point which had o'ercome me. 1993. Then she began, I say, and I ask not what thou dost wish to hear, for I have seen it 1994. Where centers every when and every ubi. 1995. Not to acquire some good unto himself, which is impossible, but that his splendor 1996. In its resplendency may say, subsisto. In his eternity outside of time. 1997. Outside all other limits, as it pleased him. Into new loves the eternal love unfolded. 1998. Nor as if torpid did he lie before. For neither after nor before proceeded the going forth of God upon these waters. 1999. Matter and form unmingled and conjoined 2000. Came into being that had no defect 2001. E'en as three arrows from a three-stringed bow. And as in glass, in amber, or in crystal, a sunbeam flashes so, that from its coming to its full being is no interval. So from its Lord did the triform effect ray forth into its being altogether, without discrimination of beginning. Order was concreated and constructed. In substances, and summit of the world, were those wherein the pure act was produced. 2002. Pure potentiality held the lowest part. 2003. Midway bound potentiality with act 2004. Such bond that it shall never be unbound. 2005. Jerome has written unto you of angels 2006. Created a long lapse of centuries. Or ever yet the other world was made. But written is this truth in many places 2007. By writers of the Holy Ghost, and thou 2008. Shalt see it, if thou lookest well thereat. And even reason seeth it somewhat. For it would not concede that for so long could be the motors without their perfection. 2009. Now dost thou know both where and when these loves created were, and how, so that extinct in thy desire already are three fires. Nor could one reach, in counting, unto 20. So swiftly, as a portion of these angels Disturb the subject of your elements. 2010. The rest remained, and they began this art, which thou discernest, with so great delight, that never from their circling do they cease. The occasion of the fall was the accursed presumption of that one, whom thou hast seen 2011. By all the burden of the world constrained. Those whom thou here beholdest modest were to recognize themselves as of that goodness, which made them apt for so much understanding, on which account their vision was exalted by the enlightening grace and their own merit, so that they have a full and steadfast will. I would not have thee doubt, but certain be. 'Tis meritorious to receive this grace, 2012. According as the affection opens to it. Now round about in this consistory, much mayst thou contemplate, if these my words be gathered up, without all further aid. But since upon the earth, throughout your schools, they teach that such is the angelic nature, that it doth hear, and recollect, and will. More will I say, that thou mayst see unmixed the truth that is confounded there below, equivocating in such like prelections. These substances, since in God's countenance they jocund were, turned not away their sight from that wherefrom not anything is hidden. Hence they have not their vision intercepted by object new, and hence they do not need to recollect, through interrupted thought. So that below, not sleeping, people dream, believing they speak truth, and not believing. And in the last is greater sin and shame. Below you do not journey by one path. Philosophizing, so transporteth you love of appearance and the thought thereof. And even this above here is endured with less disdain, than when is set aside the holy writ, or when it is distorted. They think not there how much of blood it costs to sow it in the world, and how he pleases who in humility keeps close to it. Each striveth for appearance, and doth make his own inventions, and these treated are 2013 by preachers, and the evangel holds its peace. One saith that the moon did backward turn in the passion of Christ, and interpose herself, so that the sunlight reached not down below, and lies. For of its own accord the light hid itself, whence to Spaniards and to Indians. As to the Jews, did such eclipse respond. Florence has not so many Lappi and Bindi 2014. As fables such as these, that every year are shouted from the pulpit back and forth, in such wise that the lambs, who do not know, come back from pasture fed upon the wind 2015. And not to see the harm doth not excuse them. Christ did not to his first disciples say, Go forth, and to the world preach idle tales. But unto them a true foundation gave. And this so loudly sounded from their lips, that, in the warfare to enkindle faith, they made of the evangel shields and lances. Now men go forth with jests and drolleries 2016. To preach, and if but well the people laugh, the hood puffs out, and nothing more is asked. But in the cowl there nestles such a bird 2017. That, if the common people were to see it, they would perceive what pardons they confide in. For which so great on earth has grown the folly, that, without proof of any testimony, to each indulgence they would flock together. By this Saint Anthony his pig doth fatten 2018. And many others, who are worse than pigs, paying in money without mark of coinage. 2019. But since we have digressed abundantly, turn back thine eyes forthwith to the right path, so that the way be shortened with the time. This nature doth so multiply itself 2020. In numbers, that there never yet was speech, nor mortal fancy that can go so far. And if thou notest that which is revealed by Daniel, thou wilt see that in his thousands 2021 number determinate is kept concealed. The primal light, that all irradiates it. 2022. By modes as many is received therein, as are the splendors wherewith it is mated. 2023. Hence, inasmuch as on the act conceptive, the affection followeth, of love the sweetness. 2024. Therein diversely fervid is or tepid. The height behold now and the amplitude of the eternal power, since it hath made itself so many mirrors, where 'tis broken, one in itself remaining as before. Canto. Chapter 30. The 10th heaven, or empyrean, the river of light, the two courts of heaven, the white rose of paradise. Perchance 6,000 miles remote from us. 2025. Is glowing the 6th hour, and now this world. 2026. Inclines its shadow almost to a level, when the mid-heaven begins to make itself so deep to us, that here and there a star ceases to shine so far down as this depth, and as advances bright exceedingly the handmaid of the sun, the heaven is closed. Light after light to the most beautiful. Not otherwise the triumph, which forever. 2027. Plays round about the point that vanquished me, seeming enclosed by what itself encloses. Little by little from my vision faded, whereat to turn mine eyes on Beatrice, my seeing nothing and my love constrained me. If what has hitherto been said of her were all concluded in a single praise, scant would it be to serve the present turn. Not only does the beauty I beheld transcend ourselves, but truly I believe its maker only may enjoy it all. Vanquished do I confess me by this passage, more than by problem of his theme was ever come the comic or the tragic poet. For as the sun the sight that trembles most, even so the memory of that sweet smile my mind depriveth of its very self. From the first day that I beheld her face, in this life, to the moment of this look, the sequence of my song has ne'er been severed. But now perforce this sequence must desist from following her beauty with my verse, as every artist at his uttermost, such as I leave her to a greater fame than any of my trumpet, which is bringing its arduous matter to a final close. With voice and gesture of a perfect leader, she recommenced, we from the greatest body. 2028. Have issued to the heaven that is pure light. Light intellectual replete with love. Love of true good replete with ecstasy. Ecstasy that transcendeth every sweetness. 2029. Here shalt thou see the one host and the other 2030. Of paradise, and one in the same aspects, which at the final judgment thou shalt see. 2031. Even as a sudden lightning that disperses the visual spirits, so that it deprives the eye of impress from the strongest objects. Thus round about me flashed a living light, and left me swathed around with such a veil of its effulgence, that I nothing saw. Ever the love which quieteth this heaven welcomes into itself with such salute, to make the candle ready for its flame. No sooner had within me these brief words an entrance found, than I perceived myself to be uplifted over my own power. And I with vision new rekindled me, such that no light whatever is so pure, but that mine eyes were fortified against it. And light I saw in fashion of a river 2032, fulvid with its effulgence, twixt two banks, depicted with an admirable spring. Out of this river issued living sparks 2033, and on all sides sank down into the flowers, like unto rubies that are set in gold. 2034. And then, as if inebriate with the odors, they plunged again into the wondrous torrent. And as one entered issued forth another. The high desire, that now inflames and moves thee, to have intelligence of what thou sayest, pleaseth me all the more it swells. But of this water it behoves thee drink. before so great a thirst in thee be slaked. Thus said to me the sunshine of mine eyes. And added, the river and the topazes 2035. Going in and out, and the laughing of the herbage, are of their truth foreshadowing prefaces. Not that these things are difficult in themselves, but the deficiency is on thy side. For yet thou hast not vision so exalted. There is no babe that leaps so suddenly, with face towards the milk, if he awake much later than his usual custom is. As I did, that I might make better mirrors still of mine eyes, down stooping to the wave, which flows that we therein be better made. And even as the penthouse of mine eyelids drank of it, it forthwith appeared to me, out of its length to be transformed to round. 2036. Then as a folk who have been under masks seem other than before, if they divest the semblance not their own they disappeared in. Thus into greater pomp were changed for me the flowerets and the sparks, so that I saw both of the courts of heaven made manifest. O splendor of God! By means of which I saw the lofty triumph of the realm veracious. Give me the power to say how it I saw. 2037. There is a light above, which visible 2038 makes the Creator unto every creature, who only in beholding him has peace. And it expands itself in circular form, to such extent, that its circumference would be too large a girdle for the sun. The semblance of it is all made of rays, reflected from the top of primal motion, which takes therefrom vitality and power. And as a hill in water at its base mirrors itself, as if to see its beauty, when affluent most in verdure and in flowers, so, ranged aloft all round about the light, mirrored I saw in more ranks than 1,000, all who above there have from us returned. And if the lowest row collect within it so great a light, how vast the amplitude is of this rose in its extremest leaves. My vision in the vastness and the height lost not itself, but comprehended all. The quantity and quality of that gladness, there near and far nor add nor take away. For there where God immediately doth govern, the natural law in naught is relevant. Into the yellow of the rose eternal 2039. That spreads, and multiplies, and breathes an odor of praise unto the ever-vernal sun, as one who silent is and fain would speak. Me Beatrice drew on, and said, Behold, of the white stoles how vast the convent is. 2040. Behold how vast the circuit of our city. Behold our seats so filled to overflowing, that here henceforward are few people wanting, on that great throne whereon thine eyes are fixed, for the crown's sake already placed upon it. Before thou suppest at this wedding feast, shall sit the soul, that is to be Augustus 2041. On earth, of noble Henry, who shall come 2042. To redress Italy ere she be ready. Blind covetousness, that casts its spell upon you, has made you like unto the little child, who dies of hunger and drives off the nurse. And in the sacred forum then shall be 2043. A prefect such, that openly or covert 2044. On the same road he will not walk with him, but long of God he will not be endured. In holy office, he shall be thrust down, where Simon Magus is for his deserts 2045. And make him of a lagna lower go. 2046. Canto. Chapter 31. The Glory of Paradise, Saint Bernard. In fashion then as of a snow-white rose 2047. Displayed itself to me the saintly host, whom Christ in his own blood had made his bride. But the other host, that flying sees and sings the glory of him who doth enamour it, and the goodness that created it so noble, even as a swarm of bees, that sinks in flowers 2048. One moment. And the next returns again. To where its labor is to sweetness turned. Sank into the great flower, that is adorned with leaves so many. And thence reascended. To where its love abideth evermore. Their faces had they all of living flame. And wings of gold, and all the rest so white. No snow unto that limit doth attain. From bench to bench, into the flower descending. They carried something of the peace and ardor, which by the fanning of their flanks they won. Nor did the interposing, twixt the flower, and what was o'er it of such plenitude, of flying shapes impede the sight and splendor. Because the light divine so penetrates the universe, according to its merit, that naught can be an obstacle against it. This realm secure and full of gladsomeness, crowded with ancient people and with modern, unto one mark had all its look and love. O trinal light, that in a single star, sparkling upon their sight so satisfies them. Look down upon our tempest here below. If the barbarians, coming from some region, that every day by Hellas is covered 2049, revolving with her son whom she delights in, beholding Rome and all her noble works, 2050, were wonderstruck, what time the Lateran 2051, above all mortal things was eminent. I who to the divine had from the human, from time unto eternity, had come, from Florence to a people just and sane. With what amazement must I have been filled! Truly between this and the joy, it was my pleasure not to hear, and to be mute. And as a pilgrim who delighteth him in gazing round the temple of his vow, and hopes some day to retell how it was, so through the living light my way pursuing, directed I mine eyes o'er all the ranks, now up, now down, and now all round about. Faces I saw of charity persuasive, embellished by his light and their own smile, and attitudes adorned with every grace, the general form of paradise already my glance had comprehended as a whole, in no part hitherto remaining fixed. And round I turned me with rekindled wish, my lady to interrogate of things, concerning which my mind was in suspense. One thing I meant, another answered me. I thought I should see Beatrice, and saw an old man habited like the glorious people. O'erflowing was he in his eyes and cheeks, with joy benign, in attitude of pity, as to a tender father is becoming. And, she, where is she? Instantly I said. Whence he, to put an end to thy desire, me Beatrice hath sent from mine own place. And if thou lookest up to the third round of the first rank, again shalt thou behold her. Upon the throne her merits have assigned her. Without reply I lifted up mine eyes, and saw her, as she made herself a crown, reflecting from herself the eternal rays, not from that region which the highest thunders 2052. Is any mortal eye so far removed, in whatsoever sea it deepest sinks, as there from Beatrice my sight? But this was nothing unto me, because her image descended not to me by medium blurred. O Lady, thou in whom my hope is strong, and who for my salvation didst endure in hell to leave the imprint of thy feet, of whatsoever things I have beheld, as coming from thy power and from thy goodness, I recognize the virtue and the grace. Thou from a slave hast brought me unto freedom, by all those ways, by all the expedients, whereby thou hadst the power of doing it. Preserve towards me thy magnificence, so that this soul of mine, which thou hast healed, pleasing to thee be loosened from the body. Thus I implored. And she, so far away, smiled, as it seemed, and looked once more at me. Then unto the eternal fountain turned, and said the old man, Holy, that thou mayst accomplish perfectly thy journeying, whereunto prayer and holy love have sent me. Fly with thine eyes all round about this garden. For seeing it will discipline thy sight. Farther to mount along the ray divine. And she, the Queen of Heaven, for whom I burn, holy with love, will grant us every grace. Because that I her faithful Bernard am. 2053. As he who peradventure from Croatia cometh to gaze at our Veronica. 2054. Who through its ancient fame is never sated, but says in thought, the while it is displayed, my Lord, Christ Jesus, God of very God, now was your semblance made like unto this. Even such was I while gazing at the living charity of the man, who in this world, by contemplation tasted of that peace. Thou Son of Grace, this jocund life, began he, will not be known to thee by keeping ever thine eyes below here on the lowest place, but mark the circles to the most remote, until thou shalt behold enthroned the Queen. 2055. To whom this realm is subject and devoted. I lifted up mine eyes, and as at morn, the oriental part of the horizon surpasses that wherein the sun goes down. Thus, as if going with mine eyes from vale to mount, I saw a part in the remoteness surpass in splendor all the other front. And even as there where we await the pole, that phaeton drove badly, blazes more. 2056. The light, and is on either side diminished. So likewise that Pacific oriflamme gleamed brightest in the center, and each side in equal measure did the flame abate. And at that center, with their wings expanded, more than 1,000 jubilant angels saw I, each differing in effulgence and in kind. I saw there at their sports and at their songs a beauty smiling, which the gladness was within the eyes of all the other saints. And if I had in speaking as much wealth as in imagining, should not dare to attempt the smallest part of its delight. Bernard, as soon as he beheld mine eyes fixed and intent upon its fervid fervor, his own with such affection turned to her, that it made mine more ardent to behold. Canto. Chapter 32. Saint Bernard points out the saints in the white rose. Absorbed in his delight, that contemplator. 2057. Assumed the willing office of a teacher, and gave beginning to these holy words. The wound that Mary closed up and anointed, she at her feet who is so beautiful. 2058. She is the one who opened it and pierced it. Within that order which the third seats make, is seated Rachel, lower than the other. 2059. With Beatrice, in manner as thou sayest, Sarah, Rebecca, Judith, and her who was ancestress of the singer, who for dole. 2060. Of the misdeed said, Miserere mei. 2061. Canst thou behold from seat to seat descending down in gradation, as with each one's name I through the rows go down from leaf to leaf, and downward from the seventh row, even as above the same, succeed the Hebrew women, dividing all the tresses of the flower. Because, according to the view which faith in Christ had taken, these are the partition by which the sacred stairways are divided. Upon this side, where perfect is the flower, with each one of its petals, seated are those who believed in Christ who was to come. 2062. Upon the other side, where intersected with vacant spaces are the semicircles, are those who look to Christ already come. 2063. And as, upon this side, the glorious seat of the Lady of Heaven, and the other seats below it, such a great division make, so opposite doth that of the great John. 2064. Who, ever holy, desert and martyrdom endured, and afterwards 2 years in hell, and under him thus to divide were chosen Francis, and Benedict, and Augustine, And down to us the rest from round to round. Behold now the high providence divine. For one and other aspect of the faith. In equal measure shall this garden fill. And know that downward from that rank which cleaves 2065. Midway the sequence of the two divisions. Not by their proper merit are they seated. But by another's under fixed conditions. 2066. For these are spirits one and all as-oiled. Before they any true election had. Well canst thou recognize it in their faces. And also in their voices puerile. If thou regard them well and hearken to them. Now doubtest thou, and doubting thou art silent. But I will loosen for thee the strong bond. In which thy subtle fancies hold thee fast. Within the amplitude of this domain. No casual point can possibly find place. No more than sadness can, or thirst, or hunger. For by eternal law has been established. Whatever thou beholdest, so that closely. The ring is fitted to the finger here. And therefore are these people, Festinate 2067. Unto true life, not sine causa here. More and less excellent among themselves. The king, by means of whom this realm reposes. In so great love and in so great delight. That no will ventureth to ask for more. In his own joyous aspect every mind. Creating. At his pleasure dowers with grace. Diversely. And let here the effect suffice. And this is clearly and expressly noted. For you in Holy Scripture, in those twins 2068. Who in their mother had their anger roused. According to the color of the hair, 2069. Therefore, with such a grace the light supreme. Consenteth that they worthily be crowned. Without, then, any merit of their deeds. Stationed are they in different gradations. Differing only in their first acuteness. 2070. 'Tis true that in the early centuries 2071. With innocence, to work out their salvation. Sufficient was the faith of parents only. After the earlier ages were completed 2072. Behoved it that the males by circumcision. Unto their innocent wings should virtue add. But after that the time of grace had come. Without the baptism absolute of Christ. Such innocence below there was retained. Look now into the face that unto Christ 2073. Hath most resemblance, for its brightness only. Is able to prepare thee to see Christ. On her did I behold so great a gladness. Rain down, borne onward in the holy minds. Created through that altitude to fly. That whatsoever I had seen before. Did not suspend me in such admiration. Nor show me such similitude of God. And the same love that first descended there 2074. Ave Maria, gratia plena, singing. In front of her his wings expanded wide. Unto the canticle divine responded. From every part the court beatified. So that each sight became serener for it. 2075. O Holy Father, who for me endurest. To be below here, leaving the sweet place. In which thou sittest by eternal lot. Who is the angel that with so much joy. Into the eyes is looking of our Queen. Enamored so that he seems made of fire? Thus I again recourse had to the teaching. Of that one who delighted him in Mary 2076. As doth the star of morning in the sun. 2077. And he to me, such gallantry and grace. As there can be in angel and in soul. All is in him, and thus we fain would have it. Because he is the one who bore the palm. Down unto Mary, when the Son of God. To take our burden on himself decreed. But now come onward with thine eyes, as I. Speaking shall go, and note the great patricians. Of this most just and merciful of empires. Those two that sit above their most in rapture. As being very near unto Augusta 2078. Are as it were the two roots of this rose. He who upon the left is near her placed 2079. The Father is, by whose audacious taste the human species so much bitter tastes. Upon the right thou sayest that ancient Father 2080. Of Holy Church, into whose keeping Christ the keys committed of this lovely flower. And he who all the evil days beheld 2081. Before his death, of her the beauteous bride, who with the spear and with the nails was one. Beside him sits, and by the other rests, that leader under whom on manna lived 2082. The people ingrate, fickle, and stiff-necked. 2083. Opposite Peter sayest thou Anna seated 2084. So well content to look upon her daughter. Her eyes she moves not while she sings Hosanna. And opposite the eldest household father, Lucia sits, she who thy lady moved 2085. When to rush downward thou didst bend thy brows. But since the moments of thy vision fly, here will we make full stop, as a good tailor, who makes the gown according to his cloth. And unto the first love will turn our eyes, that looking upon him thou penetrate, as far as possible through his effulgence. Truly, lest peradventure thou recede, moving thy wings believing to advance 2086. By prayer behoves it that grace be obtained. Grace from that one who has the power to aid thee. And thou shalt follow me with thy affection, that from my words thy heart turn not aside. And he began this holy orison. Canto. Chapter 33. Prayer to the Virgin, the threefold circle of the Trinity, mystery of the divine and human nature. Thou Virgin Mother, daughter of thy Son 2087. Humble and high beyond all other creature, the limit fixed of the eternal counsel. Thou art the one who such nobility to human nature gave, that its Creator did not disdain to make himself its creature. Within thy womb rekindled was the love, by heat of which in the eternal peace, after such wise this flower has germinated. Here unto us thou art a noonday torch of charity, and below there among mortals, thou art the living fountainhead of hope. Lady, thou art so great, and so prevailing, that he who wishes grace, nor runs to thee, his aspirations without wings would fly. Not only thy benignity gives succor to him who asketh it, but oftentimes forerunneth of its own accord the asking. In thee compassion is, in thee is pity, in thee magnificence, in thee unites whatever of goodness is in any creature. Now doth this man, who from the lowest depth of the universe as far as here has seen, one after one the spiritual lives, supplicate thee through grace for so much power, that with his eyes he may uplift himself higher towards the uttermost salvation. And I, who never burned for my own seeing more than I do for his, all of my prayers proffer to thee, and pray they come not short, that thou wouldst scatter from him every cloud of his mortality, so with thy prayers, that the chief pleasure be to him displayed. Still farther do I pray thee, Queen, who canst whatever thou wilt, that sound thou mayst preserve, after so great a vision his affections. 2088. Let thy protection conquer human movements. See Beatrice and all the blessed ones. My prayers to second clasp their hands to thee. The eyes beloved and revered of God, fastened upon the speaker, showed to us how grateful unto her our prayers devout. Then unto the eternal light they turned, on which it is not credible could be by any creature bent an eye so clear. And I, who to the end of all desires was now approaching, even as I ought, the ardor of desire within me ended. 2089. Bernard was beckoning unto me, and smiling, that I should upward look, but I already was of my own accord such as he wished, because my sight, becoming purified, was entering more and more into the ray of the high light which of itself is true. From that time forward what I saw was greater than our discourse, that to such vision yields, and yields the memory unto such excess, even as he is who seeth in a dream, and after dreaming the imprinted passion remains, and to his mind the rest returns not. Even such am I, for almost utterly ceases my vision, and distilleth yet within my heart the sweetness born of it. Even thus the snow is in the sun unsealed. Even thus upon the wind in the light leaves were the soothsayings of the Sibyl lost. 2090. O light supreme, that dost so far uplift thee from the conceits of mortals, to my mind, of what thou didst appear relend a little, and make my tongue of so great puissance, that but a single sparkle of thy glory it may bequeath unto the future people. For by returning to my memory somewhat, and by a little sounding in these verses, more of thy victory shall be conceived. I think the keenness of the living ray which I endured would have bewildered me, if but mine eyes had been averted from it. 2091. And I remember that I was more bold on this account to bear, so that I joined my aspect with the glory infinite. O grace abundant, by which I presumed to fix my sight upon the light eternal, so that the seeing I consumed therein, I saw that in its depth far down is lying, bound up with love together in one volume. 2092. What through the universe in leaves is scattered, substance, and accident, and their operations, all interfuse together in such wise, that what I speak of is one simple light. 2093. The universal fashion of this knot, methinks I saw, since more abundantly in saying this I feel that I rejoice. One moment is more lethargy to me. 2094. Than 25 centuries to the emprise that startled Neptune with the shade of Argo. My mind in this wise wholly in suspense, steadfast, immovable, attentive gazed, and evermore with gazing grew enkindled. In presence of that light one such becomes, that to withdraw therefrom for other prospect, it is impossible he e'er consent. Because the good, which object is of will. 2095. Is gathered all in this, and out of it. That is defective which is perfect there. Shorter henceforward will my language fall, of what I yet remember, than an infant's, who still his tongue doth moisten at the breast. Not because more than one unmingled semblance was in the living light on which I looked, for it is always what it was before, but through the sight, that fortified itself in me by looking, one appearance only to me was ever changing as I changed. 2096. Within the deep and luminous subsistence. 2097. Of the high light appeared to me three circles. 2098. Of threefold color and of one dimension, and by the second seemed the first reflected, as iris is by iris, and the third seemed fire that equally from both is breathed. Oh, how all speech is feeble and falls short of my conceit, and this to what I saw is such, 'tis not enough to call it little. O light etern, soul in thyself that dwellest, soul knowest thyself, and, known unto thyself, and knowing, lovest and smilest on thyself. That circulation, which being thus conceived, appeared in thee as a reflected light. 2099. When somewhat contemplated by mine eyes, within itself, of its own very color, seemed to me painted with our effigy. 2100. Wherefore my sight was all absorbed therein, as the geometrician, who endeavors to square the circle, and discovers not, by taking thought, the principle he wants. Even such was I at that new apparition. I wished to see how the image to the circle conformed itself, and how it there finds place. But my own wings were not enough for this. Had it not been that then my mind there smote a flash of lightning, wherein came its wish. 2101. Here vigor failed the lofty fantasy. But now was turning my desire and will. Even as a wheel that equally is moved. 2102. The love which moves the sun and the other stars. 2103. Endnotes 1, 500. The Vita Nuova of Dante closes with these words. After this sonnet there appeared to me a wonderful vision, in which I beheld things that made me propose to say no more of this blessed one, until I shall be able to treat of her more worthily. And to attain thereunto, truly I strive with all my power, as she knoweth. So that if it shall be the pleasure of him, through whom all things live, that my life continue somewhat longer, I hope to say of her what never yet was said of any woman. And then may it please him, who is the sire of courtesy, that my soul may depart to look upon the glory of its lady, that is to say, of the blessed Beatrice, who in glory gazes into the face of him. Ca est per omnia secula benedictus. In these lines we have the earliest glimpse of the Divine Comedy, as it rose in the author's mind. Whoever has read the Vita Nuova will remember the stress which Dante lays upon the mystic numbers 9 and 3. His first meeting with Beatrice at the beginning of her 9th year, and the end of his 9 days' illness, and the thought of her death which came to him on the 9th day. Her death on the 9th day of the 9th month, computing by the Syrian method. And in that year of our Lord, when the perfect number 10 was 9 times completed in that century, which was the 13th. Moreover, he says the number 9 was friendly to her, because the 9 heavens were in conjunction at her birth. And that she was herself the number 9, that is, a miracle whose root is the wonderful Trinity. Following out this idea, we find the Divine Comedy written in terza rima, or threefold rhyme, divided into 3 parts, and each part again subdivided in its structure into 3. The whole number of cantos is 100, the perfect number 10 multiplied into itself. But if we count the first canto of the Inferno as a prelude, which it really is, each part will consist of 33 cantos, making 99 in all, and so the favorite mystic numbers reappear. The 3 divisions of the Inferno are minutely described and explained by Dante in Canto 11. They are separated from each other by great spaces in the infernal abyss. The sins punished in them are, I incontinence. 2 malice. 3 bestiality. I incontinence, 1, the wanton. 2, the gluttonous. 3, the avaricious and prodigal. 4, the irascible and the sullen. 2 malice, 1, the violent against their neighbor, in person or property. 2, the violent against themselves, in person or property. 3, the violent against God, or against nature, the daughter of God, or against art, the daughter of nature. 3 bestiality, first subdivision, 1, seducers. 2, flatterers. 3, simoniacs. 4, soothsayers. 5, barrators. 6, hypocrites. 7, thieves. 8, evil counselors. 9, schismatics. 10, falsifiers. Second subdivision, 1, traitors to their kindred. 2, traitors to their country. 3, traitors to their friends. 4, traitors to their lords and benefactors. The Divine Comedy is not strictly an allegorical poem in the sense in which the Fairy Queen is. And yet it is full of allegorical symbols and figurative meanings. In a letter to Con Grande della Scala, Dante writes, "It is to be remarked, that the sense of this work is not simple, but on the contrary one may say manifold. For one sense is that which is derived from the letter, and another is that which is derived from the thing signified by the letter. The first is called literal, the second allegorical or moral. The subject, then, of the whole work, taken literally, is the condition of souls after death, simply considered. For on this and around this the whole action of the work turns. But if the work be taken allegorically, the subject is man, how by actions of merit or demerit, through freedom of the will, he justly deserves reward or punishment. It may not be amiss here to refer to what are sometimes called the sources of the Divine Comedy. Foremost among them must be placed the 11th book of the Odyssey, and the 6th of the Aeneid. And to the latter Dante seems to point significantly in choosing Virgil for his guide, his master, his author, from whom he took the beautiful style that did him honor. Next to these may be mentioned Cicero's vision of Scipio, of which Chaucer says, Chapiters 7 it had, of heaven and hell, and earthe, and souls that therein do dwell. Then follow the popular legends which were current in Dante's age. An age when the end of all things was thought to be near at hand, and the wonders of the invisible world had laid fast hold on the imaginations of men. Prominent among these is the vision of Frate Alberico, who calls himself the humblest servant of the servants of the Lord, and who saw in dream at point devise heaven, earthe, hell, and paradise. This vision was written in Latin in the latter half of the 12th century, and contains a description of hell, purgatory, and paradise, with its 7 heavens. It is for the most part a tedious tale, and bears evident marks of having been written by a friar of some monastery, when the afternoon sun was shining into his sleepy eyes. He seems, however, to have looked upon his own work with a not unfavorable opinion, for he concludes the epistle introductory with the words of St. John. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from these things, God shall take away his part from the good things written in this book. It is not impossible that Dante may have taken a few hints also from the tesoretto of his teacher, Ser Brunetto Latini, see note 212. See upon this subject, Cancellieri, Osservazioni sopra l'originalità di Dante, Wright, St. Patrick's Purgatory, an essay on the legends of Purgatory, Hell, and Paradise, current during the Middle Ages, Ozanam, Dante et la philosophie catholique au XIIIe siècle. Labit, La Divine Comedy avant Dante, published as an introduction to the translation of Brazeau, and Delapierre, Le Livre de Visions, ou l'offre et le ciel décrits par ce que les ont vus. Right arrow curving left. The action of the poem begins on Good Friday of the year 1300, at which time Dante, who was born in 1265, had reached the middle of the scriptural 60 years and 10. It ends on the first Sunday after Easter, making in all 10 days. Right arrow curving left. The dark forest of human life, with its passions, vices, and perplexities of all kinds. Politically the state of Florence with its factions Guelph and Ghibelline. Dante, Convito, 425, says. Thus the adolescent, who enters into the erroneous forest of this life, would not know how to keep the right way if he were not guided by his elders. Brunetto Latini, Tesoretto, 275. Pensando a capo chino. Perde il gran camino. E teni alia traversa. Di una selva diversa. Spencer, Fairy Queen, 4245. Seeking adventures in the salvage wood. Right arrow curving left. Bunyan, in his Pilgrim's Progress, which is a kind of divine comedy in prose, says, I beheld then that they all went on till they came to the foot of the hill Difficulty. But the narrow way lay right up the hill, and the name of the going up the side of the hill is called Difficulty. They went then till they came to the Delectable Mountains, which mountains belong to the Lord of that hill of which we have spoken before. Right arrow curving left. Bunyan, Pilgrim's Progress. But now in this valley of humiliation poor Christian was hard put to it. For he had gone but a little way before he spied a foul fiend coming over the field to meet him, his name is Apollyon. Then did Christian begin to be afraid, and to cast in his mind whether to go back or stand his ground. Now at the end of this valley was another, called the Valley of the Shadow of Death. And Christian must needs go through it, because the way to the celestial city lay through the midst of it. Right arrow curving left. The sun, with all its symbolical meanings. This is the morning of Good Friday. In the Ptolemaic system the sun was one of the planets. Right arrow curving left. The deep mountain tarn of his heart, dark with its own depth, and the shadows hanging over it. Right arrow curving left. Jeremiah 2:6. That led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits, through a land of drought, and of the shadow of death. Through a land that no man passed through, and where no man dwelt. In his note upon this passage Mr. Wright quotes Spenser's lines, Fairy Queen, IV 31. Their creature never passed. That back returned without heavenly grace. Right arrow curving left. Climbing the hillside slowly, so that he rests longest on the foot that is lowest. Right arrow curving left. Jeremiah 5:6. Wherefore a lion out of the forest shall slay them, a wolf of the evening shall spoil them. A leopard shall watch over their cities, every one that goeth out thence shall be torn in pieces. Right arrow curving left. Worldly pleasure, and politically Florence, with its factions of Bianchi and Neri. Right arrow curving left. Più volti volto. Dante delights in a play upon words as much as Shakespeare. Right arrow curving left. The stars of Aries. Some philosophers and fathers think the world was created in spring. Right arrow curving left. Ambition, and politically the royal house of France. Right arrow curving left. Some editions read Temesse, others Tremesse. Right arrow curving left. Avarice, and politically the court of Rome, or temporal power of the popes. Right arrow curving left. Dante as a Ghibelline and imperialist is in opposition to the Guelphs, Pope Boniface VIII, and the King of France, Philip the Fair, and is banished from Florence, out of the sunshine. And into the dry wind that blows from dolorous poverty. Cato speaks of the silent moon, in De Re Rustica, Zix, Evahito Luna Silenti, and XL, Vites Inseri Luna Silenti. Also Pliny, 1639, has Silens Luna. And Milton, in Samson Agonists, silent as the moon. Right arrow curving left. The long neglect of classic studies in Italy before Dante's time. Right arrow curving left. Born under Julius Caesar, but too late to grow up to manhood during his imperial reign. He flourished later under Augustus. Right arrow curving left. In this passage Dante but expresses the universal veneration felt for Virgil during the Middle Ages, and especially in Italy. Petrarch's copy of Virgil is still preserved in the Ambrosian Library at Milan. And at the beginning of it he has recorded in a Latin note the time of his first meeting with Laura, and the date of her death, which, he says, I write in this book, rather than elsewhere. Because it comes often under my eye. In the popular imagination Virgil became a mythical personage and a mighty magician. See the story of Virgilius in Tom's early prose romances, 11. Dante selects him for his guide, as symbolizing human science or philosophy. I say and affirm, he remarks, Convito, v16, that the lady with whom I became enamored after my first love was the most beautiful and modest daughter of the Emperor of the universe. To whom Pythagoras gave the name of philosophy. Right arrow curving left. Dante seems to have been already conscious of the fame which his Vita Nuova and Canzoni had given him. Right arrow curving left. The greyhound is Can Grande della Scala, Lord of Verona, imperial vicar, Ghibelline, and friend of Dante. Verona is between Feltro in the Marca Trivigiana, and Montefeltro in Romagna. Boccaccio, Decameron, I7, speaks of him as one of the most notable and magnificent lords that had been known in Italy, since the Emperor Frederick II. To him Dante dedicated the Paradiso. Some commentators think the Veltro is not Can Grande, but Aguccion della Faggiola. See Troia, del Veltro allegorico di Dante. Right arrow curving left. The plains of Italy, in contradistinction to the mountains. The humulem catalium of Virgil, Aeneid, 3:5-22. And now the stars being chased away, blushing aurora appeared, when far off we espy the hills obscure, and lowly Italy. Right arrow curving left. I give preference to the reading, di quegli antici spiriti dolenti. Right arrow curving left. Beatrice. Right arrow curving left. The evening of Good Friday. Dante, Convito, 3:2, says. Man is called by philosophers the divine animal. Chaucer's Assemble of Foals. The day gone Phelan, and the dark night. That riveth bests from her business. Bereft me my boke for lack of light. Mr. Ruskin, Modern Painters, 3:240, speaking of Dante's use of the word Bruno, says. In describing a simple twilight, not a Hades twilight, but an ordinarily fair evening, Inferno 2:1. He says, the brown air took the animals away from their fatigues. The waves under Charon's boat are brown, Inferno 3:117, and Lethe, which is perfectly clear and yet dark, as with Oblivion, is bruna, brown, exceeding brown. Now, clearly in all these cases no warmth is meant to be mingled in the color. Dante had never seen one of our bog streams, with its porter-colored foam. And there can be no doubt that, in calling Lethe brown, he means that it was dark slate gray, inclining to black. As, for instance, our clear Cumberland lakes, which, looked straight down upon where they are deep, seem to be lakes of ink. I am sure this is the color he means. Because no clear stream or lake on the continent ever looks brown, but blue or green, and Dante, by merely taking away the pleasant color, would get at once to this idea of grave clear gray. So, when he was talking of twilight, his eye for color was far too good to let him call it brown in our sense. Twilight is not brown, but purple, golden, or dark gray. And this last was what Dante meant. Farther, I find that this negation of color is always the means by which Dante subdues his tones. Thus the fatal inscription on the Hades gate is written in obscure color, and the air which torments the passionate spirits is air nero, black air, Inferno v 51. Called presently afterwards, line 81, malignant air, just as the grey cliffs are called malignant cliffs. Right arrow curving left. Aeneas, founder of the Roman Empire. Virgil, Aeneid, b. 6, right arrow curving left. That is, says Boccaccio, commento, st. Peter the Apostle, called the greater on account of his papal dignity, and to distinguish him from many other holy men of the same name. Right arrow curving left. St. Paul. Acts, 9:15. He is a chosen vessel unto me. Also, 2 Corinthians 12:3, 4. And I knew such a man, whether in the body, or out of the body, I cannot tell, God knoweth. How that he was caught up into paradise, and heard unspeakable words, which it is not lawful for a man to utter. Right arrow curving left. Shakespeare, Macbeth, 4:1. The flighty purpose never is o'ertook, unless the deed go with it. Right arrow curving left. Suspended in limbo, neither in pain nor in glory. Right arrow curving left. Brighter than the star, than that star which is brightest, comments Boccaccio. Others say the sun, and refer to Dante's Canzoni, beginning. The star of beauty which doth measure time. The lady seems, who has enamored me. Placed in the heaven of love. Right arrow curving left. Shakespeare, King Lear, v3. Her voice was ever soft, gentle, and low, an excellent thing in woman. Right arrow curving left. This passage will recall Minerva transmitting the message of Juno to Achilles, Iliad, 2. Go thou forthwith to the army of the Achaeans, and hesitate not. But restrain each man with thy persuasive words, nor suffer them, to drag to the sea their double-oared ships. Right arrow curving left. Beatrice Portinari, Dante's first love, the inspiration of his song and in his mind the symbol of the divine. He says of her in the Vita Nuova. This most gentle lady, of whom there has been discourse in what precedes, reached such favor among the people, that when she passed along the way persons ran to see her, which gave me wonderful delight. And when she was near any one, such modesty took possession of his heart, that he did not dare to raise his eyes or to return her salutation. And to this, should any one doubt it, many, as having experienced it, could bear witness for me. She, crowned and clothed with humility, took her way, displaying no pride in that which she saw and heard. Many, when she had passed, said, "This is not a woman, rather is she one of the most beautiful angels of heaven." Others said, "She is a miracle. Blessed be the Lord who can perform such a marvel." I say, that she showed herself so gentle and so full of all beauties, that those who looked on her felt within themselves a pure and sweet delight, such as they could not tell in words. C.E. Norton, The New Life, 51, 52. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of the moon, which contains or encircles the earth. Right arrow curving left. The ampler circles of paradise. Right arrow curving left. Divine mercy. Right arrow curving left. St. Lucia, emblem of enlightening grace. Right arrow curving left. Rachel, emblem of divine contemplation. See Paradiso XXXII 9. Right arrow curving left. Beside that flood, where ocean has no vaunt. That is, says Boccaccio, commento, the sea cannot boast of being more impetuous or more dangerous than that. Right arrow curving left. This simile has been imitated by Chaucer, Spenser, and many more. Jeremy Taylor says, "So have I seen the sun kiss the frozen earth, which was bound up with the images of death, and the colder breath of the north. And then the waters break from their enclosures, and melt with joy, and run in useful channels. And the flies do rise again from their little graves in walls, and dance a while in the air, to tell that there is joy within. And that the great mother of creatures will open the stock of her new refreshment, become useful to mankind, and sing praises to her Redeemer." Rossetti, Spirito Antipapale del Secolo di Dante, translated by Miss Ward, 2216, makes this political application of the lines. The Florentines, called sons of Flora, are compared to flowers. And Dante calls the two parties who divided the city white and black flowers, and himself white flower, the name by which he was called by many. Now he makes use of a very abstruse comparison, to express how he became, from a Guelph or black, a Ghibelline or white. He describes himself as a flower, first bent and closed by the night frosts, and then blanched or whitened by the sun, the symbol of reason, which opens its leaves. And what produces the effect of the sun on him is a speech of Virgil's, persuading him to follow his guidance. Right arrow curving left. This canto begins with a repetition of sounds like the tolling of a funeral bell, dolente, dolor. Ruskin, Modern Painters, 3:215, speaking of the Inferno, says, "Milton's effort, in all that he tells us of his Inferno, is to make it indefinite, Dante's, to make it definite. Both, indeed, describe it as entered through gates. But, within the gate, all is wild and fenceless with Milton, having indeed its four rivers, the last vestige of the medieval tradition, but rivers which flow through a waste of mountain and moorland. And by many a frozen, many a fiery Alp. But Dante's Inferno is accurately separated into circles drawn with well-pointed compasses. Mapped and properly surveyed in every direction, trenched in a thoroughly good style of engineering from depth to depth, and divided, in the accurate middle, dritto mezzo, of its deepest abyss, into a concentric series of 10 moats and embankments, like those about a castle, with bridges from each embankment to the next. Precisely in the manner of those bridges over Hiddekel and Euphrates, which Mr. Macaulay thinks so innocently designed, apparently not aware that he is also laughing at Dante. These larger fosses are of rock, and the bridges also. But as he goes further into detail, Dante tells us of various minor fosses and embankments, in which he anxiously points out to us not only the formality, but the neatness and perfectness of the stonework. For instance, in describing the river Phlegethon, he tells us that it was paved with stone at the bottom, and at the sides, and over the edges of the sides. Just as the water is at the baths of Bulacame. And for fear we should think this embankment at all larger than it really was, Dante adds, carefully, that it was made just like the embankments of Ghent or Bruges against the sea. Or those in Lombardy which bank the Brenta, only, not so high, nor so wide, as any of these. And besides the trenches, we have 2 well-built castles, one like Ecbatana, with 7 circuits of wall, and surrounded by a fair stream, wherein the great poets and sages of antiquity live. And another, a great fortified city with walls of iron, red-hot, and a deep fosse round it, and full of grave citizens, the city of Dis. Now, whether this be in what we moderns call good taste, or not, I do not mean just now to inquire, Dante having nothing to do with taste, but with the facts of what he had seen. Only, so far as the imaginative faculty of the 2 poets is concerned, note that Milton's vagueness is not the sign of imagination, but of its absence, so far as it is significative in the matter. For it does not follow, because Milton did not map out his Inferno as Dante did, that he could not have done so if he had chosen. Only it was the easier and less imaginative process to leave it vague than to define it. Imagination is always the seeing and asserting faculty. That which obscures or conceals may be judgment, or feeling, but not invention. The invention, whether good or bad, is in the accurate engineering, not in the fog and uncertainty. Right arrow curving left. Aristotle says, the good of the intellect is the highest beatitude, and Dante in the Convito, the true is the good of the intellect. In other words, the knowledge of God is intellectual good. It is a most just punishment, says St. Augustine, that man should lose that freedom which man could not use, yet had power to keep, if he would, and that he who had knowledge to do what was right, and did not do it, should be deprived of the knowledge of what was right. And that he who would not do righteously, when he had the power, should lose the power to do it when he had the will. Right arrow curving left. The description given of the mouth of hell by Frate Alberico, Vision, 9, is in the grotesque spirit of the medieval mysteries. After all these things, I was led to the Tartarian regions, and to the mouth of the infernal pit, which seemed like unto a well. Regions full of horrid darkness, of fetid exhalations, of shrieks and loud howlings. Near this hell there was a worm of immeasurable size, bound with a huge chain, one end of which seemed to be fastened in hell. Before the mouth of this hell there stood a great multitude of souls, which he absorbed at once, as if they were flies, so that, drawing in his breath, he swallowed them all together. Then, breathing, exhaled them all on fire, like sparks. Right arrow curving left. The reader will here be reminded of Bunyan's town of fair speech. Christian. Pray who are your kindred there, if a man may be so bold? By ends. Almost the whole town. And in particular my Lord Turnabout, my Lord Timeserver, my Lord Fair Speech, from whose ancestors that town first took its name, also Mr. Smoothman, Mr. Facing both ways, Mr. Anything, and the parson of our parish, Mr. Two Tongues, was my mother's own brother by father's side. There Christian stepped a little aside to his fellow hopeful, saying, It runs in my mind that this is one by ends of fair speech. And if it be he, we have as very a knave in our company as dwelleth in all these parts. Right arrow curving left. Many commentators and translators interpret alcuna in its usual signification of some, for some glory the damned would have from them. This would be a reason why these pusillanimous ghosts should not be sent into the profounder abyss, but no reason why they should not be received there. This is strengthened by what comes afterwards, I-63. These souls were hateful to God, and to his enemies. They were not good enough for heaven, nor bad enough for hell. So then, because thou art lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. Revelation 3:16. Machiavelli represents this scorn of inefficient mediocrity in an epigram on Peter Soderini. The night that Peter Soderini died, he at the mouth of hell himself presented. What, you come into hell? Poor ghost demented. Go to the baby's limbo. Pluto cried. The same idea is intensified in the old ballad of Carl of Kellyburn Breeze, Cromek, p. 37. She's nae fit for heaven, and she'll ruina hell. Right arrow curving left. This restless flag is an emblem of the shifting and unstable minds of its followers. Right arrow curving left. Generally supposed to be Pope Celestine V, whose great refusal, or abdication, of the papal office is thus described by Boccaccio in his Commento. Being a simple man and of a holy life. Living as a hermit in the mountains of Morone in Abruzzo, above Sulmona, he was elected pope in Perugia after the death of Pope Nicola di Ascoli. And his name being Peter, he was called Celestine. Considering his simplicity. Cardinal Messer Benedetto Gaetano, a very cunning man, of great courage and desirous of being pope, managing astutely, began to show him that he held this high office much to the prejudice of his own soul, inasmuch as he did not feel himself competent for it. Others pretend that he contrived with some private servants of his to have voices heard in the chamber of the aforesaid pope, which, as if they were voices of angels sent from heaven, said, "Resign, Celestine. Resign, Celestine." Moved by which, and being an idiotic man, he took counsel with Messer Benedetto aforesaid, as to the best method of resigning. Celestine having relinquished the papal office, this Messer Benedetto aforesaid was elected pope, under the title of Boniface VIII. His greatest misfortune was that he had Dante for an adversary. Gower gives this legend of Pope Celestine in his Confessio a Montes, Book 2, as an example of the vice of supplantation. He says, "This clerk, when he hath heard the form, how he the Pope should inform, toke of the Cardinal his leave, and goth him home, till it was eve. And privily the trompe he had, till that the Pope was abed. And at midnight when he knew the Pope slept, then he blew within his trompe through the wall, and tolda in what manner he shall his papacy leave, and take his first estate." Milman, History of Latin Christianity, 6-194, speaks thus upon the subject. The abdication of Celestine V was an event unprecedented in the annals of the Church, and jarred harshly against some of the first principles of the papal authority. It was a confession of common humanity, of weakness below the ordinary standard of men in him whom the conclave, with more than usual certitude, as guided by the special interposition of the Holy Ghost, had raised to the spiritual throne of the world. The conclave had been, as it seemed, either under an illusion as to this declared manifestation of the Holy Spirit, or had been permitted to deceive itself. Nor was there less incongruity in a pope, whose office invested him in something at least approaching to infallibility, acknowledging before the world his utter incapacity, his undeniable fallibility. That idea, formed out of many conflicting conceptions, yet forcibly harmonized by long, traditionary reverence, of unerring wisdom, oracular truth, authority which it was sinful to question or limit, was strangely disturbed and confused, not as before by too overweening ambition, or even awful yet still unacknowledged crime, but by avowed weakness, bordering on imbecility. His profound piety hardly reconciled the confusion. A saint after all made but a bad pope. It was viewed, in his own time, in a different light by different minds. The monkish writers held it up as the most noble example of monastic, of Christian perfection. Admirable as was his election, his abdication was even more to be admired. It was an example of humility stupendous to all, imitable by few. The divine approval was said to be shown by a miracle which followed directly on his resignation. But the scorn of man has been expressed by the undying verse of Dante. Who condemned him who was guilty of the baseness of the great refusal, to that circle of hell where are those disdained alike by mercy and justice, on whom the poet will not condescend to look. This sentence, so accordant with the stirring and passionate soul of the great Florentine, has been feebly counteracted, if counteracted, By the praise of Petrarch in his declamation on the beauty of a solitary life, for which the lyrist professed a somewhat hollow and poetic admiration. Assuredly there was no magnanimity contemptuous of the papal greatness in the abdication of Celestine. It was the weariness, the conscious inefficiency, the regret of a man suddenly wrenched away from all his habits, pursuits, and avocations, and unnaturally compelled or tempted to assume an uncongenial dignity. It was the cry of passionate feebleness to be released from an insupportable burden. Compassion is the highest emotion of sympathy which it would have desired or could deserve. Right arrow curving left. Spenser's misty damp of misconceiving night. Right arrow curving left. Virgil, Aeneid, 6, Davidson's translation. A grim ferryman guards these floods and rivers, Sharon, of frightful slovenliness, on whose chin a load of grey hair neglected lies. His eyes are flame, his vestments hang from his shoulders by a knot, with filth overgrown. Himself thrusts on the barge with a pole, and tends the sails, and wafts over the bodies in his iron-colored boat, now in years, but the god is of fresh and green old age. Hither the whole tribe in swarms come pouring to the banks, matrons and men, the souls of magnanimous heroes who had gone through life, boys and unmarried maids, and young men who had been stretched on the funeral pile before the eyes of their parents. As numerous as withered leaves fall in the woods with the first cold of autumn, or as numerous as birds flock to the land from deep ocean, when the chilling year drives them beyond sea, and sends them to sunny climes. They stood praying to cross the flood the first, and were stretching forth their hands with fond desire to gain the further bank, but the sullen boatman admits sometimes these, sometimes those, while others to a great distance removed, he debars from the banks. And Shakespeare, Richard III, I4. I passed, methought, the melancholy flood, with that grim ferryman which poets write of, unto the kingdom of perpetual night. Right arrow curving left. Shakespeare, Measure for Measure, 3:1. This sensible warm motion to become a kneaded clod, and the delighted spirit to bathe in fiery floods, or to reside in thrilling regions of thick-ribbed ice, to be imprisoned in the viewless winds, and blown with restless violence round about the pendant world, or to be worse than worst of those that lawless and uncertain thoughts imagine howling. Right arrow curving left. Virgil, Aeneid, 6. This is the region of ghosts, of sleep and drowsy night. To waft over the bodies of the living in my Stygian boat is not permitted. Right arrow curving left. The souls that were to be saved assembled at the mouth of the Tiber, where they were received by the celestial pilot, or ferryman, who transported them to the shores of Purgatory, as described in Purgatorio 2. Right arrow curving left. Many critics, and foremost among them Padre Pompeo Venturi, blame Dante for mingling together things pagan and Christian. But they should remember how through all the Middle Ages human thought was wrestling with the old traditions, how many pagan observances passed into Christianity in those early days. What reverence Dante had for Virgil and the classics, and how many Christian nations still preserve some traces of paganism in the names of the stars, the months, and the days. Padre Pompeo should not have forgotten that he, though a Christian, bore a pagan name, which perhaps is as evident a brutto miscuglio in a learned Jesuit, as any which he has pointed out in Dante. Upon him and other commentators of the divine poem, a very amusing chapter might be written. While the great comedy is going on upon the scene above, with all its pomp and music, these critics in the pit keep up such a perpetual wrangling among themselves as seriously to disturb the performance. Biagioli is the most violent of all, particularly against Venturi, whom he calls an infamous dirty dog, sozzo con vituperato, an epithet hardly permissible in the most heated literary controversy. Whereupon in return Zani de Ferranti calls Biagioli an inurbane grammarian, and a most ungrateful ingrate, quel grammatico inurbano, ingrato ingratissimo. Anyone who is desirous of tracing out the presence of paganism in Christianity will find the subject amply discussed by Middleton in his letter from Rome. Right arrow curving left. Dryden's Aeneid, b. 6. His eyes like hollow furnaces on fire. Right arrow curving left. Homer, Iliad, 6. As is the race of leaves, such is that of men. Some leaves the wind scatters upon the ground, and others the budding wood produces, for they come again in the season of spring. So is the race of men, one springs up and the other dies. See also note 51. Mr. Ruskin, Modern Painters, 3:160, says. When Dante describes the spirits falling from the bank of Acheron as dead leaves flutter from a bough, he gives the most perfect image possible of their utter lightness, feebleness, passiveness, and scattering agony of despair, without, however, for an instant losing his own clear perception that these are souls, and those are leaves. He makes no confusion of one with the other. Shelley in his Ode to the West Wind inverts this image, and compares the dead leaves to ghosts. O wild west wind! Thou breath of autumn's being! Thou from whose presence the leaves dead are driven like ghosts, from an enchanter fleeing. Yellow, and black, and pale, and hectic red. Pestilence-stricken multitudes. Right arrow curving left. Dante is borne across the river Acheron in his sleep, he does not tell us how, and awakes on the brink of the dolorous valley of the abyss. He now enters the first circle of the Inferno, the limbo of the unbaptized, the borderland, as the name denotes. Frate Alberico in section 2 of his vision says, that the divine punishments are tempered to extreme youth and old age. Man is first a little child, then grows and reaches adolescence, and attains to youthful vigor, and, little by little growing weaker, declines into old age, and at every step of life the sum of his sins increases. So likewise the little children are punished least, and more the adolescents and the youths. Until, their sins decreasing with the long-continued torments, punishment also begins to decrease, as it by a kind of old age, veludi quadam senectut. Right arrow curving left. Frate Alberico, in section 9. The darkness was so dense and impenetrable that it was impossible to see anything there. Right arrow curving left. Mental, not physical pain. What the French theologians call la peine du dam, the privation of the sight of God. Right arrow curving left. Virgil, Aeneid, 6. Forthwith are heard voices, loud wailings, and weeping ghosts of infants, in the first opening of the gate. Whom, bereaved of sweet life out of the course of nature, and snatched from the breast, a black day cut off, and buried in an untimely grave. Right arrow curving left. The descent of Christ into Limbo. Neither here nor elsewhere in the Inferno does Dante mention the name of Christ. Right arrow curving left. The reader will not fail to observe how Dante makes the word honor, in its various forms, ring and reverberate through these lines: Orevel, Honori, Oranza, Honorata, Honorata. Right arrow curving left. Dante puts the sword into the hand of Homer as a symbol of his warlike epic, which is a song of the sword. Right arrow curving left. Upon this line Boccaccio, commento, says: A proper thing it is to honor every man, but especially those who are of one and the same profession, as these were with Virgil. Right arrow curving left. Another assertion of Dante's consciousness of his own power as a poet. Right arrow curving left. This is the noble castle of human wit and learning, encircled with its 7 scholastic walls, the trivium, logic, grammar, rhetoric, and the quadrivium, arithmetic, astronomy, geometry, music. The fair rivulet is eloquence, which Dante does not seem to consider a very profound matter, as he and Virgil pass over it as if it were dry ground. Right arrow curving left. Of this word, enamel, Mr. Ruskin, Modern Painters, 3:227, remarks: The first instance I know of its right use, though very probably it had been so employed before, is in Dante. The righteous spirits of the pre-Christian ages are seen by him, though in the Inferno, yet in a place open, luminous and high, walking upon the green enamel. I am very sure that Dante did not use this phrase as we use it. He knew well what enamel was. And his readers, in order to understand him thoroughly, must remember what it is: a vitreous paste, dissolved in water, mixed with metallic oxides, to give it the opacity and the color required. Spread in a moist state on metal, and afterwards hardened by fire, so as never to change. And Dante means, in using this metaphor of the grass of the Inferno, to mark that it is laid as a tempering and cooling substance over the dark, metallic, gloomy ground. But yet so hardened by the fire, that it is not any more fresh or living grass, but a smooth, silent, lifeless bed of eternal green. And we know how hard Dante's idea of it was. Because afterwards, in what is perhaps the most awful passage of the whole Inferno, when the three Furies rise at the top of the burning tower, and, catching sight of Dante, and not being able to get at him, shriek wildly for the Gorgon to come up, too, that they may turn him into stone, the word stone is not hard enough for them. Stone might crumble away after it was made, or something with life might grow upon it. No, it shall not be stone, they will make enamel of him, nothing can grow out of that, it is dead forever. And yet just before, line 111, Dante speaks of this meadow as a meadow of fresh verdure. Compare Brunetto's Tesoretto, 13. Or Va Mastro Brunetto. Per lo camino stretto. Cercando di vedere. E tacer, e sapere. Cio, che gli è destinato. E non fui guarianato. I fui nella deserta. Dove I non trovai certa. Na strada, na sentiero. De che paese ferro. Trovai in quel part 1. Che sio sapessi di arti. Chivi mi bisonava. Che quanto più mirava. Più mi paria silvaggio. Chivi non ha viaggio. Chivi non ha persona. Chivi non ha magione. Non bestia, non uccello. Non fiume, non rasello. Non formica, na mosca. Na cosa, I conosca. Io pensando forte. Dottai ben della morte. E non è meraviglia. Che ben 300.000. Girava di ogni lato. Quel paese snagiato. Ma si assicurai. Quando mi ricordai. Del sicuro segnale. Che contra tutto male. Mi da sicuramento. Io presi ardimento. Quasi per avventura. Per una via scura. Tanto, al terzo giorno. I mi trovai di intorno. Un grande pien giocondo. Lo più geo del mondo. E lo più dilatoso. Ma ricantar non oso. Io trovai, e vidi. Se Dio mi guardi, e guidi. Io non sarai creduto. I ho veduto. I vidi imperadori. E gran signori. E mostrai di sciensk. Che ditavan sentens. E vidi tant cose. Che gia en rhyme, na en prose. Non laporia ritrare. Right arrow curving left. In the Convito, 428, Dante makes Marcia, Cato's wife, a symbol of the noble soul. Per la quali Marzia s intend la nobile anima. Right arrow curving left. The Saladin of the Crusades. See Gibbon, chapter 59. Dante also makes mention of him, as worthy of affectionate remembrance, in the Convito, 4:2. Mr. Carey quotes the following passage from Knowles's History of the Turks, page 57. About this time, 1193, died the great Sultan Saladin, the greatest terror of the Christians, who Mindful of man's fragility in the vanity of worldly honors, commanded at the time of his death no solemnity to be used at his burial, but only his shirt, in manner of an ensign, made fast unto the point of a lance, to be carried before his dead body as an ensign, a plain priest going before, and crying aloud unto the people in this sort, Saladin, conqueror of the East, of all the greatness and riches he had in his life, carrieth not with him anything more than his shirt. A sight worthy so great a king, as wanted nothing to his eternal commendation more than the true knowledge of his salvation in Christ Jesus. He reigned about 16 years with great honor. The following story of Saladin is from the Cento Novelli Antiche. Roscoe's Italian Novelists, I-18. On another occasion the great Saladin, in the career of victory, proclaimed a truce between the Christian armies and his own. During this interval he visited the camp and the cities belonging to his enemies, with the design, should he approve of the customs and manners of the people, of embracing the Christian faith. He observed their tables spread with the finest damask coverings ready prepared for the feast, and he praised their magnificence. On entering the tents of the King of France during a festival, he was much pleased with the order and ceremony with which everything was conducted, and the courteous manner in which he feasted his nobles. But when he approached the residence of the poorer class, and perceived them devouring their miserable pittance upon the ground, he blamed the want of gratitude which permitted so many faithful followers of their chief to fare so much worse than the rest of their Christian brethren. Afterwards, several of the Christian leaders returned with the Sultan to observe the manners of the Saracens. They appeared much shocked on seeing all ranks of people take their meals sitting upon the ground. The Sultan led them into a grand pavilion where he feasted his court, surrounded with the most beautiful tapestries, and rich footcloths, on which were wrought large embroidered figures of the cross. The Christian chiefs trampled them under their feet with the utmost indifference, and even rubbed their boots, and spat upon them. On perceiving this, the Sultan turned towards them in the greatest anger, exclaiming, "And do you who pretend to preach the cross treat it thus ignominiously? Gentlemen, I am shocked at your conduct. Am I to suppose from this that the worship of your deity consists only in words, not in actions? Neither your manners nor your conduct please me." And on this he dismissed them, breaking off the truce and commencing hostilities more warmly than before. Right arrow curving left. Avicenna, an Arabian physician of Ispahan in the 11th century. Born 980, died 1036. Right arrow curving left. Averroes, an Arabian scholar of the 12th century, who translated the works of Aristotle, and wrote a commentary upon them. He was born in Cordova in 1149, and died in Morocco, about 1200. He was the head of the Western school of philosophy, as Avicenna was of the Eastern. Right arrow curving left. In the second circle are found the souls of carnal sinners, whose punishment is to be imprisoned in the viewless winds, and blown with restless violence round about the pendant world. Right arrow curving left. The circles grow smaller and smaller as they descend. Right arrow curving left. Minos, the king of Crete, so renowned for justice as to be called the favorite of the gods, and after death made supreme judge in the infernal regions. Dante furnishes him with a tale, thus converting him, after the medieval fashion, into a Christian demon. Right arrow curving left. Thou, too, as well as Charon, to whom Virgil has already made the same reply. Canto 6:22. Right arrow curving left. In Canto I-60, the sun is silent, here the light is dumb. Right arrow curving left. Gower, Confessio Amantis, 8, gives a similar list, of jaunty folki that whilom were lovers, seen by him as he lay in a swound and listened to the music of bombard and of clarion, with cornemuse and chalmiel. Right arrow curving left. Queen Dido. Right arrow curving left. Achilles, being in love with Polyxena, a daughter of Priam, went unarmed to the temple of Apollo, where he was put to death by Paris. Gower, Confessio Amantis, 4, says, "For I have heard tell also Achilles left his arms so, both of himself and of his men, at Troy for Polyxenon. Upon her love when he fell, that for no chance that befell, among the Greeks or up or down, he wold and not I in the town, been armed for the love of her. I know not how, says Bacon in his Essay on Love, but martial men are given to love, I think it is but as they are given to wine, for perils commonly ask to be paid in pleasure. Right arrow curving left. Paris of Troy, of whom Spenser says, Fairy Queen, 3, 934. Most famous worthy of the world. By whom? That war was kindled which did Troy inflame. And stately Torres of Ilion whilome, brought unto baleful ruin, was by name Sir Paris, far renowned through noble fame. Tristan is the Sir Tristram of the romances of chivalry. See his adventures in the Morte d'Arthur. Also Thomas of Ercildown Sir Tristram, a metrical romance. His amours with Iseult or Ysonde bring him to this circle of the Inferno. Right arrow curving left. Shakespeare. Sonnet CVI. When in the chronicle of wasted time, I see descriptions of the fairest wights, and beauty making beautiful old rhyme, in praise of ladies dead and lovely knights. See also the wives and daughters of chieftains that appear to Ulysses, in the Odyssey, Book 11. Also Milton, Paradise Regained, 2-357. And ladies of the Hesperides, that seemed fairer than feigned of old, or fabled since, of fairy damsels met in forest wide, by knights of Logres, or of lions, Lancelot, or Pallias, or Pellinore. Right arrow curving left. In the original, l'air perso, the purse air. Dante, Convito, 420, defines purse as a color mixed of purple and black, but the black predominates. Chaucer's Doctor of Physic, in the Canterbury Tales, Prologue 441, wore this color. In sanguine and in purse he clad was alle, lined with taffeta and with sendal. The glossary defines it, ski-colored, of a bluish gray. The word is again used, 7103, and Purgatorio 997. Right arrow curving left. The city of Ravenna. One reaches Ravenna, says Ampere, Voyage Dantesque, p. 311, by journeying along the borders of a pine forest, which is 7 leagues in length, and which seemed to me an immense funereal wood, serving as an avenue to the common tomb of those two great powers, Dante and the Roman Empire in the West. There is hardly room for any other memories than theirs. But other poetic names are attached to the pine woods of Ravenna. Not long ago Lord Byron evoked there the fantastic tales borrowed by Dryden from Boccaccio, and now he is himself a figure of the past, wandering in this melancholy place. I thought, in traversing it, that the singer of despair had ridden along this melancholy shore, trodden before him by the graver and slower footstep of the poet of the Inferno. Right arrow curving left. Quoting this line, Ampere remarks, Voyage Dantesque, p. 312. We have only to cast our eyes upon the map to recognize the topographical exactitude of this last expression. In fact, in all the upper part of its course, the Po receives a multitude of affluents, which converge towards its bed. They are the Ticino, the Adda, the Olio, the Mincio, the Trebbia, the Bormida, the Taro, names which recur so often in the history of the wars of the 15th and 16th centuries. Right arrow curving left. Here the word love is repeated, as the word honor was in Canto 472. The verse murmurs with it, like the moan of doves in immemorial elms. St. Augustine says in his Confessions, 3:1. I loved not yet, yet I loved to love. I sought what I might love, in love with loving. Right arrow curving left. I think it is Coleridge who says, the desire of man is for the woman, but the desire of woman is for the desire of man. Right arrow curving left. China is in the lowest circle of the Inferno, where fratricides are punished. Right arrow curving left. Francesca, daughter of Guido de Polenta, lord of Ravenna, and wife of Gianciotto Malatesta, son of the lord of Rimini. The lover, Paul Malatesta, was the brother of the husband, who, discovering their amour, put them both to death with his own hand. Carlyle, Heroes and Hero Worship, Lect. 3, says. Dante's painting is not graphic only, brief, true, and of a vividness as of fire in dark night. Taken on the wider scale, it is every way noble, and the outcome of a great soul. Francesca and her lover, what qualities in that? A thing woven as out of rainbows, on a ground of eternal black. A small flute voice of infinite wail speaks there, into our very heart of hearts. A touch of womanhood in it too, della bella persona, che mi fu tolta, and how, even in the pit of woe, it is a solace that he will never part from her. Saddest tragedy in these alti guai. And the racking winds, in that air Bruno, whirl them away again, to wail forever. Strange to think, Dante was the friend of this poor Francesca's father. Francesca herself may have sat upon the poet's knee, as a bright, innocent little child. Infinite pity, yet also infinite rigor of law, it is so nature is made. It is so Dante discerned that she was made. Later commentators assert that Dante's friend Guido was not the father of Francesca, but her nephew. Boccaccio's account, translated from his commentary by Leigh Hunt, Stories from the Italian Poets, Appendix 2, is as follows. You must know that this lady, Madonna Francesca, was daughter of Messer Guido the Elder, lord of Ravenna and of Servia, and that a long and grievous war having been waged between him and the lords Malatesta of Rimini, a treaty of peace by certain mediators was at length concluded between them. The which, to the end that it might be the more firmly established, it pleased both parties to desire to fortify by relationship. And the matter of this relationship was so discoursed, that the said Messer Guido agreed to give his young and fair daughter in marriage to Gianciotto, the son of Messer Malatesta. Now, this being made known to certain of the friends of Messer Guido, one of them said to him, Take care what you do. For if you contrive not matters discreetly, such relationship will beget scandal. You know what manner of person your daughter is, and of how lofty a spirit. And if she see Gianciotto before the bond is tied, neither you nor any one else will have power to persuade her to marry him. Therefore, if it so please you, it seems to me that it would be good to conduct the matter thus, namely, that Gianciotto should not come hither himself to marry her, but that a brother of his should come and espouse her in his name. Gianciotto was a man of great spirit, and hoped, after his father's death, to become lord of Rimini. In the contemplation of which event, albeit he was rude in appearance and a cripple, Messer Guido desired him for a son-in-law above any one of his brothers. Discerning, therefore, the reasonableness of what his friend counselled, he secretly disposed matters according to his device, and a day being appointed, Polo, a brother of Gianciotto, came to Ravenna with full authority to espouse Madonna Francesca. Polo was a handsome man, very pleasant, and of a courteous breeding. And passing with other gentlemen over the courtyard of the palace of Messer Guido, a damsel who knew him pointed him out to Madonna Francesca through an opening in the casement, saying, That is he that is to be your husband. And so indeed the poor lady believed, and incontinently placed in him her whole affection. And the ceremony of the marriage having been thus brought about, and the lady conveyed to Rimini, she became not aware of the deceit till the morning ensuing the marriage, when she beheld Gianciotto rise from her side. The which discovery moved her to such disdain, that she became not a whit the less rooted in her love for Polo. Nevertheless, that it grew to be unlawful I never heard, except in what is written by this author, Dante, and possibly it might so have become. Albeit I take what he says to have been an invention framed on the possibility, rather than anything which he knew of his own knowledge. Be this as it may. Polo and Madonna Francesca living in the same house, and Gianciotto being gone into a certain neighboring district as governor, they fell into great companionship with one another, suspecting nothing. But a servant of Gianciato's, noting it, went to his master and told him how matters looked, with the which Gianciato being fiercely moved, secretly returned to Rimini. And seeing Polo enter the room of Madonna Francesca the while he himself was arriving, went straight to the door, and finding it locked inside, called to his lady to come out. For, Madonna Francesca and Polo having descried him. Polo thought to escape suddenly through an opening in the wall, by means of which there was a descent into another room. And therefore, thinking to conceal his fault either wholly or in part, he threw himself into the opening, telling the lady to go and open the door. But his hope did not turn out as he expected. For the hem of a mantle which he had on caught upon a nail, and the lady opening the door meantime, in the belief that all would be well by reason of Polo's not being there. Gianciato caught sight of Polo as he was detained by the hem of the mantle, and straightway ran with his dagger in his hand to kill him. Whereupon the lady, to prevent it, ran between them. But Gianciato having lifted the dagger, and put the whole force of his arm into the blow, there came to pass what he had not desired, namely, that he struck the dagger into the bosom of the lady before it could reach Polo. By which accident, being as one who had loved the lady better than himself, he withdrew the dagger and again struck at Polo, and slew him. And so leaving them both dead, he hastily went his way and betook him to his wonted affairs, and the next morning the two lovers, with many tears, were buried together in the same grave. Right arrow curving left. This thought is from Boethius, De Consolation Philosophiae, lib 2 prosa 4. In omni adversitate fortuni, infelicissimum genus est infortuniae fuis felicem et non esse. In the Convito, 2:16, Dante speaks of Boethius and Tully as having directed him, to the love, that is to the study, of this most gentle lady philosophy. From this Venturi and Biagioli infer that, by the teacher, Boethius is meant, not Virgil. This interpretation, however, can hardly be accepted, as not in one place only, but throughout the Inferno and the Purgatorio, Dante proclaims Virgil as his teacher Illinois mio doctor. Lombardi thinks that Virgil had experience of this, greatest sorrow, finding himself also in the infernal prison. And that it is to this, in contrast with his happy life on earth, that Francesca alludes, and not to anything in his writings. The Romance of Lancelot of the Lake. See Delvin, Bibliothèque Bluey. Chapter 39. Comment Lancelot et la reine Ginevra diviserent de choses et d'autres, et surtout de choses amoureuses. La reine, voyant qu'il innocate plus reine faire en I dire, le prit par le menton et le baisa assays longement en présence de Galhalt. The romance was to these two lovers, what Galeotto, Galhalt or Sir Galahad, had been to Lancelot and Queen Guinevere. Leigh Hunt speaks of the episode of Francesca as standing in the Inferno, like a lily in the mouth of Tartarus. Right arrow curving left. Chaucer, Knight's Tale. The cold death, with mouth gaping upright. Right arrow curving left. The sufferings of these two, and the pity it excited in him. As in Shakespeare, Othello, 4:1. But yet the pity of it, Iago, O Iago, the pity of it, Iago. Right arrow curving left. In this third circle are punished the gluttons. Instead of the feasts of former days, the light, the warmth, the comfort, the luxury, and the frolic wine, of dinner tables, they have the murk and the mire, and the rain eternal, maledict. And cold, and heavy. And are barked at and bitten by the dog in the yard. Of gluttony, Chaucer says in The Person's Tale, p. 239. He that is used to this sin of gluttony, he any may no sin withstand, he must be in servage of all vices, for it is the devil's hoard, there he hideth him and resteth. This sin hath many spices. The first is drunkenness, that is the horrible sepulture of man's reason, and therefore when a man is drunk, he hath lost his reason, and this is deadly sin. But softly, one that a man is not wont to strong drinks, and peradventure he knoweth not the strength of the drink, or hath feebleness in his head, or hath travailed. Third which he drinketh the more, albe he suddenly caught with drink, it is no deadly sin, but venial. The second spice of gluttony is, that the spirit of a man wexeth all trouble for drunkenness, and beareth a man the discretion of his wit. The third spice of gluttony is, when a man devoureth his meat, and hath not rightful manner of eating. The fourth is, 1/3 the great abundance of his meat, the humours in his body ben distempered. The fifth is, forgetfulness by too much drinking, for which sometime a man forgetteth by the moreway, what he did over eve. Right arrow curving left. It is a question whether Chaco, hog, is the real name of this person, or a nickname. Boccaccio gives him no other. He speaks of him, commento, 6, as a noted diner out in Florence, who frequented the gentry and the rich, and particularly those who ate and drank sumptuously and delicately. And when he was invited by them to dine, he went, and likewise when he was not invited by them, he invited himself, and for this vice he was well known to all Florentines. Though apart from this he was a well-bred man according to his condition, eloquent, affable, and of good feeling, on account of which he was welcomed by every gentleman. The following story from the Decameron, Gyre. 9 November 8, translation of 1684, presents a lively picture of social life in Florence in Dante's time, and is interesting for the glimpse it gives, not only of Chaco, but of Filippo Argenti, who is spoken of hereafter. Canto 861. The Corso Donati here mentioned is the leader of the Neri. His violent death is predicted, Purgatorio Ziv 82. There dwelt sometime in Florence one that was generally called by the name of Chaco. A man being the greatest gourmand and grossest feeder as ever was seen in any country, all his means and procurements merely unable to maintain expenses for filling his belly. But otherwise he was of sufficient and commendable carriage, fairly demeaned, and well discoursing on any argument, yet not as a curious and spruce courtier, but rather a frequenter of rich men's tables, where choice of good cheer is seldom wanting, and such should have his company, albeit not invited, he had the courage to bid himself welcome. At the same time, and in our city of Florence also, there was another man named Biondello, very low of stature, yet comely formed, quick-witted, more neat and brisk than a butterfly. Always wearing a wrought silk cap on his head, and not a hair standing out of order, but the tuft flourishing above the forehead, and he such another trencher fly for the table, as our forenamed Chaco was. It so fell out on a morning in the Lent time, that he went into the fish market, where he bought 2 goodly lampreys for Messer Viro de Cerchi, and was espied by Chaco, who, coming to Biondello, said, "What is the meaning of this cost, and for whom is it?" Whereto Biondello thus answered, "Yesternight 3 other lampreys, far fairer than these, and a whole sturgeon, were sent unto Messer Corso Donati, and being not sufficient to feed divers gentlemen, whom he hath invited this day to dine with him, he caused me to buy these 2 beside. Dost not thou intend to make one of them?" "Yes, I warrant thee," replied Chaco, "thou knowest I can invite myself thither, without any other bidding." So parting, about the hour of dinner time Chaco went to the house of Messer Corso, whom he found sitting and talking with certain of his neighbors, but dinner was not as yet ready. Neither were they come thither to dinner. Messer Corso demanded of Chaco, what news with him, and whither he went. "Why, sir," said Chaco, "I come to dine with you, and your good company." Whereto Messer Corso answered, that he was welcome, and his other friends being gone, dinner was served in, none else there at present but Messer Corso and Chaco, all the diet being a poor dish of peas, a little piece of tunny, and a few small fishes fried, without any other dishes to follow after. Chaco seeing no better fare, but being disappointed of his expectation, as longing to feed on the lampreys and sturgeon, and so to have made a full dinner indeed, was of a quick apprehension, and apparently perceived that Biondello had merely gulled him in a knavery, which did not a little vex him, and made him vow to be revenged on Biondello, as he could compass occasion afterward. Before many days were past, it was his fortune to meet with Biondello, who having told his jest to divers of his friends, and much good merriment made thereat, he saluted Chaco in a kind manner, saying, how didst thou like the fat lampreys and sturgeon which thou fedst on at the house of Messer Corso? Well, sir, answered Chaco, perhaps before 8 days pass over my head, thou shalt meet with as pleasing a dinner as I did. So, parting away from Biondello, he met with a porter, such as are usually sent on errands. And hiring him to do a message for him, gave him a glass bottle, and bringing him near to the hall house of Caviccioli, showed him there a knight, called Signor Filippo Argenti. A man of huge stature, very choleric, and sooner moved to anger than any other man. To him thou must go with this bottle in thy hand, and say thus to him. Sir, Biondello sent me to you, and courteously entreateth you, that you would irrobinate this glass bottle with your best claret wine, because he would make merry with a few friends of his. But beware he lay no hand on thee, because he may be easily induced to misuse thee, and so my business be disappointed. Well, sir, said the porter, shall I say anything else unto him? No, quoth Chaco, only go and deliver this message, and when thou art returned, I'll pay thee for thy pains. The porter being gone to the house, delivered his message to the knight, who, being a man of no great civil breeding, but very furious, presently conceived that Biondello, whom he knew well enough, sent this message in mere mockage of him, and, starting up with fierce looks, said, What irrobination of claret should I send him? And what have I to do with him or his drunken friends? Let him and thee go hang yourselves together. So he stepped to catch hold on the porter, but he being nimble and escaping from him, returned to Chaco and told him the answer of Philippe. Chaco, not a little contented, paid the porter, tarried in no place till he met Biondello, to whom he said, When wast thou at the hall of Caviccioli? Not a long while, answered Biondello. But why dost thou demand such a question? Because, quoth Chaco, Signor Philippe hath sought about for thee, yet know not I what he would have with thee. Is it so? Replied Biondello, then I will walk thither presently, to understand his pleasure. When Biondello was thus parted from him, Chaco followed not far off behind him, to behold the issue of this angry business. And Signor Filippo, because he could not catch the porter, continued much distempered, fretting and fuming, because he could not comprehend the meaning of the porter's message, but only surmised that Biondello, by the procurement of somebody else, had done this in scorn of him. While he remained thus deeply discontented, he espied Biondello coming towards him, and meeting him by the way, he stepped close to him and gave him a cruel blow on the face, causing his nose to fall out a-bleeding. Alas, sir, said Biondello, wherefore do you strike me? Signor Filippo, catching him by the hair of the head, trampled his night-cap in the dirt, and his cloak also, when, laying many violent blows on him, he said, Villainous traitor as thou art, I'll teach thee what it is to irrobinate with claret, either thyself or any of thy cupping companions. Am I a child to be jested withal? Nor was he more furious in words than in strokes also, beating him about the face, hardly leaving any hair on his head, and dragging him along in the mire, spoiling all his garments. And he not able, from the first blow given, to speak a word in defense of himself. In the end Signor Filippo having extremely beaten him, and many people gathering about them, to succor a man so much misused, the matter was at large related, and manner of the message sending. For which they all did greatly reprehend Biondello, considering he knew what kind of man Filippo was, not any way to be jested withal. Biondello in tears maintained that he never sent any such message for wine, or intended it in the least degree. So, when the tempest was more mildly calmed, and Biondello, thus cruelly beaten and dirtied, had gotten home to his own house, he could then remember that, questionless, this was occasioned by Chaco. After some few days were passed over, and the hurts in his face indifferently cured, Biondello beginning to walk abroad again, chanced to meet with Chaco, who, laughing heartily at him, said, Tell me, Biondello, how dost thou like the irrobinating claret of Signor Filippo? As well, quoth Biondello, as thou didst the sturgeon and lampreys at Messer Corso Donati's. Why then, said Chaco, let these tokens continue familiar between thee and me, when thou wouldest bestow such another dinner on me. Then will I irrubinate thy nose with a bottle of the same claret. But Biondello perceived to his cost that he had met with the worser bargain, and Chaco got cheer without any blows, and therefore desired a peaceful atonement, each of them always after abstaining from flouting one another. Jinguin, Histoire littéraire de l'Italie, 253, takes Dante severely to task for wasting his pity upon poor Chaco. But probably the poet had pleasant memories of him at Florentine banquets in the olden time. Nor is it remarkable that he should be mentioned only by his nickname. Mr. Forsyth calls Italy the land of nicknames. He says in continuation, Italy, p. 145. Italians have suppressed the surnames of their principal artists under various designations. Many are known only by the names of their birthplace, as Correggio, Bassano, etc. Some by those of their masters, as Il Salviati, Sansovino, etc. Some by their father's trade, as Andrea del Sarto, Tintoretto, etc. Some by their bodily defects, as Guercino, Cagnacci, etc. Some by the subjects in which they excelled, as M. Angelo del Battagli, Agostino del Perspettive. A few, I can recollect only 4, are known, each as the prince of his respective school, by their Christian names alone: Michelangelo, Raphael, Guido, Titian. Right arrow curving left. The Bianchi are called the part Selvaggia, because its leaders, the Cerci, came from the forest lands of Val di Siv. The other party, the Neri, were led by the Donati. The following account of these factions is from Giovanni Fiorentino, a writer of the 14th century, Il Pecorone, Gyre. 13 November. In Roscoe's Italian Novelists, I 327. In the city of Pistoia, at the time of its greatest splendor, there flourished a noble family, called the Cancellieri, derived from Messer Cancelliere, who had enriched himself with his commercial transactions. He had numerous sons by 2 wives, and they were all entitled by their wealth to assume the title of cavalieri, valiant and worthy men, and in all their actions magnanimous and courteous. And so fast did the various branches of this family spread, that in a short time they numbered 100 men at arms, and being superior to every other, both in wealth and power, would have still increased, but that a cruel division arose between them, from some rivalship in the affections of a lovely and enchanting girl. And from angry words they proceeded to more angry blows. Separating into 2 parties, those descended from the first wife took the title of Cancellieri Bianchi, and the others, who were the offspring of the second marriage, were called Cancellieri Neri. Having at last come to action, the Neri were defeated, and wishing to adjust the affair as well as they yet could, they sent their relation, who had offended the opposite party, to entreat forgiveness on the part of the Neri, expecting that such submissive conduct would meet with the compassion it deserved. On arriving in the presence of the Bianchi, who conceived themselves the offended party, the young man, on bended knees, appealed to their feelings for forgiveness, observing that he had placed himself in their power, that so they might inflict what punishment they judged proper. When several of the younger members of the offended party, seizing on him, dragged him into an adjoining stable, and ordered that his right hand should be severed from his body. In the utmost terror the youth, with tears in his eyes, besought them to have mercy, and to take a greater and nobler revenge, by pardoning one whom they had it in their power thus deeply to injure. But heedless of his prayers, they bound his hand by force upon the manger, and struck it off. A deed which excited the utmost tumult throughout Pistoia, and such indignation and reproaches from the injured party of the Neri, as to implicate the whole city in a division of interests between them and the Bianchi, which led to many desperate encounters. The citizens, fearful lest the faction might cause insurrections throughout the whole territory, in conjunction with the Guelphs, applied to the Florentines in order to reconcile them. On which the Florentines took possession of the place, and sent the partisans on both sides to the confines of Florence. Whence it happened that the Neri sought refuge in the house of the Frescobaldi, and the Bianchi in that of the Cerci nel Garbo, owing to the relationship which existed between them. The seeds of the same dissension being thus sown in Florence, the whole city became divided, the Cerci espousing the interests of the Bianchi, and the Donati those of the Neri. So rapidly did this pestiferous spirit gain ground in Florence, as frequently to excite the greatest tumult. And from a peaceable and flourishing state, it speedily became a scene of rapine and devastation. In this stage Pope Boniface VIII was made acquainted with the state of this ravaged and unhappy city, and sent the Cardinal Acqua Sparta on a mission to reform and pacify the enraged parties. But with his utmost efforts he was unable to make any impression, and accordingly, after declaring the place excommunicated, departed. Florence being thus exposed to the greatest perils, and in a continued state of insurrection, Messer Corso Donati, with the Spini, the Puzzi, the Tosinghi, the Caviculi, and the populace attached to the Neri faction, applied, with the consent of their leaders, to Pope Boniface. They entreated that he would employ his interest with the court of France to send a force to allay these feuds, and to quell the party of the Bianchi. As soon as this was reported in the city, Messer Donati was banished, and his property forfeited, and the other heads of the sect were proportionally fined and sent into exile. Messer Donati, arriving at Rome, so far prevailed with his holiness, that he sent an embassy to Charles de Valois, brother to the King of France, declaring his wish that he should be made emperor and king of the Romans. Under which persuasion Charles passed into Italy, reinstating Messer Donati and the Neri in the city of Florence. From this there only resulted worse evils, inasmuch as all the Bianchi, being the least powerful, were universally oppressed and robbed, and Charles, becoming the enemy of Pope Boniface, conspired his death, because the Pope had not fulfilled his promise of presenting him with an imperial crown. From which events it may be seen that this vile faction was the cause of discord in the cities of Florence and Pistoia, and of the other states of Tuscany. And no less to the same source was to be attributed the death of Pope Boniface VIII. Right arrow curving left. Charles de Valois, called Censitera, or Lackland, brother of Philip the Fair, King of France. Right arrow curving left. The names of these two remain unknown. Probably one of them was Dante's friend Guido Cavalcanti. Right arrow curving left. Of this Arrigo nothing whatever seems to be known, hardly even his name. For some commentators call him Arrigo dei Fisanti, and others Arrigo dei Fifanti. Of these other men of mark who set their hearts on doing good, Farinata is among the heretics, Canto X. Teggio and Rusticuxi among the Sodomites, Canto 16, and Mosca among the schismatics, Canto XXVAI. Right arrow curving left. The philosophy of Aristotle. The same doctrine is taught by St. Augustine. Cum fiat resurrectio carnis, iti bonorum gaudia et tormenta marum major accrunt. Right arrow curving left. Plutus, the god of riches, of which Lord Bacon says in his Essays, I cannot call riches better than the baggage of virtue, the Roman word is better, impedimenta. For as the baggage is to an army, so is riches to virtue, it cannot be spared or left behind, but it hindcreth the march, and the care of it sometimes losseth or disturbeth the victory. Of great riches there is no real use, except it be in the distribution, the rest is but conceit. The personal fruition in any man cannot reach to feel great riches, there is a custody of them, or a power of dole and donative of them, or a fame of them, but no solid use to the owner. Right arrow curving left. In this canto is described the punishment of the avaricious and the prodigal, with Plutus as their jailer. His outcry of alarm is differently interpreted by different commentators, and by none very satisfactorily. The curious student, groping among them for a meaning, is like Gower's young king, of whom he says, in his Confessio Amantis, of deep imaginations and strange interpretations, problems and demands eke. His wisdom was to find and seek, whereof he wolde in sundry wise. Opposen hem, that wherein wise. But none of hem it might hear. Upon his word to give answera. But nearly all agree, I believe, in construing the strange words into a cry of alarm or warning to Lucifer, that his realm is invaded by some unusual apparition. Of all the interpretations given, the most amusing is that of Benvenuto Cellini, in his description of the Court of Justice in Paris, Roscoe's Memoirs of Benvenuto Cellini, chap. 22. I stooped down several times to observe what passed. The words which I heard the judge utter, upon seeing two gentlemen who wanted to hear the trial, and whom the porter was endeavoring to keep out, were these: be quiet, Satan, get hence, and leave off disturbing us. The terms were, pax, Satan, alles, pax. As I had by this time thoroughly learnt the French language, upon hearing these words, I recollected what Dante said, when he with his master, Virgil, entered the gates of hell. For Dante and Giotto the painter were together in France, and visited Paris with particular attention, where the court of justice may be considered as hell. Hence it is that Dante, who was likewise perfect master of the French, made use of that expression, and I have often been surprised that it was never understood in that sense. So that I cannot help thinking that the commentators on this author have often made him say things which he never so much as dreamed of. Dante himself hardly seems to have understood the meaning of the words, though he suggests that Virgil did. Right arrow curving left. The overthrow of the rebel angels. St. Augustine says, Idolatria et quaelibet noxia superstitio fornicatio est. Right arrow curving left. Must dance the Rita, a round dance of the olden time. It was a roundelay, or singing and dancing together. Boccaccio's Mona Belcolor knew better than any one how to play the tambourine and lead the Rita. Right arrow curving left. As the word honor resounds in Canto 4, and the word love in Canto V, so here the words rolling and turning are the burden of the song, as if to suggest the motion of fortune's wheel. So beautifully described a little later. Right arrow curving left. Clerks, clerics, or clergy. Boccaccio, commento, remarks upon this passage. Some maintain that the clergy wear the tonsure in remembrance and reverence of St. Peter, on whom, they say, it was made by certain evil-minded men as a mark of madness. Because not comprehending and not wishing to comprehend his holy doctrine, and seeing him fervently preaching before princes and people, who held that doctrine in detestation, they thought he acted as one out of his senses. Others maintain that the tonsure is worn as a mark of dignity, as a sign that those who wear it are more worthy than those who do not. And they call it corona, because, all the rest of the head being shaven, a single circle of hair should be left, which in form of a crown surrounds the whole head. Right arrow curving left. In like manner Chaucer, Person's Tale, pp. 227, 337, reproves ill-keeping and ill-giving. Avarice, after the description of Saint Augustine, is a licorousness in hurt to have earthly things. Some other folk sayn, that avarice is for to purchase many earthly things, and nothing to yev to hem that han need. And understand wel, that avarice standeth not only in land and cattle, but sometime in science and in glory, and in every manner outrageous thing is avarice. But for as moch as some folk ben unmeasurable, men oughtn for to avoid and eschew foolargess, the wish men clepen waste. Certes, he that is foolharge, he yeveth not his cattle, but he lesseth his cattle, softly, what thing that he yeveth for vainglory, as to minstrels, and to folk that hear his renome in the world. He hath due sin thereof, and non elmes, certes, he lesseth foule his good, that any secketh with the yeft of his good nothing but sin. He is like to an or that secketh rather to drink drovy or troubled water, than for to drink water of the clear well. And for as moch as they yeven thcr as they should not yeven, to hem appertineth thilk molly sun, that Christ shall yev at the day of dome to hem that shall be dampned. Right arrow curving left. The Wheel of Fortune was one of the favorite subjects of art and song in the Middle Ages. On a large square of white marble set in the pavement of the nave of the cathedral at Siena, is the representation of a revolving wheel. 3 boys are climbing and clinging at the sides and below. Above is a dignified figure with a stern countenance, holding the scepter and ball. At the four corners are inscriptions from Seneca, Euripides, Aristotle, and Epictetus. The same symbol may be seen also in the Wheel of Fortune windows of many churches, as, for example, that of San Zgno at Verona. See Knight, Ecclesiastical Architecture, 2 plates v. 6. In the following poem Guido Cavalcanti treats this subject in very much the same way that Dante does. And it is curious to observe how at particular times certain ideas seem to float in the air, and to become the property of every one who chooses to make use of them. From the similarity between this poem and the lines of Dante, one might infer that the two friends had discussed the matter in conversation, and afterwards that each had written out their common thought. Cavalcanti's Song of Fortune, as translated by Rossetti, Early Italian Poets, page 366, runs as follows. Lo! I am she who makes the wheel to turn. Lo! I am she who gives and takes away. Blamed idly, day by day, in all mine acts by you, ye humankind. For whoso smites his visage and doth mourn, what time he renders back my gifts to me, learns then that I decree no state which mine own arrows may not find. Who clomb must fall, this bear ye well in mind. Nor say, because he fell, I did him wrong. Yet mine is a vain song. For truly ye may find out wisdom when King Arthur's resting place is found of men. Ye make great marvel and astonishment. What time ye see the sluggard lifted up, and the just man to drop. And ye complain on God and on my sway. O humankind, ye sin in your complaint. For he, that Lord who made the world to live, lets me not take or give by mine own act, but as he wills I may. Yet is the mind of man so cast away, that it discerns not the supreme behest. Alas! Ye wretchedest! And chide ye at God also? Shall not he judge between good and evil righteously? Ah! Had ye knowledge how God evermore, with agonies of soul and grievous heats, as on an anvil beats, on them that in this earth hold high estate, ye would choose little rather than much store, and solitude than spacious palaces. Such is the sore disease of anguish that on all their days doth wait. Behold if they be not unfortunate, when oft the father dares not trust the son. O wealth, with thee is one, a worm to gnaw forever on his soul, whose abject life is laid in thy control. If also ye take note what piteous death they ofttimes make, whose hoards were manifold, whose cities had in gold, and multitudes of men beneath their hand. Then he among you that most angereth shall bless me saying, Lo! I worship thee, that I was not as he, whose death is thus accursed throughout the land. But now your living souls are held in band of avarice, shutting you from the true light, which shows how sad and slight are this world's treasured riches and array, that still change hands 100 times a day. For me, could envy enter in my sphere, which of all human taint is clean and quit, I well might harbor it, when I behold the peasant at his toil, guiding his team, untroubled, free from fear. He leaves his perfect furrow as he goes, and gives his field repose from thorns and tares and weeds that vex the soil. Thereto he labors, and without turmoil entrusts his work to God, content if so such guerdon from it grow, that in that year his family shall live, nor care nor thought to other things will give. But now ye may no more have speech of me, for this mine office craves continual use. Ye therefore deeply muse upon those things which ye have heard the while. Yea, and even yet remember heedfully how this my will emotion hath so feat, that in an eyelid's beat him whom it raised it mocketh low and vile. None was, nor is, nor shall be of such guile. Who could, or can, or shall, I say, at length, prevail against my strength? But still those men that are my questioners, in bitter torment own their hearts perverse. Song, that wast made to carry high intent, dissembled in the garb of humbleness, with fair and open face. To Master Thomas let thy course be bent. Say that a great thing scarcely may be pent in little room, yet always pray that he commend us, thee and me, to them that are more apt in lofty speech. For truly one must learn ere he can teach. Right arrow curving left. This old rabbinical tradition of the regents of the planets has been painted by Raphael, in the Cappella Chigiana of the Church of Santa Maria del Popolo in Rome. See Mrs. Jameson, Sacred and Legendary Art, I-45. She says, as a perfect example of grand and poetical feeling I may cite the angels as regents of the planets in the Cappella Chigiana. The cupola represents in a circle the creation of the solar system. According to the theological, or rather astrological, notions which then prevailed, 100 years before the starry Galileo and his woes. In the center is the Creator. Around, in 8 compartments, we have, first, the angel of the celestial sphere, who seems to be listening to the divine mandate, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven. Then follow, in their order, the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The name of each planet is expressed by its mythological representative. The Sun by Apollo, the Moon by Diana, and over each presides a grand, colossal winged spirit, seated or reclining on a portion of the zodiac as on a throne. The old tradition may be found in Stihlen, Rabbinical Literature, I-157. See Purgatorio, 1669. Right arrow curving left. Past midnight. Right arrow curving left. Purse, purple black. See note 83. Right arrow curving left. Is not this a cursed vice, says Chaucer in The Person's Tale, page 202, speaking of wrath. Yes, certes. Alas! It benimmeth fro man his wit and his reason, and all his debonair life spirituel, that shoulda keep his soul. Certes it benimmeth also God's due lordship, and that is man's soul, and the love of his neighbors, it reveth him the quiet of his hurt, and subverteth his soul. And farther on he continues. After the sin of wrath, now will I speak of the sin of anxiety, or sloth. For envy blindeth the heart of a man, and ire trulleth a man, and anxiety mocketh him heavy, thoughtful, and raw. Envy and ire maken bitterness in hurt, which bitterness is mother of anxiety, and benimmeth him the love of alle goodnks, then is anxiety the anguish of a trouble hurt. And Burton, Anatomy of Melancholy, I-3. I-3, speaking of that kind of melancholy which proceeds from humors adust, says. For example, if it proceeds from phlegm, which is seldom, and not so frequent as the rest, it stirs up dull symptoms, and a kind of stupidity, or impassionate hurt. They are sleepy, saith Savonarola, dull, slow, cold, blockish, ass-like, asinina melancholium Melanchthon calls it. They are much given to weeping, and delight in waters, ponds, pools, rivers, fishing, fowling, etc. They are pale of color, slothful, apt to sleep, heavy, much troubled with the headache, continual meditation and muttering to themselves, they dream of waters, that they are in danger of drowning, and fear such things. See also Purgatorio 1785. Right arrow curving left. Boccaccio and some other commentators think the words, I say, continuing, are a confirmation of the theory that the first 7 cantos of the Inferno were written before Dante's banishment from Florence. Others maintain that the words suggest only the continuation of the subject of the last canto in this. Right arrow curving left. These 2 signal fires announce the arrival of 2 persons to be ferried over the Wash, and the other in the distance is on the watchtower of the city of Dis, answering these. Right arrow curving left. Phlegyas was the father of Ixion and Caronus. He was king of the Lapithae, and burned the temple of Apollo at Delphi to avenge the wrong done by the god to Caronus. His punishment in the infernal regions was to stand beneath a huge impending rock, always about to fall upon him. Virgil, Aeneid, 6, says of him, Phlegyas, most wretched, is a monitor to all and with loud voice proclaims through the shades, being warned, learn righteousness, and not to contemn the gods. Right arrow curving left. Virgil, Aeneid, 6. The boat of sewn hide groaned under the weight, and, being leaky, took in much water from the lake. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Right here quotes Spenser, Ruins of Time. How many great ones may remembered be, who in their days most famously did flourish, of whom no word we have, nor sign now see, but as things wiped out with a sponge do perish. Right arrow curving left. Chaucer's Sclandra of his diff fame. Right arrow curving left. Of Filippo Argenti little is known, and nothing to his credit. Dante seems to have an especial personal hatred of him, as if in memory of some disagreeable passage between them in the streets of Florence. Boccaccio says of him in his commento. This Filippo Argenti, as Capo di Borghese Domenici de Caviccioli was wont to say, was a very rich gentleman. So rich that he had the horse he used to ride shod with silver, and from this he had his surname. He was in person large, swarthy, muscular, of marvelous strength, and at the slightest provocation the most irascible of men. Nor are any more known of his qualities than these two, each in itself very blameworthy. He was of the Adimari family, and of the Neri faction, while Dante was of the Bianchi party, and in banishment. Perhaps this fact may explain the bitterness of his invective. This is the same Filippo Argenti who figures in Boccaccio's tale. See note 94, the Ottimo Commento says of him. He was a man of great pomp, and great ostentation, and much expenditure, and little virtue and worth. And therefore the author says, goodness is none that decks his memory. And this is all that is known of the Fiorentino Spirito Bizarro, forgotten by history, and immortalized in song. What a barbarous strength and confusion of ideas, exclaims Leigh Hunt, Italian Poets, page 60, is there in this whole passage about him. Arrogance punished by arrogance, a Christian mother blessed for the unchristian disdainfulness of her son, revenge boasted of and enjoyed, passion arguing in a circle. Right arrow curving left. The word mosques paints at once to the imagination the city of unbelief. Right arrow curving left. Virgil, Aeneid, 6, Davidson's translation. Aeneas on a sudden looks back, and under a rock on the left sees vast prisons enclosed with a triple wall, which Tartarian Footgethan's rapid flood environs with torrents of flame, and whirls roaring rocks along. Fronting is a huge gate, with columns of solid adamant, that no strength of men, nor the gods themselves, can with steel demolish. An iron tower rises aloft. And there wakeful Tisiphone, with her bloody robe tucked up around her, sits to watch the vestibule both night and day. Right arrow curving left. This arrogance of theirs, Tracotanza, Ultracotanza. Brantome's Uterquidance, and Spenser's Circuitry. Right arrow curving left. The gate of the Inferno. Right arrow curving left. The coming of the angel, whose approach is described in the next canto, beginning at line 64. Right arrow curving left. The flush of anger passes from Virgil's cheek on seeing the pallor of Dante's, and he tries to encourage him with assurances of success, but betrays his own apprehensions in the broken phrase, if not, which he immediately covers with words of cheer. Right arrow curving left. Such, or so great a one, is Beatrice, the fair and saintly lady of Virgil's cheek on seeing the pallor of Canto 253. Right arrow curving left. The angel who will open the gates of the city of Dis. Right arrow curving left. Dante seems to think that he has already reached the bottom of the infernal conch, with its many convolutions. Right arrow curving left. Gower, confessio amantis, I. Cast not thin eye upon Meduse, that thou be turned into stone. Hawthorne has beautifully told the story of the Gorgon's Head, as well as many more of the classic fables, in his wonder book. Right arrow curving left. The attempt which Theseus and Pirithous made to rescue Proserpine from the infernal regions. Right arrow curving left. The hidden doctrine seems to be, that negation or unbelief is the Gorgon's head which changes the heart to stone, after which there is no more returning upward. The Furies display it from the walls of the city of heretics. Right arrow curving left. At Ares lie buried, according to old tradition, the peers of Charlemagne and their 10,000 men at arms. Archbishop Turpin, in his famous History of Charles the Great, XXX, Rod's translation, says. After this the king and his army proceeded by the way of Gascony and Thulaus, and came to Ares, where we found the army of Burgundy, which had left us in the hostile valley, bringing their dead by the way of Morbihan and Thulaus, to bury them in the plain of Ares. Here we performed the rites of Astolfo, Count of Champagne, of Solomon, Samson, Duke of Burgundy, Arnold of Burlanda, Alberic of Burgundy, Gamard, Esturanite, Hato, Joanius, Berard, Berengaire, and Naaman, Duke of Bourbon, and of 10,000 of their soldiers. Boccaccio comments upon these tombs as follows. At Arles, somewhat out of the city, are many tombs of stone, made of old for sepulchres, and some are large, and some are small. And some are better sculptured, and some not so well, peradventure according to the means of those who had them made. And upon some of them appear inscriptions after the ancient custom, I suppose in indication of those who are buried within. The inhabitants of the country repeat a tradition of them, affirming that in that place there was once a great battle between William of Orange, or some other Christian prince, with his forces on one side, and infidel barbarians from Africa, on the other. And that many Christians were slain in it. And that on the following night, by divine miracle, those tombs were brought there for the burial of the Christians, and so on the following morning all the dead Christians were buried in them. Right arrow curving left. Pola is a city in Istria. Near Pola, says Benvenuto de Imola, are seen many tombs, about 700, and of various forms. Cornaro is a gulf of the northern extremity of the Adriatic. Right arrow curving left. In this canto is described the punishment of heretics. Brunetto Latini, Tesoretto, 13. Or va Mastro Brunetto. Per lo camino stretto. Right arrow curving left. Sir Thomas Browne, Urn Burial, chap. 4, says. They may sit in the orchestra and noblest seats of heaven who have held up shaking hands in the fire, and humanly contended for glory. Meanwhile Epicurus lies deep in Dante's hell, wherein we meet with tombs enclosing souls, which denied their immortalities. But whether the virtuous heathen, who lived better than he spake, or, erring in the principles of himself, yet lived above philosophers of more specious maxims, lie so deep as he is placed, at least so low as not to rise against Christians, who, believing or knowing that truth, have lastingly denied it in their practice and conversation, were a query too sad to insist on. Also Burton, Anatomy of Melancholy, Part 2 Sector 2. Mem. 6, subs 1, thus vindicates the memory of Epicurus. A quiet mind is that voluptas, or summum bonum of Epicurus. Non dolora, curis vicare, animo tranquillo esse, not to grieve, but to want cares, and have a quiet soul, is the only pleasure of the world, as Seneca truly recites his opinion. Not that of eating and drinking, which injurious Aristotle maliciously puts upon him, and for which he is still mistaken, mala audit iti vapulet, slandered without a cause, and lashed by all posterity. Right arrow curving left. Farinata degli Uberti was the most valiant and renowned leader of the Ghibellines in Florence. Boccaccio, Commento, says. He was of the opinion of Epicurus, that the soul dies with the body, and consequently maintained that human happiness consisted in temporal pleasures. But he did not follow these in the way that Epicurus did, that is by making long fasts to have afterwards pleasure in eating dry bread. But was fond of good and delicate viands, and ate them without waiting to be hungry, and for this sin he is damned as a heretic in this place. Farinata led the Ghibellines at the famous Battle of Monte Aperto in 1260, where the Guelphs were routed, and driven out of Florence. He died in 1264. Right arrow curving left. The ancestors of Dante, and Dante himself, were Guelphs. He did not become a Ghibelline till after his banishment. Boccaccio in his Life of Dante makes the following remarks upon his party spirit. I take the passage as given in Mrs. Bunbury's translation of Bulba's Life and Times of Dante, 2:27. He was, says Boccaccio, a most excellent man, and most resolute in adversity. It was only on one subject that he showed himself, I do not know whether I ought to call it impatient, or spirited, it was regarding anything relating to party. Since in his exile he was more violent in this respect than suited his circumstances, and more than he was willing that others should believe. And in order that it may be seen for what party he was thus violent and pertinacious, it appears to me I must go further back in my story. I believe that it was the just anger of God that permitted, it is a long time ago, almost all Tuscany and Lombardy to be divided into two parties. I do not know how they acquired those names, but one party was called Guelph and the other party Ghibelline. And these two names were so revered, and had such an effect on the folly of many minds, that, for the sake of defending the side any one had chosen for his own against the opposite party, it was not considered hard to lose property, and even life, if it were necessary. And under these names the Italian cities many times suffered serious grievances and changes. And among the rest our city, which was sometimes at the head of one party, and sometimes of the other, according to the citizens in power. So much so that Dante's ancestors, being Guelphs, were twice expelled by the Ghibellines from their home, and he likewise under the title of Guelph held the reins of the Florentine Republic. From which he was expelled, as we have shown, not by the Ghibellines, but by the Guelphs. And seeing that he could not return, he so much altered his mind that there never was a fiercer Ghibelline, or a bitterer enemy to the Guelphs, than he was. And that which I feel most ashamed at for the sake of his memory is, that it was a well-known thing in Romagna, that if any boy or girl, talking to him on party matters, condemned the Ghibelline side, he would become frantic, so that if they did not be silent he would have been induced to throw stones at them. And with this violence of party feeling he lived until his death. I am certainly ashamed to tarnish with any fault the fame of such a man. But the order of my subject in some degree demands it, because if I were silent in those things in which he was to blame, I should not be believed in those things I have already related in his praise. Therefore I excuse myself to himself, who perhaps looks down from heaven with a disdainful eye on me writing. Right arrow curving left. The following account of the Guelphs and Ghibellines is from the Pecorone of Giovanni Fiorentino, a writer of the 14th century. It forms the first novella of the Eighth Day, and will be found in Roscoe's Italian Novelists, I 322. There formerly resided in Germany two wealthy and well-born individuals, whose names were Guelfo and Ghibellino, very near neighbors, and greatly attached to each other. But returning together one day from the chase, there unfortunately arose some difference of opinion as to the merits of one of their hounds, which was maintained on both sides so very warmly, that, from being almost inseparable friends and companions, they became each other's deadliest enemies. This unlucky division between them still increasing, they on either side collected parties of their followers, in order more effectually to annoy each other, soon extending its malignant influence among the neighboring lords and barons of Germany, who divided, according to their motives, either with the Guelph or the Ghibelline. It not only produced many serious affrays, but several persons fell victims to its rage. Ghibellino, finding himself hard pressed by his enemy, and unable longer to keep the field against him, resolved to apply for assistance to Frederick I, the reigning emperor. Upon this, Guelfo, perceiving that his adversary sought the alliance of this monarch, applied on his side to Pope Honorius II, who being at variance with the former, and hearing how the affair stood, immediately joined the cause of the Guelphs, the emperor having already embraced that of the Ghibellines. It is thus that the Apostolic See became connected with the former, and the empire with the latter faction. And it was thus that a vile hound became the origin of a deadly hatred between the two noble families. Now it happened that in the year of our dear Lord and Redeemer 1215, the same pestiferous spirit spread itself into parts of Italy, in the following manner. Messer Guido Orlando being at that time chief magistrate of Florence, there likewise resided in that city a noble and valiant cavalier of the family of Buondelmonte, one of the most distinguished houses in the state. Our young Buondelmonts having already plighted his troth to a lady of the Amadei family, the lovers were considered as betrothed, with all the solemnity usually observed on such occasions. But this unfortunate young man, chancing one day to pass by the house of the Donati, was stopped and accosted by a lady of the name of Lapatia, who moved to him from her door as he went along, saying, "I am surprised that a gentleman of your appearance, Signor, should think of taking for his wife a woman scarcely worthy of handing him his boots. There is a child of my own, whom, to speak sincerely, I have long intended for you, and whom I wish you would just venture to see." And on this she called out for her daughter, whose name was Shula, one of the prettiest and most enchanting girls in all Florence. Introducing her to Messer Buondelmonte, she whispered, "This is she whom I had reserved for you." And the young Florentine, suddenly becoming enamored of her, thus replied to her mother, "I am quite ready, Madonna, to meet your wishes." And before stirring from the spot he placed a ring upon her finger, and, wedding her, received her there as his wife. The Amadei, hearing that young Buondelmonte had thus espoused another, immediately met together, and took counsel with other friends and relations, how they might best avenge themselves for such an insult offered to their house. There were present among the rest Lambertuccio Amadei, Sciatta Roberti, and Mosca Lamberti, one of whom proposed to give him a box on the ear, another to strike him in the face. Yet they were none of them able to agree about it among themselves. On observing this, Mosca hastily rose, in a great passion, saying, "Cosa fata capoha," wishing it to be understood that a dead man will never strike again. It was therefore decided that he should be put to death, a sentence which they proceeded to execute in the following manner. M. Buondelmonte returning one Easter morning from a visit to the Casa Bardi, beyond the Arno, mounted upon a snow-white steed, and dressed in a mantle of the same color, had just reached the foot of the Ponte Vecchio, or Old Bridge, where formerly stood a statue of Mars, whom the Florentines in their pagan state were accustomed to worship. When the whole party issued out upon him, and, dragging him in the scuffle from his horse, in spite of the gallant resistance he made, dispatched him with 1,000 wounds. The tidings of this affair seemed to throw all Florence into confusion, the chief personages and noblest families in the place everywhere meeting, and dividing themselves into parties in consequence. The one party embracing the cause of the Buondelmonti, who placed themselves at the head of the Guelphs, and the other taking part with the Amadei, who supported the Ghibellines. In the same fatal manner, nearly all the signiories and cities of Italy were involved in the original quarrel between these two German families, the Guelphs still supporting the interest of the Holy Church, and the Ghibellines those of the Emperor. And thus I have made you acquainted with the origin of the Germanic faction, between two noble houses, for the sake of a vile cur, and have shown how it afterwards disturbed the peace of Italy for the sake of a beautiful woman. For an account of the Bianchi and Neri factions see note 354. Right arrow curving left. Cavalcante de Cavalcanti, father of Dante's friend, Guido Cavalcanti. He was of the Guelph party. So that here are Guelph and Ghibelline buried in the same tomb. Right arrow curving left. This question recalls the scene in the Odyssey, where the shade of Agamemnon appears to Ulysses and asks for Orestes. Book 11 in Chapman's translation, line 603. Doth my son yet survive? In Orchomen or Pylus? Or doth live? In Sparta with his uncle? Yet I see. Divine Orestes is not here with me. Right arrow curving left. Guido Cavalcanti, whom Benvenuto de Imola calls the other eye of Florence, alter oculis Florentii tempori dantis. It is to this Guido that Dante addresses the sonnet, which is like the breath of spring, beginning. Guido, I wish that Lapo, thou, and I could be by spells conveyed, as it were now, upon a bark, with all the winds that blow across all seas at our good will to hie. He was a poet of decided mark, as may be seen by his Song of Fortune, quoted in Note 107, and the sonnet to Dante, Note 1125. But he seems not to have shared Dante's admiration for Virgil, and to have been more given to the study of philosophy than of poetry. Like Lucentio in The Taming of the Shrew, he is so devout to Aristotle's ethics, as Ovid be an outcast quite abjured. Boccaccio, Decameron, 6-9, praises him for his learning and other good qualities. For over and beside his being one of the best logicians, as those times not yielded a better, so runs the old translation, he was also a most absolute natural philosopher. A very friendly gentleman, singularly well spoken, and whatsoever else was commendable in any man was no way wanting in him. In the same novella he tells this anecdote of him. It chanced upon a day that Signor Guido, departing from the church of St. Michael di Horta, and passing along by the Adimari, so far as to St. John's Church, which evermore was his customary walk, many goodly marble tombs were then about the said church, as nowadays are at St. Reparata, and divers more beside. He entreng among the columns of porphyry, and the other sepulchres being there, because the door of the church was shut, Signor Beto and his company came riding from St. Reparata. And being Signor Guido among the graves and tombs, said, Come, let us go make some jests to anger him. So putting the spurs to their horses they rode apace towards him. And being upon him before he perceived them, one of them said, Guido, thou refusest to be one of our society, and seekest for that which never was. When thou hast found it, tell us. What wilt thou do with it? Guido saying himself round and girt with them, suddenly thus replied, Gentlemen, you may use me in your own house as you please. And setting his hand upon one of the tombs, which was somewhat great, he took his rising, and leapt quite over it on the further side, as being of an agile and sprightly body. And being thus freed from them, he went away to his own lodging. They stood all like men amazed, strangely looking one upon another, and began afterward to murmur among themselves, that Guido was a man without any understanding. And the answer which he had made unto them was to no purpose, neither savoured of any discretion, but merely came from an empty brain, because they had no more to do in the place where now they were, than any of the other citizens, and Signor Guido, himself, as little as any of them. Whereto Signor Beto thus replied, Alas, gentlemen, it is you yourselves that are void of understanding, for, if you had but observed the answer which he made unto us, he did honestly, and, in very few words, not only notably express his own wisdom, but also deservedly reprehend us. Because, if we observe things as we ought to do, graves and tombs are the houses of the dead, ordained and prepared to be the latest dwellings. He told us moreover that although we have here, in this life, our habitations and abidings, yet these, or the like, must at last be our houses. To let us know, and all other foolish, indiscreet, and unlearned men, that we are worse than dead men, in comparison of him, and other men equal to him in skill and learning. And therefore, while we are here among the graves and monuments, it may be well said, that we are not far from our own houses, or how soon we shall be possessors of them. In regard of the frailty attending on us, Napier, Florentine History, I 368, speaks of Guido as a bold, melancholy man, who loved solitude and literature, but generous, brave, and courteous, a poet and philosopher, and one that seems to have had the respect and admiration of his age. He then adds this singular picture of the times. Corso Donati, by whom he was feared and hated, would have had him murdered while on a pilgrimage to St. James of Galicia. On his return this became known and gained him many supporters amongst the Cerci and other youth of Florence. He took no regular measures of vengeance, but, accidentally meeting Corso in the street, rode violently towards him, casting his javelin at the same time. It missed by the tripping of his horse and he escaped with a slight wound from one of Donati's attendants. Sacchetti, November 68, tells a pleasant story of Guido's having his cloak nailed to the bench by a roguish boy, while he was playing chess in one of the streets of Florence. Which is also a curious picture of Italian life. Right arrow curving left. Farinata pays no attention to this outburst of paternal tenderness on the part of his Guelphic kinsman, but waits, in stern indifference, till it is ended. And then calmly resumes his discourse. Right arrow curving left. The moon, called in the heavens Diana, on earth Luna, and in the infernal regions Proserpina. Right arrow curving left. In the great battle of Monte Aperto. The river Arbia is a few miles south of Siena. The traveler crosses it on his way to Rome, Indiana. This battle the banished Ghibellines of Florence, joining the Sienese, gained a victory over the Guelphs, and retook the city of Florence. Before the battle Buonagita, syndic of Siena, presented the keys of the city to the Virgin Mary in the cathedral, and made a gift to her of the city and the neighboring country. After the battle the standard of the vanquished Florentines, together with their battle bell, the Martinella, was tied to the tail of a jackass and dragged in the dirt. See Ampere, Voyage Dantesque, 254. Right arrow curving left. After the battle of Monte Aperto a diet of the Ghibellines was held at Empoli, in which the deputies from Siena and Pisa, prompted no doubt by provincial hatred, urged the demolition of Florence. Farinata vehemently opposed the project in a speech, thus given in Napier, Florentine History, I 257. It would have been better, he exclaimed, to have died on the Arbia. Then survive only to hear such a proposition as that which they were then discussing. There is no happiness in victory itself, that must ever be sought for amongst the companions who helped us to gain the day. And the injury we receive from an enemy inflicts a far more trifling wound than the wrong that comes from the hand of a friend. If I now complain, it is not that I fear the destruction of my native city, for as long as I have life to wield a sword Florence shall never be destroyed. But I cannot suppress my indignation at the discourses I have just been listening to. We are here assembled to discuss the wisest means of maintaining our influence in Florence. Not to debate on its destruction, and my country would indeed be unfortunate, and I and my companions miserable, mean-spirited creatures. If it were true that the fate of our city depended on the fiat of the present assembly. I did hope that all former hatred would have been banished from such a meeting. And that our mutual destruction would not have been treacherously aimed at from under the false colors of general safety. I did hope that all here were convinced that counsel dictated by jealousy could never be advantageous to the general good. But to what does your hatred attach itself? To the ground on which the city stands? To its houses and insensible walls? To the fugitives who have abandoned it? Or to ourselves that now possess it? Who is he that thus advises? Who is the bold bad man that dare thus give voice to the malice he hath engendered in his soul? Is it meet then that all your cities should exist unharmed, and ours alone be devoted to destruction? That you should return in triumph to your hearths, and we with whom you have conquered should have nothing in exchange but exile and the ruin of our country? Is there one of you who can believe that I could even hear such things with patience? Are you indeed ignorant that if I have carried arms, if I have persecuted my foes, I still have never ceased to love my country? And that I never will allow what even our enemies have respected to be violated by your hands, so that posterity may call them the saviors, us the destroyers of our country? Here then I declare, that, although I stand alone amongst the Florentines, I will never permit my native city to be destroyed, and if it be necessary for her sake to die 1,000 deaths, I am ready to meet them all in her defense. Farinata then rose, and with angry gestures quitted the assembly. But let such an impression on the mind of his audience that the project was instantly dropped, and the only question for the moment was how to regain a chief of such talent and influence. right arrow curving left. Frederick II, son of the Emperor Henry VI, surnamed the Severe, and grandson of Barbarossa. He reigned from 1220 to 1250, not only as Emperor of Germany, but also as King of Naples and Sicily, where for the most part he held his court, one of the most brilliant of the Middle Ages. Villani, Chronica, v1, thus sketches his character. This Frederick reigned 30 years as emperor, and was a man of great mark and great worth, learned in letters and of natural ability. Universal in all things. He knew the Latin language, the Italian, the German, French, Greek, and Arabic. Was copiously endowed with all virtues, liberal and courteous in giving, valiant and skilled in arms, and was much feared. And he was dissolute and voluptuous in many ways, and had many concubines and Mamelukes, after the Saracenic fashion. He was addicted to all sensual delights, and led an Epicurean life, taking no account of any other, and this was one principal reason why he was an enemy to the clergy and the Holy Church. Milman, History of Latin Christianity, B. X, Chap. 3, says of him. Frederick's predilection for his native kingdom, for the bright cities reflected in the blue Mediterranean, over the dark barbaric towns of Germany, of itself characterizes the man. The summer skies, the more polished manners, the more elegant luxuries, the knowledge, the arts, the poetry, the gaiety, the beauty, the romance of the South, were throughout his life more congenial to his mind, than the heavier and more chilly climate, the feudal barbarism, the ruder pomp, the coarser habits of his German liegemen. And no doubt that delicious climate and lovely land, so highly appreciated by the gay sovereign, was not without influence on the state, and even the manners of his court. To which other circumstances contributed to give a peculiar and romantic character. It resembled probably, though its full splendor was of a later period, Granada in its glory, more than any other in Europe, though more rich and picturesque from the variety of races, of manners, usages, even dresses, which prevailed within it. Gibbon also, Decline and Fall, chapter 59, gives this graphic picture. Frederick II, the grandson of Barbarossa, was successively the pupil, the enemy, and the victim of the Church. At the age of 21 years, and in obedience to his guardian Innocent III, he assumed the cross. The same promise was repeated at his royal and imperial coronations. And his marriage with the heiress of Jerusalem forever bound him to defend the kingdom of his son Conrad. But as Frederick advanced in age and authority, he repented of the rash engagements of his youth. His liberal sense and knowledge taught him to despise the phantoms of superstition and the crowns of Asia. He no longer entertained the same reverence for the successors of Innocent. And his ambition was occupied by the restoration of the Italian monarchy, from Sicily to the Alps. But the success of this project would have reduced the popes to their primitive simplicity. And, after the delays and excuses of 12 years, they urged the emperor, with entreaties and threats, to fix the time and place of his departure for Palestine. In the harbors of Sicily and Apulia he prepared a fleet of 100 galleys, and of 100 vessels, that were framed to transport and land 2,500 knights, with horses and attendants. His vassals of Naples and Germany formed a powerful army, and the number of English crusaders was magnified to 60,000 by the report of fame. But the inevitable, or affected, slowness of these mighty preparations consumed the strength and provisions of the more indigent pilgrims. The multitude was thinned by sickness and desertion, and the sultry summer of Calabria anticipated the mischiefs of a Syrian campaign. At length the emperor hoisted sail at Brundusium with a fleet and army of 40,000 men, but he kept the sea no more than 3 days. And his hasty retreat, which was ascribed by his friends to a grievous indisposition, was accused by his enemies as a voluntary and obstinate disobedience. For suspending his vow was Frederick excommunicated by Gregory IX, for presuming, the next year, to accomplish his vow, he was again excommunicated by the same pope. While he served under the banner of the cross, a crusade was preached against him in Italy, and after his return he was compelled to ask pardon for the injuries which he had suffered. The clergy and military orders of Palestine were previously instructed to renounce his communion and dispute his commands. And in his own kingdom the emperor was forced to consent that the orders of the camp should be issued in the name of God and of the Christian Republic. Frederick entered Jerusalem in triumph. And with his own hands, for no priest would perform the office, he took the crown from the altar of the Holy Sepulchre. Matthew Paris, A.D. 1239, gives a long letter of Pope Gregory IX in which he calls the emperor some very hard names. A beast, full of the words of blasphemy, wolf in sheep's clothing, a son of lies, a staff of the impious, and hammer of the earth. And finally accuses him of being the author of a work De Tribus Impostoribus, which, if it ever existed, is no longer to be found. There is one thing, he says in conclusion, at which, although we ought to mourn for a lost man, you ought to rejoice greatly, and for which you ought to return thanks to God, namely, that this man, who delights in being called a forerunner of Antichrist, by God's will, no longer endures to be veiled in darkness. Not expecting that his trial and disgrace arc near, he with his own hands undermines the wall of his abominations, and, by the said letters of his, brings his works of darkness to the light. Boldly setting forth in them, that he could not be excommunicated by us, although the vicar of Christ. Thus affirming that the Church had not the power of binding and loosing, which was given by our Lord to St. Peter and his successors. But as it may not be easily believed by some people that he has ensnared himself by the words of his own mouth, proofs are ready, to the triumph of the faith. For this king of pestilence openly asserts that the whole world was deceived by three, namely Christ Jesus, Moses, and Muhammad. That, two of them having died in glory, the said Jesus was suspended on the cross. And he, moreover, presumes plainly to affirm, or rather to lie, that all are foolish who believe that God, who created nature, and could do all things, was born of the Virgin. Right arrow curving left. This is Cardinal Ottaviano degli Ubaldini, who is accused of saying, if there be any soul, I have lost mine for the Ghibellines. Dante takes him at his word. Right arrow curving left. Some critics and commentators accuse Dante of confounding Pope Anastasius with the emperor of that name. It is however highly probable that Dante knew best whom he meant. Both were accused of heresy, though the heresy of the Pope seems to have been of a mild type. A few years previous to his time, namely, in the year 484, Pope Felix III and Acacius, Bishop of Constantinople, mutually excommunicated each other. When Anastasius II became pope in 496, he dared, says Milman, History of Latin Christianity, I 349. To doubt the damnation of a bishop excommunicated by the See of Rome. Felix and Acacius are now both before a higher tribunal. Leave them to that unerring judgment. He would have the name of Acacius passed over in silence, quietly dropped, rather than publicly expunged from the diptychs. This degenerate successor of St. Peter is not admitted to the rank of a saint. The pontifical book, its authority on this point is indignantly repudiated, accuses Anastasius of having communicated with a deacon of Thessalonica, who had kept up communion with Acacius, and of having entertained secret designs of restoring the name of Acacius in the services of the Church. Right arrow curving left. Photinus is the deacon of Thessalonica alluded to in the preceding note. His heresy was, that the Holy Ghost did not proceed from the Father, and that the Father was greater than the Son. The writers who endeavor to rescue the Pope at the expense of the Emperor say that Photinus died before the days of Pope Anastasius. Right arrow curving left. Cahors is the cathedral town of the department of the Lot, in the south of France, and the birthplace of the poet Clement Marot and of the romance writer Calpurnede. In the Middle Ages it seems to have been a nest of usurers. Matthew Paris, in his Historia Major, under date of 1235, has a chapter entitled, Of the Usury of the Corsines, which in the translation of Rev. J. A. Giles runs as follows. In these days prevailed the horrible nuisance of the Corsines to such a degree that there was hardly any one in all England, especially among the bishops, who was not caught in their net. Even the king himself was held indebted to them in an uncalculable sum of money. For they circumvented the needy in their necessities, cloaking their usury under the show of trade, and pretending not to know that whatever is added to the principal is usury, under whatever name it may be called. For it is manifest that their loans lie not in the path of charity, inasmuch as they do not hold out a helping hand to the poor to relieve them, but to deceive them. Not to aid others in their starvation, but to gratify their own covetousness, seeing that the motive stamps our every deed. Right arrow curving left. Those within the fat lagoon, the irascible, Canto 7, 8. Right arrow curving left. Whom the wind drives, the wanton, Canto V, and whom the rain doth beat, the gluttonous, Canto 6. Right arrow curving left. And who encounter with such bitter tongues, the prodigal and avaricious, Canto 7. Right arrow curving left. The Ethics of Aristotle, 7i. After these things, making another beginning, it must be observed by us that there are three species of things which are to be avoided in manners, viz. Malice, incontinence, and bestiality. Right arrow curving left. The Physics of Aristotle, Book 2. Right arrow curving left. Genesis 1:28. And God said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it. Right arrow curving left. Gabriele Rossetti, in the Commento Analitico of his edition of the Divina Commedia, quotes here the lines of Florian. Nous ni recevens l'existence. Tu fin de travailler pour nous. Ou pour autrui. De ci devoir sacer quiconque s'y dispense. Est puni par la providence. Par le besoin, ou par l'ennui. Right arrow curving left. The constellation Pisces precedes Aries, in which the sun now is. This indicates the time to be a little before sunrise. It is Saturday morning. Right arrow curving left. The Wain is the constellation Charles's Wain, or Boötes, and Chorus is the northwest, indicated by the Latin name of the northwest wind. Right arrow curving left. With this canto begins the seventh circle of the Inferno, in which the violent are punished. In the first garron or round are the violent against their neighbors, plunged more or less deeply in the river of boiling blood. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Ruskin, Modern Painters, 3:242, has the following remarks upon Dante's idea of rocks and mountains. At the top of the abyss of the seventh circle, appointed for the violent, or souls who had done evil by force, we are told, first, that the edge of it was composed of great broken stones in a circle. Then, that the place was alpine. And, becoming hereupon attentive, in order to hear what an alpine place is like, we find that it was like the place beyond Trent, where the rock, either by earthquake, or failure of support, has broken down to the plain, so that it gives any one at the top some means of getting down to the bottom. This is not a very elevated or enthusiastic description of an alpine scene. And it is far from mended by the following verses, in which we are told that Dante began to go down by this great unloading of stones, and that they moved often under his feet by reason of the new weight. The fact is that Dante, by many expressions throughout the poem, shows himself to have been a notably bad climber. And being fond of sitting in the sun, looking at his fair baptistry, or walking in a dignified manner on flat pavement in a long robe, it puts him seriously out of his way when he has to take to his hands and knees, or look to his feet. So that the first strong impression made upon him by any alpine scene whatever is, clearly, that it is bad walking. When he is in a fright and hurry, and has a very steep place to go down, Virgil has to carry him altogether. Right arrow curving left. Speaking of the region to which Dante here alludes, Eustace, Classical Tour, I-71, says, the descent becomes more rapid between Roveredo and Alla. The river, which glided gently through the valley of Trent, assumes the roughness of a torrent, the defile become narrower, and the mountains break into rocks and precipices, which occasionally approach the road, sometimes rise perpendicular from it, and now and then hang over it in terrible majesty. In a note he adds, amid these wilds the traveler cannot fail to notice a vast tract called the Sloveni di Marco, covered with fragments of rock torn from the sides of the neighboring mountains by an earthquake, or perhaps by their own unsupported weight, and hurled down into the plains below. They spread over the whole valley, and in some places contract the road to a very narrow space. A few firs and cypresses scattered in the intervals, or sometimes rising out of the crevices of the rocks, cast a partial and melancholy shade amid the surrounding nakedness and desolation. This scene of ruin seems to have made a deep impression upon the wild imagination of Dante, as he has introduced it into the 12th canto of the Inferno, in order to give the reader an adequate idea of one of his infernal ramparts. Right arrow curving left. The Minotaur, half bull, half man. See the infamous story in all the classical dictionaries. Right arrow curving left. The Duke of Athens is Theseus. Chaucer gives him the same title in The Knight's Tale. Whilom, as old stories tell us. There was a duck that hight Theseus. Of Athens he was lord and governor. That greater was there none under the sun. Full many a rich country had he won. What with his wisdom and his chivalry, he conquered all the regni of Femini. That whilom was yclept Scythia, and wedded the fresh Queen Hippolyta, and brought higher home with him to his country, with muchel glory and great solemnity, and eke higher young Suster Emily. And thus with victory and with melodic, let I this worthy duck to Athens ride, and all his host, in arms him beside. Shakespeare also, in the Midsummer Night's Dream, calls him the Duke of Athens. Right arrow curving left. Ariadne, who gave Theseus the silken thread to guide him back through the Cretan labyrinth after slaying the Minotaur. Hawthorne has beautifully told the old story in his Tanglewood Tales. Ah, the bull-headed villain, he says. And oh my good little people, you will perhaps see, one of these days, as I do now, that every human being who suffers anything evil to get into his nature, or to remain there, is a kind of Minotaur. An enemy of his fellow creatures, and separated from all good companionship, as this poor monster was. Right arrow curving left. Christ's descent into Limbo, and the earthquake at the crucifixion. Right arrow curving left. This is the doctrine of Empedocles and other old philosophers. See Ritter, History of Ancient Philosophy, Book V, Chapter 6. The following passages are from Mr. Morrison's translation. Empedocles proceeded from the Eleatic principle of the oneness of all truth. In its unity it resembles a ball. He calls it the sphere, wherein the ancients recognized the god of Empedocles. Into the unity of the sphere all elementary things are combined by love, without difference or distinction. Within it they lead a happy life, replete with holiness, and remote from discord. They know no god of war nor the spirit of battles, nor Zeus, the sovereign, nor Kronos, nor yet Poseidon, but Cypris the queen. The actual separation of the elements one from another is produced by discord. For originally they were bound together in the sphere, and therein continued perfectly unmovable. Now in this Empedocles posits different periods and different conditions of the world. For, according to the above position, originally all is united in love, and then subsequently the elements and living essences are separated. His assertion of certain mundane periods was taken by the ancients literally, for they tell us that, according to his theory, all was originally one by love, but afterwards many and at enmity with itself through discord. Right arrow curving left. The centaurs are set to guard this circle, as symbolizing violence, with some form of which the classic poets usually associate them. Right arrow curving left. Chaucer, The Monkey's Tale. A lemon had this noble champion. That hight Dionire, as fresh as May. And as thys clerks maken mention, she hath him sent a sheerroot fresh and gay. Alas! This sheerroot, alas and walla wah! Envenomed was sodily wit hally. That or that he had word it half a day. It made his flesh all from his bones fall. Chiron was a son of Saturn, Pholus, of Silenus, and Nessus, of Ixion and the cloud. Right arrow curving left. Homer, Iliad, 11:8-32. Whom Chiron instructed, the most just of the centaurs. Hawthorne gives a humorous turn to the fable of Chiron, in the Tanglewood Tales, p. 273. I have sometimes suspected that Master Chiron was not really very different from other people, but that, being a kind-hearted and merry old fellow, he was in the habit of making believe that he was a horse, and scrambling about the schoolroom on all fours, and letting the little boys ride upon his back. And so, when his scholars had grown up, and grown old, and were trotting their grandchildren on their knees, they told them about the sports of their school days. And these young folks took the idea that their grandfathers had been taught their letters by a centaur, half man and half horse. Be that as it may, it has always been told for a fact, and always will be told, as long as the world lasts, that Chiron, with the head of a schoolmaster, had the body and legs of a horse. Just imagine the grave old gentleman clattering and stamping into the schoolroom on his four hoofs, perhaps treading on some little fellow's toes, flourishing his switch tail instead of a rod, and now and then, trotting out of doors to eat a mouthful of grass. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Ruskin refers to this line in confirmation of his theory that all great art represents something that it sees or believes in, nothing unseen or uncredited. The passage is as follows. Modern Painters, 383. And just because it is always something that it sees or believes in, there is the peculiar character above noted, almost unmistakable, in all high and true ideals, of having been as it were studied from the life, and involving pieces of sudden familiarity, and close specific painting which never would have been admitted or even thought of, had not the painter drawn either from the bodily life or from the life of faith. For instance, Dante's centaur, Chiron, dividing his beard with his arrow before he can speak, is a thing that no mortal would ever have thought of, if he had not actually seen the centaur do it. They might have composed handsome bodies of men and horses in all possible ways, through a whole life of pseudo-idealism, and yet never dreamed of any such thing. But the real living centaur actually trotted across Dante's brain, and he saw him do it. Right arrow curving left. Alexander of Thessaly and Dionysius of Syracuse. Right arrow curving left. Azzolino, or Ezzolino di Romano, tyrant of Padua, nicknamed the son of the devil. Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, 333, describes him as fierce Ezelin, that most inhuman lord, who shall be deemed by men a child of hell. His story may be found in Sismondi's Histoire de Républiques Italiennes, chapter 19. He so outraged the religious sense of the people by his cruelties, that a crusade was preached against him, and he died a prisoner in 1259, tearing the bandages from his wounds, and fierce and defiant to the last. Ezzolino was small of stature, says Sismondi, but the whole aspect of his person, all his movements, indicated the soldier. His language was bitter, his countenance proud, and by a single look, he made the boldest tremble. His soul, so greedy of all crimes, felt no attraction for sensual pleasures. Never had Ezzolino loved women, and this perhaps is the reason why in his punishments he was as pitiless against them as against men. He was in his 66th year when he died, and his reign of blood had lasted 34 years. Many glimpses of him are given in the Cento Novelli Antiche, as if his memory long haunted the minds of men. Here are two of them, from Novella 83. Once upon a time Messer Azzolino de Romano made proclamation, through his own territories and elsewhere, that he wished to do a great charity, and therefore that all the beggars, both men and women, should assemble in his meadow, on a certain day, and to each he would give a new gown, and abundance of food. The news spread among the servants on all hands. When the day of assembling came, his seneschals went among them with the gowns and the food, and made them strip naked one by one, and then clothed them with new clothes, and fed them. They asked for their old rags, but it was all in vain, for he put them into a heap and set fire to them. Afterwards he found there so much gold and silver melted, that it more than paid the expense, and then he dismissed them with his blessing. To tell you how much he was feared, would be a long story, and many people know it. But I will recall how he, being one day with the emperor on horseback, with all their people, they laid a wager as to which of them had the most beautiful sword. The emperor drew from its sheath his own, which was wonderfully garnished with gold and precious stones. Then said Messer Azzolino, "It is very beautiful. But mine, without any great ornament, is far more beautiful," and he drew it forth. Then 600 knights, who were with him, all drew theirs. When the emperor beheld this cloud of swords, he said, "Yours is the most beautiful." Right arrow curving left. Abiso da Este, Marquis of Ferrara. He was murdered by Azzo, whom he thought to be his son, says Boccaccio, though he was not. The Ottimo Commento remarks, "Many call themselves sons, and are stepsons." Right arrow curving left. Guido di Montfort, who murdered Prince Henry of England, in the bosom of God, that is, in the church, at Viterbo. The event is thus narrated by Napier, Florentine History, I 283. Another instance of this revengeful spirit occurred in the year 1271 at Viterbo, where the cardinals had assembled to elect a successor to Clement IV, about whom they had been long disputing, Charles of Anjou and Philip of France, with Edward and Henry, sons of Richard, Duke of Cornwall, had repaired there, the two first to hasten the election, which they finally accomplished by the elevation of Gregory X. During these proceedings Prince Henry, while taking the sacrament in the church of San Silvestro at Viterbo, was stabbed to the heart by his own cousin, Guy de Montfort. In revenge for the Earl of Leicester's death, although Henry was then endeavoring to procure his pardon. This sacrilegious act threw Viterbo into confusion, but Montfort had many supporters, one of whom asked him what he had done. "I have taken my revenge," said he. "But your father's body was trailed." At this reproach, de Montfort instantly re-entered the church, walked straight to the altar, and, seizing Henry's body by the hair, dragged it through the aisle, and left it, still bleeding, in the open street. He then retired unmolested to the castle of his father-in-law, Count Rosso of the Maremma, and there remained in security. The body of the prince, says Barlow, Study of Dante, p. 125, was brought to England, and interred at Hales, in Gloucestershire, in the abbey which his father had there built for monks of the Cistercian order. But his heart was put into a golden vase, and placed on the tomb of Edward the Confessor, in Westminster Abbey, most probably, as stated by some writers, in the hands of a statue. Right arrow curving left. Violence in all its forms was common enough in Florence in the age of Dante. Right arrow curving left. Attila, the Scourge of God. Gibbon, Decline and Fall, chap. 39, describes him thus. Attila, the son of Munzuk, deduced his noble, perhaps his regal, descent from the ancient Huns, who had formerly contended with the monarchs of China. His features, according to the observation of a Gothic historian, bore the stamp of his national origin, and the portrait of Attila exhibits the genuine deformity of a modern Kalmuck. A large head, a swarthy complexion, small, deep-seated eyes, a flat nose, a few hairs in the place of a beard, broad shoulders, and a short, square body, of nervous strength, though of a disproportioned form. The haughty step and demeanor of the king of the Huns expressed the consciousness of his superiority above the rest of mankind. And he had a custom of fiercely rolling his eyes, as if he wished to enjoy the terror which he inspired. Right arrow curving left. Which Pyrrhus and which Sextus, the commentators cannot determine, but incline to Pyrrhus of Epirus, and Sextus Pompey, the corsair of the Mediterranean. Right arrow curving left. Nothing more is known of these highwaymen than that the first infested the Roman seashore, and that the second was of a noble family of Florence. Right arrow curving left. In this canto is described the punishment of those who had laid violent hands on themselves or their property. Right arrow curving left. Knight's Tale, 1977. First on the wall was painted a forest, in which there wanteth neither man any best, with naughty nary barrain trees old, of stubs sharp and hidest to behold, in which there ran a romble and a swuff, as though a storm should bressen every bough. Right arrow curving left. The Cecina is a small river running into the Mediterranean not many miles south of Leghorn, Corneto, a village in the Papal States, north of Civita Vecchia. The country is wild and thinly peopled, and studded with thickets, the haunts of the deer and the wild boar. This region is the fatal Maremma, thus described by Forsyth, Italy, p. 156. Farther south is the Maremma, a region which, though now worse than a desert, is supposed to have been anciently both fertile and healthy. The Maremma certainly formed part of that Etruria which was called from its harvests the Annonaria. Old Roman cisterns may still be traced, and the ruins of Populonium are still visible in the worst part of this tract, yet both nature and man seem to have conspired against it. Sylla threw this maritime part of Tuscany into enormous latifundia for his disbanded soldiers. Similar distributions continued to lessen its population during the empire. In the younger Pliny's time the climate was pestilential. The Lombards gave it a new aspect of misery. Wherever they found culture they built castles, and to each castle they allotted a bundita or military fief. Hence baronial wars which have left so many picturesque ruins on the hills, and such desolation round them. Whenever a baron was conquered, his vassals escaped to the cities, and the vacant fief was annexed to the victorious. Thus stripped of men, the lands returned into a state of nature, some were flooded by the rivers, others grew into horrible forests, which enclose and concentrate the pestilence of the lakes and marshes. In some parts the water is brackish, and lies lower than the sea, in others it oozes full of tartar from beds of travertin. At the bottom or on the sides of hills are a multitude of hot springs, which form pools, called lagani. A few of these are said to produce borax, some, which are called fumash, exhale sulfur. Others, called bullicami, boil with a mephitic gas. The very air above is only a pool of vapors, which sometimes undulate, but seldom flow off. It draws corruption from a rank, unshorn, rotting vegetation, from reptiles and fish both living and dead. All nature conspires to drive man away from this fatal region. But man will ever return to his bane, if it be well baited. The Casentine peasants still migrate hither in the winter to feed their cattle, and here they sow corn, make charcoal, saw wood, cut hoops, and peel cork. When summer returns they decamp, but often too late, for many leave their corpses on the road, or bring home the Maremian disease. Right arrow curving left. Aeneid, 3, Davidson's Tr. The shores of the Strophades first receive me rescued from the waves. The Strophades, so called by a Greek name, are islands situated in the great Ionian Sea, which direful Cellino and the other harpies inhabit, from what time Phineus' palace was closed against them, and they were fright from his table, which they formerly haunted. No monster more fell than they, no plague and scourge of the gods more cruel, ever issued from the Stygian waves. They are fowls with virgin faces, most loathsome is their bodily discharge, hands hooked, and looks ever pale with famine. Hither conveyed, as soon as we entered the port, lo! We observe joyous herds of cattle roving up and down the plains, and flocks of goats along the meadows without a keeper. We rush upon them with our swords, and invoke the gods and Jove himself to share the booty. Then along the winding shore we raise the couches, and feast on the rich repast. But suddenly, with direful swoop, the harpies are upon us from the mountains, shake their wings with loud din, prey upon our banquet, and defile everything with their touch, at the same time. Together with a rank smell, hideous screams arise. Right arrow curving left. His words in the Aeneid, 3, Davidson's Tr. Near at hand there chanced to be a rising ground, on whose top were young cornel trees, and a myrtle rough with thick, spear-like branches. I came up to it, and attempting to tear from the earth the verdant wood, that I might cover the altars with the leafy boughs, I observe a dreadful prodigy, and wondrous to relate. For from that tree which first is torn from the soil, its rooted fibers being burst asunder, drops of black blood distill, and stain the ground with gore. Cold terror shakes my limbs, and my chill blood is congealed with fear. I again essay to tear off a limber bough from another, and thoroughly explore the latent cause, and from the rind of that other the purple blood descends. Raising in my mind many an anxious thought, I with reverence besought the rural nymphs, and Father Mars, who presides over the Thracian territories, kindly to prosper the vision and avert evil from the omen. But when I attempted the boughs a third time with a more vigorous effort, and on my knees struggled against the opposing mold, shall I speak, or shall I forbear? A piteous groan is heard from the bottom of the rising ground, and a voice sent forth reaches my ears. Aeneas, why dost thou tear an unhappy wretch? Spare me, now that I am in my grave. Forbear to pollute with guilt thy pious hands. Troy brought me forth no stranger to you, nor is it from the trunk this blood distills. Right arrow curving left. Chaucer, Knight's Tale, 2339. And as it quaint, it made a whistling. As dawn these Brondies wed in her brenning. And at the Brondies endy outran anon. As it were bloody dropes many on. See also Spenser, Faery Queen, I 230. Right arrow curving left. Pietro della Vigna, Chancellor of the Emperor Frederick II. Napier's account of him is as follows, Florentine History, I 197. The fate of his friend and minister, Piero del Vigna of Capua, if truly told, would nevertheless impress us with an unfavorable idea of his mercy and magnanimity. Piero was sent with Taddeo di Sessa as Frederick's advocate and representative to the Council of Lyons, which was assembled by his friend Innocent IV, nominally to reform the Church, but really to impart more force and solemnity to a fresh sentence of excommunication and deposition. There Taddeo spoke with force and boldness for his master, but Piero was silent. And hence he was accused of being, like several others, bribed by the Pope, not only to desert the emperor, but to attempt his life. And whether he were really culpable, or the victim of court intrigue, is still doubtful. Frederick, on apparently good evidence, condemned him to have his eyes burned out, and the sentence was executed at San Miniato al Tedesco, being afterwards sent on horseback to Pisa, where he was hated. As an object for popular derision, he died, as is conjectured, from the effects of a fall while thus cruelly exposed, and not by his own hand, as Dante believed and sung. Milman, History of Latin Christianity, v. 499, gives the story thus. Peter de Vinea had been raised by the wise choice of Frederick to the highest rank and influence. All the acts of Frederick were attributed to his chancellor. De Vinea, like his master, was a poet. He was one of the counselors in his great scheme of legislation. Some rumors spread abroad that at the Council of Lyons, though Frederick had forbidden all his representatives from holding private intercourse with the Pope, de Vinea had many secret conferences with Innocent, and was accused of betraying his master's interests. Yet there was no seeming diminution in the trust placed in de Vinea. Still, to the end the emperor's letters concerning the disaster at Parma are by the same hand. Over the cause of his disgrace and death, even in his own day, there was deep doubt and obscurity. The popular rumor ran that Frederick was ill. The physician of de Vinea prescribed for him. The emperor, having received some warning, addressed de Vinea, "My friend, in thee I have full trust. Art thou sure that this is medicine, not poison?" De Vinea replied, "How often has my physician ministered healthful medicines, why are you now afraid?" Frederick took the cup, sternly commanded the physician to drink half of it. The physician threw himself at the king's feet, and, as he fell, overthrew the liquor. But what was left was administered to some criminals, who died in agony. The emperor wrung his hands and wept bitterly. "Whom can I now trust, betrayed by my own familiar friend? Never can I know security, never can I know joy more." By one account Peter de Vinea was led ignominiously on an ass through Pisa, and thrown into prison, where he dashed his brains out against the wall. Dante's immortal verse has saved the fame of Divinia. According to the poet, he was the victim of wicked and calumnious jealousy. See also Giuseppe de Blasius, Vita et opere di Pietro della Vigna. Right arrow curving left. Iliad, 12:146, like two wild boars, which catch the coming tumult of men and dogs in the mountains, and, advancing obliquely to the attack, break down the wood about them, cutting it off at the roots. Chaucer, Legend of Good Women. Envy ys Lavendier of the court alway. For she ne parteth neither nyght any day. Out of the house of Caesar, thus saith Dante. Right arrow curving left. Lano, says Boccaccio, commento, was a young gentleman of Siena, who had a large patrimony, and associating himself with a club of other young Sienese, called the Spendthrift Club. They also being all rich, together with them, not spending but squandering, in a short time he consumed all that he had and became very poor. Joining some Florentine troops sent out against the Artines, he was in a skirmish at the parish of Toppo, which Dante calls a joust. And notwithstanding he might have saved himself, continues Boccaccio, remembering his wretched condition, and it seeming to him a grievous thing to bear poverty, as he had been very rich. He rushed into the thick of the enemy and was slain, as perhaps he desired to be. Right arrow curving left. Some commentators interpret these dogs as poverty and despair, still pursuing their victims. The Ottimo Commento calls them poor men who, to follow pleasure and the kitchens of other people, abandon their homes and families, and are therefore transformed into hunting dogs, and pursue and devour their masters. Right arrow curving left. Jacopo da St. Andrea was a Paduan of like character and life as Lano. Among his other squanderings, says the Ottimo Commento, it is said that, wishing to see a grand and beautiful fire, he had one of his own villas burned. Right arrow curving left. Florence was first under the protection of the god Mars, afterwards under that of Saint John the Baptist. But in Dante's time the statue of Mars was still standing on a column at the head of the Ponte Vecchio. It was overthrown by an inundation of the Arno in 1333. See note 213. Right arrow curving left. Florence was destroyed by Totila in 450, and never by Attila. In Dante's time the two seem to have been pretty generally confounded. The Ottimo Commento remarks upon this point. Some say that Totila was one person and Attila another, and some say that he was one and the same man. Right arrow curving left. Dante does not mention the name of this suicide. Boccaccio thinks, for one of two reasons. Either out of regard to his surviving relatives, who peradventure are honorable men, and therefore he did not wish to stain them with the infamy of so dishonest a death, or else, as in those times, as if by a malediction sent by God upon our city, many hanged themselves, that each one might apply it to either he pleased of these many. Right arrow curving left. In this third round of the seventh circle are punished the violent against God, in heart denying and blaspheming him, and by disdaining nature and her bounty. Right arrow curving left. When he retreated across the Libyan desert with the remnant of Pompey's army after the battle of Pharsalia. Lucan, Pharsalia, Book 9. Foremost, behold, I lead you to the toil. My feet shall foremost print the dusty soil. Right arrow curving left. Boccaccio confesses that he does not know where Dante found this tradition of Alexander. Benvenuto da Imola says it is in a letter which Alexander wrote to Aristotle. He quotes the passage as follows. In India ignited vapors fell from heaven like snow. I commanded my soldiers to trample them underfoot. Dante perhaps took the incident from the old metrical romance of Alexander, which in some form or other was current in his time. In the English version of it, published by the Roxburgh Club, we find the rain of fire, and a fall of snow, but it is the snow, and not the fire, that the soldiers trample down. So likewise in the French version. The English runs as follows, line 4164. Then fandis he firth as I find 25 days. Come to a villainous vale there was a vile cheel. Quare flag geese of the fell snaw fell fra the heaven. That was a braid, sayest the buke, as bats air of wall. Then bet he many brigged fire and lest it been knolled. And made his folk with the ire feet as florks it to tread. Vertical ellipsis. Then fell there fra the firmament as it were fell sparks. Ropan dune o reed fire, than any rain thiker. Right arrow curving left. Canto 883. Right arrow curving left. Mount Etna, under which, with his Cyclops, Vulcan forged the thunderbolts of Jove. Right arrow curving left. Capaneus was one of the 7 kings who besieged Thebes. Euripides, Phoenici, line 1188, thus describes his death. While o'er the battlement sprung Capaneus, Jove struck him with his thunder, and the earth resounded with the crack. Meanwhile mankind stood all aghast. From off the ladder's height, his limbs were far asunder hurled, his hair flew towards Olympus, to the ground his blood. His hands and feet whirled like Ixion's wheel, and to the earth his flaming body fell. Also Gower, confessio amantis, I. As he the sight wolde assail. God toke himself the batail. I in his pride. And fro the sky. A fiery thunder suddenly. He send and him to powder smote. Right arrow curving left. Like hawthorn's scarlet letter, at once an ornament and a punishment. Right arrow curving left. The Bulicame or hot springs of Viterbo. Villani, Chronica, Book ICH. 51, gives the following brief account of these springs, and of the origin of the name of Viterbo. The city of Viterbo was built by the Romans, and in old times was called Vigesia. And the citizens Vigentians. And the Romans sent the sick there on account of the baths which flow from the Bulicame, and therefore it was called Vita Urbua, that is, life of the sick, or city of life. Right arrow curving left. The building thus appropriated, says Mr. Barlow, contributions to the study of the Divine Comedy, p. 129. Would appear to have been the large ruined edifice known as the Bagno di Ser Paolo Benino, situated between the Bulicame and Viterbo. About half a mile beyond the Porta di Fall, which leads to Toscanella, we come to a way called Riello, after which we arrive at the said ruined edifice, which received the water from the Bulicame by conduits, and has popularly been regarded as the Bagno del Meretrici alluded to by Dante. There is no other building here found, which can dispute with it the claim to this distinction. Right arrow curving left. The shouts and cymbals of the Carabants, drowning the cries of the infant Jove, lest Saturn should find him and devour him. Right arrow curving left. The statue of Time, turning its back upon the east and looking towards Rome, compare Daniel 2 verse 31. Right arrow curving left. The ages of gold, silver, brass, and iron. See Ovid, Metamorphoses I. See also Don Quixote's discourse to the goatherds, inspired by the acorns they gave him. Book 2 Chapter 3, and Tasso's Ode to the Golden Age, in the Aminta. Right arrow curving left. The tears of time, forming the infernal rivers that flow into Cocytus. Milton, Paradise Lost, 2577. Abhorred Styx, the flood of deadly hate. Sad Acheron of sorrow, black and deep. Cocytus, named of lamentation loud. Heard on the rueful stream, fierce Phlegeton, whose waves of torrent fire inflame with rage. Far off from these a slow and silent stream, Lethe, the river of oblivion, rolls. Her watery labyrinth, whereof who drinks forth with his former state and being forgets both joy and grief, pleasure and pain. Right arrow curving left. See Purgatorio XXVI. Right arrow curving left. In this canto is described the punishment of the violent against nature. And for this reason does the smallest round. seal with its signet Sodom and Caor. Right arrow curving left. Gazant is not Ghent, but Cadsand, an island opposite Lechlus, where the great canal of Bruges enters the sea. A canal thus flowing into the sea, the dikes on either margin uniting with the sea dikes, gives a perfect image of this part of the Inferno. Lodovico Guicciardini in his Descrizione di tutti I Pisi Bassi, 1581, p. 416, speaking of Cadsand, says, "This is the very place of which our great poet Dante makes mention in the 15th chapter of the Inferno, calling it incorrectly, perhaps by error of the press, Gazant. Where still at the present day great repairs are continually made upon the dikes, because here, and in the environs towards Bruges, the flood, or I should rather say the tide, on account of the situation and lowness of the land, has very great power, particularly during a northwest wind." Right arrow curving left. These lines recall Goldsmith's description in The Traveller. "Methinks her patient sons before me stand, where the broad ocean leans against the land, and, sedulous to stop the coming tide, lift the tall rampire's artificial pride. Onward, methinks, and diligently slow, the firm connected bulwark seems to grow, spreads its long arms amidst the watery roar, scoops out an empire and usurps the shore." Right arrow curving left. That part of the Alps in which the Brenta rises. Right arrow curving left. The reading La Mia seems preferable to La Mano, and is justified by line 45. Right arrow curving left. Brunetto Latini, Dante's friend and teacher. Villani thus speaks of him, Chronica, 810. "In this year 1294 died in Florence a worthy citizen, whose name was Ser Brunetto Latini, who was a great philosopher and perfect master of rhetoric, both in speaking and in writing. He commented the rhetoric of Tully, and made the good and useful book called the Tesoro, and the Tesoretto, and the Keys of the Tesoro, and many other books of philosophy, and of vices and of virtues, and he was secretary of our commune. He was a worldly man, but we have made mention of him because he was the first master in refining the Florentines, and in teaching them how to speak correctly, and how to guide and govern our republic on political principles." Boccaccio, Commento, speaks of him thus. "This Ser Brunetto Latini was a Florentine, and a very able man in some of the liberal arts, and in philosophy. But his principal calling was that of notary. And he held himself and his calling in such great esteem, that, having made a mistake in a contract drawn up by him, and having been in consequence accused of fraud, he preferred to be condemned for it rather than to confess that he had made a mistake. And afterwards he quitted Florence in disdain, and leaving in memory of himself a book composed by him, called the Tesoretto, he went to Paris and lived there a long time, and composed a book there which is in French, and in which he treats of many matters regarding the liberal arts, and moral and natural philosophy, and metaphysics, which he called the Tesoro. And finally, I believe, he died in Paris. He also wrote a short poem, called the Favoletto, and perhaps the Pataffio, a satirical poem in the Florentine dialect, a jargon, says Nardini, which cannot be understood even with a commentary. But his fame rests upon the Tesoretto and the Tesoro, and more than all upon the fact that he was Dante's teacher, and was put by him into a very disreputable place in the Inferno. He died in Florence, not in Paris, as Boccaccio supposes, and was buried in Santa Maria Novella, where his tomb still exists. It is strange that Boccaccio should not have known this, as it was in this church that the 7 young gentlewomen of his Decameron met, on a Tuesday morning, and resolved to go together into the country, where they might hear the birds sing, and see the verdure of the hills and plains, and the fields full of grain undulating like the sea. The poem of the Tesoretto, written in a jingling meter, which reminds one of the vision of Piers Plowman, is itself a vision, with the customary allegorical personages of the virtues and vices. Ser Brunetto, returning from an embassy to King Alfonso of Spain, meets on the plain of Roncesvalles a student of Bologna, riding on a bay mule, who informs him that the Guelphs have been banished from Florence. Whereupon Ser Brunetto, plunged in meditation and sorrow, loses the high road and wanders in a wondrous forest. Here he discovers the august and gigantic figure of nature, who relates to him the creation of the world, and gives him a banner to protect him on his pilgrimage through the forest. In which he meets with no adventures, but with the virtues and vices, philosophy, fortune, Ovid, and the god of love, and sundry other characters, which are sung at large through 8 or 10 chapters. He then emerges from the forest, and confesses himself to the monks of Montpellier, after which he goes back into the forest again, and suddenly finds himself on the summit of Olympus. And the poem abruptly leaves him discoursing about the elements with Ptolemy. Mastro di Storlomia. E. di Philosophia. It has been supposed by some commentators that Dante was indebted to the Tesoretto for the first idea of the Commedia. If any one is pleased to imagine this, says the Abate Zanoni in the preface to his edition of the Tesoretto, Florence, 1824. He must confess that a slight and almost invisible spark served to kindle a vast conflagration. The Tesoro, which is written in French, is a much more ponderous and pretentious volume. Hitherto it has been known only in manuscript, or in the Italian translation of Giamboni, but at length appears as one of the volumes of the Collection de Documents Inédits sur l'Histoire de France, under the title of Les Livres d'Au Trésor, edited by P. Chabelle, Paris, 1863. A stately quarto of some 700 pages, which it would assuage the fiery torment of Ser Brunetto to look upon, and justify him in saying, "Commended unto thee be my tesoro, in which I still live, and no more I ask." The work is quaint and curious, but mainly interesting as being written by Dante's schoolmaster, and showing what he knew and what he taught his pupil. I cannot better describe it than in the author's own words. Book Ich. The smallest part of this treasure is like unto ready money, to be expended daily in things needful. That is, it treats of the beginning of time, of the antiquity of old histories, of the creation of the world, and in fine of the nature of all things. The second part, which treats of the vices and virtues, is of precious stones, which give unto man delight and virtue. That is to say, what things a man should do, and what he should not, and shows the reason why. The third part of the treasure is of fine gold. That is to say, it teaches a man to speak according to the rules of rhetoric, and how a ruler ought to govern those beneath him. And I say not that this book is extracted from my own poor sense and my own naked knowledge, but, on the contrary, it is like a honeycomb gathered from diverse flowers. For this book is wholly compiled from the wonderful sayings of the authors who before our time have treated of philosophy, each one according to his knowledge. And if any one should ask why this book is written in Romance, according to the language of the French, since we are Italian, should say it is for 2 reasons. 1, because we are in France, and the other, because this speech is more delectable, and more common to all people. Right arrow curving left. Afterwards, says Brunetto Latini, Tresor, Book IPT. ICH. 37, the Romans besieged Fiesole, till at last they conquered it and brought it into subjection. Then they built upon the plain, which is at the foot of the high rocks on which that city stood, another city, that is now called Florence. And know that the spot of ground where Florence stands was formerly called the House of Mars, that is to say the House of War. For Mars, who is one of the 7 planets, is called the god of war, and as such was worshipped of old. Therefore it is no wonder that the Florentines are always in war and in discord, for that planet reigns over them. Of this Master Brunet's Latins ought to know the truth, for he was born there, and was in exile on account of war with the Florentines, when he composed this book. See also Villani, I-38, who assigns a different reason for the Florentine dissensions. And observe that if the Florentines are always in war and dissension among themselves, it is not to be wondered at, they being descended from 2 nations so contrary and hostile and different in customs, as were the noble and virtuous Romans and the rude and warlike Fiesolians. Again, 4-7, he attributes the Florentine dissensions to both the above-mentioned causes. Right arrow curving left. Villani, 431, tells the story of certain columns of porphyry given by the Pisans to the Florentines for guarding their city while the Pisan army had gone to the conquest of Majorca. The columns were cracked by fire, but being covered with crimson cloth, the Florentines did not perceive it. Boccaccio repeats the story with variations, but does not think it a sufficient reason for calling the Florentines blind. And confesses that he does not know what reason there can be for so calling them. Right arrow curving left. The other text is the prediction of his banishment. Canto X81, and the lady is Beatrice. Right arrow curving left. Boileau, Epiter, v. Chue son gre desormise la fortune mi jo. On me vera dormir au branle de sa roue. And Tennyson's song of Fortune and her wheel. Turn, fortune, turn thy wheel and lower the proud. Turn thy wild will through sunshine, storm, and cloud. Thy wheel and thee we neither love nor hate. Turn, fortune, turn thy wheel with smile or frown. With that wild will we go not up or down. Our hoard is little, but our hearts are great. Smile and we smile, the lords of many lands. Frown and we smile, the lords of our own hands. For man is man and master of his fate. Turn, turn thy will above the staring crowd. Thy wheel and thou are shadows in the cloud. Thy wheel and thee we neither love nor hate. Right arrow curving left. Priscian, the grammarian of Constantinople in the 6th century. Right arrow curving left. Francesco Diacorso, a distinguished jurist and professor at Bologna in the 13th century, celebrated for his commentary upon the Code Justinian. Right arrow curving left. Andrea de' Mazzi, Bishop of Florence, transferred by the Pope, the servant of servants, to Vicenza. The two cities being here designated by the rivers on which they are respectively situated. Right arrow curving left. See note 212. Right arrow curving left. The Corsa del Palio, or foot races, at Verona. In which a green mantle, or palio, was the prize. Batura says that these foot races are still continued, 1823, and that he has seen them more than once. But certainly not in the nude state in which Boccaccio describes them, and which renders Dante's comparison more complete and striking. Right arrow curving left. In this canto the subject of the preceding is continued. Right arrow curving left. Guido Guerra, Tegiajo Aldobrandi, and Jacopo Rusticucci. Right arrow curving left. The good Gualdrada was a daughter of Belintian Berti, the simple citizen of Florence in the olden time, who used to walk the streets begirt with bone and leather. As mentioned in the Paradiso, 15:112. Villani, I-37, reports a story of her with all the brevity of a chronicler. Boccaccio tells the same story, as if he were writing a page of the Decameron. In his version it runs as follows. The Emperor Otho IV, being by chance in Florence and having gone to the festival of St. John, to make it more gay with his presence, it happened that to the church with the other city dames, as our custom is, came the wife of Messer Berto. And brought with her a daughter of hers called Gualdrada, who was still unmarried. And as they sat there with the others, the maiden being beautiful in face and figure, nearly all present turned round to look at her, and among the rest the emperor. And having much commended her beauty and manners, he asked Messer Berto, who was near him, who she was. To which Messer Berto smiling answered, She is the daughter of one who, I dare say, would let you kiss her if you wished. These words the young lady heard, being near the speaker. And somewhat troubled by the opinion her father seemed to have of her, that, if he wished it, she would suffer herself to be kissed by any one in this free way, rising. And looking a moment at her father, and blushing with shame, said, Father, do not make such courteous promises at the expense of my modesty, for certainly, unless by violence, no one shall ever kiss me, except him whom you shall give me as my husband. The emperor, on hearing this, much commended the words and the young lady. And calling forward a noble youth named Guido Bezang, who was afterwards called Guido the Elder, who as yet had no wife, he insisted upon his marrying her, and gave him as her dowry a large territory in Casentino and the Alps, and made him count thereof. Ampere says in his Voyage Dantesque, page 242. Near the battlefield of Campaldino stands the little town of Poppi, whose castle was built in 1230 by the father of the Arnolfo who built some years later the Palazzo Vecchio of Florence. In this castle is still shown the bedroom of the beautiful and modest Gualdrada. Francesco Sansovino, an Italian novelist of the 16th century, has made Gualdrada the heroine of one of his tales, but has strangely perverted the old tradition. His story may be found in Roscoe's Italian Novelists, 3 page 107. Right arrow curving left. Tegiajo Aldobrandi was a distinguished citizen of Florence, and opposed what Malaspini calls the ill counsel of the people, that war should be declared against the Sienese, which war resulted in the Battle of Monte Aperto and the defeat of the Florentines. Right arrow curving left. Jacopo Rusticucci was a rich Florentine gentleman, whose chief misfortune seems to have been an ill-assorted marriage. Whereupon the amiable Boccaccio in his usual Decameron style remarks, "Men ought not then to be over-hasty in getting married, on the contrary, they should come to it with much precaution." And then he indulges in 5 octavo pages against matrimony and woman in general. Right arrow curving left. See Machiavelli's story of Belphegor, wherein Minos and Rhadamanthus, and the rest of the infernal judges, are greatly surprised to hear an infinite number of condemned souls lament nothing so bitterly as their folly in having taken wives, attributing to them the whole of their misfortune. Right arrow curving left. Boccaccio, in his commento, speaks of Guglielmo Borsiere as a courteous gentleman of good breeding and excellent manners, and in the Decameron, Jair I November 8, tells of a sharp rebuke administered by him to Messer Ermino da Grimaldi, a miser of Genoa. It came to pass, that, whilst by spending nothing he went on accumulating wealth, there came to Genoa a well-bred and witty gentleman called Guglielmo Borsiere, one nothing like the courtiers of the present day, who, to the great reproach of the debauched dispositions of such as would now be reputed fine gentlemen, should more properly style themselves asses, brought up amidst the filthiness and sink of mankind, rather than in courts. This Guglielmo, whom I before mentioned, was much visited and respected by the better sort of people at Genoa. When having made some stay here, and hearing much talk of Ermino's sordidness, he became desirous of seeing him. Now Ermino had been informed of Guglielmo's worthy character, and having, however covetous he was, some small sparks of gentility, he received him in a courteous manner, and, entering into discourse together, he took him, and some Genoese who came along with him, to see a fine house which he had lately built, and when he had showed every part of it, he said, "Pray, sir, can you, who have heard and seen so much, tell me of something that was never yet seen, to have painted in my hall?" To whom Guglielmo, hearing him speak so simply, replied, "Sir, I can tell you of nothing which has never yet been seen, that I know of, unless it be sneezing or something of that sort. But if you please, I can tell you of a thing which, I believe, vous never saw." Said Ermo, little expecting such an answer as he received, "I beg you would let me know what that is." Guglielmo immediately replied, "Paint liberality." When Ermino heard this, such a sudden shame seized him, as quite changed his temper from what it had hitherto been. And he said, "Sir, I will have her painted in such a manner that neither you, nor any one else, shall be able to say, hereafter, that I am unacquainted with her." And from that time such effect had Guglielmo's words upon him, he became the most liberal and courteous gentleman, and was the most respected, both by strangers and his own citizens, of any in Genoa. Right arrow curving left. Monte Viso is among the Alps, between Piedmont and Savoy, where the Po takes its rise. From this point eastward to the Adriatic, all the rivers on the left or northern slope of the Apennines are tributaries to the Po, until we come to the Montoni, which above Forli is called Acquachita. This is the first which flows directly into the Adriatic, and not into the Pa. At least it was so in Dante's time. Now, by some change in its course, the Limone, farther north, has opened itself a new outlet, and is the first to make its own way to the Adriatic. See Barlow, Contributions to the Study of the Divine Comedy, page 131. This comparison shows the delight which Dante took in the study of physical geography. To reach the waterfall of Acquacita he traverses in thought the entire valley of the Pa, stretching across the whole of northern Italy. Right arrow curving left. Boccaccio's interpretation of this line, which has been adopted by most of the commentators since his time, is as follows. I was for a long time in doubt concerning the author's meaning in this line. But being by chance at this monastery of San Benedetto, in company with the abbot, he told me that there had once been a discussion among the counts who owned the mountain, about building a village near the waterfall, as a convenient place for a settlement, and bringing into it their vassals scattered on neighboring farms. But the leader of the project dying, it was not carried into effect, and that is what the author says, ov dovia per mille, that is, for many, esser risetto, that is, home and habitation. Doubtless grammatically the words will bear this meaning. But evidently the idea in the author's mind, and which he wished to impress upon the readers, was that of a waterfall plunging at a single leap down a high precipice. To this idea, the suggestion of buildings and inhabitants is wholly foreign, and adds neither force nor clearness. Whereas, to say that the river plunged at one bound over a precipice high enough for 1,000 cascades, presents at once a vivid picture to the imagination. And I have interpreted the line accordingly, making the contrast between una cisa and mille. It should not be forgotten that, while some editions read dovia, others read dovria, and even potria. Right arrow curving left. This chord has puzzled the commentators exceedingly. Boccaccio, Volpi, and Venturi do not explain it. The anonymous author of the Ottimo, Benvenuto de Imola, Budi, Landino, Velutello, and Daniello, all think it means fraud, which Dante had used in the pursuit of pleasure, the panther with the painted skin. Lombardi is of opinion that, by girding himself with the Franciscan cord, he had endeavored to restrain his sensual appetites, indicated by the panther. And still wearing the cord as a tertiary of the order, he makes it serve here to deceive Gierion, and bring him up. Biagili understands by it the humility with which a man should approach science, because it is she that humbles the proud. Freticelli thinks it means vigilance. Tommasio, the good faith with which he hoped to win the Florentines, and now wishes to deal with their fraud, so that it may not harm him. And Gabriele Rossetti says, Dante flattered himself, acting as a sincere Ghibelline, that he should meet with good faith from his Guelph countrymen, and met instead with horrible fraud. Dante elsewhere speaks of the cord in a good sense. In Purgatorio, 7:114, Peter of Aragon is girt with the cord of every virtue. In Inferno, XXVI 92, it is mortification, the cord that used to make those girt with it more meager. And in Paradiso, 1187, it is humility, that family which had already girt the humble cord. It will be remembered that St. Francis, the founder of the Cordeliers, the wearers of the cord, used to call his body asino, or ass, and to subdue it with the capestro, or halter. Thus the cord is made to symbolize the subjugation of the animal nature. This renders Lombardi's interpretation the most intelligible and satisfactory, though Virgil seems to have thrown the cord into the abyss simply because he had nothing else to throw. And not with the design of deceiving. Right arrow curving left. As a man does naturally in the act of throwing. Right arrow curving left. That Gierion, seeing the cord, ascends, expecting to find some moine de froc, and carry him down, as Lombardi suggests, is hardly admissible, for that was not his office. The spirits were hurled down to their appointed places, as soon as Minos doomed them. Inferno, v. 15. Right arrow curving left. Even to a steadfast heart. Right arrow curving left. In this canto is described the punishment of usurers, as sinners against nature and art. See Inferno 11:109. And since the usurer takes another way, nature herself and in her follower disdains he, for elsewhere he puts his hope. The monster Geryon, here used as the symbol of fraud, was born of Chrysor and Callirrhoe, and is generally represented by the poets as having 3 bodies and 3 heads. He was in ancient times king of Hesperia or Spain, living on Erythea, the red island of sunset, and was slain by Hercules, who drove away his beautiful oxen. The nimble fancy of Hawthorne thus depicts him in his wonder book, p. 148. But was it really and truly an old man? Certainly at first sight it looked very like one. But on closer inspection, it rather seemed to be some kind of a creature that lived in the sea. For on his legs and arms there were scales, such as fishes have. He was web-footed and web-fingered, after the fashion of a duck, and his long beard, being of a greenish tinge, had more the appearance of a tuft of seaweed than of an ordinary beard. Have you never seen a stick of timber, that has been long tossed about by the waves, and has got all overgrown with barnacles, and at last, drifting ashore, seems to have been thrown up from the very deepest bottom of the sea? Well, the old man would have put you in mind of just such a wave-tossed spar. The 3 bodies and 3 heads, which old poetic fable has given to the monster Geryon, are interpreted by modern prose as meaning the 3 Balearic islands, Majorca, Minorca, and Ivica, over which he reigned. Right arrow curving left. Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, 1487, Roses tr, thus depicts fraud. With pleasing mien, grave walk, and decent vest, fraud rolled her eyeballs humbly in her head. And such benign and modest speech posseist, she might a Gabriel seem who Ave said. Foul was she and deformed in all the rest. But with a mantle, long and widely spread, concealed her hideous parts, and evermore beneath the stole a poisoned dagger wore. The Gabriel saying Ave is from Dante, Purgatorio, x40. One would have sworn that he was saying Avenue. Right arrow curving left. Tartars nor Turks, who are most perfect masters therein, says Boccaccio, as we can clearly see in Tartarian cloths, which truly are so skillfully woven, that no painter with his brush could equal, much less surpass them. The Tartars are, and with this unfinished sentence close the lectures upon Dante, begun by Giovanni Boccaccio on Sunday, August 9, 1373, in the church of San Stefano, in Florence. That there were some critics among his audience is apparent from this sonnet, which he addressed to one who had censured his public exposition of Dante. C.D. G. Rossetti, Early Italian Poets, p. 447. If Dante mourns, there wheresoe'er he be, that such high fancies of a soul so proud should be laid open to the vulgar crowd, as, touching my discourse, I am told by thee, this were my grievous pain. And certainly, my proper blame should not be disavowed, though hereof somewhat, I declare aloud, were due to others, not alone to me. False hopes, true poverty, and therewithal the blinded judgment of a host of friends, and their entieties, made that I did thus. But of all this there is no gain at all unto the thankless souls with whose base ends nothing agrees that's great or generous. Right arrow curving left. Ovid, Metamorphoses 6. One at the loom so excellently skilled, that to the goddess she refused to yield. Right arrow curving left. Their love of gold still haunting them in the other world. Right arrow curving left. The arms of the Gianfigliaci of Florence. Right arrow curving left. The arms of the Ubriaci of Florence. Right arrow curving left. The Scrovigni of Padua. Right arrow curving left. Vitaliano del Dente of Padua. Right arrow curving left. Giovanni Bugiamonti, who seems to have had the ill repute of being the greatest usurer of his day, called here in irony the sovereign cavalier. Right arrow curving left. As the ass driver did in the streets of Florence, when Dante beat him for singing his verses amiss. C. Sacchetti, November. CXV right arrow curving left. Dante makes as short work with these usurers, as if he had been a curious traveler walking through the ghetto of Rome, or the Judengasse of Frankfurt. Right arrow curving left. Ovid, Metamorphoses 2, Addison's Tr. Half dead with sudden fear he dropped the reins. The horses felt loose upon their manes. And, flying out through all the plains above, ran uncontrolled where'er their fury drove. Rushed on the stars, and through a pathless way of unknown regions hurried on the day. And now above, and now below they flew. And near the earth the burning chariot drew. Vertical ellipsis. At once from life and from the chariot drive-in. Ambitious boy fell thunderstruck from heaven. The horses started with a sudden bound, and flung the reins and chariot to the ground. The studded harness from their necks they broke. Here fell a wheel, and here a silver spoke. Here were the beam and axle torn away. And, scattered o'er the earth, the shining fragments lay. The breathless phaeton, with flaming hair, shot from the chariot, like a falling star, that in a summer's evening from the top of heaven drops down, or seems at least to drop, till on the his blasted corpse was hurled, far from his country, in the western world. Right arrow curving left. The Milky Way. In Spanish El Camino de Santiago, in the northern mythology the pathway of the ghosts going to Valhalla. Right arrow curving left. Ovid, Metamorphoses 8, Croxall's Tr. The softening wax, that felt a nearer sun, dissolved apace, and soon began to run. The youth in vain his melting pinions shakes. His feathers gone, no longer air he takes. O Father, Father, as he strove to cry, down to the sea he tumbled from on high, and found his fate, yet still subsists by fame, among those waters that retain his name. The Father, now no more a father, cries, Ho, Icarus! Where are you? As he flies, where shall I seek my boy? He cries again, and saw his feathers scattered on the main. Right arrow curving left. Lucan, Pharsalia I. To him the Balearic sling is slow, and the shaft loiters from the Parthian bow. Right arrow curving left. Here begins the third division of the Inferno, embracing the 8th and 9th circles, in which the fraudulent are punished. But because fraud is man's peculiar vice, more it displeases God, and so stand lowest the fraudulent, and greater dole assails them. The 8th circle is called Malbolge, or evil budgets, and consists of 10 concentric ditches, or bulge of stone, with dikes between, and rough bridges running across them to the center like the spokes of a wheel. In the first Bolgia are punished seducers, and in the second, flatterers. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Ruskin, Modern Painters, 3 page 237, says, Our slates and granites are often of very lovely colors. But the Apennine limestone is so gray and toneless, that I know not any mountain district so utterly melancholy as those which are composed of this rock, when unwooded. Now, as far as I can discover from the internal evidence in his poem, nearly all Dante's mountain wanderings had been upon this ground. He had journeyed once or twice among the Alps, indeed, but seems to have been impressed chiefly by the road from Garda to Trent, and that along the Cornice, both of which are either upon those limestones, or a dark serpentine, which shows hardly any color till it is polished. It is not ascertainable that he had ever seen rock scenery of the finely colored kind, aided by the alpine mosses. I do not know the fall at Forli, Inferno, 1699. But every other scene to which he alludes is among these Apennine limestones. And when he wishes to give the idea of enormous mountain size, he names Tabernic and Pietrapanna, the one clearly chosen only for the sake of the last syllable of its name, in order to make a sound as of crackling ice, with the two sequent rhymes of the stanza, and the other is an Apennine near Lucca. His idea, therefore, of rock color, founded on these experiences, is that of a dull or ashen gray, more or less stained by the brown of iron ochre. Precisely as the Apennine limestones nearly always are. The gray being peculiarly cold and disagreeable. As we go down the very hill which stretches out from Pietrapana towards Lucca, the stones laid by the roadside to mend it are of this ashen gray, with efflorescences of manganese and iron in the fissures. The whole of Malbolge is made of this rock, all wrought in stone of iron-colored grain. Right arrow curving left. The year of Jubilee 1300. Mr. Norton, in his Notes of Travel and Study in Italy, p. 255, thus describes it. The beginning of the new century brought many pilgrims to the papal city, and the Pope, seeing to what account the treasury of indulgences possessed by the Church might now be turned, hit upon the plan of promising plenary indulgence to all who, during the year, should visit with fit dispositions the holy places of Rome. He accordingly, in the most solemn manner, proclaimed a year of Jubilee, to date from the Christmas of 1299, and appointed a similar celebration for each 100th year thereafter. The report of the marvelous promise spread rapidly through Europe, and as the year advanced, pilgrims poured into Italy from remote as well as from neighboring lands. The roads leading to Rome were dusty with bands of travelers pressing forward to gain the unwanted indulgence. The Crusades had made travel familiar to men, and a journey to Rome seemed easy to those who had dreamed of the farther east, of Constantinople and Jerusalem. Giovanni Villani, who was among the pilgrims from Florence, declares that there were never less than 200,000 strangers at Rome during the year. And Guglielmo Ventura, the chronicler of Asti, reports the total number of pilgrims at not less than 2 millions. The picture which he draws of Rome during the Jubilee is a curious one. Mirandum est quat passum ibant viri et muliers, ca anno illo Romi furunt quo ego ibi fui et per dies 15 stedi. De pain, vino, carnibus, piscibus, idia vena, bonum mercatum ibi erat. Finum carissimum ibi fut, hospitia carissima, taliter quat lectus meus edi equi me super fino et avena constabat mihi tornitium unum grossum. Ections de Roma in vigilia nativitatis Christi, vidi turbum magnam, quam dinumerare nemo pot erat, id fama erat inter Romanos, quat ibi furent plusquam vigenti centum millia virorum et mulierum. Pluris ego vidi ibi tam viros quam muliers conculcados sub pedibus alierum, edi idiom ego met in eadem periculo plurs vices evasi. Papa innumerabilum pecuntum abisdum respit, quia die ac noct duo clerici stabant ad altar sancti Pauli tenantes in coram manibus rastellos, rastellans pecuniam infinitam. To accommodate the throng of pilgrims, and to protect them as far as possible from the danger which Ventura feelingly describes, a barrier was erected along the middle of the bridge under the castle of Sant' Angelo, so that those going to St. Peter's and those coming from the church, passing on opposite sides, might not interfere with each other. It seems not unlikely that Dante himself was one of the crowd who thus crossed the old bridge, over whose arches, during this year, a flood of men was flowing almost as constantly as the river's flood ran through below. Right arrow curving left. The castle is the castle of St. Angelo, and the mountain Monte Gianicolo. See Barlow, Study of Dante, page 126. Others say Monte Giordano. Right arrow curving left. This Caccianimico, says Benvenuto de Imola, was a Bolognese, a liberal, noble, pleasant, and very powerful man. Nevertheless he was so utterly corrupt as to sell his sister, the fair Gisela, to the Marquis of Este. Right arrow curving left. In the original the word is Sals. In Bologna, says Benvenuto de Imola, the name of Sals is given to a certain valley outside the city, and near to Santa Maria in Monte, into which the mortal remains of desperadoes, usurers, and other infamous persons are wont to be thrown. Hence I have sometimes heard boys in Bologna say to each other, by way of insult, your father was thrown into the Sals. Right arrow curving left. The two rivers between which Bologna is situated. In the Bolognese dialect sipa is used for a sigh. Right arrow curving left. They cease going round the circles as heretofore, and now go straight forward to the center of the abyss. Right arrow curving left. For the story of Jason, Medea, and the Golden Fleece, see Ovid, Metamorphoses 7. Also Chaucer, Legend of Good Women. Thou root of fowls lovers, Duke Jason. Thou sly devourer and confusion of jaunty women, jaunty creatures. Right arrow curving left. When the women of Lemnos put to death all the male inhabitants of the island, Hypsipyle concealed her father Thoas, and spared his life. Apollonius Rhodius, Argonautics, 2, Foxes tr. Hypsipyle alone, illustrious maid, spared her sire Thoas, who the scepter swayed. Right arrow curving left. Alessio Interminelli, says Benvenuto de Imola, a soldier, a nobleman, and of gentle manners, was of Lucca. And from him descended that tyrant Castruccio who filled all Tuscany with fear, and was lord of Pisa, Lucca, and Pistoia, of whom Dante makes no mention, because he became illustrious after the author's death. Alessio took such delight in flattery, that he could not open his mouth without flattering. He besmeared everybody, even the lowest menials. The Ottimo says, that in the dialect of Lucca the head was facetiously called a pumpkin. Right arrow curving left. Thais, the famous courtesan of Athens. Terence, the eunuch, Act 3 Sc. 1. Thraso. Did Thais really return me many thanks? Gnatho. Exceeding thanks. Thraso. Was she delighted, say you? Gnatho. Not so much, indeed, at the present itself, as because it was given by you, really, in right earnest, she does exult at that. Right arrow curving left. The filthiness of some passages, exclaims Landor, Pentameron, page 15, would disgrace the drunkenest horse-dealer. And the names of such criminals are recorded by the poet, as would be forgotten by the hangman in 6 months. Right arrow curving left. The third Bolgia is devoted to the Simoniacs, so called from Simon Magus, the sorcerer mentioned in Acts 8 verses 9 and 18. See note 2050. Brunetto Latini touches lightly upon them in the Tesoretto, XXI 259, on the account of their high ecclesiastical dignity. His pupil is less reverential in the particular. Altri per Simonia. See Geta in Mala Via. E Dio e Santi offend. E vend lo prebend. E sante sagrament. E meta enfra la gente. A sempre di mal fare. Ma questo lascio stare. Che tocca a tough persone. Che non è mia ragion. D dern lungament. Chaucer, Person's Tale, speaks thus of simony. Certes simony is cleaped of Simon Magus. That wold have bought for temporel cattle the yeft that God had given by the Holy Ghost to Saint Peter, and to the Apostles, and therefore understand ye. That both he that selleth and he that buyeth things spirituel ben called simoniacs, be it by cattle, be it by procuring, or by fleshly prayer of his friends, fleshly friends, or spirituel friends. Fleshly in 2 manners, as by Kinread or other friends, softly, if they pray for him that is not worthy and able, it is simony, if he take the benefice, and if he be worthy and able, there is none. Right arrow curving left. Gower, Confessio Amantis I. A tromp with a stern breath. Which was cleaped the tromp of death. Vertical ellipsis. He shall this dreadful tromp blow. To fore his gate and make it know. How that the jugment is yive. Of death, which shall not be foriev. Right arrow curving left. Lamy, in his Delitii Eruditorum, makes a strange blunder in reference to this passage. He says, not long ago the baptismal font, which stood in the middle of St. John's at Florence, was removed, and in the pavement may still be seen the octagonal shape of its ample outline. Dante says, that, when a boy, he fell into it and was near drowning, or rather he fell into one of the circular basins of water, which surrounded the principal font. Upon this Arrivabene, Commento Storico, page 588, where I find this extract, remarks. Not Dante, but Lamy, staring at the moon, fell into the hole. Right arrow curving left. Dante's enemies had accused him of committing this act through impiety. He takes this occasion to vindicate himself. Right arrow curving left. Probably an allusion to the red stockings worn by the popes. Right arrow curving left. Burying alive with the head downward and the feet in the air was the inhuman punishment of hired assassins, according to justice and the municipal law in Florence, says the Audiobook. It was called propaginare, to plant in the manner of vine stalks. Dante stood bowed down like the confessor called back by the criminal in order to delay the moment of his death. Right arrow curving left. Benedetto Gaetani, Pope Boniface VIII Gower, Confessio Amantis II, calls him. Thou bone face, thou proud clerk. Misleader of the papacy. This is the Boniface who frightened Celestine from the papacy, and persecuted him to death after his resignation. The lovely lady is the Church. The fraud was his collusion with Charles II of Naples. He went to King Charles by night, secretly, and with few attendants, says Villani, 8ch. 6, and said to him, King, thy Pope Celestine had the will and the power to serve thee in thy Sicilian wars. But did not know how, but if thou wilt contrive with thy friends the cardinals to have me elected Pope, I shall know how, and shall have the will and the power. Promising upon his faith and oath to aid him with all the power of the Church. Farther on he continues, he was very magnanimous and lordly, and demanded great honor, and knew well how to maintain and advance the cause of the Church. And on account of his knowledge and power was much dreaded and feared. He was avaricious exceedingly in order to aggrandize the Church and his relations, not being overscrupulous about gains, for he said that all things were lawful which were of the Church. He was chosen Pope in 1294. The inauguration of Boniface, says Milman, History of Latin Christianity, Book 9, ch. 7, was the most magnificent which Rome had ever beheld. In his procession to St. Peter's and back to the Lateran Palace, where he was entertained, he rode not a humble ass, but a noble white horse, richly caparisoned, he had a crown on his head. The King of Naples held the bridle on one side, his son, the King of Hungary, on the other. The nobility of Rome, the Orsinis, the Colanas, the Savellis, the Stefaneschi, the Annibaldi, who had not only welcomed him to Rome, but conferred on him the senatorial dignity, followed in a body. The procession could hardly force its way through the masses of the kneeling people. In the midst, a furious hurricane burst over the city, and extinguished every lamp and torch in the church. A darker omen followed, a riot broke out among the populace, in which 40 lives were lost. The day after, the Pope dined in public in the Lateran, the two kings waited behind his chair. Dante indulges towards him a fierce Ghibelline hatred, and assigns him his place of torment before he is dead. In Canto XXVII 85, he calls him, the Prince of the New Pharisees. And, after many other bitter allusions in various parts of the poem, puts into the mouth of St. Peter, Paradiso XXVI 22, the terrible invective that makes the whole heavens red with anger. He who usurps upon the earth my place, which vacant has become. Now in the presence of the Son of God, has of my cemetery made a sewer of blood and fader, whereat the perverse, who fell from here, below there is appeased. He died in 1303. See note 925. Right arrow curving left. Nicholas III, of the Orsini, the Bears, of Rome, chosen Pope in 1277. He was the first Pope, or one of the first, says Villani, 7ch. 54, in whose court simony was openly practiced. On account of his many accomplishments he was surnamed Il Compiuto. Milman, History of Latin Christianity, Book 11 ch. 4, says of him. At length the election fell on John Gaetano, of the noble Roman house, the Orsini, a man of remarkable beauty of person and demeanor. His name, the Accomplished, implied that in him met all the graces of the handsomest clerks in the world, but he was a man likewise of irreproachable morals, of vast ambition, and of great ability. He died in 1280. Right arrow curving left. The French Pope Clement V, elected in 1305, by the influence of Philip the Fair of France, with sundry humiliating conditions. He transferred the papal see from Rome to Avignon, where it remained for 71 years in what Italian writers call its Babylonian captivity. He died in 1314, on his way to Bordeaux. He had hardly crossed the Rhone, says Milman, History of Latin Christianity, Book 12 ch. 5, when he was seized with mortal sickness at Roquemaure. The papal treasure was seized by his followers, especially his nephew. His remains were treated with such utter neglect, that the torches set fire to the catafalque under which he lay, not in state. His body, covered only with a single sheet, all that his rapacious retinue had left to shroud their forgotten master, was half burned, before alarm was raised. His ashes were borne back to Carpentras and solemnly interred. Right arrow curving left. Jason, to whom Antiochus Epiphanes granted a license to set him up a place for exercise, and for the training up of youth in the fashions of the heathen. 2 Maccabees 4:13. Now such was the height of Greek fashions, and increase of the heathenish manners, through the exceeding profaneness of Jason, that ungodly wretch and not high priest, that the priests had no courage to serve any more at the altar, but, despising the temple, and neglecting the sacrifices, hastened to be partakers of the unlawful allowance in the place of exercise. After the game of discus called them forth. Right arrow curving left. Philip the Fair of France. See note 272. He was one of the handsomest men in the world, says Villani, 966, and one of the largest in person, and well proportioned in every limb, a wise and good man for a layman. Right arrow curving left. Matthew, chosen as an apostle in the place of Judas. Right arrow curving left. According to Villani, 754, Pope Nicholas III wished to marry his niece to a nephew of Charles of Anjou, King of Sicily. To this alliance the king would not consent, saying, although he wears the red stockings, his lineage is not worthy to mingle with ours, and his power is not hereditary. This made the Pope indignant, and, together with the bribes of John of Procida, led him to encourage the rebellion in Sicily, which broke out a year after the Pope's death in the Sicilian Vespers. 1282. Right arrow curving left. The Church of Rome under Nicholas, Boniface, and Clement. Revelation 17:1, 3. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. The 7 heads are interpreted to mean the 7 virtues, and the 10 horns the 10 commandments. Right arrow curving left. Revelation 17:12, 13. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. Right arrow curving left. Gower, Confessio Amantis, Prologues. The Patrimony and the Riqueza. Which to Sylvester in pure Almes. The first Constantinus left. Upon this supposed donation of immense domains by Constantine to the Pope, called the Patrimony of St. Peter, Milman, History of Latin Christianity, Book ICH. 2, remarks. Sylvester has become a kind of hero of religious fable. But it was not so much the genuine mythical spirit which unconsciously transmutes history into legend. It was rather deliberate invention, with a specific aim and design, which, in direct defiance of history, accelerated the baptism of Constantine, and sanctified a porphyry vessel as appropriated to, or connected with, that holy use, and at a later period produced the monstrous fable of the donation. But that with which Constantine actually did invest the Church, the right of holding landed property, and receiving it by bequest, was far more valuable to the Christian hierarchy, and not least to the Bishop of Rome, than a premature and prodigal endowment. Right arrow curving left. In the fourth Bolgia are punished the soothsayers, because they wished to see too far before them. Backward they look, and backward make their way. Right arrow curving left. Processions chanting prayers and supplications. Right arrow curving left. Ignaro in Spenser's Faerie Queen, I 831. But very uncouth sight was to behold. How he did fashion his untoward pace. For as he forward moved his footing old, so backward still was turned his wrinkled face. Right arrow curving left. Amphiaraus was one of the 7 kings against Thebes. Foreseeing his own fate, he concealed himself, to avoid going to the war. But his wife Eriphyle, bribed by a diamond necklace, as famous in ancient story as the Cardinal de Rohan's in modern, revealed his hiding place, and he went to his doom with the others. Aeschylus, the 7 against Thebes. I will tell of the 6th, a man most prudent and in valor the best, the seer, the mighty Amphiaraus. And through his mouth he gives utterance to this speech. I, for my part, in very truth shall fatten this soil, seer as I am, buried beneath a hostile earth. Statius, Thebaid, 847, Lewis's Tr. Bought of my treacherous wife for cursed gold, and in the list of Argive chiefs enrolled. Resigned to fate I sought the Theban plain, whence flock the shades that scarce thy realm contain. When, how my soul yet dreads, an earthquake came, big with destruction, and my trembling frame, wrapped from the midst of gaping thousands, hurled to night eternal in thy nether world. Right arrow curving left. The Theban soothsayer. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 3, Addison's Tr. It happened once, within a shady wood, 2 twisted snakes he in conjunction viewed, when with his staff their slimy folds he broke, and lost his manhood at the fatal stroke. But, after 7 revolving years, he viewed the selfsame serpents in the selfsame wood. And if, says he, such virtue in you lie, that he who dares your slimy folds untie must change his kind, a second stroke I'll try. Again he struck the snakes, and stood again. New sexed, and straight recovered into man. Vertical ellipsis. When Juno fired, more than so trivial an affair required, deprived him, in her fury, of his sight, and left him groping round in sudden night. But Jove, for so it is in heaven decreed, that no one god repeal another's deed, irradiates all his soul with inward light, and with the prophet's art relieves the want of sight. Right arrow curving left. His beard. The word plumes is used by Old English writers in this sense. Ford, Lady's Trial. Now the down of softness is exchanged for plumes of age. See also Purgatorio I 42. Right arrow curving left. An Etrurian soothsayer. Lucan, Pharsalia, I, Rose Tr. Of these the chief, for learning famed and age. Aruns by name, a venerable sage. At Luna lived. Ruskin, Modern Painters, 3 p. 246, says. But in no part of the poem do we find allusion to mountains in any other than a stern light, nor the slightest evidence that Dante cared to look at them. From that hill of San Miniato, whose steps he knew so well, the eye commands, at the farther extremity of the Val di Arno, the whole purple range of the mountains of Carrara, peaked and mighty. Seen always against the sunset light in silent outline, the chief forms that rule the scene as twilight fades away. By this vision Dante seems to have been wholly unmoved, and, but for Lucan's mention of Aruns at Luna, would seemingly not have spoken of the Carrara hills in the whole course of his poem. When he does allude to them, he speaks of their white marble, and their command of stars and sea, but has evidently no regard for the hills themselves. There is not a single phrase or syllable throughout the poem which indicates such a regard. Ugolino, in his dream, seemed to himself to be in the mountains, by cause of which the Pisan cannot see Lucca. And it is impossible to look up from Pisa to that hoary slope without remembering the awe that there is in the passage. Nevertheless it was as a hunting ground only that he remembered these hills. Adam of Brescia, tormented with eternal thirst, remembers the hills of Romana, but only for the sake of their sweet waters. Right arrow curving left. Manto, daughter of Tiresias, who fled from Thebes, the city of Bacchus, when it became subject to the tyranny of Cleon. Right arrow curving left. Lake Benacus is now called the Lago di Garda. It is pleasantly alluded to by Claudian in his Old Man of Verona, who has seen the grove grow old coeval with himself. Verona seems to him remoter than the swarthy Ind. He deems the Lake Benacus as the shore of the Red Sea. Right arrow curving left. The Pennine Alps, or Alpes Poeni, watered by the brooklets flowing into the Sarca, which is the principal tributary of Benaco. Right arrow curving left. The place where the three dioceses of Trent, Brescia, and Verona meet. Right arrow curving left. At the outlet of the lake. Right arrow curving left. Aeneid, X. Mincius crowned with sea-green reeds. Milton, Lycidas. Smooth sliding Mincius, crowned with vocal reeds. Right arrow curving left. Manto. Benvenuto da Imola says. Virgin should here be rendered virago. Right arrow curving left. Aeneid, X. Ocnus, son of the prophetic Manto, and of the Tuscan river, who gave walls and the name of his mother to thee, O Mantua. Right arrow curving left. Pinamonti de Buonacassi, a bold, ambitious man, persuaded Alberto, Count of Casalodi and Lord of Mantua, to banish to their estates the chief nobles of the city, and then, stirring up a popular tumult, fell upon the rest, laying waste their houses, and sending them into exile or to prison, and thus greatly depopulating the city. Right arrow curving left. Iliad, I-69. And Calchas, the son of Thestor, arose, the best of augurs, a man who knew the present, the future, and the past, and who had guided the ships of the Axons to Ilium, by that power of prophecy which Phoebus Apollo gave him. Right arrow curving left. Aeneid, 2:1-14. In suspense we send Eurypylus to consult the oracle of Apollo, and he brings back from the shrine these mournful words, O Greeks! Ye appeased the winds with blood and a virgin slain, when first YC came to the Trojan shores. Your return is to be sought by blood, and atonement made by a Grecian life. Dante calls Virgil's poem a tragedy, to mark its sustained and lofty style, in contrast with that of his own comedy, of which he has already spoken once. Canto 16:138, and speaks again. Canto XXI2, as if he wished the reader to bear in mind that he is wearing the sock, and not the buskin. Right arrow curving left. Michael Scott, the magician, says Benvenuto da Imola, practiced divination at the court of Frederick II, and dedicated to him a book on natural history, which I have seen, and in which among other things he treats of astrology, then deemed infallible. It is said, moreover, that he foresaw his own death, but could not escape it. He had prognosticated that he should be killed by the falling of a small stone upon his head, and always wore an iron skullcap under his hood, to prevent this disaster. But entering a church on the festival of Corpus Domini, he lowered his hood in sign of veneration, not of Christ, in whom he did not believe, but to deceive the common people. And a small stone fell from aloft on his bare head. The reader will recall the midnight scene of the Monk of St. Mary's and William of Deloraine in Scott's Lay of the Last Minstrel, Canto 2. In these far climes it was my lot to meet the wondrous Michael Scott, a wizard of such dreaded fame, that when, in Salamanca's cave, him listed his magic wand to wave, the bells would ring in Notre Dame. Some of his skill he taught to me, and, warrior, I could say to thee the words that cleft Eildon hills in three, and bridled the Tweed with a curb of stone. But to speak them were a deadly sin, and for having but thought them my heart within, a treble penance must be done, and the opening of the tomb to recover the magic book. Before their eyes the wizard lay, as if he had not been dead a day. His hoary beard in silver rolled, he seemed some 70 winters old. A palmer's amice wrapped him round, with a wrought Spanish baldric bound, like a pilgrim from beyond the sea. His left hand held his book of might, a silver cross was in his right. The lamp was placed beside his knee. High and majestic was his look, at which the fellest fiends had shook, and all unruffled was his face. They trusted his soul had gotten grace. Right arrow curving left. Guido Bonatti, a tiler and astrologer of Forli, who accompanied Guido di Montefeltro when he marched out of Forli to attack the French under the Great Oak. Villani, 781, in a passage in which the he and him get a little entangled, says, "It is said that the Count of Montefeltro was guided by divination and the advice of Guido Bonatti, a tiler who had become an astrologer, or some other strategy, and he gave the orders. And in this enterprise he gave him the gonfalon and said, so long as a rag of it remains, wherever thou bearest it, thou shalt be victorious. But I rather think his victories were owing to his own wits and his mastery in war." Benvenuto da Imola reports the following anecdote of the same personages. As the Count was standing one day in the large and beautiful square of Forli, there came a rustic mountaineer and gave him a basket of pears. And when the Count said, "Stay and sup with me," the rustic answered, "My lord, I wish to go home before it rains, for infallibly there will be much rain today." The Count, wondering at him, sent for Guido Bonatti, as a great astrologer, and said to him, "Dost thou hear what this man says?" Guido answered, "He does not know what he is saying. But wait a little." Guido went to his study, and, having taken his astrolabe, observed the aspect of the heavens. And on returning he said that it was impossible it should rain that day. But the rustic obstinately affirming what he had said, Guido asked him, "How dost thou know?" The rustic answered, "Because today my ass, in coming out of the stable, shook his head and pricked up his ears, and whenever he does this, it is a certain sign that the weather will soon change." Then Guido replied, "Supposing this to be so, how dost thou know there will be much rain?" "Because," said he, "my ass, with his ears pricked up, turned his head aside, and wheeled about more than usual." Then, with the Count's leave, the rustic departed in haste, much fearing the rain, though the weather was very clear. And an hour afterwards, lo, it began to thunder, and there was a great downpouring of waters, like a deluge. Then Guido began to cry out, with great indignation and derision, "Who has deluded me? Who has put me to shame?" And for a long time this was a great source of merriment among the people. Estent, a cobbler of Parma. I think he must have had acuteness of mind, although illiterate. Some having the gift of prophecy by the inspiration of heaven. Dante mentions him in the Convito, 416, where he says that, if nobility consisted in being known and talked about, Estent the shoemaker of Parma would be more noble than any of his fellow citizens. Right arrow curving left. The moon setting in the sea west of Seville. In the Italian popular tradition to which Dante again alludes. Paradiso 251, the man in the moon is Cain with his thorns. This belief seems to have been current too in England, Midsummer Night's Dream, 3:1. Or else one must come in with a bush of thorns and a lantern, and say he comes to disfigure, or to present, the person of moonshine. And again, v. 1. The man should be put into the lantern. how is it else the man I the moon? All that I have to say is to tell you, that the lantern is the moon, I, the man in the moon. This thorn bush, my thorn bush, and this dog, my dog. The time here indicated is an hour after sunrise on Saturday morning. Right arrow curving left. The fifth Bolgia, and the punishment of barrators, or judges who take bribes for giving judgment. Right arrow curving left. Having spoken in the preceding canto of Virgil's lofty tragedy, Dante here speaks of his own comedy, as if to prepare the reader for the scenes which are to follow. And for which he apologizes in Canto XXII 14, by repeating the proverb. In the church with saints, and in the tavern with carousers. Right arrow curving left. Of the Arsenal of Venice Mr. Hillard thus speaks in his 6 Months in Italy, I-63. No reader of Dante will fail to pay a visit to the Arsenal, from which, in order to illustrate the terrors of his Inferno, the great poet drew one of these striking and picturesque images, characteristic alike of the boldness and the power of his genius, which never hesitated to look for its materials among the homely details and familiar incidents of life. In his hands, the boiling of pitch and the caulking of seams ascend to the dignity of poetry. Besides, it is the most impressive and characteristic spot in Venice. The Ducal Palace and the Church of St. Mark's are symbols of pride and power, but the strength of Venice resided here. Her whole history, for 600 years, was here epitomized, and as she rose and sunk, the hum of labor here swelled and subsided. Here was the index hand which marked the culmination and decline of her greatness. Built upon several small islands, which are united by a wall of 2 miles in circuit, its extent and completeness, decayed as it is, show what the naval power of Venice once was. As the disused armor of a giant enables us to measure his stature and strength. Near the entrance are 4 marble lions, brought by Morosini from the Peloponnesus in 1685, 2 of which are striking works of art. Of these 2, one is by far the oldest thing in Venice, being not much younger than the Battle of Marathon, and thus, from the height of 23 centuries, entitled to look down upon St. Mark's as the growth of yesterday. The other 2 are nondescript animals, of the class commonly called heraldic, and can be styled lions only by courtesy. In the armory are some very interesting objects, and none more so than the great standard of the Turkish admiral, made of crimson silk, taken at the Battle of Lepanto, and which Cervantes may have grasped with his unwounded hand. A few fragments of some of the very galleys that were engaged in that memorable fight are also preserved here. Right arrow curving left. Malebranche, evil claws, a general name for the devils. Right arrow curving left. Santa Zita, the patron saint of Lucca, where the magistrates were called elders, or aldermen. In Florence they bore the name of priors. Right arrow curving left. A barator, in Dante's use of the word, is to the state what a simoniac is to the church, one who sells justice, office, or employment. Benvenuto says that Dante includes Bontura with the rest, because he is speaking ironically, as who should say, Bontura is the greatest barator of all. For Bontura was an arch-barator, who sagaciously led and managed the whole commune, and gave offices to whom he wished. He likewise excluded whom he wished. Right arrow curving left. Bent down in the attitude of one in prayer, therefore the demons mock him with the allusion to the Santo Volto. Right arrow curving left. The Santo Volto, or Holy Face, is a crucifix still preserved in the Cathedral of Lucca, and held in great veneration by the people. The tradition is that it is the work of Nicodemus, who sculptured it from memory. See also Sacchetti, November 73, in which a preacher mocks at the Santo Volto in the church of Santa Croce at Florence. Right arrow curving left. The Serchio flows near Lucca. Shelley, in a poem called The Boat, on the Serchio, describes it as a torrent fierce, which fervid from its mountain source. Shallow, smooth, and strong, doth come. Swift as fire, tempestuously. It sweeps into the affrighted sea. In morning's smile its eddies coil. Its billows sparkle, toss, and boil, torturing all its quiet light into columns fierce and bright. Right arrow curving left. Canto 9:22. True is it once before I hear below was conjured by that pitiless Eric though, who summoned back the shades unto their bodies. Right arrow curving left. A fortified town on the Arno, in the Pisan territory. It was besieged by the troops of Florence and Lucca in 1289, and capitulated. As the garrison marched out under safeguard, they were terrified by the shouts of the crowd, crying, "Hang them! Hang them!" In this crowd was Dante, a youth of 25, says Benvenuto da Imola. Right arrow curving left. Along the circular dike that separates one Bolgia from another. Right arrow curving left. This is a falsehood, as all the bridges over the next Bolgia are broken. See Canto XCI 140. Right arrow curving left. At the close of the preceding canto the time is indicated as being an hour after sunrise. 5 hours later would be noon, or the scriptural 6th hour, the hour of the crucifixion. Dante understands St. Luke to say that Christ died at this hour. Convito, 423. Luke says that it was about the 6th hour when he died, that is, the culmination of the day. Add to the 1,266 years, the 34 of Christ's life on earth, and it gives the year 1300, the date of the infernal pilgrimage. Right arrow curving left. Broken by the earthquake at the time of the crucifixion, as the rock leading to the circle of the violent. Canto 1245. And at that moment this primeval rock, both here and elsewhere, made such overthrow. As in the next Bolgia hypocrites are punished, Dante couples them with the violent, by making the shock of the earthquake more felt near them than elsewhere. Right arrow curving left. The next crag or bridge, traversing the dikes and ditches. Right arrow curving left. See Canto 1775. Right arrow curving left. The subject of the preceding canto is continued in this. Right arrow curving left. Aretino, Vita di Dante, says, that Dante in his youth was present at the great and memorable battle, which befell at Campaldino, fighting valiantly on horseback in the front rank. It was there he saw the vaunt couriers of the Artines, who began the battle with such a vigorous charge, that they routed the Florentine cavalry, and drove them back upon the infantry. Right arrow curving left. Napier, Florentine History, I 214, 217. Gives this description of the Carroccio and the Martinella of the Florentines. In order to give more dignity to the national army and form a rallying point for the troops, there had been established a great car, called the Carroccio, drawn by 2 beautiful oxen, which, carrying the Florentine standard, generally accompanied them into the field. This car was painted vermilion, the bullocks were covered with scarlet cloth, and the driver, a man or some consequence, was dressed in crimson, was exempt from taxation, and served without pay. These oxen were maintained at the public charge in a public hospital, and the white and red banner of the city was spread above the car between 2 lofty spars. Those taken at the Battle of Monte Aperto are still exhibited in Siena Cathedral as trophies of that fatal day. Machiavelli erroneously places the adoption of the Carroccio by the Florentines at this epoch, but it was long before in use, and probably was copied from the Milanese. As soon as Florence became strong and independent enough to equip a national army, Aribert, Archbishop of Milan, seems to have been its author, for in the war between Conrad I and that city, besides other arrangements for military organization, he is said to have finished by the invention of the Carroccio. It was a pious and not impolitic imitation of the ark as it was carried before the Israelites. This vehicle is described, and also represented in ancient paintings, as a 4-wheeled oblong car, drawn by 2, 4, or 6 bullocks. The car was always red, and the bullocks, even to their hoofs, covered as above described, but with red or white according to the faction. The ensign staff was red, lofty, and tapering, and surmounted by a cross or golden ball. On this, between two white-fringed veils, hung the national standard, and halfway down the mast, a crucifix. A platform ran out in front of the car, spacious enough for a few chosen men to defend it, while behind, on a corresponding space, the musicians with their military instruments gave spirit to the combat. Mass was said on the Carroccio ere it quitted the city, the surgeons were stationed near it, and not unfrequently a chaplain also attended it to the field. The loss of the Carroccio was a great disgrace, and betokened utter discomfiture. It was given to the most distinguished knight, who had a public salary and wore conspicuous armor and a golden belt. The best troops were stationed round it, and there was frequently the hottest of the fight. Besides the Carroccio, the Florentine army was accompanied by a great bell, called Martinella, or Campana degli Asini, which, for 30 days before hostilities began, tolled continually day and night from the arch of Porta Santa Maria, as a public declaration of war, and, as the ancient chronicle hath it, for greatness of mind, that the enemy might have full time to prepare himself. At the same time also, the Carroccio was drawn from its place in the offices of San Giovanni by the most distinguished knights and noble vassals of the Republic, and conducted in state to the Mercato Nuovo, where it was placed upon the circular stone still existing, and remained there until the army took the field. Then also the Martinella was removed from its station to a wooden tower placed on another car, and with the Carroccio served to guide the troops by night and day. And with these two pomps, of the Carroccio and Campana, says Malaspini, the pride of the old citizens, our ancestors, was ruled. Right arrow curving left. Equivalent to the proverb, do in Rome as the Romans do. Right arrow curving left. Giampolo, or Ciampolo, say all the commentators. But nothing more is known of him than his name, and what he tells us here of his history. Right arrow curving left. It is not very clear which King Thibaut is here meant, but it is probably King Thibaut IV, the crusader and poet, born 1201, died 1253. His poems have been published by L'Évêque de la Ravelière, under the title of Les Poésies du Roi de Navarre. And in one of his songs, Chanson 53, he makes a clerk address him as the Bones Royce Thibot. Dante cites him 2 or 3 times in his Vulgari Eloquio, and may have taken this expression from his song, as he does afterwards. Canto XXVI 135, Lo Re Joves, the Re Giovarge, or Young King, from the songs of Bertrand de Born. Right arrow curving left. A Latian, that is to say, an Italian. Right arrow curving left. This Frate Gomita was a Sardinian in the employ of Nino de Visconti, judge in the jurisdiction of Gallura, the gentle judge Nino of Purgatorio 853. The frauds and peculations of the friar brought him finally to the gallows. Gallura is the northeastern jurisdiction of the island. Right arrow curving left. Don Michael Zanch was seneschal of King Enzo of Sardinia, a natural son of the Emperor Frederick II. Dante gives him the title of Don, still used in Sardinia for signore. After the death of Enzo in prison at Bologna, in 1271, Don Michael won by fraud and flattery his widow Adelasia, and became himself lord of Logudoro, the northwestern jurisdiction, adjoining that of Gallura. The gossip between the friar and the seneschal, which is here described by Ciampolo, recalls the vision of the Sardinian poet Araolla, a dialogue between himself and Gavino Sambuguxai. Written in the soft dialect of Logudoro, a mixture of Italian, Spanish, and Latin, and beginning. Dulce, amara memoria de jornadas. Fugitivas cun doppia pena mia. Que quanto pius elastringo sunt passadas. C. Valery, Voyages en course et en Sardaigne, 2410. Right arrow curving left. In this 6th Bolgia the hypocrites are punished. A painted people there below we found, who went about with footsteps very slow, weeping and in their look subdued and weary. Chaucer, Knight's Tale, 2780. In his cold grave, alone, withouten any company. And Gower, Confessio Amantis. To muse in his philosophy. Soul withouten compagnie. Right arrow curving left. The Fables of Aesop, by Sir Roger L'Estrange, 4. There fell out a bloody quarrel once betwixt the frogs and the mice, about the sovereignty of the fens. And whilst two of their champions were disputing it at sword's point, down comes a kite powdering upon them in the interim, and gobbles up both together, to part the fray. Right arrow curving left. Both words signifying, now, mo, from the Latin modo, and issa, from the Latin ipsa, meaning ipsa ora. The Tuscans say mo, remarks Benvenuto, the Lombards issa. Right arrow curving left. When he is in a fright and hurry, and has a very steep place to go down, Virgil has to carry him altogether, says Mr. Ruskin. See note 160. Right arrow curving left. Benvenuto speaks of the cloaks of the German monks as ill-fitting and shapeless. Right arrow curving left. The leaden cloaks which Frederick put upon malefactors were straw in comparison. The Emperor Frederick II is said to have punished traitors by wrapping them in lead, and throwing them into a heated cauldron. I can find no historic authority for this. It rests only on tradition. And on the same authority the same punishment is said to have been inflicted in Scotland, and is thus described in the ballad of Lord Soulis, Scott's minstrelsy of the Scottish border. 4256. On a circle of stones they placed the pot. On a circle of stones but barely 9. They heated it red and fiery hot, till the burnished brass did glimmer and shine. They rolled him up in a sheet of lead. A sheet of lead for a funeral pall. And plunged him into the cauldron red. And melted him, lead, and bones, and all. We get also a glimpse of this punishment in Ducange, Gloss. Kappa Plumbia, where he cites the case in which one man tells another. If our Holy Father the Pope knew the life you are leading, he would have you put to death in a cloak of lead. Right arrow curving left. Comedy of Errors, 4-2. A devil in an everlasting garment hath him. Right arrow curving left. Bologna was renowned for its university. And the speaker, who was a Bolognese, is still mindful of his college. Right arrow curving left. Florence, the bellissima e famosissima figlia di Roma, as Dante calls it, convito, I3. Right arrow curving left. An order of knighthood, established by Pope Urban IV in 1261, under the title of Knights of Santa Maria. The name Frati Gaudenti, or Jovial Friars, was a nickname, because they lived in their own homes and were not bound by strict monastic rules. Napier, Florentine History I 269, says. A short time before this a new order of religious knighthood under the name of Frati Gaudenti began in Italy. It was not bound by vows of celibacy or any very severe regulations, but took the usual oaths to defend widows and orphans and make peace between man and man. The founder was a Bolognese gentleman, called Lodringo di Liandolo, who enjoyed a good reputation, and along with a brother of the same order, named Catalano di Malavolti, one a Guelph and the other a Ghibelline, was now invited to Florence by Count Guido to execute conjointly the office of podesta. It was intended by thus dividing the supreme authority between two magistrates of different politics, that one should correct the other, and justice be equally administered. More especially as, in conjunction with the people, they were allowed to elect a deliberative council of 36 citizens, belonging to the principal trades without distinction of party. Farther on he says that these two Frati Gaudenti forfeited all public confidence by their peculation and hypocrisy. And Villani, 713, although they were of different parties, under cover of a false hypocrisy, they were of accord in seeking rather their own private gains than the common good. Right arrow curving left. A street in Florence, laid waste by the Guelphs. Right arrow curving left. Hamlet, I2. Nor windy suspiration of forced breath. Right arrow curving left. Caiaphas, the high priest, who thought expediency the best thing. Right arrow curving left. Annas, father-in-law of Caiaphas. Right arrow curving left. The great outer circle surrounding this division of the Inferno. Right arrow curving left. He may have heard in the lectures of the university an exposition of John 8:44. Ye are of your father the devil. And the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speak the lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. Right arrow curving left. The seventh Bolgia, in which thieves are punished. Right arrow curving left. The sun enters Aquarius during the last half of January, when the equinox is near, and the hoarfrost in the morning looks like snow on the fields, but soon evaporates. If Dante had been a monk of Monte Cassino, illuminating a manuscript, he could not have made a more clerkly and scholastic flourish with his pen than this. Nor have painted a more beautiful picture than that which follows. The medieval poets are full of lovely descriptions of spring, which seems to blossom and sing through all their verses. But none is more beautiful or suggestive than this, though serving only as an illustration. Right arrow curving left. In Canto I, right arrow curving left. See what Mr. Ruskin says of Dante as a notably bad climber, note 160. Right arrow curving left. The ascent of the Mount of Purgatory. Right arrow curving left. The next circular dike, dividing the fosses. Right arrow curving left. This list of serpents is from Lucan, Pharsalia 9:7-11, Rose tr. Slimy Kelleaders the parched earth disdain, and trace a reeking furrow on the plain. The spotted cenchrus, rich in various dyes, shoots in a line, and forth directly flies. Vertical ellipsis. The swimmer there the crystal stream pollutes, and swift through air the flying javelin shoots. Vertical ellipsis. The amphisbaena doubly armed appears. At either end a threatening head she rears. Raised on his active tail Paria stands, and as he passes, furrows up the sands. Milton, Paradise Lost, X 521. Dreadful was the din of hissing through the hall, thick swarming now, with complicated monsters head and tail, scorpion, and asp, and amphisbaena dire, cerastes horned, hydrus, and elaps drear, and dipsas. Of the Pharias, Peter Comester, Historia Scholastica, Gloss of Genesis 3 verse 1, says, and this he, Lucifer, did by means of the serpent, for then it was erect like man, being afterwards made prostrate by the curse, and it is said the Pharias walks erect even to this day. Of the amphisbaena, Brunetto Latini, Tresor IV 140, says, the amphimony is a kind of serpent which has two heads, one in its right place, and the other in the tail. And with each she can bite, and she runs swiftly, and her eyes shine like candles. Right arrow curving left. Without a hiding place, or the heliotrope, a precious stone of great virtue against poisons, and supposed to render the wearer invisible. Upon this latter vulgar error is founded Boccaccio's comical story of Calandrino and his friends Bruno and Buffalmacco, Decameron, Gyre. 8, November 3. Right arrow curving left. Brunetto Latini, Tresor IV 164, says of the phoenix. He goeth to a good tree, savory and of good odor, and mocketh a pile thereof, to which he setteth fire, and entereth straightway into it toward the rising of the sun. And Milton, Samson Agonists, 1697. So virtue, given for lost, depressed and overthrown, as seemed, like that self-begotten bird, in the Arabian woods embossed, that no second knows nor third, and lay erewhile a holocaust, from out her ashy womb now teemed, revives, reflourishes, then vigorous most, when most unactive deemed, and, though her body die, her fame survives. A secular bird ages of lives. Right arrow curving left. Any obstruction, such as the epilepsy, says Benvenuto, Gouts and dropsies, catarrhs and oppilations, says Jeremy Taylor. Right arrow curving left. Vanni Fucci, who calls himself a mule, was a bastard son of Fuccio de Lazzari. All the commentators paint him in the darkest colors. Dante had known him as a man of blood and wrath, and seems to wonder he is here, and not in the circle of the violent, or of the irascible. But his great crime was the robbery of a sacristy. Benvenuto da Imola relates the story in detail. He speaks of him as a man of depraved life, many of whose misdeeds went unpunished, because he was of noble family. Being banished from Pistoia for his crimes, he returned to the city one night of the carnival, and was in company with 18 other revellers, among whom was Vanni della Nona, a notary. When, not content with their insipid diversions, he stole away with 2 companions to the church of San Giacomo, and, finding its custodians absent, or asleep with feasting and drinking, he entered the sacristy and robbed it of all its precious jewels. These he secreted in the house of the notary, which was close at hand, thinking that on account of his honest repute no suspicion would fall upon him. A certain Rampino was arrested for the theft, and put to the torture. When Vanni Fucci, having escaped to Monte Corelli, beyond the Florentine jurisdiction, sent a messenger to Rampino's father, confessing all the circumstances of the crime. Hereupon the notary was seized, on the first Monday in Lent, as he was going to a sermon in the church of the Minorite friars, and was hanged for the theft, and Rampino set at liberty. No one has a good word to say for Vanni Fucci, except the Canonico Crescimbani, who, in the Commentarge to the Historia della Volga, Poggio, 2-2, p. 99, counts him among the Italian poets, and speaks of him as a man of great courage and gallantry, and a leader of the Neri party of Pistoia, in 1300. He smooths over Dante's invectives by remarking that Dante makes not too honorable mention of him in the comedy, and quotes a sonnet of his, which is pathetic from its utter despair and self-reproach. For I have lost the good I might have had, through little wit, and not of mine own will. It is like the wail of a lost soul, and the same in tone as the words which Dante here puts into his mouth. Dante may have heard him utter similar self-accusations while living, and seen on his face the blush of shame, which covers it here. Right arrow curving left. The Neri were banished from Pistoia in 1301. The Bianchi, from Florence in 1302. Right arrow curving left. This vapor or lightning flash from Val di Magra is the Marquis Malaspini, and the turbid clouds are the banished Neri of Pistoia, whom he is to gather about him to defeat the Bianchi at Campo Piceno, the old battlefield of Catalan. As Dante was of the Bianchi party, this prophecy of impending disaster and overthrow could only give him pain. See note 95. Right arrow curving left. The subject of the preceding canto is continued in this. Right arrow curving left. This vulgar gesture of contempt consists in thrusting the thumb between the first and middle fingers. It is the same that the ass driver made at Dante in the street, Sacchetti, November. CXV. When he was a little way off, he turned round to Dante, and, thrusting out his tongue and making a fig at him with his hand, said, "Take that." Villani, 6-5, says. On the rock of Carmignano there was a tower 70 yards high, and upon it 2 marble arms, the hands of which were making the figs at Florence. Others say these hands were on a fingerpost by the roadside. In the Merry Wives of Windsor, I3, Pistol says. Convey, the wise it call, steal. Faw, a fico for the phrase. And Martino, in Beaumont and Fletcher's Widow, V.I. The fig of everlasting obloquy. Go with him. Right arrow curving left. Pistoia is supposed to have been founded by the soldiers of Catalan. Brunetto Latini, Tresser, II 37, says. They found Catalan at the foot of the mountains and he had his army and his people in that place where is now the city of Pistoia. There was Catalan conquered in battle, and he and his were slain, also a great part of the Romans were killed. And on account of the pestilence of that great slaughter the city was called Pestoire. The Italian proverb says, Pistoia la ferigna, iron Pistoia, or Pistoia the pitiless. Right arrow curving left. Capaneus, Canto 1444. Right arrow curving left. See note 181. Right arrow curving left. Cacus was the classic giant Despair, who had his cave in Mount Aventine, and stole a part of the herd of Geryon, which Hercules had brought to Italy. Virgil, Aeneid, 8, Dryden's Tr. See yon huge cavern, yawning wide around, where still the shattered mountain spreads the ground. That spacious hold grim Cacus once possessed. Tremendous fiend. Half human, half a beast. Deep, deep as hell, the dismal dungeon lay. Dark and impervious to the beams of day. With copious slaughter smoked the purple floor. Pale heads hung horrid on the lofty door. Dreadful to view. And dropped with crimson gore. Right arrow curving left. Dante makes a centaur of Cacus, and separates him from the others because he was fraudulent as well as violent. Virgil calls him only a monster, a half-man, semi-homines caci facies. Right arrow curving left. Agnello Brunelleschi, Busso degli Abati, and Puccio Sciencato. Right arrow curving left. The story of Cacus, which Virgil was telling. Right arrow curving left. Cianfa Donati, a Florentine nobleman. He appears immediately, as a serpent with 6 feet, and fastens upon Agnello Brunelleschi. Right arrow curving left. Some commentators contend that in this line papiro does not mean paper, but a lampwick made of papyrus. This destroys the beauty and aptness of the image, and rather degrades the leaf of the reed, which has grown through the clefts in the ruins of ages. Right arrow curving left. These 4 lists, or hands, are the 4 feet of the serpent and the arms of Agnello. Right arrow curving left. Shakespeare, in the Additional Poems to Chester's Love's Martyrs, Knights Shakespeare, 7-193, speaks of 2 distincts, division none. And continues. Property was thus appalled. That the self was not the same. Single nature's double name. Neither 2 nor 1 was called. Reason, in itself confounded, saw division grow together. To themselves yet either neither. Simple were so well compounded. Right arrow curving left. This black serpent is Guercio Cavalcanti, who changes form with Busso degli Abati. Right arrow curving left. Lucan, Pharsalia, 9, Rose Tr. But soon a fate more sad with new surprise. From the first object turns their wondering eyes. Wretched Sabellus by a seps was stung. Fixed on his leg with deadly teeth it hung. Sudden the soldier shook it from the wound. Transfixed and nailed it to the barren ground. Of all the dire, destructive serpent race, none have so much of death, though none are less. For straight around the part the skin withdrew. The flesh and shrinking sinews backward flew. And left the naked bones exposed to view. The spreading poisons all the parts confound. And the whole body sinks within the wound. Vertical ellipsis. Small relics of the mouldering mass were left. At once of substance as of form bereft. Dissolved, the whole in liquid poison ran. And to a nauseous puddle shrunk the man. Vertical ellipsis. So snows dissolved by southern breezes run. So melts the wax before the noonday sun. Nor ends the wonder here. Though flames are known to waste the flesh, yet still they spare the bone. Here none were left, no least remains were seen. No marks to show that once the man had been. Vertical ellipsis. A fate of different kind Nisidius found. A burning Perkster gave the deadly wound. And straight a sudden flame began to spread. And paint his visage with a glowing red. With swift expansion swells the bloated skin. Naught but an undistinguished mass is seen, while the fair human form lies lost within. The puffy poison spreads and heaves around, till all the man is in the monster drowned. No more the steely plate his breast can stay, but yields, and gives the bursting poison way. Not waters so, when fire the rage supplies, bubbling on heaps, in boiling cauldrons rise. Nor swells the stretching canvas half so fast, when the sails gather all the driving blast. Strain the tough yards, and bow the lofty mast. The various parts no longer now are known. One headless, formless heap remains alone. Right arrow curving left. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 4, Eusden's tr. Come, my Harmonia, come, thy face recline. Down to my face, still touch what still is mine. Oh, let these hands, while hands, be gently pressed, while yet the serpent has not all possessed. More he had spoke, but strove to speak in vain. The forky tongue refused to tell his pain, and learned in hissings only to complain. Then shrieked Harmonia, stay, my Cadmus, stay. Glide not in such a monstrous shape away. Destruction, like impetuous waves, rolls on. Where are thy feet, thy legs, thy shoulders, gone? Changed is thy visage, changed is all thy frame. Cadmus is only Cadmus now in name. Ye gods! My Cadmus to himself restore. Or me like him transform, I ask no more. N.V. Mainwaring's tr. The god so near, a chilly sweat possessed my fainting limbs, at every pore expressed. My strength distilled in drops, my hair in dew. My form was changed, and all my substance new. Each motion was a stream, and my whole frame turned to a fount, which still preserves my name. See also Shelley's Arethusa. Arethusa arose from her couch of snows in the Acroceraunian mountains, from cloud and from crag, with many a jag, shepherding her bright fountains. She leapt down the rocks, with her rainbow locks streaming among the streams, her steps paved with green, the downward ravine, which slopes to the western gleams, and gliding and springing, she went, ever singing, in murmurs as soft as sleep. The earth seemed to love her, and heaven smiled above her, as she lingered towards the deep. Right arrow curving left. Some editions read la penna, the pen, instead of la lingua, the tongue. Right arrow curving left. Gavil was a village in the Valdarno, where Guercio Cavalcanti was murdered. The family took vengeance upon the inhabitants in the old Italian style, thus causing Gavil to lament the murder. Right arrow curving left. The eighth Bolgia, in which fraudulent counselors are punished. Right arrow curving left. Of these 5 Florentine nobles, Cianfa Donati, Agnello Brunelleschi, Busso degli Abati, Puccio Ciancato, and Guercio Cavalcanti, nothing is known but what Dante tells us. Perhaps that is enough. Right arrow curving left. See Purgatorio 9:13. Just at the hour when her sad lay begins, the little swallow, near unto the morning, perchance in memory of her former woes, and when the mind of man, a wanderer, more from the flesh, and less by thought imprisoned, almost prophetic in its visions is. Right arrow curving left. The disasters soon to befall Florence, and in which even the neighboring town of Prato would rejoice, to mention no others. These disasters were the fall of the wooden bridge of Carrara, with a crowd upon it, witnessing a miracle play on the Arno, the strife of the Bianchi and Neri, and the great fire of 1304. See Villani, 870-71. Napier, Florentine History, I 394, gives this account. Battles first began between the Cerci and Giugni at their houses in the Via del Garbo. They fought day and night, and with the aid of the Cavalcanti and Antilisi the former subdued all that quarter, 1,000 rural adherents strengthened their bands. And that day might have seen the Neri's destruction if an unforeseen disaster had not turned the scale. A certain dissolute priest, called Neri Abati, prior of San Piero Scaraggio, false to his family and in concert with the black chiefs, consented to set fire to the dwellings of his own kinsmen in Orto San Michele. The flames, assisted by faction, spread rapidly over the richest and most crowded part of Florence: shops, warehouses, towers, private dwellings and palaces, from the old to the new marketplace. From Vaccareccia to Porta Santa Maria and the Ponte Vecchio, all was one broad sheet of fire. More than 1,900 houses were consumed. Plunder and devastation reveled unchecked amongst the flames, whole races were reduced in one moment to beggary, and vast magazines of the richest merchandise were destroyed. The Cavalcanti, one of the most opulent families in Florence, beheld their whole property consumed, and lost all courage. They made no attempt to save it, and, after almost gaining possession of the city, were finally overcome by the opposite faction. Right arrow curving left. Macbeth, 1. 7. If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well. It were done quickly. Right arrow curving left. See Paradiso 12:1-12. O glorious stars! O light impregnated with mighty virtue, from which I acknowledge all of my genius, whatsoe'er it be. Right arrow curving left. I may not balk or deprive myself of this good. Right arrow curving left. The prophet Elisha, 2 Kings 2:23. And he went up from thence unto Bethel. And as he was going up by the way, there came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, Go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. And he turned back, and looked on them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and tare 42 children of them. Right arrow curving left. 2 Kings 2:11. And it came to pass, as they still went on and talked, that, behold, there appeared a chariot of fire, and horses of fire, and parted them both asunder. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. Right arrow curving left. These 2 sons of Oedipus, Eteocles and Polynices, were so hostile to each other, that, when after death their bodies were burned on the same funeral pile, the flames swayed apart, and the ashes separated. Statius, Thebaid, 12:430, Lewis's Tr. Again behold the brothers. When the fire pervades their limbs in many a curling spire, the vast hill trembles, and the intruder's course is driven from the pile with sudden force. The flames, dividing at the point, ascend, and at each other adverse rays extend. Thus when the ruler of the infernal state, pale-visaged Dis, commits to stern debate, the sister fiends, their brands, held forth to fight, now clash, then part, and shed a transient light. Right arrow curving left. The most cunning of the Greeks at the siege of Troy, now united in their punishment, as before in warlike wrath. Right arrow curving left. As Troy was overcome by the fraud of the wooden horse, it was in a poetic sense the gateway by which Aeneas went forth to establish the Roman Empire in Italy. Right arrow curving left. Deidamia was a daughter of Lycomedes of Syros, at whose court Ulysses found Achilles, disguised in woman's attire, and enticed him away to the siege of Troy, telling him that, according to the oracle, the city could not be taken without him, but not telling him that, according to the same oracle, he would lose his life there. Right arrow curving left. Ulysses and Dium together stole the Palladium, or statue of Pallas, at Troy, the safeguard and protection of the city. Right arrow curving left. The Greeks scorned all other nations as outside barbarians. Even Virgil, a Latian, has to plead with Ulysses the merit of having praised him in the Aeneid. Right arrow curving left. The Pillars of Hercules at the Straits of Gibraltar. Abila on the African shore, and Gibraltar on the Spanish, in which the popular mind has lost its faith, except as symbolized in the columns on the Spanish dollar, with the legend, plus ultra. Brunetto Latini, Tesoretto 9-119. Oppresso questo mare. Vidi dirido stare. Gran colon, lo quali. Vi mais per segnali. Hercules il potenti. Per mostrare alia gente. Che loco sia finata. La terra e terminata. Right arrow curving left. Odyssey, 11:155. Well-fitted oars, which are also wings to ships. Right arrow curving left. Humboldt, Personal Narrative, 219, Miss Williams's Tr. Has this passage. From the time we entered the torrid zone, we were never wearied with admiring, every night, the beauty of the southern sky, which, as we advanced toward the south, opened new constellations to our view. We feel an indescribable sensation, when, on approaching the equator, and particularly on passing from one hemisphere to the other, we see those stars, which we have contemplated from our infancy, progressively sink, and finally disappear. Nothing awakens in the traveler a livelier remembrance of the immense distance by which he is separated from his country, than the aspect of an unknown firmament. The grouping of the stars of the first magnitude, some scattered nebula, rivaling in splendor the Milky Way, and tracts of space remarkable for their extreme blackness, give a particular physiognomy to the southern sky. This sight fills with admiration even those who, uninstructed in the branches of accurate science, feel the same emotion of delight in the contemplation of the heavenly vault, as in the view of a beautiful landscape, or a majestic sight. A traveler has no need of being a botanist, to recognize the torrid zone on the mere aspect of its vegetation. And without having acquired any notions of astronomy, without any acquaintance with the celestial charts of Flamsteed and de Lacaille, he feels he is not in Europe. When he sees the immense constellation of the Ship, or the phosphorescent clouds of Magellan, arise on the horizon. Right arrow curving left. Compare Tennyson's Ulysses. There lies the port, the vessel puffs her sail. There gloom the dark broad seas. My mariners, souls that have toiled, and wrought, and thought with me, that ever with a frolic welcome took the thunder and the sunshine, and opposed. Free hearts, free foreheads, you and I are old. Old age hath yet his honor and his toil. Death closes all, but something ere the end. Some work of noble note may yet be done. Not unbecoming men that strove with gods. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks. The long day wanes, the slow moon climbs, the deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends. 'Tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and, sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows, for my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset, and the baths of all the western stars, until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be we shall touch the happy isles, and see the great Achilles, whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Right arrow curving left. The subject of the preceding canto is continued in this. Right arrow curving left. The story of the brazen bull of Perillus is thus told in the Gesta Romanorum, tale 48, Swans tr. Dionysius records, that when Perillus desired to become an artificer of Phalaris, a cruel and tyrannical king who depopulated the kingdom, and was guilty of many dreadful excesses, he presented to him, already too well skilled in cruelty, a brazen bull, which he had just constructed. In one of its sides there was a secret door, by which those who were sentenced should enter and be burnt to death. The idea was, that the sounds produced by the agony of the sufferer confined within should resemble the roaring of a bull. And thus, while nothing human struck the ear, the mind should be unimpressed by a feeling of mercy. The king highly applauded the invention, and said, "Friend, the value of thy industry is yet untried, more cruel even than the people account me, thou thyself shalt be the first victim." Also in Gower, Confessio Amantis, 7. He had of counsel many one. Among the wish there was one, by name which Beryllus hight. And he bethought him how he might unto the tyrant do liking, and of his own imagining, let forge and make a buhl of bras. And on the side cast there was a door, where a man may in one he his pain shall begin, through fire, which that men put under. And all this did he for a wonder, that one a man for pain cried. The bull of bras, which gapeth wide, it should a seme, as though it were a bellowing in a man's air, and not the crying of a man, but he, which all slights can. The devil, that lith in helle fast, him that it cast hath overcast. That for a trespass, which he did, he was put in the same steed, and was himself the first of alle, which was into that pain fall, that he for other men ordigneth. Right arrow curving left. Virgil being a Lombard, Dante suggests that, in giving Ulysses and Diomed license to depart, he had used the Lombard dialect, saying, Isa t, and Virginia. See note 329. Right arrow curving left. The inhabitants of the province of Romagna, of which Ravenna is the capital. Right arrow curving left. It is the spirit of Guido de Montefeltro that speaks. The city of Montefeltro lies between Urbino and that part of the Apennines in which the Tiber rises. Count Guido was a famous warrior, and one of the great Ghibelline leaders. He tells his own story sufficiently in detail in what follows. Right arrow curving left. Lord Byron, Don Juan, 3105, gives this description of Ravenna, with an allusion to Boccaccio's tale, versified by Dryden under the title of Theodore and Honoria. Sweet hour of twilight, in the solitude of the pine forest, and the silent shore, which bounds Ravenna's immemorial wood, rooted where once the Adrian wave flowed o'er, to where the last Caesarian fortress stood, evergreen forest, which Boccaccio's lore and Dryden's lay made haunted ground to me. How have I loved the twilight hour and thee! The shrill cicalas, people of the pine, making their summer lives one ceaseless song, were the sole echoes, save my steeds and mine, and vesper bells that rose the boughs along, the spectre huntsman of Onesti's line, his hell dogs, and their chase, and the fair throng, which learned from this example not to fly from a true lover, shadowed my mind's eye. Dryden's Theodore and Honoria begins with these words. Of all the cities in Romanian lands, the chief, and most renowned, Ravenna stands, adorned in ancient times with arms and arts, and rich inhabitants, with generous hearts. It was at Ravenna that Dante passed the last years of his life, and there he died and was buried. Right arrow curving left. The arms of Guido de Polenta, Lord of Ravenna, Dante's friend, and father, or nephew, of Francesca de Rimini, were an eagle half white in a field of azure, and half red in a field of gold. Servia is a small town some 12 miles from Ravenna. Right arrow curving left. The city of Forli, where Guido de Montefeltro defeated and slaughtered the French in 1282. See note 299. Right arrow curving left. A green lion was the coat of arms of the Ordelaffi, then lords of Forli. Right arrow curving left. Malatesta, father and son, tyrants of Rimini, who murdered Montagna, a Ghibelline leader. Verrucchio was their castle, near the city. Of this family were the husband and lover of Francesca. Dante calls them mastiffs, because of their fierceness, making wimbles of their teeth, in tearing and devouring. Right arrow curving left. The cities of Facenza on the Limone, and Imola on the Santerno. They were ruled by Menardo, surnamed the Devil, whose coat of arms was a lion azure in a white field. Right arrow curving left. The city of Cesena. Right arrow curving left. Milton, Paradise Lost, 3479. Dying put on the weeds of Dominic. Or in Franciscan think to pass disguised. Right arrow curving left. Boniface VIII, who in line 85 is called the Prince of the New Pharisees. Right arrow curving left. Dante, Convito, 428, quoting Cicero, says, "Natural death is as it were a haven and rest to us after long navigation. And the noble soul is like a good mariner. For he, when he draws near the port, lowers his sails, and enters it softly with feeble steerage." Right arrow curving left. This papal war, which was waged against Christians, and not against pagan Saracens, nor unbelieving Jews, nor against the renegades who had helped them at the siege of Acre, or given them aid and comfort by traffic, is thus described by Mr. Norton, Travel and Study in Italy, p. 263. This war near the Lateran was a war with the great family of Colonna. Two of the house were cardinals. They had been deceived in the election, and were rebellious under the rule of Boniface. The cardinals of the great Ghibelline house took no pains to conceal their ill will toward the Guelph pope. Boniface, indeed, accused them of plotting with his enemies for his overthrow. The Colonnas, finding Rome unsafe, had withdrawn to their strong town of Palestrina, whence they could issue forth at will for plunder, and where they could give shelter to those who shared in their hostility toward the pope. On the other hand, Boniface, not trusting himself in Rome, withdrew to the secure height of Orvieto, and thence, on the 14th of December 1297, issued a terrible bull for a crusade against them. Granting plenary indulgence to all, such was the Christian temper of the times, and so literally were the violent seizing upon the kingdom of heaven. Granting plenary indulgence to all who would take up arms against these rebellious sons of the Church and march against their chief stronghold, their Alto Seggio of Palestrina. They and their adherents had already been excommunicated and put under the ban of the Church, they had been stripped of all dignities and privileges, their property had been confiscated. And they were now by this bull placed in the position of enemies, not of the Pope alone, but of the Church universal. Troops gathered against them from all quarters of Papal Italy. Their lands were ravaged, and they themselves shut up within their stronghold, but for a long time they held out in their ancient high-walled mountain town. It was to gain Palestrina that Boniface had war near the Lateran. The great church and palace of the Lateran, standing on the summit of the Celian hill, close to the city wall, overlooks the Campagna, which, in broken levels of brown and green and purple fields, reaches to the base of the encircling mountains. 20 miles away, crowning the top and clinging to the side of one of the last heights of the Sabine range, are the grey walls and roofs of Palestrina. It was a far more conspicuous place at the close of the 13th century than it is now. For the great columns of the famous Temple of Fortune still rose above the town, and the ancient citadel kept watch over it from its high rock. At length, in September, 1298, the Colonnas, reduced to the hardest extremities, became ready for peace. Boniface promised largely. The two cardinals presented themselves before him at Rieti, in coarse brown dresses, and with ropes around their necks, in token of their repentance and submission. The Pope gave them not only pardon and absolution, but hope of being restored to their titles and possessions. This was the lunga promessa con el attender corto. For, while the Colonnas were retained near him, and these deceptive hopes held out to them, Boniface sent the Bishop of Orvieto to take possession of Palestrina, and to destroy it utterly, leaving only the church to stand as a monument above its ruins. The work was done thoroughly, a plough was drawn across the site of the unhappy town, and salt scattered in the furrow, that the land might thenceforth be desolate. The inhabitants were removed from the mountain to the plain, and they're forced to build new homes for themselves, which, in their turn, 2 years afterwards, were thrown down and burned by order of the implacable Pope. This last piece of malignity was accomplished in 1300, the year of the Jubilee, the year in which Dante was in Rome, and in which he saw Guy of Montefeltro, the counselor of Boniface in deceit, burning in hell. Right arrow curving left. The story of Sylvester and Constantine is one of the legends of the Legenda Aurea. The part of it relating to the emperor's baptism is thus condensed by Mrs. Jameson in her Sacred and Legendary Art, 2-3-13. Sylvester was born at Rome of virtuous parents. And at a time when Constantine was still in the darkness of idolatry and persecuted the Christians, Sylvester, who had been elected Bishop of Rome, fled from the persecution, and dwelt for some time in a cavern, near the summit of Monte Calvo. While he lay there concealed, the emperor was attacked by a horrible leprosy, and having called to him the priests of his false gods, they advised that he should bathe himself in a bath of children's blood, and 3,000 children were collected for this purpose. And as he proceeded in his chariot to the place where the bath was to be prepared, the mothers of these children threw themselves in his way with disheveled hair, weeping and crying aloud for mercy. Then Constantine was moved to tears, and he ordered his chariot to stop, and he said to his nobles and to his attendants who were around him, "Far better is it that I should die than cause the death of these innocents." And then he commanded that the children should be restored to their mothers with great gifts, in recompense of what they had suffered. So they went away full of joy and gratitude, and the emperor returned to his palace. On that same night, as he lay asleep, St. Peter and St. Paul appeared at his bedside, and they stretched their hands over him and said, "Because thou hast feared to spill the innocent blood, Jesus Christ has sent us to bring thee good counsel. Send to Sylvester, who lies hidden among the mountains, and he shall show thee the pool in which, having washed 3 times, thou shalt be clean from thy leprosy. And henceforth thou shalt adore the God of the Christians, and thou shalt cease to persecute and to oppress them." Then Constantine, awaking from this vision, sent his soldiers in search of Sylvester. And when they took him, he supposed that it was to lead him to death. Nevertheless he went cheerfully, and when he appeared before the emperor, Constantine arose and saluted him, and said, "I would know of thee who are those 2 gods who appeared to me in the visions of the night?" And Sylvester replied, "They were not gods, but the apostles of the Lord Jesus Christ." Then Constantine desired that he would show him the effigies of these 2 apostles. And Sylvester sent for 2 pictures of St. Peter and St. Paul, which were in the possession of certain pious Christians. Constantine, having beheld them, saw that they were the same who had appeared to him in his dream. Then Sylvester baptized him, and he came out of the font cured of his malady. Gower also, Confessio Amantis, 2, tells the story at length. And in the while it was begun, a light, as though it were a sun, fro heaven into the place come, where that he toke his Christen dome. And ever among the holy tales, lich as they weren fishes scales, they fellen from him now and eft, till that there was nothing beleft of all this greta malady. Right arrow curving left. Montefeltro was in the Franciscan monastery at Assisi. Right arrow curving left. See note 408. Dante calls the town Penestrino from its Latin name Praenest. Right arrow curving left. Pope Celestine V, who made the Great Refusal, or Abdication of the Papacy. See note 49. Right arrow curving left. Gower, Confessio Amantis, 2. For shrift stant of no value to him, that wall him not virtue, to leave of vice the folie. For ward is wind, but the maestry is that a man himself defend. Of thing wish is not to commend, whereof ben few now a day. Right arrow curving left. The 9th Bolgia, in which are punished the schismatics, and where is paid the fee by those who sowing discord win their burden. A burden difficult to describe even with untrammeled words, or in plain prose, free from the fetters of rhyme. Right arrow curving left. Apulia, or La Puglia, is in the southeastern part of Italy, between the spur and the heel of the boot. Right arrow curving left. The people slain in the conquest of Apulia by the Romans. Of the Battle of Maleventum, Livy, X 15, says. Here likewise there was more of flight than of bloodshed. 2,000 of the Apulians were slain, and Decius, despising such an enemy, led his legions into Samnium. Right arrow curving left. Hannibal's famous battle at Cannae, in the Second Punic War. According to Livy, XXII 49. The number of the slain is computed at 40,000 foot, and 2,700 horse. He continues, XXII 51, Baker's tr. On the day following, as soon as light appeared, his troops applied themselves to the collecting of the spoils, and viewing the carnage made, which was such as shocked even enemies. So many thousand Romans, horsemen and footmen, lay promiscuously on the field, as chance had thrown them together either in the battle, or flight. Some, whom their wounds, being pinched by the morning cold, had roused from their posture, were put to death by the enemy, as they were rising up, all covered with blood. From the midst of the heaps of carcasses. Some they found lying alive, with their thighs and hams cut, who, stripping their necks and throats, desired them to spill what remained of their blood. Some were found, with their heads buried in the earth, in holes which it appeared they had made for themselves, and covering their faces with earth thrown over them, had thus been suffocated. The attention of all was particularly attracted by a living Numidian with his nose and ears mangled, stretched under a dead Roman, who lay over him, and who, when his hands had been rendered unable to hold a weapon, his rage being exasperated to madness, had expired in the act of tearing his antagonist with his teeth. When Mago, son of Hamilcar, carried the news of the victory to Carthage, in confirmation of his joyful intelligence, says the same historian, XCI 12. He ordered the gold rings taken from the Romans to be poured down in the porch of the Senate house, and of these there was so great a heap that, according to some writers, on being measured, they filled 3 pecks and a half. But the more general account, and likewise the more probable is, that they amounted to no more than 1 peck. He also explained to them, in order to show the greater extent of the slaughter, that none but those of equestrian rank, and of these only the principal, wore this ornament. Right arrow curving left. Robert Guiscard, the renowned Norman conqueror of southern Italy. Dante places him in the 5th heaven of Paradise, in the planet Mars. For an account of his character and achievements see Gibbon, CHLVI. Matthew Paris, Giles's Tr. I 171, AD. 1239, gives the following account of the manner in which he captured the monastery of Monte Cassino. In the same year, the monks of Monte Cassino, where St. Benedict had planted a monastery, to the number of 13, came to the Pope in old and torn garments, with disheveled hair and unshorn beards, and with tears in their eyes. And on being introduced to the presence of His Holiness, they fell at his feet, and laid a complaint that the emperor had ejected them from their house at Monte Cassino. This mountain was impregnable, and indeed inaccessible to any one unless at the will of the monks and others who dwelt on it, however R. Guiscard, by a device, pretending that he was dead and being carried thither on a bier, thus took possession of the monk's castle. When the Pope heard this, he concealed his grief, and asked the reason, to which the monks replied, because, in obedience to you, we excommunicated the emperor. The Pope then said, your obedience shall save you, on which the monks went away without receiving anything more from the Pope. Right arrow curving left. The Battle of Ceperano, near Monte Cassino, was fought in 1265, between Charles of Anjou and Manfred, king of Apulia and Sicily. The Apulians, seeing the battle going against them, deserted their king and passed over to the enemy. Right arrow curving left. The Battle of Tagliacozzo in Abruzzo was fought in 1268, between Charles of Anjou and Corradino or Conradin, nephew of Manfred. Charles gained the victory by the strategy of Count Alardo di Valeri, who, weaponless himself, made arms ridiculous. This valiant but wary crusader persuaded the king to keep a third of his forces in reserve. And when the soldiers of Caradino, thinking they had won the day, were scattered over the field in pursuit of plunder, Charles fell upon them, and routed them. Alardo is mentioned in the Cento Novelli Antiche, November. Lvii, as celebrated for his wonderful prowess even among the chief nobles, and no less esteemed for his singular virtues than for his courage. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon, ch. L. says. At the conclusion of the life of Muhammad, it may perhaps be expected that I should balance his faults and virtues. That I should decide whether the title of enthusiast or impostor more properly belongs to that extraordinary man. Had I been intimately conversant with the son of Abdullah, the task would still be difficult, and the success uncertain. At the distance of 12 centuries, I darkly contemplate his shade through a cloud of religious incense. And could I truly delineate the portrait of an hour, the fleeting resemblance would not equally apply to the solitary of Mount Hera, to the preacher of Mecca, and to the conqueror of Arabia. From enthusiasm to imposture the step is perilous and slippery. The demon of Socrates affords a memorable instance how a wise man may deceive himself, how a good man may deceive others. How the conscience may slumber in a mixed and middle state between self-illusion and voluntary fraud. Of Ali, the son-in-law and faithful follower of Muhammad, he goes on to say. He united the qualifications of a poet, a soldier, and a saint. His wisdom still breathes in a collection of moral and religious sayings, and every antagonist, in the combats of the tongue or of the sword, was subdued by his eloquence and valor. From the first hour of his mission to the last rites of his funeral, the apostle was never forsaken by a generous friend, whom he delighted to name his brother, his vicegerent. And the faithful Aaron of a second Moses. Right arrow curving left. Fra Dulcino was one of the early social and religious reformers in the north of Italy. His sect bore the name of Apostles, and its chief, if not only, heresy was a desire to bring back the Church to the simplicity of the apostolic times. In 1305 he withdrew with his followers to the mountains overlooking the Val Sesia in Piedmont, where he was pursued and besieged by the Church party, and, after various fortunes of victory and defeat, being reduced by stress of snow and famine, was taken prisoner, together with his companion, the beautiful Margaret of Trent. Both were burned at Vercelli on the 1st of June 1307. This last act of the tragedy is thus described by Mr. Mariotti, Historical Memoir of Fra Dulcino and His Times, p. 290. Margaret of Trent enjoyed the precedence due to her sex. She was first led out into a spot near Vercelli, bearing the name of Arena Servi, or more properly Arena Servi, in the sands, that is, of the torrent Servo, which has its confluent with the Sesia at about 1 mile above the city. A high stake had been erected in a conspicuous part of the place. To this she was fastened, and a pile of wood was reared at her feet. The eyes of the inhabitants of town and country were upon her. On her also were the eyes of Dulcino. She was burnt alive with slow fire. Next came the turn of Dulcino. He was seated high on a car drawn by oxen, and thus paraded from street to street all over Vercelli. His tormentors were all around him. Beside the car, iron pots were carried, filled with burning charcoals. Deep in the charcoals were iron pincers, glowing at white heat. These pincers were continually applied to the various parts of Dulcino's naked body, all along his progress, till all his flesh was torn piecemeal from his limbs. When every bone was bare and the whole town was perambulated, they drove the still living carcass back to the same arena, and threw it on the burning mass in which Margaret had been consumed. Farther on he adds, divested of all fables which ignorance, prejudice, or open calumny involved it in, Dulcino's scheme amounted to nothing more than a reformation, not of religion, but of the Church. His aim was merely the destruction of the temporal power of the clergy, and he died for his country no less than for his God. The wealth, arrogance, and corruption of the papal see appeared to him, as it appeared to Dante, as it appeared to 1,000 other patriots before and after him, an eternal hindrance to the union, peace, and welfare of Italy, as it was a perpetual check upon the progress of the human race, and a source of infinite scandal to the piety of earnest believers. To this clear mission of Italian Protestantism Dulcino was true throughout. If we bring the light of even the clumsiest criticism to bear on his creed, even such as it has been summed up by the ignorance or malignity of men who never utter his name without an imprecation, we have reason to be astonished at the little we find in it that may be construed into a willful deviation from the strictest orthodoxy. Luther and Calvin would equally have repudiated him. He was neither a Presbyterian nor an Episcopalian, but an uncompromising, stanch papist. His was, most eminently, the heresy of those whom we have designated as literal Christians. He would have the gospel strictly, perhaps blindly, adhered to. Neither was that, in the abstract, an unpardonable offense in the eyes of the Romanism of those times, witness St. Francis and his early flock, provided he had limited himself to make gospel law binding upon himself and his followers only. But Dulcino must needs enforce it upon the whole Christian community, enforce it especially on those who set up as teachers of the gospel, on those who laid claim to apostolical succession. That was the error that damned him. Of Margaret he still farther says, referring to some old manuscript as authority. She was known by the emphatic appellation of Margaret the Beautiful. It is added, that she was an orphan, heiress of noble parents, and had been placed for her education in a monastery of St. Catherine in Trent. That there Dulcino, who had also been a monk, or at least a novice, in a convent of the Order of the Humiliati, in the same town, and had been expelled in consequence either of his heretic tenets or of immoral conduct, succeeded nevertheless in becoming domesticated in the nunnery of St. Catherine, as a steward or agent to the nuns, and there accomplished the fascination and abduction of the wealthy heiress. Right arrow curving left. Val Sesia, among whose mountains Fra Dulcino was taken prisoner, is in the diocese of Novara. Right arrow curving left. A Bolognese, who stirred up dissensions among the citizens. Right arrow curving left. The plain of Lombardy sloping down 200 miles and more, from Vercelli in Piedmont to Marcabo, a village near Ravenna. Right arrow curving left. Guido del Casero and Angiolello de Cagnano, two honorable citizens of Fano, going to Rimini by invitation of Malatestino, were by his order thrown into the sea and drowned. As here prophesied or narrated, near the village of Catolica on the Adriatic. Right arrow curving left. Malatestino had lost one eye. Right arrow curving left. Rimini. Right arrow curving left. Focara is a headland near Catolica, famous for dangerous winds, to be preserved from which mariners offered up vows and prayers. These men will not need to do it, they will not reach that cape. Right arrow curving left. Curio, the banished tribune, who, fleeing to Caesar's camp on the Rubicon, urged him to advance upon Rome. Lucan, Pharsalia, I, Rose tr. To Caesar's camp the busy. Curio fled. Curio, a speaker turbulent and bold. Of venal eloquence, that served for gold. And principles that might be bought and sold. Vertical ellipsis. To Caesar thus, while thousand cares infest, revolving round the warrior's anxious breast, his speech the ready orator addressed. Vertical ellipsis. Haste, then, thy towering eagles on their way. When fair occasion calls, 'tis fatal to delay. Right arrow curving left. Mosca d'Aigle, Uberti, or de Lamberti, who, by advising the murder of Buondelmont, gave rise to the parties of Guelph and Ghibelline, which so long divided Florence. See note 137. Right arrow curving left. Bertrand de Born, the turbulent troubadour of the last half of the 12th century, was alike skillful with his pen and his sword, and passed his life in alternately singing and fighting, and in stirring up dissension and strife among his neighbors. He is the author of that spirited war song, well known to all readers of troubadour verse, beginning, The beautiful spring delights me well, when flowers and leaves are growing. And it pleases my heart to hear the swell of the bird's sweet chorus flowing in the echoing wood. And I love to see, all scattered around, pavilions and tents on the martial ground. And my spirit finds it good to see, on the level plains beyond, gay knights and steeds caparisoned. And ending with a challenge to Richard Coeur de Lion, telling his minstrel Papillon to go and tell the Lord of Yes and No that peace already too long has been. Bertrand de Born, says the old Provençal biography, published by Renoir, Choix de Poésies Originales de Troubadours, v. 76, was a chatelaine of the bishopric of Périgueux, Viscount of Hautefort, a castle with nearly 1,000 retainers. He had a brother, and would have dispossessed him of his inheritance, had it not been for the King of England. He was always at war with all his neighbors, with the Count of Périgueux, and with the Viscount of Limoges, and with his brother Constantine, and with Richard, when he was Count of Poitou. He was a good cavalier, and a good warrior, and a good lover, and a good troubadour, and well informed and well spoken, and knew well how to bear good and evil fortune. Whenever he wished, he was master of King Henry of England and of his son, but always desired that father and son should be at war with each other, and one brother with the other. And he always wished that the King of France and the King of England should be at variance. And if there were either peace or truce, straightway he sought and endeavored by his satires to undo the peace, and to show how each was dishonored by it. And he had great advantages and great misfortunes by thus exciting feuds between them. He wrote many satires, but only 2 songs. The King of Aragon called the songs of Giroux de Borneal the wives of Bertrand de Born's satires. And he who sang for him bore the name of Papillon. And he was handsome and courteous. And called the Count of Brittany, Rassa, and the King of England, Yes and No, and his son, the young king, Marigna. And he set his whole heart on fomenting war, and embroiled the father and son of England, until the young king was killed by an arrow in a castle of Bertrand de Born. And Bertrand used to boast that he had more wits than he needed. And when the king took him prisoner, he asked him, Have you all your wits, for you will need them now? And he answered, I lost them all when the young king died. Then the king wept, and pardoned him, and gave him robes, and lands, and honors. And he lived long and became a Cistercian monk. Fauriel, Histoire de la Poésie Provençale, Adler's Tr. p. 483, quoting part of this passage, adds. In this notice the old biographer indicates the dominant trait of Bertrand's character very distinctly: it was an unbridled passion for war. He loved it not only as the occasion for exhibiting proofs of valor, for acquiring power, and for winning glory, but also, and even more on account of its hazards. On account of the exaltation of courage and of life which it produced, nay, even for the sake of the tumult, the disorders, and the evils which are accustomed to follow in its train. Bertrand de Born is the ideal of the undisciplined and adventuresome warrior of the Middle Age, rather than that of the chevalier in the proper sense of the term. See also Millot, Histoire littéraire de Troubadours, I 210, and Histoire littéraire de la France par les Bénédictins de Saint-Maur, continuation, 17–425. Bertrand de Born, if not the best of the troubadours, is the most prominent and striking character among them. His life is a drama full of romantic interest. Beginning with the old castle in Gascony, the dames, the cavaliers, the arms, the loves, the courtesy, the bold emprise. And ending in a Cistercian convent, among friars and fastings and penitence and prayers. Right arrow curving left. A vast majority of manuscripts and printed editions read in this line, Re Giovanni, King John, instead of Re Giovanni, the young king. Even Boccaccio's copy, which he wrote out with his own hand for Petrarca, has Re Giovanni. Out of 79 codici examined by Barlow, he says, Study of the Divina Commedia, p. 153, only 5 were found with the correct reading, Re Giovanni. The reading Re Giovanni is not found in any of the early editions, nor is it noticed by any of the early commentators. See also Jinguin, Histoire littéraire de l'Italie, 2586, where the subject is elaborately discussed, and the note of Biagili, who takes the opposite side of the question. Henry II of England had 4 sons, all of whom were more or less rebellious against him. They were, Henry, surnamed Curt Mantle, and called by the troubadours and novelists of his time, the young king, because he was crowned during his father's life. Richard Coeur de Lion, Count of Guienne and Poitou, Geoffrey, Duke of Brittany, and John Lackland. Henry was the only one of these who bore the title of king at the time in question. Bertrand de Born was on terms of intimacy with him, and speaks of him in his poems as low-raised Joves, sometimes lauding, and sometimes reproving him. One of the best of these poems is his complaint, on the death of Henry, which took place in 1183, from disease, say some accounts, from the bolt of a crossbow say others. He complains that he has lost the best king that was ever born of mother. And goes on to say, King of the courteous, and Emperor of the valiant, you would have been seigneur if you had lived longer. For you bore the name of the young king, and were the chief and peer of youth. I. Hauberk and sword, and beautiful buckler, helmet and gonfalon, and purpoint and sark, and joy and love, there is none to maintain them. See Renouard, Choix de Poésies, 449. In the Bible Guyot de Provence, Barbazon, Fabliaux et Comte, 2518, he is spoken of as Il Jones Royce. Les Pros, les Sages, les Courtis. In the Cento Novelli Antiche, 1819, XXXV, he is called Il Re Giovanni, and in Roger de Wendover's Flowers of History, AD 1179, 1183, Henry the Young King. It was to him that Bertrand de Born gave the evil counsels, embroiling him with his father and his brothers. Therefore, when the commentators challenge us as Pistol does Shallow, under which king, Bezonian? Speak or die. I think we must answer as Shallow does, under King Harry. Right arrow curving left. See 2 Samuel 17:1, 2. Moreover, Ahithophel said unto Absalom, Let me now choose out 12,000 men, and I will arise and pursue after David this night. And I will come upon him while he is weary and weak-handed, and will make him afraid, and all the people that are with him shall flee, and I will smite the king only. Dryden, in his poem of Absalom and Achitophel, gives this portrait of the latter. Of these the false Achitophel was first. A name to all succeeding ages cursed. For close designs and crooked counsels fit. Sagacious, bold, and turbulent of wit. Restless, unfixed in principles and place. In power unpleased, impatient of disgrace. A fiery soul, which, working out its way, fretted the pygmy body to decay, and o'er-informed the tenement of clay. Then he puts into the mouth of Achitophel the following description of Absalom. Auspicious prince, at whose nativity some royal planet aureoled the southern sky. Thy longing country's darling and desire. Their cloudy pillar and their guardian fire. Their second Moses, whose extended wand divides the seas, and shows the promised land. Whose dawning day, in every distant age, has exercised the sacred prophet's rage. The people's prayer, the glad diviner's theme. The young men's vision, and the old men's dream. Right arrow curving left. The 10th and last, cloister of Malbolge, where justice infallible punishes forgers and falsifiers of all kinds. This canto is devoted to the alchemists. Right arrow curving left. Jerry del Bello was a disreputable member of the Alighieri family, and was murdered by one of the Sacchetti. His death was afterwards avenged by his brother, who in turn slew one of the Sacchetti at the door of his house. Right arrow curving left. Bertrand de Born. Right arrow curving left. Like the ghost of Ajax in the Odyssey, 11. He answered me not at all, but went to Erebus amongst the other souls of the dead. Right arrow curving left. Dante seems to share the feeling of the Italian vendetta, which required retaliation from some member of the injured family. Among the Italians of this age, says Napier, Florentine History, ICH. 7, and for centuries after, private offense was never forgotten until revenged, and generally involved a succession of mutual injuries. Vengeance was not only considered lawful and just, but a positive duty, dishonorable to omit. And, as may be learned from ancient private journals, it was sometimes allowed to sleep for 35 years. And then suddenly struck a victim who perhaps had not yet seen the light when the original injury was inflicted. Right arrow curving left. The Val di Chiana, near Arezzo, was in Dante's time marshy and pestilential. Now, by the effect of drainage, it is one of the most beautiful and fruitful of the Tuscan valleys. The Maremma was and is notoriously unhealthy, see note 181, and Sardinia would seem to have shared its ill repute. Right arrow curving left. Forgers or falsifiers in a general sense. The false semblant of Gower, Confessio amant is, 2. A foul semblant if I shall tell. Above all other it is the welly. Out of the which deceit floweth. They are registered here on earth to be punished hereafter. Right arrow curving left. The plague of Aegina is described by Ovid, Metamorph. 7, Stone Streets tr. Their black dry tongues are swelled, and scarce can move. And short thick sighs from panting lungs are drove. They gape for air, with flattering hopes abate. Their raging flames, but that augments their heat. No bed, no seovering can the wretches bear. But on the ground, exposed to open air, they lie, and hope to find a pleasing coolness there. The suffering earth, with that oppression cursed, returns the heat which they imparted first. Vertical ellipsis. Here one, with fainting steps, does slowly creep o'er heaps of dead, and straight augments the heap. Another, while his strength and tongue prevailed, bewails his friend, and falls himself bewailed. This with imploring look surveys the skies, the last dear office of his closing eyes, but finds the heaven implacable, and dies. The birth of the myrmidons, who still retain the thrift of ants, though now transformed to men, is thus given in the same book. As many ants the numberous branches bear, the same their labor, and their frugal care. The branches too alike commotion found, and shook industrious creatures on the ground, who by degrees, what scarce to be believed, a nobler form and larger bulk received, and on the earth walked an unusual pace, with manly strides, and an erected face. Their numberous legs, and former color lost. The insects could a human figure boast. Right arrow curving left. Latian, or Italian, any one of the Latin race. Right arrow curving left. The speaker is a certain Griffolino, an alchemist of Arezzo, who practiced upon the credulity of Albert, a natural son of the Bishop of Siena. For this he was burned, but was condemned to the last Bolgia of the 10 for alchemy. Right arrow curving left. The inventor of the Cretan labyrinth. Ovid, Metamorphoses 8. Great Daedalus of Athens was the man who made the draught, and formed the wondrous plan. Not being able to find his way out of the labyrinth, he made wings for himself and his son Icarus, and escaped by flight. Right arrow curving left. Speaking of the people of Siena, Forsyth, Italy, 532, says, vain, flighty, fanciful, they want the judgment and penetration of their Florentine neighbors, who, nationally severe, call a nail without a head chiodo senes. The accomplished Signora Rinieri told me, that her father, while governor of Siena, was once stopped in his carriage by a crowd at Florence, where the mob, recognizing him, called out, Lasciate passare il governatore de Matti. A native of Siena is presently known at Florence, for his very walk, being formed to a hilly town, detects him on the plain. Right arrow curving left. The persons here mentioned gain a kind of immortality from Dante's verse. The Strica, or Baldastrica, was a lawyer of Siena. And Niccolò dei Salimbini, or Bonsignori, introduced the fashion of stuffing pheasants with cloves, or, as Benvenuto says, of roasting them at a fire of cloves. Though Dante mentions them apart, they seem, like the two others named afterwards, to have been members of the Brigida Spendereccia, or Prodigal Club, of Siena, whose extravagances are recorded by Benvenuto da Imola. This club consisted of 12 very rich young gentlemen, who took it into their heads to do things that would make a great part of the world wonder. Accordingly, each contributed 18,000 golden florins to a common fund, amounting in all to 216,000 florins. They built a palace, in which each member had a splendid chamber, and they gave sumptuous dinners and suppers, ending their banquets sometimes by throwing all the dishes, table ornaments, and knives of gold and silver out of the window. This silly institution, continues Benvenuto, lasted only 10 months, the treasury being exhausted, and the wretched members became the fable and laughingstock of all the world. In honor of this club, Folgore da San Geminiano, a clever poet of the day, 1260, wrote a series of 12 convivial sonnets, one for each month of the year, with dedication and conclusion. A translation of these sonnets may be found in D. G. Rossetti's Early Italian Poets. The dedication runs as follows. Unto the blithe and lordly fellowship. I know not where, but wheresoe'er I know. Lordly and blithe, be greeting. And thereto dogs, hawks, and a full purse wherein to dip. Quail struck I the flight, nags meddled to the whip. Hart-hounds, hare-hounds, and bloodhounds even so. And o'er that realm, a crown for Niccolò, whose praise in Siena springs from lip to lip. Tingaccio, Achuan di Togno, and Anchian, Bartolo, and Mugero, and Fainot, who well might pass for children of King Ban. Courteous and valiant more than Lancelot. To each God speed. How worthy every man to hold high tournament in Camelot. Right arrow curving left. This Capocchio, says the Ottimo, was a very subtle alchemist. And because he was burned for practicing alchemy in Siena, he exhibits his hatred to the Sienese, and gives us to understand that the author knew him. Right arrow curving left. In this canto the same Bolgia is continued, with different kinds of falsifiers. Right arrow curving left. Athamas, king of Thebes and husband of Ino, daughter of Cadmus. His madness is thus described by Ovid, Metamorphoses 4, Eusden's tr. Now Athamas cries out, his reason fled. Here, fellow hunters, let the toils be spread. I saw a lioness, in quest of food, with her 2 young, run roaring in this wood. Again the fancied savages were seen, as through his palace still he chased his queen. Then tore Lurchus from her breast, the child stretched little arms, and on its father smiled. A father now no more, who now begun around his head to whirl his giddy son, and, quite insensible to nature's call, the helpless infant flung against the wall. The same mad poison in the mother wrought. Young Melicerta in her arms she caught, and with disordered tresses, howling, flies. O Bacchus, Evo, Bacchus, loud she cries. The name of Bacchus Juno laughed to hear, and said, thy foster god has cost thee dear. A rock there stood, whose side the beating waves had long consumed, and hollowed into caves. The head shot forwards in a bending steep, and cast a dreadful covert o'er the deep. The wretched Ino, on destruction bent, climbed up the cliff, such strength her fury lent. Thence with her guiltless boy, who wept in vain, at one bold spring she plunged into the main. Right arrow curving left. Hecuba, wife of Priam of Troy, and mother of Polyxena and Polydorus. Ovid, 13, Stannions tr. When on the banks her son in ghastly hue, transfixed with Thracian arrows strikes her view. The matron shrieked, her big swoln grief surpassed the power of utterance. She stood aghast. She had nor speech, nor tears to give relief. Excess of woe suppressed the rising grief. Lifeless as stone, on earth she fixed her eyes, and then looked up to heaven with wild surprise. Now she contemplates o'er with sad delight her son's pale visage. Then her aching sight dwells on his wounds, she varies thus by turns, till with collected rage at length she burns. Wild as the mother lion, when among the haunts of prey she seeks her ravished young. Swift flies the ravisher. She marks his trace, and by the print directs her anxious chase. So Hecuba with mingled grief and rage pursues the king, regardless of her age. Vertical ellipsis fastens her forky fingers in his eyes. Tears out the rooted balls, her rage pursues, and in the hollow orbs her hand imbrues. The Thracians, fired at this inhuman scene, with darts and stones assail the frantic queen. She snarls and growls, nor in an human tone, then bites impatient at the bounding stone. Extends her jaws, as she her voice would raise to keen invectives in her wonted phrase, but barks, and thence the yelping brute betrays. Right arrow curving left. Griffolino d'Arezzo, mentioned in Canto Zix 109. Right arrow curving left. The same mad sprite, Johnny Schicchi, mentioned in line 32. Buso Donati of Florence, says Benvenuto, although a nobleman and of an illustrious house, was nevertheless like other noblemen of his time, and by means of thefts had greatly increased his patrimony. When the hour of death drew near, the sting of conscience caused him to make a will in which he gave fat legacies to many people. Whereupon his son Simon, the Ottimo, says his nephew, thinking himself enormously aggrieved, suborned Vanni Schicchi de Cavalcanti, who got into Buso's bed, and made a will in opposition to the other. Johnny much resembled Buso. In this will Johnny Schicchi did not forget himself, while making Simon heir. For, according to the Ottimo, he put this clause into it, to Johnny Schicchi I bequeath my mare. This was the lady of the herd, and Benvenuto adds, none more beautiful was to be found in Tuscany, and it was valued at 1,000 florins. Right arrow curving left. Messer Adamo, a false coiner of Brescia, who at the instigation of the Counts Guido, Alessandro, and Agonalfo of Romana, counterfeited the golden florin of Florence, which bore on one side a lily, and on the other the figure of John the Baptist. Right arrow curving left. Tasso, Jerusalem, 1360, Fairfax's tr. He that the gliding rivers erst had seen, adown their verdant channels gently rolled, or filling streams, which to the valleys green distilled from tops of alpine mountains cold. Those he desired in vain, new torments been augmented thus with wish of comforts old. Those waters cool he drank in vain conceit, which more increased his thirst, increased his heat. Right arrow curving left. The upper valley of the Arno is in the province of Casentino. Quoting these three lines, Ampere, Voyage Dantesque, 246, says, in these untranslatable verses, there is a feeling of humid freshness, which almost makes one shudder. I owe it to truth to say, that the Casentine was a great deal less fresh and less verdant in reality than in the poetry of Dante, and that in the midst of the aridity which surrounded me. This poetry, by its very perfection, made one feel something of the punishment of Master Adam. Right arrow curving left. Forsyth, Italy, 116, says, the castle of Romana, mentioned in these verses, now stands in ruins on a precipice about a mile from our inn. And not far off is a spring which the peasants call Font Branda. Might I presume to differ from his commentators, Dante, in my opinion, does not mean the great fountain of Siena, but rather this obscure spring, which, though less known to the world, was an object more familiar to the poet himself, who took refuge here from proscription, and an image more natural to the coiner who was burnt on the spot. Ampere is of the same opinion, Voyage Dantesque, 246. The font Branda, mentioned by Master Adam, is assuredly the fountain thus named, which still flows not far from the Tower of Ramana, between the place of the crime and that of its punishment. On the other hand, Mr. Barlow, Contributions, remarks, this little fount was known only to so few, that Dante, who wrote for the Italian people generally, can scarcely be thought to have meant this. When the famous font Branda at Siena was, at least by name, familiar to them all, and formed an image more in character with the insatiable thirst of Master Adam. Poetically the question is of slight importance, for, as Fluellen says, there is a river in Macedon, and there is also moreover a river at Monmouth, and there is salmons in both. Right arrow curving left. This line and line 11 of Canto 6 are cited by Gabriele Rossetti in confirmation of his theory of the principal allegory of the Inferno, that the city of Dis is Rome. He says, Spirito antipapale, I-62, Miss Ward's tr. This well is surrounded by a high wall, and the wall by a vast trench. The circuit of the trench is 22 miles, and that of the wall 11 miles. Now the outward trench of the walls of Rome, whether real or imaginary we say not, was reckoned by Dante's contemporaries to be exactly 22 miles. And the walls of the city were then, and still are, 11 miles round. Hence it is clear, that the wicked time which looks into Rome, as into a mirror, sees there the corrupt place which is the final goal to its waters or people, that is, the figurative Rome. Dread seat of Dis. The trench here spoken of is the last trench of Malbolge. Dante mentions no wall about the well, only giants standing round it like towers. Right arrow curving left. Potiphar's wife. Right arrow curving left. Virgil's perjured Sinon, the Greek who persuaded the Trojans to accept the wooden horse, telling them it was meant to protect the city, in lieu of the statue of Pallas. Stolen by Diomed and Ulysses. Chaucer, Non's Priestis tale. O false dissimilar, O Greek Sinon, that broughtest Troy at utterly to Sorway. Right arrow curving left. The disease of tympanitis is so called because the abdomen is distended with wind, and sounds like a drum when struck. Right arrow curving left. Ovid, Metamorphoses 3. A fountain in a darksome wood, nor stained with falling leaves nor rising mud. Right arrow curving left. This canto describes the plain of the giants, between Malbolge and the mouth of the infernal pit. Right arrow curving left. Iliad, 16. A Pelian ash, which Chiron gave to his, Achilles, father, cut from the top of Mount Pelion, to be the death of heroes. Chaucer, Squire's Tale. And of Achilles for his quaint spear. For he coudé with it both a hele and drear. And Shakespeare, in King Henry VI, v.i. whose smile and frown, like to Achilles' spear, is able with the change to kill and cure. Right arrow curving left. The Battle of Roncesvalles. When Charlemagne with all his peerage fell. By Fontarabia. Right arrow curving left. Archbishop Turpin, Chronicle, Exii, Rods tr. Thus describes the blowing of Orlando's horn. He now blew a loud blast with his horn, to summon any Christian concealed in the adjacent woods to his assistance, or to recall his friends beyond the pass. This horn was endued with such power, that all other horns were split by its sound. And it is said that Orlando at that time blew it with such vehemence, that he burst the veins and nerves of his neck. The sound reached the king's ears, who lay encamped in the valley still called by his name, about 8 miles from Roncesvalles, towards Gascony, being carried so far by supernatural power. Charles would have flown to his succor, but was prevented by Ganelon, who, conscious of Orlando's sufferings, insinuated it was usual with him to sound his horn on light occasions. "He is, perhaps," said he, "pursuing some wild beast, and the sound echoes through the woods. It will be fruitless, therefore, to seek him. O wicked traitor, deceitful as Judas! What dost thou merit?" Walter Scott in Marmion, 633, makes allusion to Orlando's horn. "Oh, for a blast of that dread horn! On Fontarabian echoes borne, that to King Charles did come, when Roland brave, and Olivier, and every paladin and peer, on Roncesvalles died." Orlando's horn is one of the favorite fictions of old romance, and is surpassed in power only by that of Alexander, which took 60 men to blow it and could be heard at a distance of 60 miles. Right arrow curving left. Monteregin is a picturesque old castle on an eminence near Siena. Ampere, Voyage Dantesque, 251, remarks: "This fortress, as the commentators say, was furnished with towers all round about, and had none in the center. In its present state it is still very faithfully described by the verse. Monteregin di Torres I Corona. Right arrow curving left. This pine cone of bronze, which is now in the gardens of the Vatican, was found in the mausoleum of Hadrian, and is supposed to have crowned its summit. I have looked daily," says Mrs. Kemble, Year of Consolation, 152, "over the lonely, sunny gardens, open like the palace halls to me, where the wide sweeping orange walks end in some distant view of the sad and noble Campagna. Where silver fountains call to each other through the silent, overarching cloisters of dark and fragrant green, and where the huge bronze pine, by which Dante measured his great giant, yet stands in the midst of graceful vases and bas-reliefs wrought in former ages, and the more graceful blossoms blown within the very hour." And Ampere, Voyage Dantesque, 277, remarks: "Here Dante takes as a point of comparison an object of determinate size. The Pygna is 11 feet high, the giant then must be 70. It performs, in the description, the office of those figures which are placed near monuments to render it easier for the eye to measure their height." Mr. Norton, Travel and Study in Italy, 253, thus speaks of the same object: "This pine cone, of bronze, was set originally upon the summit of the mausoleum of Hadrian. After this imperial sepulchre had undergone many evil fates, and as its ornaments were stripped one by one from it, the cone was in the 6th century taken down, and carried off to adorn a fountain, which had been constructed for the use of dusty and thirsty pilgrims, in a pillared enclosure, called the Paradiso, in front of the old Basilica of St. Peter. Here it remained for centuries, and when the old church gave way to the new, it was put where it now stands, useless and out of place, in the trim and formal gardens of the papal palace." And adds in a note: "At the present day it serves the bronze workers of Rome as a model for an inkstand, such as is seen in the shop windows every winter, and is sold to travelers, few of whom know the history and the poetry belonging to its original." Right arrow curving left. "The gaping monotony of this jargon," says Leigh Hunt, "full of the vowel a, is admirably suited to the mouth of the vast half-stupid speaker. It is like a babble of the gigantic infancy of the world." Right arrow curving left. Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord, who built the Tower of Babel, which, according to the Italian popular tradition, was so high that whoever mounted to the top of it could hear the angels sing. Corey, Ancient Fragments, 51, gives this extract from the Sibylline Oracles. "But licken the judgments of the Almighty God were ripe for execution, when the tower rose to the skies upon Assyria's plain, and all mankind one language only knew. A dread commission from on high was given to the fell whirlwinds, which with dire alarms beat on the tower, and to its lowest base shook it convulsed. And now all intercourse, by some occult and overruling power, ceased among men. By utterance they strove, perplexed and anxious to disclose their mind. But their lip failed them, and in lieu of words, produced a painful babbling sound. The place was thence called Babel, by th apostate crew, named from the event. Then severed far away, they sped uncertain into realms unknown. Thus kingdoms rose, and the glad world was filled. Right arrow curving left. Odyssey, 11, Buckley's tr. Godlike Otis and far-famed Ephialtes, whom the faithful earth nourished, the tallest and far the most beautiful, at least after illustrious Orion. For at 9 years old they were also 9 cubits in width, and in height they were 9 fathoms. Who even threatened the immortals that they would set up a strife of impetuous war in Olympus. They attempted to place Ossa upon Olympus, and upon Ossa leafy Pelion, that heaven might be accessible. And they would have accomplished it, if they had reached the measure of youth. But the son of Jove, whom fair-haired Latona bore, destroyed them both, before the down flowered under their temples and thickened upon their cheeks with a flowering beard. Right arrow curving left. The giant with 100 hands. Aeneid, X. Aegean, who, they say, had 100 arms and 100 hands, and flashed fire from 50 mouths and breasts. When against the thunderbolts of Jove he on so many equal bucklers clashed, unsheathed so many swords. He is supposed to have been a famous pirate, and the fable of the 100 hands arose from the 100 sailors that manned his ship. Right arrow curving left. The giant Antaeus is here unbound, because he had not been at the mighty war against the gods. Right arrow curving left. The valley of the Bagrata, one of whose branches flows BV Zama, the scene of Scipio's great victory over Hannibal, by which he gained his greatest renown and his title of Africanus. Among the neighboring hills, according to Lucan, Pharsalia, for the giant Antaeus had his cave. Speaking of Curio's voyage, he says, to Afric's coast he cuts the foamy way, where lo the once victorious Carthage lay. There landing, to the well-known camp he hies, where from afar the distant seas he spies, where Bagrata's dull waves the sands divide, and slowly downward roll their sluggish tide. From thence he seeks the heights renowned by fame, and hallowed by the great Cornelian name. The rocks and hills which long, traditions say, were held by huge Antaeus' horrid sway. Vertical ellipsis. But greater deeds this rising mountain grace, and Scipio's name ennobles much the place. While, fixing here his famous camp, he calls fierce Hannibal from Rome's devoted walls. As yet the mouldering works remain in view, where dreadful once the Latian eagles flew. Right arrow curving left. Aeneid, 6. Here too you might have seen Tityus, the foster child of all-bearing earth, whose body is extended over 9 whole acres. And a huge vulture, with her hooked beak, pecking at his immortal liver. Also Odyssey, 11, in similar words. Typhoeus was a giant with 100 heads, like a dragon's, who made war upon the gods as soon as he was born. He was the father of Geryon and Cerberus. Right arrow curving left. The battle between Hercules and Antaeus is described by Lucan, Pharsalia, 4. Bright in Olympic oil Alcides shone. Antaeus with his mother's dust is strown, and seeks her friendly force to aid his own. Right arrow curving left. One of the leaning towers of Bologna, which Eustace, Classical Tour, I-167, thinks are remarkable only for their unmeaning elevation and dangerous deviation from the perpendicular. Right arrow curving left. In this canto begins the 9th and last circle of the Inferno, where traitors are punished. Hence in the smallest circle, at the point of all the universe, where Dis is seated, whoever betrays forever is consumed. Right arrow curving left. The word thrust is here used in its architectural sense, as the thrust of a bridge against its abutments, and the like. Right arrow curving left. Still using the babble of childhood. Right arrow curving left. The Muses, the poetic tradition being that Amphion built the walls of Thebes by the sound of his lyre, and the prosaic interpretation, that he did it by his persuasive eloquence. Right arrow curving left. Matthew 26:24. Woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born. Right arrow curving left. Tambernich is a mountain of Sclavonia, and Pietrapana another near Lucca. Right arrow curving left. These two miserable brothers are Alessandro and Napoleon, sons of Alberto degli Alberti, lord of Falterona in the valley of the Bicenzio. After their father's death they quarreled, and one treacherously slew the other. Right arrow curving left. China is the first of the 4 divisions of this circle, and takes its name from the first fratricide. Right arrow curving left. Sir Mordred, son of King Arthur. See Le Mort d'Arthur, 3 ch. 167. And there King Arthur smote Sir Mordred under the shield with a foin of his spear throughout the body more than a fathom. Nothing is said here of the sun's shining through the wound, so as to break the shadow on the ground, but that incident is mentioned in the Italian version of the romance of Lancelot of the Lake. The Lustre e famosa Historia di Lanceloto del Lago, 3 ch. 162. Behind the opening made by the lance there passed through the wound a ray of the sun so manifestly, that Girflet saw it. Right arrow curving left. Focaccia was one of the Cancellieri Bianchi, of Pistoia, and was engaged in the affair of cutting off the hand of his half-brother. See note 95. He is said also to have killed his uncle. Right arrow curving left. Sassel Mascaroni, according to Benvenuto, was one of the Tasci family of Florence. He murdered his nephew in order to get possession of his property, for which crime he was carried through the streets of Florence nailed up in a cask, and then beheaded. Right arrow curving left. Commission de Puzzi of Valdarno, who murdered his kinsman of Cretino. But his crime will seem small and excusable when compared with that of another kinsman, Carlino de Puzzi, who treacherously surrendered the castle of Piano in Valdarno, wherein many Florentine exiles were taken and put to death. Right arrow curving left. The speaker is Bacca degli Abati, whose treason caused the defeat of the Guelphs at the famous Battle of Monteperti in 1260. See note 143. Messer Bacca degli Abati, the traitor, says Malaspini, Storia, ch. 171, with his sword in hand, smote and cut off the hand of Messer Jacopo de Puzzi of Florence, who bore the standard of the cavalry of the commune of Florence. And the knights and the people, seeing the standard down, and the treachery, were put to rout. Right arrow curving left. The second division of the circle, called Antenora, from Antenor, the Trojan prince, who betrayed his country by keeping up a secret correspondence with the Greeks. Virgil, Aeneid, I 242, makes him founder of Padua. Right arrow curving left. See note 490. Right arrow curving left. Busso de Dura of Cremona, being bribed, suffered the French cavalry under Guido de Montfort to pass through Lombardy on their way to Apulia, without opposing them as he had been commanded. Right arrow curving left. There is a double meaning in the Italian expression sta fresco, which is well rendered by the vulgarism, left out in the cold, so familiar in American politics. Right arrow curving left. Beccaria of Pavia, abbot of Vallombrosa, and papal legate at Florence, where he was beheaded in 1258 for plotting against the Guelphs. Right arrow curving left. Gianni de Soldinieri, of Florence, a Ghibelline, who betrayed his party. Villani, 714, says. Messer Gianni de Soldinieri put himself at the head of the populace from motives of ambition, regardless of consequences which were injurious to the Ghibelline party, and to his own detriment, which seems always to have been the case in Florence with those who became popular leaders. Right arrow curving left. The traitor Ganelon, or Ganelon, who betrayed the Christian cause at Roncesvalles, persuading Charlemagne not to go to the assistance of Orlando. See note 466. Tebeldello de Manfredi treacherously opened the gates of Faenza to the French in the night. Right arrow curving left. Tydeus, son of the king of Calydon, slew Menalippus at the siege of Thebes and was himself mortally wounded. Statius, Thebaid, 8, thus describes what followed. Come with joy and anger, Tydeus tries to raise himself, and meets with eager eyes the deathful object. Pleased as he surveyed his own condition in his foes portrayed, the severed head impatient he demands, and grasps with fervor in his trembling hands, while he remarks the restless balls of sight that sought and shunned alternately the light. Contented now, his wrath began to cease, and the fierce warrior had expired in peace. But the fell fiend a thought of vengeance bred, unworthy of himself and of the dead. Meanwhile, her sire unmoved, Tritonia came to crown her hero with immortal fame. But when she saw his jaws besprinkled o'er with spattered brains, and tinged with living gore, whilst his imploring friends attempt in vain to calm his fury, and his rage restrain, again, recoiling from the loathsome view, the sculptured target o'er her face she threw. Right arrow curving left. In this canto the subject of the preceding is continued. Right arrow curving left. Count Ugolino della Gherardesca was Podesta of Pisa. Raised to the highest offices of the Republic for 10 years, says Napier, Florentine History, I 318, he would soon have become absolute, had not his own nephew, Nino Visconti, judge of Gallura, contested this supremacy and forced himself into conjoint and equal authority. This could not continue, and a sort of compromise was for the moment effected, by which Visconti retired to the absolute government of Sardinia. But Ugolino, still dissatisfied, sent his son to disturb the island. A deadly feud was the consequence, Guelph against Guelph, while the latent spirit of Ghibellinism, which filled the breasts of the citizens and was encouraged by priest and friar, felt its advantage. The Archbishop Ruggiero Rubaldino was its real head, but he worked with hidden caution as the apparent friend of either chieftain. In 1287, after some sharp contests, both of them abdicated, for the sake, as it was alleged, of public tranquility. But, soon perceiving their error, again united, and, scouring the streets with all their followers, forcibly re-established their authority. Ruggieri seemed to assent quietly to this new outrage, even looked without emotion on the bloody corpse of his favorite nephew, who had been stabbed by Ugolino. And so deep was his dissimulation, that he not only refused to believe the murdered body to be his kinsman's, but zealously assisted the count to establish himself alone in the government, and accomplish Visconti's ruin. The design was successful, Nino was overcome and driven from the town, and in 1288 Ugolino entered Pisa in triumph from his villa, where he had retired to await the catastrophe. The archbishop had neglected nothing, and Ugolino found himself associated with this prelate in the public government. Events now began to thicken. The count could not brook a competitor, much less a Ghibelline priest. In the month of July both parties flew to arms, and the archbishop was victorious. After a feeble attempt to rally in the public palace, Count Ugolino, his 2 sons, Uguccione and Gatto, and 2 young grandsons, Anselmuccio and Brigata, surrendered at discretion, and were immediately imprisoned in a tower. Afterwards called the Torri della Fame, and there perished by starvation. Count Ugolino della Gherardesca, whose tragic story after 500 years still sounds in awful numbers from the lyre of Dante, was stained with the ambition and darker vices of the age. Like other potent chiefs, he sought to enslave his country, and checked at nothing in his impetuous career. He was accused of many crimes. Of poisoning his own nephew, of failing in war, making a disgraceful peace, of flying shamefully, perhaps traitorously, at Meloria, and of obstructing all negotiations with Genoa for the return of his imprisoned countrymen. Like most others of his rank in those frenzied times, he belonged more to faction than his country, and made the former subservient to his own ambition. But all these accusations, even if well-founded, would not draw him from the general standard. They would only prove that he shared the ambition, the cruelty, the ferocity, the recklessness of human life and suffering, and the relentless pursuit of power in common with other chieftains of his age and country. Ugolino was overcome, and suffered a cruel death, his family was dispersed, and his memory has perhaps been blackened with a darker coloring to excuse the severity of his punishment. But his sons, who naturally followed their parents' fortune, were scarcely implicated in his crimes, although they shared his fate. And his grandsons, though not children, were still less guilty, though one of these was not unstained with blood. The archbishop had public and private wrongs to revenge, and had he fallen, his sacred character alone would probably have procured for him a milder destiny. Villani, 7:128, gives this account of the imprisonment. The Pisans, who had imprisoned Count Ugolino and his 2 sons and 2 grandsons, children of Count Guelfo, as we have before mentioned, in a tower on the Piazza degli Anziani, ordered the door of the tower to be locked, and the keys to be thrown into the Arno, and forbade any food should be given to the prisoners, who in a few days died of hunger. And the 5 dead bodies, being taken together out of the tower, were ignominiously buried, and from that day forth the tower was called the Tower of Famine, and shall be forevermore. For this cruelty the Pisans were much blamed through all the world where it was known. Not so much for the Count's sake, as on account of his crimes and treasons he perhaps deserved such a death, but for the sake of his children and grandchildren, who were young and innocent boys. And this sin, committed by the Pisans, did not remain unpunished. Chaucer's version of the story in the Monkey's Tale is as follows. Of the Earl Hugelin of Pise the Langar. There may no tonge tellen for petit. But Lytel out of Pise stant a tour. In which tour in prison Ipet was he. And with him ben his Lytel children 3. The eldest scarzely 5 year was of age. Alas! Fortune, it was gret cruelty. Switch brids for to put in switch a cage. Damp Ned was he to die in that prison. For Roger, which that bishop of Pise had on him made a false suggestion. Third which the PCPLC gone upon him rise, and put him in prison. In switch a wise, as ye han heard. And meat and drink he had. So smale, that wel unnethed may suffice. And therewithal it was full poor and bad. And on a day befell, that in that hour, one that his meat wont was to be brought. The gaoler shet the doors of the Touré. He heard it wel, but he spake right not. And in his heart anon there fell a thought, that they for hunger wolden do him diein. Alas! Quoth he, alas that I was wrought. Therewith the Terry's felon fro his eyen. His young son, that 3 year was of age, unto him said, Fader, why do ye weep? Whan will the gaoler bring in our potage? Is there no morsel bread that ye do keep? I am so hungry, that I may not sleep. Now wold a God that I might slepen ever. Then should not hunger in my womb crape. There is no thing, soft bread, that me were lever. Thus day by day this child began to cree, till in his fadres barma down it lay. And said, farewellge fader, I mote die. And kissed his fader, and died the same day. And whan the waffle fader did it say. For wa his arms too he gone to bite. And said, alas! Fortune, and walla wa. Thy false will my wa all may I wite. His children wenden, that for hunger it was. That he his arms know, and not for wa. And say den, fader, do not so, alas! But rather eat the flesh upon us too. Our flesh thou yaff us, take our flesh us fro. And eat enough, right thus they to him seed. And after that, within a day or 2, they laid hem in his lap adown, and died. Himself despaired eke for hunger starve. Thus ended is this mighty Earl of Pise. From high estat fortune away him carf. Of this tragedy it ought enough suffice. Whoso will hear it in a longer wise, readeth the Greta Poet of a tale. That height Dante, for he can it devise. Fro point to point, not o word will he file. Booty, Commento says. After 8 days they were removed from prison and carried wrapped in matting to the church of the minor friars at San Francesco, and buried in the monument, which is on the side of the steps leading into the church near the gate of the cloister, with irons on their legs, which irons I myself saw taken out of the monument. Right arrow curving left.